These are the most terrifying abandoned animatronics, props, and theme parks in the world. This is the ultimate compilation in history. 9 hours to study, to sleep, or as white noise. If you like this channel, please leave your like and hype the video.
The original Death Star from Star Wars. After the filming of Star Wars, the studio stopped paying rent on the storage unit where all the props were being stored. Everything was going to be discarded, but fortunately, a hero named Doug W. stepped in and saved the Death Star from its imminent death and gave it an interesting life. After being on display at his house for a decade, the prop was sold to his mother's antique shop when Doug moved states. From there, it found itself at a country music venue called Star World, which became its home for several years. When the Star World closed its doors, Todd Franklin, a Star Wars collector, went all the way to purchase it on the spot. He had been eyeing it for years. To his surprise, it sat in a corner, being used as a trash can. He immediately bought it home and proudly displayed it in his living room for years. He even made a replica radar dish out of cardboard. Eventually, Todd decided to sell the prop. The lucky one this time was a collector called Gus Lopez, who stored it in a storage unit until he could find a house that had adequate Death Star space. Oh, the things we do for the props we love. He loaned it to the Seattle EMP Museum for a while, but eventually brought it back home, where it now resides. The spaceship from Alien. Nostromo, the famous spaceship from Alien, was a humongous beast, weighing 1/4 of a ton and taking up 80 square feet of space. That's a lot of space, and the studio didn't have any use for it anymore. So when an LA resident called Bob Burns contacted Fox for permission to host an alien-themed party, they sent him the Nostromo and a few other props as gifts. The prop was so big that it had to be lowered into his driveway using a crane. Bob Burns, an Alien fan, was ecstatic, even though the spaceship was too big for his house. Being the ardent fan that he was, Bob Burns left it right there in his driveway for 2 decades. Naturally, during this time, the spaceship became a victim of the elements and suffered great damage due to the heat and rain. Bob threw a tarp over it and called it a day. After 2 decades, he carted it to a storage locker, where it stayed for another decade. Eventually, he sold it to a memorabilia store, who tried to restore it as much as they could and brought the beloved spaceship back to life again. The last remaining shark from Jaws. Surely the last remaining prop from a famous movie would be stored with care. Think again. In fact, Spielberg hated the prop so much that all of the sharks were destroyed after filming. But not this one, because this shark, although made out of the same mold, was never meant to be on the big screen. It was made solely to serve as a prop at Universal Studios for all of the fans to admire and take pictures with. After the hype for Jaws died down, the shark was sold to a junkyard owner, Sam Alden. Bruce became Junkyard Bruce. For 2 decades, Sam refused to part with it. Junkyard Bruce was propped up on a pole and kept watch over Sam's junkyard. Imagine, a 25-foot-long, 8-foot-tall shark just hanging out on a pole in the middle of nowhere. After Sam passed away, leaving his beloved Bruce behind, his son donated it to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The Academy will try to restore Bruce while keeping him in a climate-controlled storage unit. Bet Spielberg is going to be thinking, "You again? Didn't I get rid of you years ago?" James Bond and Mad Max's cars. Apparently, these cars keep turning up in weird places. The Lotus submarine car from The Spy Who Loved Me was discovered inside a storage unit that was bought blind for less than $100. What a treat to stumble upon a legendary movie car. After restoring it, it was auctioned off for a ton of money to none other than Elon Musk. While this car was sitting in storage, the Interceptor from the first 3 Mad Max movies traveled the world. Well, a portion of it at least. After filming, the car was discarded and found in a junkyard. Since then, the car has changed owners several times and has traveled to museums in Florida, England, and even Australia. Sounds exciting, right? Finally, the most interesting of them all include Tarantino's own red Malibu from Pulp Fiction. This car was stolen right out of the set before it could be discarded. It resurfaced 19 years later when a cop in California got a call about something suspicious going on in a parking lot. Upon arriving, he saw 2 men stripping down a car, which turned out to be the red Malibu. Although these men were arrested, no charges were pressed, because the statute of limitations had passed on the theft. But the cop got to go home, happy with the knowledge that he had saved the Malibu from an undeserved death. The whole set from Gone with the Wind. This time, it wasn't just a single prop that was abandoned. It was the entire movie set. How does one even abandon an entire movie set? Well, you'll see. Gone with the Wind was released in 1939 and was filmed in a cotton plantation called Tara. After the filming got over, the set served as a tourist attraction until 1959. After 2 decades, they decided enough was enough and moved the facade from LA to Atlanta. It was then purchased by a senator's wife, who then kept the entire set inside a barn and just forgot about it. Seriously, what is it with movie props and abandoned barns and junkyards? For decades and decades, the dusty barn remained its home, until Peter Bonner, a local historical tour company owner, stumbled upon it in 2013. He quite literally found the set buried under a pile of junk. Shocked at how the set of the historical movie was treated, he started a restoration project called Saving Tara. He will then display the set in its historical context, instead of leaving it to rot in an abandoned barn. A giant head from a 90s rap video. Back in 1993, a rap group called Digital Underground were high on successes. So obviously, they had to celebrate by building a giant model of a head. This head belonged to one of their rappers, Shock G, and it was built in such a way that he could jump out of its nose. The head accompanied them on tours for a while. Then it fell off the face of the earth, till 2003, when Francis Rush found it sitting in an Oakland parking garage. He had bought the building, receiving the giant head as a surprise gift. Francis didn't want the giant head sitting in the garage because it was taking up precious parking space. He tried several times to get rid of it with no luck. After years of no luck, a desperate Francis turned to the internet in 2012 to help him out. Shock G said he wanted it preserved and would pay someone to take it. He even said that he would buy it back from them if Digital Underground needed it again. Sadly, no one came forward, abandoning not only the giant head, but poor Francis as well. The puppets from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. This final story is kind of heartwarming. After the famous TV special of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was filmed, one of the employees did not know what to do with the original puppets. So she gave them to her children, who proceeded to play with it the way kids do. She also used them for Christmas decorations. 4 decades later, the employee's nephew found the Santa and Rudolph puppets. Only these 2 had remained as the others had melted in the hot attic. He gleefully took them to the Antiques Roadshow, where they were estimated to be valued around $8,000 to $10,000. The nephew couldn't believe his luck. The owner lovingly restored them, making them look as healthy as before. These rare handmade collectibles are currently valued at $150,000 to $250,000. Word on the street was that a Christmas museum in Ohio had started a GoFundMe page to try and acquire these puppets. I guess you could say it was a Christmas miracle. Country Critter Jamboree. This story is both fascinating and a bit eerie. It includes elements of mystery, vandalism, and the unexpected discovery of abandoned animatronics on a remote hilltop. But first, let's get to know these animatronics. Before diving in, we want to thank Pizzatronic for their invaluable research, Courtney Ford Hurst and Urbix Muse for the incredible footage, Wizzy, and lastly, Richard VG, who was the technician for these animatronics back in the 80s. All their links are in the description. The 80s and 90s were the golden age of animatronics, with memorable creations in movies and iconic animatronic bands like Chuck E. Cheese and Showbiz Pizza's Rockfire Explosion. During this time, other companies also emerged, including Creative Presentations, founded in 1980 by Gene Bullard. This company created various shows such as Apology, Bob Wire and the Boys, and Patty and Mortimer. They also made animatronics of well-known characters like the Looney Tunes, and even an animatronic for Little Caesars. But one of their most iconic bands was the Country Critter Jamboree. The Country Critter Jamboree started as the Country Critter Review, but later expanded. The band featured 10 animatronics inspired by Disney's Country Bear Jamboree. The lineup included Bob Wire the Coyote, Tommy Trail Dust the Steer, Lester the Mule, Trail Dust Chicken Butch, Oakley and Yancey, known as the Boys, Wild Bill Hiccup the Chimpanzee Sheriff, Barely Manilow, a pun on Barry Manilow, and Dolly Parker, in honor of Dolly Parton. This band was well known in its 2 locations, Tommy Bartlett's Robot World and Ghost Town Village in Maggie Valley, North Carolina. Originally known as Ghost Town in the Sky, this amusement park was themed around the Old West and uniquely located atop a mountain. It thrived in the 60s and 70s, but was sold to National Services in 1973, marking the beginning of its decline. The park faced management and maintenance issues, with rides frequently breaking down. Attendance dropped each year, and in 2002, an incident with the chairlift left guests stranded for hours, which was the last straw. The park closed and was completely abandoned, animatronics included. Although there were attempts to revive it over the years, the park remains in a legal limbo. Urban explorers have ventured into this abandoned park, and in 2022, several videos surfaced, including those by Urbix Muse and Courtney Fort Hearst. These videos revealed that the animatronics were still there, albeit in terrible condition. Urbix Muse's video showed that most animatronics were almost intact, including Barely, Dolly, Wild Bill Hiccup, Tommy Traildust, and Lester. Bob Wire's animatronic was found in bags. The area was abandoned, but not in terrible shape. A few months later, in Courtney Fort Hearst's footage, the animatronics had been moved and severely damaged. Barely was completely missing. It was shocking to see how quickly the animatronics deteriorated in just 5 months. To make matters worse, a former Pineville Chuck E. Cheese employee reportedly entered the park, decapitated the animatronics, and stole some of their heads and bodies. The remaining animatronics were left headless. Recent videos show that the animatronics are no longer in the park. It's a shame they weren't auctioned off before meeting such a fate. However, there is a silver lining. 2 of the characters, Lester and Bob Wire, probably from Tommy Bartlett's Robot World, were recently auctioned and repaired by a collector. This is the sad but intriguing story of the Country Critter Jamboree animatronics. Despite their grim fate, there's hope that these beloved characters will find new homes and be preserved for future generations to enjoy. The Flintstones Trio, Bedrock City. This is another example of people not following urban exploration's motto, leave only footsteps, take only pictures. This abandoned park fell victim to people who did not know how to respect these abandoned places and decided to vandalize these abandoned animatronics. We're talking about Bedrock City. Bedrock City was a 62-acre theme park and campground that opened in 1966 in Custer, South Dakota. The park had several shops and attractions. At the entrance, you would see a large gift shop, a drive-in restaurant which featured Bronto burgers, and a 20-foot-tall statue of Dino. There was also an 1880s miniature train that took guests to a western facade, through Dinosaur Canyon, around the park, and returned to the depot, after passing through a volcano called Mount St. Wilma. Bedrock City Hall welcomed visitors to the prehistoric town, which included the home of the Flintstones, the Rubbles, Mr. Slate, and Mr. Granite-Built. They also had a working movie cinema, the Water Buffalo Lodge, a police department, beauty parlor, and everything else you would actually find at Bedrock. You could see some sculptured and even real characters going about their lives in Bedrock. And at the end of Main Street was Mount Rockmore, a replica of nearby Mount Rushmore, with the heads of Fred, Barney, Dino, and Mr. Granite-Built carved into a hill. It was a very cool place. But what brings us to Bedrock City today? The answer can be found in the Playhouse Theater. You see, when you entered this attraction, you could find an animatronic band playing. Now, which band? Well, that depends on when you were visiting. From the time it opened until 1996, if you were to visit this attraction, you would find the Wildlife Trio. This animatronic band had a bear playing the guitar, a bird moving its head from side to side, and a pink creature on the keyboard. We have no idea what animal this is, so if you can figure it out, let us know in the comments. This band was created by the fantastic Sally Corporation, but in 1996, they decided that they would build an even better animatronic band for this park, and so they created the Flintstones Trio Animatronic Band. As you can see, the character placements are similar to the Wildlife Trio, but these animatronics are so much better. We see Fred with the guitar, Wilma on the keyboards, and Dino playing the xylophone between them. The animatronics might not be the most advanced, but they are still fantastic for an animatronic band. Seeing them sing and play their instruments is absolutely amazing. And people love seeing this attraction and the characters come to life in this particular way. But time passed, and sadly, the park closed 50 years after it opened. In 2015, The 6 owners made the decision to move into new chapters of their life. It also didn't help that they couldn't come to an agreement with Warner over some changes. It was too expensive for the repairs and changes that Warner Bros. Wanted, so they ended up closing it. The park was put on sale and was purchased by Custer Hospitality, but it remained completely abandoned for a while. During this time, many urban explorers visited the park and were able to film how the park looked abandoned. The sculptures were missing, and many places had been vandalized. It's very sad to see such a loved place become this sad and abandoned. But the worst part of all were the abandoned Flintstones trio. This animatronic band remained at the Playhouse Theater to rot, and sadly, people vandalized the band. They took Fred's clothes and damaged the animatronics so much that they even ripped Wilma's face off, and Dino looked straight out of our worst nightmares. Also, many of the pieces were stolen. The park was then demolished in 2019, and it became the Buffalo Ridge Campground Resort. But you can still see a couple of the dinosaurs at the new campground, taking us right back into Bedrock City. Wonderland Eurasia Animatronics. This story is infuriating, involving corruption, waste, environmental destruction, and abandonment. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's go back to 2019, when Turkey's president inaugurated Wonderland Eurasia, also known as Anka Park. This park was advertised as the largest theme park in Europe and a symbol of national pride. Unfortunately, the reality turned out to be quite the opposite. The park opened, covering 1.3 million square meters, and it featured 26 roller coasters made by renowned companies like Intamin, Zamperla, and Zehrer. Smaller rides, majestic fountains, gigantic statues, and best of all, numerous animatronics. Dinosaurs, dolls, robots, aliens, and many more. The park was expected to have about 5 million visitors annually, costing a staggering $801 million. This all sounds amazing, but sadly, from the beginning, the theme park seemed destined for failure. Built on the Ataturk Forest Farm, a forested and rural area, the park was surrounded by corruption scandals and faced backlash for the eco side of the forested area. The park had several fantastic areas, and one of the most popular was Dinosaur Jungle, mainly due to the fact that it was home to a 70-meter animatronic dinosaur, one of the largest of its kind, among other dinosaurs. The park also featured a Small World-like ride with several bootleg animatronics and figures from Disney movies, Alien, and even Transformers. All the issues we mentioned came to a head when the park opened. After just 2 days, the first malfunctions occurred, and many attractions were unfinished and off-limits, leading to the park having an initial bad reputation. The most significant malfunction involved one of the roller coasters, which had to be shut down due to safety concerns. And this incident, along with other malfunctions, quickly tarnished the park's reputation. Not only that, but within a year, the park struggled to pay basic expenses like electricity and wages, leading to its closure in February 2020. And the park, among all the attractions and animatronics, was abandoned. Thanks to urban explorers like Explomo and Kolikin Motovlog, who you should go and subscribe to, we got a glimpse of the abandoned animatronics. The sight is disheartening. Animatronics and props in pieces and completely destroyed. Seeing so many abandoned and destroyed dinosaur animatronics piled up is incredibly sad. One of the most terrifying sights is a decapitated animatronic impaled as a warning of what's inside. A graveyard of animatronics, a disgrace. Inside of the park, the abandoned ride structures and the encroaching nature add to the eerie atmosphere. The gigantic dinosaur statues crumble. The Transformers area looks like a scene from The Last of Us. In the Jurassic Jungle area, once featuring a giant waterfall with a dinosaur head, is now a haunting relic. Urban explorer Explomo found the remains of animatronics and Flintstones mechanical rides in the darkness. Why are Flintstones rides always abandoned? The area looks like something out of FNAF's security breach, making you feel like the animatronic dinosaurs might attack you at any moment. Explomo also discovered maps, drinks still in a refrigerator, and the haunting sight of dinosaur figures amidst the wooden bridge and fake plants. The abandoned dinosaur figures are especially chilling, with one looking like its eye is glowing. This section of the park was enormous, with long-necked figures and even mammoths. It's truly heartbreaking to see how this park ended up. The park's closure led to a legal battle over ownership. In July 2022, a court ruling transferred ownership of Wonderland Eurasia to the Ankara Metropolitan Municipality. The The park remains abandoned, a victim of vandalism, theft, and destruction. Its future is uncertain, with discussions ongoing about turning it into a green recreational area, which is ironic after all the problems they had with the ecocide. The bottom line is that the abandonment of this park can sadly be attributed to corruption, mismanagement, and a lack of thorough planning. And it's heartbreaking to see such a project with such potential end in such waste. Reginald J. Flutesnot. This is a very short story, but it is probably the saddest out of all in this video. We've talked about Aaron Fechter in creative engineering before, but for those of you that don't know, creative engineering is a company created by Aaron Fechter in the early 1980s. This company is most famous for creating animatronic bands, specifically the Rockafire Explosion, a 3-stage, life-sized, 8-character musical group. So during this time, creative engineering was flourishing and coming up with new ideas. And in 1983, they came up with their latest idea. This would be something that he called the Electronimation Excellence Show. According to Fechter, this show would be the largest, most technical and creative animated show ever to be built in the history of animated character. This show would have 3 rotating stages that would bring it to a total of 9 stages in 90 feet of length, 25 full animated animatronics, and many special effects. And one of the characters for this show was Reginald J. Flutesnot. Reginald was a dragon that was chained to a metal ball. He was probably supposed to be playing the guitar in the band. A programming test was made where Reginald sang "Light My Fire" and puffed out smoke while singing. The character was built so that creative engineering could showcase this new show at the IAAPA convention of that year and present it to potential buyers. But here's where this story takes a sad turn. As far as we know, the IAAPA came and there was no buyers for this attraction. No one was interested, and nobody knows why. So the attraction was canceled, and sadly, Reginald J. Flutesnot went back to creative engineering's basement, and that's where he stayed, abandoning and deteriorating with each passing day. You can see how he's been damaged with the passage of time. There were other rumored characters built for this never-finished attraction, like this one that has been dubbed by fans the Shrek Bear, but no one knows what happened to them. This is a very sad story, and we would have loved to see this attraction be realized as Aaron Fechter had visualized it. Jaws Animatronic, Universal Studios. Would you believe us if we told you that one of the most iconic ride animatronics was lost and abandoned in the most random place? Stay tuned to find out how this happened. In the multiple videos we've made about the defunct Jaws ride, one question always comes up. What happened to the animatronics? You already know the history of the Jaws ride. If not, check out the video in the description. In short, it opened in 1990 with numerous issues, and had to be almost completely rebuilt by Eastport International. When it finally reopened, it became a favorite until it was closed in 2012 to make way for Diagon Alley. When the ride closed, everyone was sad and wondered what would happen to the animatronics. But for a long time, no one knew. But today, we have the fate of several. When Jaws closed, many of the animatronics were auctioned off to various collectors. One was sold for $3,000, but then reappeared on eBay for $3,500. Someone bought it, and it disappeared from sight forever. However, one morning, a collector named John Ryan was visiting a property in Frederick, Maryland. The visit was going as usual until he saw something in the backyard near the pool that left him stunned. A shark sticking out of the gravel, being used as a decoration in terrible condition and completely abandoned. Ryan had a hunch that it might be one of the Jaws animatronics, but it didn't match the structure of the sharks from the movie, which were heavily damaged after production. So he did the obvious thing and asked the property owner about the shark's origins. The owner said he didn't know. It was there when he bought the house. Intrigued, Ryan decided to investigate and contacted Jaws memorabilia collector Chris Kiska. Here's where the story gets interesting. It turned out that the house belonged to Michael Hightower, a former VP Executive Project Director at Universal Parks and Resorts who had acquired the shark and used it as a pool decoration. Ryan quickly made the connection, realizing it had to be one of the sharks created by Eastport International, the second company that made the sharks for the ride. So, Ryan and Chris compared photos, technical data, and specifications, and finally confirmed that it was indeed one of the Jaws ride sharks. It was further confirmed by Eric Harrell, who worked on those animatronics and immediately recognized it from the photos. This discovery happened in 2018, meaning the shark had been abandoned for 6 years as a mere decoration. But where is the shark today? This animatronic had a happy ending. It was restored by Ryan and his brother, and is now on display for anyone to see at the restaurant 494 Chicken in Staten Island. It's the centerpiece and part of the grand history of this iconic ride. But incredibly, this isn't the most interesting part of the story. According to many credible sources, one of the Jaws animatronics is reportedly buried in one of the fountains inside Universal Studios, which means it is eternally abandoned. Do you think this is a case, or is it just an urban legend? Cranium Command, Wonders of Life, Epcot.
Hey, you gold bricks, this ain't a spectator sport! Where do you think you are, Disney World? Get your strollers in line and hustle!
The original plan for Epcot included a pavilion dedicated to life and health, but a lack of sponsorship meant that the Wonders of Life Pavilion didn't make its debut until 1989. The Wonders of Life Pavilion was opened on October 19, 1989. This pavilion was dedicated to life, health, and the human body. It featured 2 attractions: Body Wars, a motion simulator ride that took us on a mission to study the effects of the white blood cells on a splinter inside the legs finger of a volunteer, and Cranium Command. This show was a humorous presentation on the importance of the human brain. Guests became Cranium Commandos and were sent on a mission into the human brain. It starred Buzzy, a tiny little soldier who had been tasked with keeping a 12-year-old boy out of trouble by entering his cranium. After a pre-show briefing, guests entered the theater, which was designed to represent the inside of a human head. The outside world was seen through a pair of screens designed to mimic the eyes. Buzzy himself led the mission, in audio animatronic form. This attraction, along with the 1943 Disney short Reason and Emotion, served as inspiration for Pixar's Inside Out, and also for the Disney short Inner Workings. This was a beloved attraction, even if it was sometimes overshadowed by its sister attraction in Wonders of Life, Body Wars. But then, in January 2007, the Wonders of Life Pavilion was closed for good, without any explanation from Disney. This attraction, as well as Body Wars, was left intact and abandoned. The audio animatronic stars of Cranium Command, Captain Buzzy and the Hypothalamus, remained in the ride until December 2018, just a little while after our first Abandoned by Disney video came out. An incident report from the Orange County Sheriff's Office surfaced, saying that Buzzy's personal items were stolen. These items included the green military-style hat and headset, red bomber jacket, and his pair of custom-made rubber hands. But after the report surfaced, rumors started, saying that the whole animatronic was stolen, not only its clothes. These rumors came from Patrick Spikes, a Disney World ex-employee who shared a picture that showed the animatronic missing. This made the police interested in Spikes as a suspect, and after a while, in May of 2019, he was arrested on the charges of burglary, grand theft, and trafficking in stolen property. He stole $14,000 worth of costumes and props from the Magic Kingdom and Epcot, including Haunted Mansion wigs, a dress, and a tiara. In October 2019, NBA player Robin Lopez unknowingly bought $7,000 worth of stolen Disney items from Spikes, including a door from Storybook Circus, a dress from the Haunted Mansion, a manual from Alien Encounter, a sign from the Great Movie Ride, and Buzzy's stolen clothes. Spikes denied having any involvement, but there were pictures on his phone that confirmed his involvement. At the beginning of February, Spike's case was taken to court, where he pleaded no contest to the charges and took a plea deal to avoid jail time. Spikes received 10 years probation, 250 community service hours, and $25,308 in restitution plus court fees. But as of today, the Buzzy animatronic, valued at $400,000, hasn't been found yet and is officially reported as stolen.
Use your head, don't lose your head. It's easy. You'll be flying in no time. As a member of the Cranium Command. Bye!
Sum of Thrills, Innoventions East, Epcot. We have talked about Innoventions before, a museum created by Disney so that the most important brands would bring exhibitions where they would show their newest products and, with this, show guests how technology kept and would keep changing in the years to come. Since it opened in 1994, Innoventions has always tried to stay on top of the latest technology, having new sponsors and exhibitions.
What's exciting about Innoventions is that it isn't one thing. It's a constantly changing trade show. It's what people never get to see.
It had its first renovation in 1998, when it changed completely to adapt the newest technology. The name and theme changed, and it became Road to Tomorrow, where guests were able to follow a path that took them to every exhibition in a more structured way. But of course, technology caught up again, and in 2007, Innoventions went through another renovation, losing the Road to Tomorrow title. With this new renovation came a new aesthetic and new exhibitions, and on October 14th, 2009, Innoventions opened a very innovative attraction called Sum of Thrills. Sponsored by Raytheon, the ride let park guests custom design their own thrill ride using mathematical tools, a touchscreen table, and a robotic simulator. Yep, you could design a thrill ride where you could determine height and speed while adding features such as dips and corkscrew turns. Once you finish building this ride, you could climb aboard your customized design in the 4D robotic simulator that used sight, sound, and movement to give them a realistic experience. The attraction also had 3 different vehicle options. You could choose bobsled, roller coaster, and jet aircraft. It was possible to program actual loops into both the coaster and jet courses, with the robotic arms swinging the riders upside down. You could also choose the kinds of turns, loops, and hills in the track design. There were choices from mild broad curves to extreme multi-loop inversions. Despite the low capacity this attraction had, it was extremely popular. As time passed, many exhibitions closed because sponsor contracts ended, and finally, on April 30th, 2015, because of a lack of interest and exhibitions, Innoventions West was done. Some of the space was utilized for meet and greet areas for Baymax and Joy and Sadness, making Innoventions East the only active part of the area. And while Innoventions wasn't even the shadow of what it once was, it still had an interesting attraction, until May 2016, when Sum of Thrills disappeared completely from the park's map. And the page that let guests revisit their rides put up a notice saying that ride replays would only be available for guest review until June 30th, 2016. Without explanation, Sum of Thrills closed. The closing of this attraction was probably due to the contract with Raytheon ending. Innoventions took another blow when Disney announced that it would be completely demolished as part of Epcot's renovation. For a while, it remained practically abandoned, having character meet and greets and the abandoned Sum of Thrills boarded up behind a wall. Guests could see that the robotic arm, the controls, and the signs remained there, covered in dust. Nowadays, Innoventions East is being used as a temporary mouse gear store, and Innoventions West is in the process of being completely demolished in order to make way for Epcot's newest plans, a brand new festival center and the Journey of Walter attraction. Aladar, Discovery River Boats, Animal Kingdom. When Animal Kingdom was being planned, Beastly Kingdom was one of the areas that was supposed to open. This area would be where we could find all types of mythical creatures like dragons, unicorns, and much more. Sadly, the area was postponed and then cancelled. But when Animal Kingdom was being announced, the advertisements showed these mythological animals that would not appear anywhere in the park. So Imagineers knew that something had to be done. They took a type of transportation they had developed to go around the park and tried to turn it into a ride, with the small budget they were given. This ride was called Discovery Riverboats, and it would take guests from Asia to the Safari Village and back. It was decided that in this ride, there would be a dragon, a unicorn, and a kraken, among other animals. But again, the cost of the park kept going higher and higher, and there was only enough money to build the dragon. While this was being developed, the dinosaur movie was being developed too. Michael Eisner had the great idea of taking the money that was meant for the dragon and building an enormous Aladar animatronic. The animatronic was really impressive, but it was definitely not what was expected from this made-up attraction. When the attraction opened, guests did not like it at all, and so the ride was changed into Discovery River taxis before closing forever on August 21st, 1999, 10 months before the dinosaur movie even came out. The animatronic was taken to the studio tram tour Behind the Magic at Walt Disney Studios Park in Paris, where it was displayed for guests to see. Back in 2018, it was announced that the Disneyland Paris Resort would have a $2.5 billion multi-year expansion. The area will open Avengers Campus, Galaxy's Edge, and Arendelle. And of course, that meant many changes for the Walt Disney Studios Park. So, on January 5th of this year, the studio tram tour closed to make way for Arendelle and Galaxy's Edge. While most of the tram tour will be removed, Catastrophe Canyon is going to be retained and incorporated into a new Cars-based attraction, Cars Route 66 Road Trip, that will open this summer. As for Aladar, we don't know where he'll end up. Hopefully, Disney will take it back to the archives to be stored. Disney's River Country, Bay Lake, Florida. Disney's River Country was the first water park at Walt Disney World. It opened on June 20th, 1976. Positioned on the shore of Bay Lake near Discovery Island, the park featured a rustic wilderness theme, complete with rocks and human-made boulders. It was described as an old-fashioned swimming hole with a twist of Huckleberry Finn. And just as Disneyland had reinvented the amusement park 21 years earlier, River Country reinvented aquatic recreation. The park featured a sandy bottom and unique water filtering system using confluent water from adjacent Bay Lake, which was dammed off, creating a natural natural-looking artificial lagoon. The park's water was at a higher level than the lakes, which was an effort to prevent lake water from going into the park. The Disney designers created miniature mountains for the water slide since Florida had no mountains to offer. Bay Cove, the swimming hole, was actually part of Bay Lake and held 330,000 gallons of water. The popularity of River Country convinced Disney executives to build Typhoon Lagoon some years later, to be followed by Blizzard Beach. River Country used to close down seasonally, and at the end of its 2001 season, it closed down just as it always did. But when it was time to reopen for the 2002 season, the parks didn't. There are many rumors and half-truths about why the park closed down. Some people say that it was because of the death of an 11-year-old boy that contracted a brain-eating amoeba inside the park. But is this true? Yes. And no. Did a boy die from a brain-eating amoeba that he caught in River Country? Sadly, yes. But that was back in 1980, and not only did the park not close, but it also stayed open for another 21 years. Why didn't the park close? Well, the amoeba can breed in almost any freshwater lake during hot weather, so the park was not technically to blame, and Disney officials said there wasn't much they could do. Some people said that River Country had to close when Florida law changed to require water parks to use water from municipal water systems, not from natural bodies of water. But this claim is also false. There were also 2 drownings in the park, but the park didn't close because of these accidents either. The real reason why the park closed down is that attendance levels were too low. Although River Country was the first water park at Walt Disney World, it had been joined by 2 newer, larger ones: Disney's Typhoon Lagoon, which opened in 1989, and Disney's Blizzard Beach in 1995. The new parks offered far more slides, relaxing lazy rivers with clever things to see along the way, fully developed themes, and much greater capacity. On top of that, they offered convenient parking and bus transportation, unlike the awkwardly located River Country. Instead of being demolished, River Country was allowed to deteriorate for many years. The result is a fascinating study of how quickly nature can reclaim a Disney-built attraction. Sections of River Country were visible from boats traveling along Bay Lake. Aerial photos offer an overall view, and some people even snuck into the park. The park had been abandoned since 2001, but on March 5, 2018, Disney filed permits for a new mystery development, labeled Project 89, to be built along Bay Lake and the former River Country site. It was confirmed that a new resort hotel is going to be built where River Country used to be. Most of the remaining structures at the parks, including the remnants of the upstream plunge pool, were demolished on April 20, 2019 to make way for the development of the new hotel. The new deluxe resort will be nature-themed and called Reflections, a Disney Lakeside Lodge, and is set to open in 2022. Body Wars, Wonders of Life Pavilion, Epcot. As we said before, the Wonders of Life Pavilion had 2 attractions, Cranium Command and a motion simulator attraction called Body Wars. Using the same Atlas ride system as Star Tours, this ride shrunk guests down to show how white blood cells react to a splinter. Going through the queue, guests learned they're team members of a company called Miniaturized Exploration Technologies, also known as MET. Dr. Cynthia Layer, one of MET's employees, was set to shrink down and observe the site of a splinter in a volunteer's finger. For unknown reasons, Dr. Layer could get to the site, so it was up to you to retrieve her. After a few rounds of dermatopic purification, guests are grouped to board their LGS 250 type vehicle. Once boarded, the ship was moved from the loading bay to the miniaturization room. After being shrunk down by a particle reducer, the ship made its way under the subject's skin, where you could see white blood cells attacking the splinter. As Dr. Layer works, she's accidentally pulled into a capillary. Breaking safety protocol, the captain of your ship, Captain Braddock, steered the ship through a vein, past the heart and into the lungs, where Dr. Layer is being attacked by a white blood cell. Captain Braddock used lasers to get the doctor free, but this runs the ship's power down significantly. With quick thinking, you're navigated into the brain to use its electrical power to recharge the ship. It makes contact with a neuron and gets enough power to exit the volunteer's body and grow back to full size safely. But Body Wars wasn't without its problems from the very start, however. The constant ebb and flow in the vehicle while in the volunteer's bloodstream left a lot of guests green in the gills. Coupled with some issues with the system that caused a slight delay between the projection and the motion of the simulator, it became an increasing problem. At one point, a few frames were clipped from the film to try and alleviate issues, but this quick fix was noticeably visible. This did help, but Body Wars could never shake its reputation for making guests sick. Despite these issues, Body Wars continued operating until Wonders of Life was converted into festival space in 2007. The attraction's queue and loading bays were a popular spot for urban explorers inside Epcot, who kept a close eye on the simulators themselves. For years, they sat dormant until they were finally removed in November 2014. As of November 2016, the queue area had been stripped down. Walt Disney Archives tags were found on the large Met sign and a safety information sign. No one really knows what happened to the simulators in Body Wars, but it stands to reason that they're being used for spare parts in Star Tours in Disney's Hollywood studios. The whole Wonders of Life Pavilion is now closed.
Universal Studios Dubai Land. The Universal Studios brand is a world-renowned name, and it's known for its high-quality attractions, animatronics, and live shows. This has allowed Universal to expand very quickly and strongly, having a presence all around the world with theme parks in Hollywood, Florida, Japan, and Singapore. Universal Singapore is Universal's most recent park, but while it was being developed, Universal was already planning on being a part of one of the most ambitious projects ever created, Dubai Land. Dubai Land was announced back in 2003 as one of the most ambitious leisure developments ever proposed anywhere in the world. This complex would cost $64.3 billion and would include 45 mega projects and 200 sub-projects, so you can imagine how huge this project was expected to be. The main focus of this complex would be theme parks, and of course, Dubai Holding, the company that was creating Dubai Land, approached some of the world's best companies to bring their theme parks into the project. Among these parks, we could find Legoland, Six Flags, DreamWorks Studio, and of course, Universal Studios. So Universal started developing a new park with a price tag of $2.2 billion. The project was presented in 2007, it broke ground in 2008, and was set to open in 2010. This park would have 5 distinct areas, each with its own theme. These areas were Hollywood, New York, Surf City, Epic Adventures, and Legendary Heroes. The Hollywood and New York areas would remain almost the same as the ones that we can find in the US parks, but they would have to be covered and air-conditioned because of the high temperatures that Dubai experiences. Epic Adventures would be home to the Waterworld Stunt Show, the Jurassic Park Rapids Adventure Water Ride, and a clone of the Dragon Challenge dueling inverted roller coaster in Orlando, themed now to King Kong. Surf City would be a boardwalk and beach-themed area for kids that would include a Woody Woodpecker-themed kiddie coaster and a sandcastle-themed carousel. It would also have 3 Sesame Street-themed attractions. Legendary Heroes was going to include another incarnation of the Revenge of the Mummy indoor roller coaster, the 8th Voyage of Sinbad attraction, and a water play area called King Tut's Oasis. In September of 2008, an office building in the shape of the classic Universal Studios archway was constructed, as well as the giant arch that would serve as the park's entrance. This gave the impression that everything was going great and that the park would open pretty much on time for guests, but the reality was completely different. In 2009, the world was going through a massive economic crisis, and this hurt a lot of projects. One of these was Dubai Land. This global financial crisis prompted developers to announce that the project would be delayed, and the parks would push back their openings until at least 2012. But a year passed, nothing changed. There was no construction going on in the park, and employees were silently being laid off. In April of 2011, Universal was once again in talks with Dubai officials about finishing the park, but still, everything remained the same. The construction site was abandoned entirely, and the only thing that remained was the office building, a few empty roads, and of course, the famous Universal Park's entrance archway. Finally, in 2016, it was announced that plans for the Universal Studios Dubai Land theme park had officially been scrapped. Dubai Land is still being developed, but some of the main theme park projects like Six Flags were canceled. Parks like the Formula One theme park, which had also been started, were left abandoned, just like Universal was. And parks like Legoland and DreamWorks parks were built, but not at Dubai Land, but they were built at Dubai Parks and Resorts, just 35 kilometers from Dubai Land. Triceratops Encounter, Universal Studios Orlando. When Universal first purchased the land to create the Universal Orlando Resort, they always had in mind that they would open a second park. The only thing they had to figure out was the theme of this park, given that all of their franchises are already going to be featured at Universal Studios Florida. They had the idea of creating a park dedicated to tunes, and for this, they would buy the licensing rights from companies like Warner, J. Ward, Marvel, and even DC Comics, and create lands themed to their characters. While the plans for this park were being developed, Jurassic Park was a worldwide success. and a new ride was being developed already for Universal Studios Hollywood. They had a great idea of adding this franchise to the new park, and that's how the Islands of Adventure concept was born.
We're gonna make a fortune with this place.
Universal used the licenses they acquired to create a fantastic park with lots of different franchises, such as Marvel Spider-Man and The Incredible Hulk. They had Jay Ward's Dudley Do-Right, King Feature's Popeye, and other comic strips, and Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, among other characters. They also hired many of the designers that had been working with Disney on Beastly Kingdom to create the Lost Continent area of the park. In 1999, Islands of Adventure was open, and unlike the catastrophic debut of Universal Studios Florida, Islands of Adventure opened with excellent reviews by guests and the press alike. The park opened with 6 themed lands: Port Venture, Marvel Superhero Land, Toon Lagoon, the Lost Continent, Seuss Landing, and Jurassic Park.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
This last island was themed to Isla Nublar, and one of the main attractions that Universal announced to this area of the park was the possibility of having close encounters with dinosaurs, but more specifically, a Triceratops.
This is our Triceratops encounter. This is where our guests have the opportunity to see a living, breathing dinosaur.
This encounter was based on the one that Alan Grant and Ellie Sattler saw in Jurassic Park. For this attraction, the 3 life-size Triceratops were created. Their names were Topper, Chris, and Sarah. These animatronics were created by MD Robotics, and they were 30 feet long and almost 10 feet high. Universal requested specific requirements for the robots, including the ability to replicate breathing. This would be done through synchronized ribcage movements, sneezing, snorting, among other things. These animatronics were very impressive, but ironically, the complexity of the animatronics was, to a large extent, the downfall of this attraction because it caused them to break down regularly. But that was not the only problem. Universal had announced that this encounter would be very personal, but that was far from the truth. The animatronic was pretty far, and there was a barrier that prevented guests from going near it. This caused guests to stop going to see the attraction regularly. In 2002, the encounter started to have many problems, and guests found it constantly closed until it was actually closed permanently in 2003. This attraction remained closed and abandoned until 2010 when it reopened with a whole new name, Discovery Trail. This didn't last long because it was closed again to be reopened in 2011 with its original name. But the problems with the attraction had not been solved, and it closed again in 2012, this time for good. The attraction and the animatronics were left abandoned in this area of the park. And of course, as time passed, the animatronics began to get worn out. They were in a terrible state. One lost its head, the other had an endoskeleton exposed, and they continued getting worse until 2014 when they were removed entirely. The rest of the area continued to be abandoned except for a small area that was reused for a new Raptor Encounter attraction. This new attraction is similar to the Triceratops encounter, but it is much more interactive because it allows guests to get near the raptor, interact with it, and even take pictures. In 2018, Universal filed permits to demolish the area, and that's where the famous Velocicoaster was built. Fortunately, some raptor animatronics were placed inside the new attraction.
Life, finds a way.
Oh my freaking gosh, I cannot believe I'm at Nickelodeon Studios. I am freaking out, they are freaking out, about to take a tour of Nickelodeon.
Abandoned Nickelodeon Studios. Nickelodeon has gone through many changes throughout the years. When we think of Nickelodeon, we think of it as we knew it in the 90s. But in the beginning, it was completely different. Nickelodeon started as C3, an educational channel that was part of Ohio's QUBE cable system back in 1977. In 1979, the channel was rebranded as Nickelodeon, the first ever all-children's network on Warner Cable franchises, billing itself as the Young People's Channel. The channel had many programs dedicated to kids, but the one that stood out during this time was a Canadian show called You Can't Do That on Television. This was a sketch comedy show in the spirit of Saturday Night Live, maybe even all that would later to come. This featured teens, preteens, and an iconic element, the neon green slime that we all know and love. In this show, the slime would rain down on the show's cast in hilarious, reoccurring skits. But even though this program was very popular, the channel's ratings were awful. Warner was losing more than they were getting, so they decided to spin off Nickelodeon, Music Network's MTV, and now the defunct radio television station into the newly formed subsidiary MTV Networks. Nickelodeon and MTV had an aggressive rebranding in the hands of producers Fred Seibert and Alan Goodman. They created one of the most iconic TV indents in the history of television for MTV, and they went off to do the same for Nick. They reinvigorated the channel and took it into its golden age. In 1984, Nick was quickly becoming one of the most popular channels on TV. It was gaining viewers and fans with its new cartoons, live shows, and its sitcoms. As its popularity grew, the project started becoming more ambitious, and executives knew they had to take the next step. They needed a place to film all of these projects. In the late 80s, Universal and Disney were at a war. They both wanted to create movie-based theme parks in Orlando, and ultimately turn Orlando into Hollywood East. They were both building parks where guests were going to see how movies were made. But Disney beat Universal by building it first, and Universal, instead of canceling its plans for the park, decided that they would take it one step further. Instead of creating their usual studio tour, they would create amazing standalone attractions like Jaws, Confrontation, and Earthquake. But that's not all. Universal made an agreement with Nick in which they would provide the sound stages for Nick so they could have the production space they needed for their new projects. In return, Universal would open with a trusted family brand that could rival Disney. This was an excellent deal for Nick, and they took sound stages 17 for offices, dressing rooms, and makeup rooms, and they took 18 and 19 for the production of games, variety and audience participation shows, and more. Nickelodeon Studios opened alongside Universal Studios Florida on June 7th, 1990, with a special live broadcast party hosted by Mark Summers, host of Double Dare. The celebration included an army of kids dressed in 90s neon garb, racing from the Universal Globe to the new slime geyser outside the studio for its inaugural eruption of neon green sludge. The studio was doing great, but in 1991, Nick debuted 3 iconic cartoons: Rugrats, Doug, and Ren and Stimpy. This catapulted their brand into superstardom. This turned Nickelodeon Studios into a must-go destination in Orlando. And how could it not be? After all, Nick was one of the most popular brands for kids all over in the 90s, and everyone wanted to see how their amazing shows were being created. And of course, Nick's sound stages were not the usual boring-looking production stages. They were painted neon red, blue, and toxic green, paneled with zebra, newsprint patterns, and bolt 90s stripes and zigzags, and the iconic slime geyser that exploded every 15 minutes, launching green-tinted slime everywhere. The studio was not only used for productions, but it also had a 40-minute attraction where guests could experience how real shows were being made. The tour began in the upper levels of Soundstage 18, where guests could find a glassed-in hallway overlooking a real studio set. The set you're looking down on can be from Kenan and Kel, Chris Explains It All, among others. But the set was not a recreation. This was the actual set where the programs were being made. Guests could even call the official Nick Studios hotline to ask for a production schedule so they could see actors on set rehearsing or recording. Next came the post-production workspace, where shows are edited and where special effects are added. After that, guests were taken to the Nick at Night Museum with artifacts from Nickelodeon and its late-night classic TV programming block. After that, the real fun began. Guests were taken into the GAC kitchen, where they would have an inside peek at how exactly Nickelodeon's famous slime was made. And some guests even got to test new recipes for Nick's slime and GAC, including tasting them. But the grand finale, and what was considered by many to be the best part of this tour, was the Game Lab. In this part of the tour, families could participate in real Double Dare style challenges that were being prototyped so they could be used in the show. How genius was that? Nickelodeon Studios was a fantastic place to experience how these programs were made. Guests could sign up to sit in the audience of a live taping of Figure It Out, Legends of the Hidden Temple, Slime Time Live, or Nickelodeon All-Star Challenge. Nickelodeon continued being a huge success, and ironically, this is what brought the downfall of Nickelodeon Studios. Executives decided to move away from game shows and variety shows towards Nicktoons and cartoons like Rocket Power, The Fairly Odd Parents, SpongeBob SquarePants, As Told by Ginger, and Invader Zim. They all debuted in a 3-year period between 1999 and 2001. And not only that, they also shifted towards scripted sitcoms like Drake and Josh, Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, and Zoe 101, which all required closed, quiet sets, not the rowdy game show audiences. So they opened 2 new production facilities in Los Angeles by 1998 so that they could produce these types of shows. Slowly, Nickelodeon Studios started being abandoned. Apart from the Figure It Out show and some other special events, nothing was being filmed in the studio. By 2001, the tour was reduced from the 40 minutes that it used to last to only 10 minutes. And in 2004, the studio was repainted with a new look, which made people think that somehow it would revive the studio, but the opposite was about to happen. In that same year, Nickelodeon Studios filmed its last production, Nickelodeon Splat, live from March 7, 2004 to August 17, 2004, and in April of 2005, the last tour took place, and the Nickelodeon Studios was closed forever. The logo, fountain, and signs were removed. A time capsule that was buried back in 1992 and contained many 90s objects like an original 1992 Game Boy, a pair of Reebok pump sneakers, and a pair of rollerblades, a Barbie, VHS copies of Home Alone and Back to the Future, and lots of other stuff were relocated to Orlando's Nickelodeon Suites and Resort until 2016, when it was taken to Nickelodeon Animation Studios in Burbank, California, and is set to be open in 2042. Stage 18 was transformed into the Sharp Aquas Theater, which opened on June 6, 2007, featuring the Blue Man Group. Stage 19 was utterly abandoned along with the offices, the equipment, and other remnants of what used to be Nick's studio. In 2016, this was all renovated and became a Blue Man Group VIP experience. Much of the rest of the old Nickelodeon Studios facility is now inhabited by Fox Sports, Florida, and its television production and administrative space. Soundstage 19 is used as parade float storage for the park next door. Sadly, all the Double Dare 2000, Clarissa Explains It All, Good Burger, Eureka's Castle, The Mystery Files of Shelby Woo, and Legends of the Hidden Temple sets were completely demolished and destroyed. As of 2025, the building is completely abandoned. The area that once housed the Blue Man Group was vacated in 2021, and currently, there's nothing there. It's sad to think that all of this ended up abandoned.
Squids and Sea Serpents, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was one of the most loved attractions in Walt Disney World history. This attraction opened on October 14th, 1971, but unlike its Disneyland counterpart, Submarine Voyage, this attraction was directly based on the Walt Disney film and not the Jules Verne novel. The ride took submarines through the polar ice caps to rediscover the lost city of Atlantis and to observe magical mermaids. Guests were thrilled when they saw the animatronic sea monster guarding treasure or watched the giant squid attack another submarine. The original e-ticket attraction was a smashing success, but 23 years later, the ride was falling apart. The submarines were leaky and belching out smoke. The malfunctioning air conditioning system was causing passengers aboard the Nautilus to faint. The soundtrack was barely audible through the crackling speakers and the staff was fed up. The worst part is that thousands of dollars were spent every year to upkeep the attraction. So on September 5th, 1994, the park announced the ride would temporarily close for renovations. Well, the renovations never came and the attraction remained abandoned for 2 years until early 1996, when Disney officially announced the attraction would not be coming back. The submarines were removed, with some ending up in Disney's Boneyard while others were shipped to Castaway Cay. This area became known as Ariel's Grotto, and Disney added a King Triton statue to the lagoon and a special Ariel meet and greet area. And yeah, the submarines were removed, but the animatronics and sets remained abandoned underwater for 10 years until 2004, when the lagoon was drained and the animatronics and set pieces were exposed. Of course, they had a lot of water damage and nothing could be salvaged. One of the sea serpents was almost completely destroyed, and the only thing that remained was his head, which is rumored to be in the hands of a collector now. One of the giant squids was mostly destroyed, but the other is resting safe and sound with an Imagineer. Max, Country Bear Jamboree. The Country Bear Jamboree opened at Magic Kingdom in 1971 and Disneyland in 1972. The attraction is a stage show with animatronic figures. Most of the characters were bears who performed country music. The audience includes audio animatronic animal heads mounted to the walls who interact with the characters on stage. But today, we're not going to talk about the main show. Before the show begins, we can find 3 animal heads mounted on the wall. Their names are Buff, Max, and Melvin. They interact and react to the actions on stage and even take part in some of the musical numbers. Sometimes they'll end up arguing with each other at various points in the show. The attraction still exists at Magic Kingdom, even though it's been reduced from its original version. But Disneyland's Country Bear Jamboree was replaced by the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh almost 30 years after it opened. Disneyland's Country Bear Jamboree had 2 stages. That means there was 2 audio animatronics of each character. When this attraction closed, some of the animatronics were sent over to the Walt Disney Archives, while others were shipped to the Magic Kingdom so their parts could be used as replacements for the animatronics there. And a set of the charming mounted heads still remain at Disneyland. Yep, as a tribute, the Imagineers decided to leave Buff, Max, and Melvin inside the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. In the Heffalumps and Woozle scene, if you turn around, you can find them checking out the whole scene. But not every animatronic was as lucky as these friends were. One of these animals, specifically Max, ended up abandoned and collecting dust underneath the elevated Doom Buggy track in the Seance Room at Walt Disney World's Haunted Mansion. Nobody knows for sure which Max animatronic was abandoned, but there's 2 theories. The first is that this Max is the one that could be found in Walt Disney World's mile-long restaurant that closed in 1988. The second theory is that this is the Max that used to be in Disneyland's Country Bear Jamboree. Who knows which one it is, but I think we can all agree that this is not the best way to end up. Various animatronics. Horizons. Horizons was a fantastic attraction that opened on October 1st, 1983 in Future World at Epcot Center. This attraction took us into the future of what Earth might look like based on scientific achievement. It was kind of a sequel to the Carousel of Progress. While the Carousel of Progress focused more on the past, Horizons took place almost entirely in the future. This attraction had a lot of impressive animatronics in different scenes from the past and the future. It had sections like Looking Back at Tomorrow, where guests were shown visions of the future as perceived from the era of Jules Verne. Then they were shown visions of futuristic life in cities, deserts, under the sea, and even in space. And in the end, guests could choose which path they wanted to take back to Futureport. You could choose the space station of Brava Centauri depicting space colonization, the desert farm of Mesa Verde depicting arid zone agriculture, or the Sea Castle research base depicting underwater colonization. Sadly, Horizons closed on January 9th, 1999. The building remained empty for over a year and the animatronics were abandoned. Some of the animatronics were piled up underneath Carousel of Progress in the basement directly underneath one of the stages. The animatronics of Jules Verne, the dad from Mesa Verde, and what appears to be an astronaut from the Brava Centauri space station were stored and used for parts. Animatronic animals, Mine Train Through Nature's Wonderland. The Mine Train Through Nature's Wonderland opened on May 28, 1960. This attraction featured a train that took guests through Bear Country, Beaver Valley, the Living Desert, and the Rainbow Caverns. During this train ride, we could see amazing scenes like waterfalls cascading off Cascade Peak, the Devil's Paint Pots, which were bubbling pots of mud in all kinds of colors, geysers shooting high into the desert air, and the famous, colorful, glowing waterfalls inside the Rainbow Caverns. We could also find lots of animatronic animals going about their way. There were beavers slapping their tails, black bears diving for fish in the mountain stream, deers having fun on a hilltop, boars sniffing the air, coyotes, owls, crows, and mountain lions. In all, there were 204 animals in their natural habitats in this attraction. The attraction closed on January 2nd, 1977 to make way for Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, which opened in 1979. Big Thunder Mountain reused many things from Mine Train Through Nature's Wonderland. We can still find the Rainbow Ridge town as the loading area. There's also a cool tribute to the Rainbow Caverns and some recycled animatronics that found their new home in this ride. But not every animal was lucky to move into this ride. It's said that Imagineers didn't know what to do with many of the animals, so they were just abandoned for a while until they were building Big Thunder Ranch, and they saw it as a great opportunity to just bury the animatronic animals underneath Big Thunder Ranch. Yeah, that's right. Some of the animals from this attraction wound up abandoned and buried under Big Thunder Ranch. Now they'll be part of Galaxy's Edge forever. Hitchhiking Ghosts, the Haunted Mansion. Walt Disney World's Haunted Mansion has had some changes since its opening in 1971. First in 2007 when it had an elaborate transformation of the portrait in the foyer, new sounds, audio and visual effects in the stretching room, and the new endless staircase scene which replaced 2 rubber spiders before guests would see the endless hallway. And then in 2011, even more changes came to the ride. The mansion got a cool new interactive queue with new crypts, tombstones, a murder mystery game, interactive crypts featuring musical instruments to play, and much more. Click in the upper right hand corner if you want to check out more about this interactive queue. Another one of the changes that came to the mansion in 2011 was a pretty big one. The famous hitchhiking ghosts were gone and replaced with CGI projections. Both the first scene where they're standing next to each other and the scene where they're riding in the dune buggies with us were replaced with computer-generated ghosts. This change was only temporary while the Imagineers were updating the animatronics, at least for the first scene where the ghosts appear. The animatronics were missing from February 2011 to April 2011 when the new animatronic hitchhiking ghosts were revealed and they had much more detail than ever before. That's not the case for the dune buggy riding ghosts. These animatronics were permanently replaced by CGI. The old animatronics were rumored to be full of asbestos and remained abandoned in the mansion for a while until 2011 when they were auctioned off at the 2011 D23 Expo, and they sold for $38,000. Looks like they were finally able to follow someone home.
Okay, everybody, now hold on to your hats for the last and most exciting destination. Well, here I am, 130 feet in the air atop the Disney MGM Studio Earful Tower to tell you about an exciting new movie studio being built right here at Walt Disney World.
Created so it could be a theme park and an actual production studio, MGM Studios opened on May 1st, 1989, having as one of its main attractions the Backstage Studio Tour.
The Backstage Tour gives visitors a behind-the-scenes look at the back lot. You can actually watch movies in the making. These soundproof observation corridors give guests an unobstructed bird's-eye view of TV shows, such as the Mickey Mouse Club.
The attraction had, without a doubt, one of the longest durations in any Disney park. The tour lasted more than 2 hours. Guests hopped on board a train that took them to an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour of a set, where you could go to the costuming zone where designers created the clothes worn by stars, then to the scenic shop. Next, you would go into Residential Street, where you could see the Golden Girls house. Then you would enter Catastrophe Canyon.
Catastrophe Canyon is sure to blow you out of the water.
This was an amazing set that would let you be a part of artificial disasters, like an earthquake or a fire. Then the tram took guests to a New York City street, where forced perspective buildings at the end of the street made these 2 blocks look like an entire cityscape. The final part of the tour took guests walking to a water effects tank, a special effects workshop, into some of the sound stages that were built in the park, and the post-production editing and audio. And finally, into the Walt Disney Theater, where guests got to see special sneak previews of new Disney movies.
Excuse me, will you sit down, please? You're blocking our view.
Ooh, sorry, Mr. Eisner. Excuse me. It'll never happen again.
Thanks. Roll it.
As time passed, this attraction lost popularity and the duration time was reduced. And by the time 1989 was ending, the New York section of the tour was open and became accessible for all guests, so they could walk around without having to get into the tram. In 1991, the attraction's name was changed to Backstage Studio Tour, featuring Catastrophe Canyon, and the attraction was divided into 2 attractions. The Backstage Studio Tour was the part that used the tram, and the walking part of the tour became Inside the Magic, Special Effects, and Production Tour. Now, this park was intended to be an actual production studio, as we said at the beginning, but ironically, thanks to this attraction, that concept failed. Why? Well, Catastrophe Canyon was pretty loud, and that made it hard for anything to be actually filmed. So as time went by, some of the sound stages were left empty. The Walt Disney Theater, where previews of Disney movies were shown, was transformed into a stage show called Here Come the Muppets, and then after a while, it was changed again to the long-running live show, The Voyage of the Little Mermaid. It wasn't until 1994 when it was determined that the original plans for MGM Studios had failed. During this time, the tram tour was reduced to 25 minutes and the visual effects tour to 35 minutes. Then, in 1996, the tour was renamed the Studio Backlot Tour, and its entrance moved to the far end of Mickey Avenue, where the walking tour had previously begun. Inside the Magic was also renamed and became known as Backstage Pass, using a subtitle of any movie or TV show that was in production during that time in the remaining sound stages. Things remained that way until 2001, when Backstage Pass was closed forever, and its entrance was repurposed as the tram tour entrance. That same year, Soundstage 3 was opened to the public to house Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Play It. There were many other changes done to this area as time passed. Residential Street was removed in 2003 so it could make way for the huge lights, motors, action, extreme stunt show. The remaining sound stages were permanently closed in 2008 to make way for Toy Story Mania, and there were refurbishments in 2009 and 2010 where many things were fixed. On September 20th, 2014, it was announced that the attraction would be temporarily closed. But then on September 28th, the marquee and sign that were at the entrance were completely removed and painted over. At the time, there was no word on what would replace this, or if it would ever come back. So it remained abandoned for a while. Then, in 2015, it was announced that the lands that would replace this part of the park, as well as most of the streets of America, would be Toy Story Land and Galaxy's Edge. Construction began in 2016, demolishing most of the tour's area. Catastrophe Canyon was destroyed and the trams are still abandoned somewhere in Disney's junkyards. Walt Disney Junkyard, Lake Bay area. We've all wondered, where do all the props and vehicles from closed rides or attractions end up? And most of the time, we hope they end up safe and sound in the Walt Disney Archives. But sadly, this is not the case of many of these things. Just behind the Magic Kingdom, we can find the Disney Junkyard. This area of land was once planned to be used for a resort called Disney's Persian Resort. This resort would have been themed around Iran. Early drawings and descriptions showed that the buildings would have been made to look like ancient mosques with tall white columns and large blue domes. The resort would have also been connected to the monorail system, and it would have had a marina. Like the Asian resort, it would also have had a 4-story main building that included restaurants and shops, while the guest rooms would be in separate buildings circling the main building. Not much else is known about the Persian resort. It is believed that construction never started after the 1973 oil embargo hurt the tourism industry. Rumor is that the Shah of Iran offered to fund some of the project's construction and operation, but the 1979 Iranian Revolution caused the project to be shelved, and this area remained empty. Nowadays, this area is the Disney Junkyard. Here we can see that several vehicles and props of closed-up rides were abandoned and left to rot. Here's where we could once find the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea submarines. Today, we can still find lots of pieces of Disney history just rotting away in the junkyard. There are some Pirates of the Caribbean boats, a monorail car, the original Davy Crockett canoes, tons of trash cans from different lands and parks, tiki statues, ticket booths, and even Madame Leota's cart. We can also see that there are many closed containers, and we can only imagine the hidden gems they probably hold. Mark Twain Riverboat, Disneyland, Paris. Thunder Mesa Riverboat Landing opened along with Euro Disney back in 1992. In this area, we could find 2 riverboats, the Mark Twain, which was based on the original Disneyland Mark Twain riverboat, and the Molly Brown, the only side-wheeler in any Disney park, named after a Titanic survivor. Each of these boats took guests through a journey around Big Thunder Mountain and Wilderness Island, while we could listen to a recorded conversation between the captain and Mark Twain or Molly Brown, depending on which riverboat we were on. Since the storyline takes place in the fictional town of Thunder Mesa, most of the spiel details with the sights of Big Thunder Mountain, Phantom Manor, Wilderness Island, Smuggler's Cove, an old snoring fisherman, Yellowstone National Park geysers, dinosaur remains, and more. These boats could carry up to 400 passengers per trip, and normally just one riverboat was running at the time, although during the busiest summer months they could both be in operation. During the Halloween seasons of 2003 and 2004, the Mark Twain riverboat was turned into the Phantom Cruise Line, and a huge ghostly statue appeared in front of the boat. These 2 boats kept working perfectly for a while until 2006, when the Molly Brown's engine overheated. The smoke damaged the ship and the engines, and it remained out of operation for many months. The Molly Brown kept going in and out of refurbishment, while the Mark Twain kept working. Then, in 2010, the Molly Brown had to be rebuilt from scratch, so the Mark Twain was the only boat that was operating. But then, in 2011, the Mark Twain was used to break the ice in the river, and it got stuck. Trying to free the boat, it was pulled, and this caused some damage to the bottom of the boat, and the whole deck was bent. This caused the Mark Twain to go into refurbishment right after the Molly Brown was done. Sadly, this refurbishment didn't come soon enough. The boat was stationed in the dry dock and was left there to rot. Some time passed and Disney decided to build a kind of barn around the Mark Twain, so guests couldn't see the bad conditions that the boat was in. The Mark Twain had remained in dry dock, except when the Molly Brown had to go into refurbishment. During these periods of time, the boat is taken out and sometimes covered with a sheet so that no one can see the state that it's in. It's pretty sad to see how abandoned the boat has become. Thankfully, plans have been announced to fully restore the boat and bring it back to its former glory. Sum of Thrills, Innoventions East. In our last video, we talked about Innoventions, a museum created by Disney so the most important brands would bring exhibitions where they would show their newest products and, with this, show the guests how technology kept and would keep changing in the years to come. Since it opened in 1994, Innoventions always tried to stay on top of the latest in technology, having new sponsors and exhibitions.
What's exciting about Innoventions is that it isn't one thing. It's a constantly changing trade show. It's what people never get to see.
It had its first renovation in 1998 when it changed completely to adapt to the newest technology. The name and theme changed, and it became Road to Tomorrow, where guests were able to follow a path that took them to every exhibition in a more structured way. But of course, technology caught up again, and in 2007, Innoventions went through another renovation, losing the Road to Tomorrow title. With this new renovation came a new aesthetic and new exhibitions, and on October 14th, 2009, Innoventions opened a very innovative attraction called Sum of Thrills. Sponsored by Raytheon, the ride let park guests custom design their own thrill ride, using mathematical tools, a touchscreen table, and a robotic simulator. Yep, you could design a thrill ride, where you could determine height and speed while adding features such as dips and corkscrew turns. Once you finished building the ride, you could climb aboard your customized design in the 4D robotic simulator that used sight, sound, and movement to give them a realistic experience. The attraction also had 3 different vehicle options. You could choose bobsled, roller coaster, and jet aircraft. It was possible to program actual loops into both the coaster and jet courses, with the robotic arm swinging the rider upside down. You could also choose a kind of turns, loops, and hills in the track design. There were choices from mild broad curves to extreme multi-loop inversions. In spite of the low capacity this attraction had, it was extremely popular. As time passed, many exhibitions closed because sponsor contracts ended. And finally, on April 30th, 2015, because of a lack of interest and exhibitions, Innoventions West was done. Some of the space was utilized for meet and greet areas for Baymax and Joy and Sadness, making Innoventions East the only active part of this area. And while Innoventions wasn't even the shadow of what it once was, it still had an interesting attraction. Until May 2016, when Sum of Thrills disappeared completely from the park's map. And the page that let guests revisit their rides put up a notice saying that ride replays would only be available for guest review until June 30th, 2016. Without explanation, Sum of Thrills closed. The closing of this attraction was probably due to the contract with Raytheon ending. Innoventions took another blow on March of this year, when Disney announced that Innoventions West would be demolished as part of Epcot's renovation. Innoventions East is now practically abandoned, as it only has 2 exhibitions, and the Sum of All Thrills is still there. Abandoned as well. It is boarded up behind a wall. We can see that the robotic arm, the controls, and the signs remain there, covered in dust. It is truly sad to think that, ironically, the future and newest technology was what put an end on Innoventions as we know it. Fort Wilderness Railroad, Walt Disney World. Fort Wilderness Resort and Campground is one of the 3 original resorts that opened along with the Magic Kingdom. This resort had a train system that took guests through the woods around the Magic Kingdom to different locations. This system was the Fort Wilderness Railroad. The Fort Wilderness Railroad was planned to be open along with the resort, but Disney decided not to build it in order to save money. After a while, in 1972, the construction of this railroad system started. The railroad had a fleet of 4 steam engine locomotives that had space for 20 guests each. The Fort Wilderness Railroad opened in 1974, and for 5 years it was one of the most loved transportation systems for guests. The railroad's route was one of the longest ever created in a Disney park, and it took guests through amazing landscapes with trees, fields, and even to the River Country swimming hole, of which we talked about in part 1, if you want to check that out here. The train's tickets cost $1, and you could ride it as many times a day as you wanted, from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. As time passed, the railroad started having many problems due to its popularity and overuse. Also, the ground conditions in which the rails were built were not optimal because they were built over a swamp, so this resulted in lots of damage to the rails. This caused small train derails, and of course repairing this was pretty expensive. Another problem that the railroad had was that the tanks didn't hold enough water for the train to do the complete tour, and there was only one water tower where the train could be refilled. So if cast members running the train forgot to refill the tank, the train would run out of water mid-trip. Because of this, Disney designed a tow motor car to tow the train back to the depot to be refueled, but guests had to wait through all this process, and they lost a lot of time. The Fort Wilderness Resort continued to gain popularity, so Disney expanded the campground many times so it could accommodate more guests. And this was a big problem for the railroad. Why? Well, the route chosen for the railroad often brought it within feet of campsites, with no barrier of any kind. And kids often walked on or placed pennies down the track. Of course, this was dangerous because the trains could not stop quickly. And in 1979, the inevitable happened. A girl was riding her bike in the tracks, and one of the trains hit her. Thankfully, she was not seriously injured, but Disney decided that they wouldn't wait until a worse accident happened. And within 2 weeks of this event, the Fort Wilderness Railroad stopped operating for good. Disney had the trains removed and introduced trams to transport visitors from the parking lot to the park's entrance. The trains and wagons were stored in a warehouse, and the tracks were completely abandoned. After a while in the mid-1980s, the trains were taken out of storage, only to be covered with tarps, exposed to the elements, and left to rot. They stayed there until 2 of the passenger cars were taken so that they could be used as ticket booths in Pleasure Island. But when Pleasure Island closed, these cabins were forgotten again. Some of the other engines and wagons were restored by collectors. Another was used as a prop at Typhoon Lagoon for a while, but then was retired and destroyed. And many others are still rotting away. The railroad's tracks are barely visible, but they remain abandoned. This is pretty sad, especially because this was one of the most popular methods of transportation among guests. Global Neighborhood, Epcot. Global Neighborhood opened in 1994, replacing the Earth Station as Spaceship Earth's pre-show. Its mission was to demonstrate how easy to use, complex, and powerful technology was. This exhibition had 5 main areas: Interactive Wonderland. Here, the Cheshire Cat took guests to the future of television where, using voice commands, you could watch movies, enjoy interactive games, and even do some shopping. All of this using your own TV. You don't say. Here, guests learned that word-for-word translations don't always lead to a clear understanding of what's being said. So, you can learn to interpret idiomatic expressions in different languages. Communication breakthrough. Here, you could break down the walls of communication with a virtual paddle and, via video link, see the person you're speaking and playing with. Storyteller phone. This exhibition let the caller choose a fantasy background so that it sounded like they were calling from another place. AT&T Network. This was a simulator ride where guests would cruise on AT&T's fiber optic information superhighway and experience the constant flow of information, from encyclopedias to thousands of phone conversations to movies on demand. The original Global Neighborhood was renovated during the late summer and early fall of 1999, reopening as AT&T's new Global Neighborhood on November 24, 1999. The simulation ride in the center of the room was replaced with a giant tree made out of cables that changed color. The tree's roots weaved down under a glass floor that featured the outlines of the world's continents. Several holes in the tree were provided for guests to peer into and have their pictures taken. These pictures were then shown up on video screens hanging from the branches of the tree. In addition, there were several plastic booths, which allowed guests to navigate through Epcot's new attractions. In 2003, AT&T's contract with Disney ended, so the sponsorship for this whole area was terminated in 2004. And instead of turning this area into something else at the moment, the neighborhood was boarded up, covered and abandoned. The fiber optic trees stopped lighting up, the touchscreen monitors were covered with dirt and dust, and most of the wire bridges were removed. This area remained abandoned for 3 whole years until, in 2007, Spaceship Earth received another overhaul. Treasure Cave. Before we begin with this one, it's important to point out that we're not talking about Castaway Cay or the abandoned Discovery Island in Bay Lake, which we've already covered in our first Abandoned by Disney video. Many people tend to confuse this island with both of these other islands that we mentioned before, but it's not either of them. Back in 1989, Premier Cruise Lines decided to look for an island to make it a unique destination for the Bahamas cruises. Back then, cruises didn't used to appeal to younger people and families, so Premier Cruise Lines had an idea. They wanted to create the first cruise tailored to families. And what was the best way to do it? They would partner with Disney. So they did, and they began a partnership to create the first Disney-themed cruise. This cruise offered guests a unique experience where they could meet and interact with Disney characters aboard the ship, and also visit an island that offered amazing facilities, beautiful beaches, golf, gift shops, and so much more. There was a big theater with a stage and benches, ferries and trams to transport guests, characters walking around the island, and an awesome camping experience. So, what happened? Well, the bay near the development was too shallow for the cruise ships to get to the island. So, Premier Cruise Line built a special canal so that their smallest cruise ship could fit. What they didn't think about was that this experience would be a success and it would become very popular. And because only their smallest ship could fit, the island could only be used by one ship each week. This wasn't a problem at the beginning, but when the demand was becoming higher, bigger ships started taking guests to Nassau. Also, the climate made it pretty challenging to go to Treasure Cay, so smaller ships began avoiding it until the island was abandoned entirely. Disney ended their contract with Premier Cruise Line so they could create their own cruise line. They were offered a chance to buy Treasure Cay, but decided not to. They purchased their current island called Castaway Cay, and by 1998, debuted their first cruise ship called Disney Magic.
Presenting the most long-awaited cruise ship ever, the Disney Magic. From Disney Cruise Line, now sailing.
Treasure Cay remained abandoned for more than 20 years, and of course, the natural elements reclaimed the island. So everything started rotting away and deteriorating. In 2006, a plan to rebuild the island was revealed. A group of investors got together and decided to build a luxury resort community called Baker's Bay Golf and Ocean Club. Premier Cruise Lines went bankrupt and sold all of its fleets. The Big Red Boat, or Starship Majestic, the Disney cruise, was sold and became the Ocean Dream. This ship was abandoned at the ocean by the owners for a year on Thailand's east coast, until it sank in February of 2016. Disney World Airport. Known as the Lake Buena Vista STOL Port Runway, what appears to be a wide spot in a side road was once a landing strip for a small aircraft flying between Disney World and the Central Florida International Airports. Built between 1970 and 1971, the runway was used for about 2 years by Shawnee Airlines, the only airline that used to fly directly to the Magic Kingdom. The airport was never a big project. It only had one runway. It could hold only 4 planes at a time and didn't have a hangar space. It was actually part of an experiment for a future, even bigger project that was eventually canceled.
There's enough land here to hold all the ideas and plans we could possibly imagine. Right now, our plans include an airport of the future down here in Osceola County.
When Disney World started to extend the monorail system, the airport was barely used because the elevated monorail that was extended near the end of the runway made it pretty dangerous to land there. Even Disney's official plane, Mickey Mouse 1, was forced to land on World Drive rather than Disney's own abandoned runway. Also, after 9/11, Disney was given its own protected airspace and a no-fly zone. So at lower altitudes, like those necessary to take off and land, Cinderella Castle has the same airspace protections as the White House. The closed runway was at one time used as a training area for Disney's bus drivers, which revealed a hidden surprise for the trainees. Originally used to surprise the airplane passengers, the set of grooves, like those on the side of a highway, that line this runway play When You Wish Upon a Star when driven over at roughly 45 miles per hour. Sadly, the set of musical grooves was removed in 2008 and can no longer be experienced. The area is now used as a backstage parking and storage lot and is easily accessible by turning right under the monorail before entering the Magic Kingdom parking area. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was one of the most loved attractions in Disney World's history. It opened on October 14th, 1971, and unlike the Disneyland counterpart, Submarine Voyage, this attraction actually was directly based on the Disney film and not on Jules Verne's original novel. The ride took submarines through polar ice caps to rediscover the lost city of Atlantis and to observe magical mermaids. People were also thrilled as they saw animatronic sea monsters guarding treasure or watched a giant squid attacking another submarine. This original e-ticket attraction was a smashing success, but 23 years later, the ride was falling apart. The submarines were leaky and belching out smoke, the malfunctioning air conditioning was causing passengers to faint, the soundtrack was barely audible through the crackling speakers, and the staff was fed up. The worst part is that thousands of dollars had been spent every year to upkeep the attraction. So, on September 5th, 1994, the park announced that the ride would be temporarily closed for renovations. The renovation never came, and the attraction remained abandoned for 2 years until early 1996, when Disney officially announced that the attraction was not coming back. The submarines were removed, some ending up in the Disney Boneyard and others in Castaway Cay. And this area became Ariel's Grotto. Disney added a King Triton statue to the lagoon and a special Ariel meet and greet area. And yes, the submarines were removed, but the sets and animatronics remained abandoned underwater for 10 years, until 2004 when the lagoon was drained, and the animatronics and sets were exposed. Of course, they had a lot of water damage, and sadly, almost nothing could be salvaged. Pooh's Playful Spot was built where the attraction formerly stood and operated between 2005 and 2010, before making the way for the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train as part of the Fantasyland expansion. Epcot Center Omnibus. When Epcot opened back in 1982, it offered guests a special method of transportation that took them through the World Showcase. This transportation was a double-decker omnibus and took guests through the 1.3 miles of the World Showcase Promenade, passing through Mexico, China, Germany, Italy, the American Adventure, Japan, France, United Kingdom, and Canada. These buses were very slow and stopped frequently, and they were terrific if you planned on sitting back and enjoying the World Showcase from another perspective. They were also pretty cool to see and had different colors. Disney didn't consider the double-decker omnibus as an attraction, but as a service. They were actually listed on the same page as first aid, baby services, lockers, and telephones. And sadly, because they weren't considered a real attraction, the buses remain largely undocumented. They didn't even have an official name beyond the generic term World Showcase Transportation painted on their sides. Nobody really knows why they were retired or even when. Actually, some people remember seeing them until the late 90s, but many others argue that they were retired way before. Whatever the case, the method of transportation was retired, but the actual buses weren't. Instead, they served as a stage for a live show called the Junkanoo Bus Show. In this show, a vocalist accompanied by musicians playing drums, bass, keyboards, and guitar entertained guests with lively and loud soca, reggae, and Latin pop, playing on the upper level of the bus. The show lasted for 4 years, and then Epcot introduced Characters on Holiday. During this time, Epcot started increasing the emphasis on Disney characters, and this was a perfect way to do it. In Characters on Holiday, the double-decker bus was decorated with luggage, international flags, and Mickey Glove hubcaps, and it would make several stops around Epcot. Characters would alight to spend 15 minutes posing for pictures and signing autographs. Guests could depend on seeing Mickey Mouse, Minnie Mouse, Pluto, Goofy, and Chip and Dale. A few other characters would join them, such as Donald Duck, Mr. Smee, Pinocchio, Brer Bear, Baloo, Mushu, Winnie the Pooh, Genie, or Stitch. But then Epcot started using better locations for character meet and greets, and so the idea of using the buses for Disney characters was also retired. And with it, the buses became obsolete and stopped appearing at the park. In 2011, some of these buses appeared on the page trolleybrokers.com, on sale for $400,000. Some were sold, and some were abandoned. Nobody really knows what happened to all the buses. Recently, a few miles away from Disney World, one of these buses was found. The bus is parked and being used as a billboard for a restaurant called Three Sisters. Sadly, we can see that it's not in the best shape nowadays. It's old and rusty and pretty damaged. You can still see the different flags from each country, but the bus is nowhere near the great state that it used to be. But if you look closely, you can still see the Epcot logo on the bus. Body Wars.
Body Wars. Get miniaturized for the ride of your life through the human body. Body Wars. One of the incredible wonders of life. New at Epcot Center.
When the Wonders of Life Pavilion opened in 1989, it housed a motion simulator attraction called Body Wars. Using the same Atlas ride system as Star Tours, this ride shrunk guests down to show how white blood cells react to a splinter. Going through the queue, guests learned they're team members of a company called Miniaturized Exploration Technologies, also known as MET, or MET. Dr. Cynthia Layer, one of MET's employees, was set to shrink down and observe the site of a splinter in a volunteer's finger. For unknown reasons, Dr. Layer could get to the site but couldn't get herself back, so it was up to you to retrieve her. After a few rounds of dermatopic purification, guests are grouped aboard their LGS 250 type vehicle. Once boarded, the ship was moved from the loading bay to the miniaturization room. After being shrunk down by a particle reducer, the ship made its way under the subject's skin, where you could see white blood cells attacking the splinter. As Dr. Layer works, she's accidentally pulled into a capillary. Breaking safety protocol, the captain of your ship, Captain Braddock, steered the ship through a vein past the heart and into the lungs where Dr. Layer is being attacked by a white blood cell. Captain Braddock used lasers to get the Doctor free, but this runs the ship's power down significantly. With quick thinking, you're navigated into the brain to use its electrical power to recharge the ship. It makes contact with a neuron and gets enough power to exit the volunteer's body and grow back to full size safely. But Body Wars wasn't without its problems from the very start, however. The constant ebb and flow in the vehicle while in the volunteer's bloodstream left a lot of gas screen in the gills. Coupled with some issues with the system that caused a slight delay between the projection and the motion of the simulator, it became an increasing problem. At one point, a few frames were clipped from the film to try and alleviate issues, but this quick fix was noticeably visible. This did help, but Body Wars could never shake its reputation for making guests sick. Despite these issues, Body Wars continued operating until Wonders of Life was converted into festival space in 2007. The attraction's queue and loading bays were a popular spot for urban explorers inside Epcot, who kept a close eye on the simulators themselves. For years, they sat dormant until they were finally removed in November 2014. As of November 2016, the queue area had been stripped down. Walt Disney Archives tags were found on the large MET sign and a safety information sign. No one really knows what happened to the simulators in Body Wars, but it stands to reason they're being used for spare parts for Star Tours in Disney's Hollywood studios.
Imaginable have arrived. There's something we have that they want. Something you can find only at Epcot. Introducing Splashtacular, a brilliant new world of leaping fountains and Disney magic. Splashtacular. It's magical. It's wonderful. But how long will it be ours? Find out for yourself at Epcot.
It was 1993, and Epcot was in an intense renovation process. Executives brought many changes and new things to the park in their effort to revitalize it. These changes ranged from the very unwelcome change of attractions to renovations around the park and new shows. One of these new shows was Splashtacular. This massive show featured around 50 dancers, a few beloved Disney characters, and its own soundtrack. The show's central theme was that Mickey needed to save color from an alien sorceress who comes down from a planet that lost all color and life in a war and seeks to steal it. This might sound bizarre, but the addition of space creatures was done in the show to try to maintain the futuristic sci-fi theme in Future World. While the initial idea of this show wasn't necessarily bad, the execution was strange. Just picture it, an evil witch from the galactic universe summoning a fire-breathing, cybernetic dinosaur called Pterosaurus. Pterosaurus was represented as a giant animatronic dinosaur head stuck in a huge metal structure that resembled a spinal column. As weird as this sounds, this animatronic was very interesting and impressive, and could even shoot fireworks from its chest. In the end, Mickey defeats this creature by summoning the power of the fountain's water and sending the sorceress into a retreat. If this sounds familiar, it's because this show was adapted from the It's Magical show that ran during Tokyo Disneyland's 10th anniversary. This show is practically the same. The original one didn't have any futuristic space theme, and in the alien sorceress's place, we could find Maleficent in her human and dragon form. Splashtacular had terrible reception, and less than a year after it opened, Disney announced that the show would be retired, saying that Splashtacular wasn't appropriate for the park and was closed shortly after. But honestly, everyone knows that the show closed because of the bad reception it got. Still, this was not the end for Pterosaurus, because this animatronic was actually recycled and sent to Magic Kingdom to become the futuristic Dino Elvis, a large robot dinosaur being redressed as an intergalactic Elvis Presley impersonator. This animatronic was used for the Tomorrowland Galaxy Search Show, where he appeared at the end along with Goofy. When this show was retired, the animatronic disappeared from the parks until 2011, when he was spotted completely abandoned and in disrepair, missing his Elvis suit. It was visible to guests during the Disney's Magic Behind Our Steam Trains tour. Nowadays, nobody knows where this animatronic ended up, but it disappeared from this location, and looking at these satellite images, we can see that it is no longer backstage. Splashtacular and Pterosaurus were undoubtedly strange, but not even this weird show and its animatronics deserve being abandoned this way. Hopefully, one day Disney will be able to recycle it and use it for something else, or even just restore it to display it as part of Epcot's history. Our next stop takes us to the Nevada desert. And you might be wondering, how did a piece of Disney parks end up abandoned in the desert? And even more importantly, from Disney World, that's on an entirely different coast, 2,073 miles away. Let's go back to 1971 when Disney World opened. This new park brought with it a new era of transportation to the Disney theme parks, the new Mark IV monorails. This new monorail model was designed by Bob Gurr, who based it on the original Disneyland monorail, but with a new renovated look. The main idea that Imagineers had with this new system was to make the monorail an excellent method of transportation for Disney World guests, apart from it being an extra attraction. Imagineers wanted to make guests feel like they were leaving the real world behind and traveling to a faraway fantasy land. They achieved this thanks to the Seven Seas Lagoon that separates the parking structure from Magic Kingdom's entrance, making the monorail one of the integral experiences while arriving at the park. This particular monorail model was in operation until the mid-90s, when they were discontinued to be replaced by the Mark VI, because the Mark V was only used at Disneyland. And here's when these monorails made their way to the state of Nevada. You see, in 1995, the MGM Grand opened its doors in Las Vegas, and with its opening, it brought the MGM Bally monorail. This one-mile monorail system connected the Bally's Las Vegas Hotel and Casino with the MGM Grand Hotel. Two refurbished Mark IV monorails were purchased from Walt Disney World to create this system. These two monorails were in operation in Las Vegas for a while until 2002, when the system was renovated, and the system went from being 1 mile long to 4 miles long, connecting several casinos. When this happened, these two monorails were retired and surprisingly abandoned in the middle of the Nevada desert. One of these monorails had a pretty grim ending because after it was abandoned, it was purchased to be used and destroyed in a monster truck show. The second vehicle was rescued by Amber and Bill Carter, who recently took it under their care. Our friends from Theme Park Shark visited the location where the monorail was abandoned, and thanks to them, we can see that this historic Disney place is now significantly deteriorated. From graffiti to destroyed controlled systems, it's such a shame to see this monorail end up like this. This monorail car was put up for auction back in 2015, and on May 28th of this year, it finally found a new owner. So hopefully, this story will have a happy ending after all. Mos Espa set from Star Wars: The Phantom Menace. If you have ever dreamed of visiting a remote spaceport in a galaxy far, far away, you don't need to go further than Tunisia. Built as the desert alien world of Tatooine in Star Wars: The Phantom Menace, the set of Mos Espa still stands as a souvenir of the movie we all love. A fun fact is that it was named after a Tunisian town called Tatooine. Built in the middle of nowhere, this set served as the home planet of Anakin Skywalker. The producers chose to build a set in the actual desert this time to build authenticity. After the filming was over, the Tunisian government urged filmmakers to leave the set, so the surreal settings along with their otherworldly structures were left behind. Although the dust storms and the moving sand dunes have taken their toll, you can still visit Mos Espa and walk through the childhood planet of Anakin Skywalker, where he and his mother lived as slaves. You even get to see the moisture vaporizers, which were the devices used by the aliens of Tatooine to harvest atmospheric humidity and obtain water. After all, if you can't visit aliens, the next best thing is to visit the place where they once lived, right?
The Town of Spectre from Big Fish. Big Fish is a 2003 fantasy drama directed by Tim Burton. Instead of using CGI, Tim Burton decided to build the set of the entire town, complete with neat rows of houses, a church, and even many businesses. Thus, the Town of Spectre was born on Jackson Lake Island, a private island on the Alabama River. After the filming, the set was never torn down, leaving the ghost town as is. In the movie, Spectre was a beautiful and idyllic town, but time has obviously done its damage, and the abandoned set now looks, well, abandoned. And a little bit spooky. The set also includes the dark forest from the movie. 2 of the artificial trees installed for the movie remain. You can step through them and enter the enchanting town where everyone went without shoes. The abandoned set has been left free for ghosts to roam around. You can find them munching on the grass and enjoying the sun. The houses all look debilitated and weathered, but it's still pretty awesome to get to walk through the entire fantasy town. If you really want to take your time exploring, you can even camp on the island overnight. But don't get spooked by the abandoned trees in the water.
The gas station from The Hills Have Eyes. In the famous horror movie The Hills Have Eyes, a family traveling through the New Mexico desert stops at a dilapidated gas station to ask for directions. The attendant tells them about a shortcut that cuts through the hills. The family ends up taking this shortcut, which ends in disaster for them. Instead of shooting this in a real gas station in the US, they used a remote location outside the city of Ouarzazate, Morocco. The producers built a US-themed gas station and a diner to film the scene. Even today, the set stands there in the middle of nowhere, astonishingly preserved. It looks exactly like you would expect a creepy gas station in a horror movie to look. There's even a broken down rusted car standing outside and colored glass bottles attached to stumps of some kind. The inside of the gas station is filled with American props. It has everything from canned goods to sports memorabilia to a rusted fan and refrigerator. The whole place looks like someone abandoned it in a hurry to save themselves. The setting is so uniquely unsettling that you almost expect something to jump out from a corner and grab you. If you are someone who loves horror films and the adrenaline that comes from thrilling experiences, this set is a must visit.
Hawthorne Plaza Mall from Gone Girl. Gone Girl is a movie that kept us on the very edge of our seats the entire time. One of the scenes that raised goosebumps for everyone featured a visit by the police to an abandoned mall. The mall is actually an abandoned mall called Hawthorne Plaza in Hawthorne, California. Once a bustling shopping mall, it closed its doors in 1999. And since then, its remains have been featured in several movies such as Gone Girl, Rush Hour, and Minority Report. The mall spans over 900,000 square feet. Today, the mall is in ruins, with many buildings crumbling to the ground. It has been damaged, making it look very creepy overall. It fits perfectly with the eerie and ominous setting of the movie. While it is not legal to tour the inside of the mall, you can still take a stroll around it. After all, being so close to a famed filming location is exciting in itself, right?
The Medieval Village from Hansel and Gretel, Witch Hunters. In Germany, there exists one of the world's oldest large-scale film studios called the Babelsberg Film Studio. Many famous movies such as Inglourious Basterds and V for Vendetta have been shot here. Most notable is the 2013 action horror comedy movie Hansel and Gretel: The Witch Hunters. The set of the medieval-era village from the movie still remains at the studio. You can visit everything from the quaint town center to the fake well. But let us warn you, it looks eerie, like a ghost town that was suddenly abandoned by all its inhabitants. The eerily beautiful set gives a very authentic medieval-era feel, and the detail that has gone into building this set is exquisite. Even though the buildings are not made of real stone, you will never be able to tell the difference. Part of the set has burned down, but the blackened building is still standing. As part of a Babelsberg studio tour, you can visit this set along with many others. You can walk through the medieval ruins and finally fulfill all your fantasies of pretending you were born in a different era.
The District 12 Village from The Hunger Games. Near Asheville in North Carolina, there's a ghost town called the Henry River Mill Village. It was a flourishing textile town, but was abandoned in 1970s and was brought back to life by the filming of The Hunger Games. The producer saw the village and decided it would be the perfect setting for the filming of the post-apocalyptic movie. Thus, Henry River Mill Village became District 12, home to Katniss Everdeen and Peeta Mellark. One of the 21 debilitated workers' cottages served as Katniss's home, and the village company store became Peeta Mellark's bakery. One of the mill houses, however, met its demise. It was sacrificed for an explosion in the movie. You can tour the village and visit these iconic places.
The bus scene from The Fugitive. How exactly does one abandon a bus scene? When it is The Fugitive, anything is possible. The 1993 thriller starring Harrison Ford features one of the most jaw-dropping bus scenes ever. Richard Kimball, the fugitive, leaps out of a bus mere moments before it is smashed to pieces by an oncoming freight train. This scene had everyone on the edges of their seats, biting their nails, waiting to see if he would manage to jump out before the train crashed into the bus. The producers thought that fans deserved to visit the spot where such an iconic scene was filmed. This scene was filmed along a portion of the Smoky Mountain Railroad outside Dillsboro, North Carolina. The filmmakers wanted it to be as authentic as possible, as they used an actual bus and train to film this scene. Apparently, it was filmed in a single take. That's no surprise considering it cost a whopping $1 million to film this scene. The derailed train along with the mangled remains of the bus were left there at the mercy of the elements. You can visit the rusted remains of the train crash and touch a piece of Hollywood gold. The place is very picturesque, perfect for a photo shoot or two. But don't go there alone. We have heard rumors about it being haunted by ghosts.
The Spanish Mission from The Patriot. In South Carolina, there is a 170-acre preserve called the Cypress Gardens. It encompasses gardens, an 80-acre blackwater cypress swamp, and the remains of a scene from the 2000 historical epic, The Patriot. This movie was set during the American Revolutionary War. The Spanish Mission was a set that was custom built for the film, and it included a bridge that the ruins of an old church. This served as the Black Swamp Militia's secret island headquarters. This set was so authentic that it blended very well with the environment, making it look as if it was truly a part of the Cypress Gardens. So, after production, the decision was made to leave the set as is. You may visit the Cypress Gardens, but if you want to visit the abandoned set, you have to know exactly where to look. This picturesque location wasn't just used to shoot one movie, but two. The 2004 romantic drama, The Notebook, starring Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams, was also filmed here. The Cypress Gardens are worth visiting for their beauty alone, but the fact that two famous movies were filmed here is the cherry on top of the cake.
The Viking Village from Vikingur. At the bottom of Mount Versterhorn, near Höfn, a fishing village in the wilds of southeast Iceland, there lies an authentic-looking Viking village. Unfortunately, no Vikings live here, as this was just a movie set. In 2010, Icelandic director Baltasar Kormákur built this set for his new action drama epic called Vikingur. He ordered an entire Viking village to be constructed from scratch. But due to funding issues, the movie never saw the light of day. But the beautiful village still remains standing even a decade later, serving as a tourist spot for history buffs and Viking enthusiasts. The set is very elaborate, with Viking houses and many features depicting Viking life in the 9th century. There's even a dungeon under a false boulder that you can explore. Since it was built to be a movie set, it wasn't meant to last forever. The harsh winters of Iceland have been taking a toll on it, causing the wooden structures to molder. We think it simply adds to the charm of the set. If you are a fan of Vikings or love historic things, this is a must visit. For a small fee, you can wander around and get your fill of this breathtaking place. There's even a cafe and a guest house here.
The Irish Village from Ryan's Daughter. As seems to be the theme with many movie sets, the mythical village for the film was built from scratch by director David Lean for the purposes of filming Ryan's Daughter. Set in an isolated region on the coast of Ireland outside the town of Dingle, the fictional village took over the Blackest Island. A notable thing about this set, unlike other temporary sets made of fiberglass, this one was built to last. After production, the producer was willing to give away the rural village for free to anybody who might want it. Since the movie was filmed way back in 1970, most of the set has been reclaimed by nature. But some structures, such as the stone schoolhouse, still remain standing. You can even visit some iconic places such as the bus stop and the winding village roads. This place is truly worth visiting, if only for the gorgeous landscape it provides.
Film and TV props, Kira Tidmore. We are huge horror and sci-fi film fans, and even though we are very impressed with how far technology and special effects have come in these types of films, we know that they will never replace the magic that props and animatronics give to a scene. We've talked many times before about the props used in films like Gremlins 2, Alien, Men in Black, Ghostbusters, and many more. And we are always heartbroken when we find out that they were abandoned or destroyed. But thankfully, that's not the case for every one of them. In comes Kira Tidmore, an excellent restorer and artist that has worked her magic on so many iconic props. Kira moved to Los Angeles 7 years ago from Alabama. Ever since she was a kid, Kira has always been an artist, ranging from drawing and painting to stitching and sculpting. She later settled on the idea of doing special effects makeup and started practicing all the time. A few months after she moved to LA, she met her neighbor who she learned restored props used on screen from television and movies, and also fabricated replica characters seen in pop culture, horror, and sci-fi. Kira began working side by side with him and learning the craft. She spent 3 years building creatures out of spare parts, handling fragile artifacts from cinema history, and putting her previous years of special effects makeup practice to great use. During this time, she worked on some fantastic pieces, like the Daffy Gremlin puppet. It was actually the first prop she restored. This puppet was designed for shots where Daffy's entire body had to be shown. When the puppet first arrived at the shop, it was in awful condition. It was missing its skin layer on its forearms and fingers. His jaw was completely agape and had no neck. But Kira worked her magic, and Daffy was just as new when she finished with him. One day, her business partner decided to stop working on prop restoration. By that time, Kira had been handling the majority of restoration for the company she was working with. So, she knew that this was the perfect time to branch out and create her own company and brand. And that's how she started Kira Sphere. Kira Sphere specializes in film and TV prop restoration and preservation. The majority of work she gets is usually from private collectors that want to restore these pieces, and she's worked on some seriously iconic pieces. Kira has restored over 40 props and 4 animatronics for movies like Nightmare on Elm Street, Beetlejuice, Men in Black, Gremlins 2, and many, many more. The process of restoring these props and animatronics depends on what condition it's in and what materials were used. Some of them take a few days, while others can take a few months. One of our favorite pieces to work on has been the Jason Voorhees split head animatronic from Friday the 13th, the final chapter. For this piece, a neck had to be created because its head was hanging on by a small piece of skin. Also, the split on the forehead was lifted and restored to prevent further tearing. Teeth and the bottom lip had to be hand sculpted, and then all the patched and restored areas were color matched and detailed. Another iconic piece she restored was the werewolf arm from the 1985 film Fright Night. Kira is a big fan of Fright Night, and the director himself brought the arm to her so that she could restore it to its former glory. But according to Kira, probably the largest portion of the business has come from the Alien series. At any given time, you can typically find a series of xenomorphs, facehuggers, or giant eggs scattered around the workshop. The thing that really sets Kira Sphere apart is the quality. She sets the bar very high when it comes to restoring these amazing pieces, and she has really high standards, so each piece that comes out of her shop is perfect. You definitely need to check out her work, and you'll be amazed at how many impressive pieces she's worked on. Check out her website, kirasphere.net, and be sure to follow her on Instagram and Facebook at Kirasphere. We'll leave links in the description. Animatronic bands. Jack Turner. Guntown Mountain is a park with lots of history. It first opened in 1969 and remained open until 2013, when it had to close because it started losing popularity. The park remained abandoned for 2 years, until 2015, when Will Russell bought it, changed its name to Funtown Mountain, and reopened it. He planned to raise funds with a carnival road tour through 20 states where there would be a live band, a menagerie of freakish animals, and other strange memorabilia. But sadly, everything went wrong with his plan. Russell lost thousands of dollars, but despite this disaster, he reopened the park. The park's concept was pretty interesting. Part of the park kept some abandoned areas and had new attractions with animatronics. It also had Mitzi, Fots, and Billy Bob animatronics from the Rock-afire explosion. Sadly, the park stayed open for less than a year, because Russell's mental health was not stable. In one of his worst episodes, Russell started to destroy and vandalize the park, leaving it devastated, and the Rock-afire animatronics were abandoned in the dark and left to rot. After these episodes, the city shut down the property and put it up for auction along with the stuff inside. And thankfully, the Rock-afire explosion animatronics found their way into the hands of Jack Turner. Jack Turner is an animatronic restorer. He began his interest in animatronics at age 12 thanks to Five Nights at Freddy's. Although he wasn't a fan of the game, he was still intrigued by the concept of animatronics. So he began doing research on them and found that the Rock-afire explosion had inspired the game. He quickly became a fan of the band and started work on a prototype miniature Billy Bob doll. And then in June of 2015, he bought his first full animatronics character, Mitzi Mozzarella from Funtown Mountain. It took Jack a while to understand how the characters worked, but after about a year, he had Mitzi fully working. While he was working on Mitzi, he was also trying to get the Billy Bob animatronic from Funtown Mountain. Thankfully, he succeeded. He restored Billy Bob and got both of the animatronics running on his own MIDI control system. When they were done, he presented them at the Santa Clara Maker Faire in 2017. After this, Jack wanted to continue his work, and he began to search for a full Rock-afire show. He was able to purchase a center stage Rock-afire explosion from South Africa. All those characters went to other fans, except Fats, who he kept and restored to pristine condition. Then, in 2019, he brought the 3 fully restored Billy Bob, Mitzi, and Fats to the Maker Faire. That same year, using only a single image provided to him by a fan, Jack tracked down a full Rock-afire explosion show that had been sitting since 1986. He was able to purchase this show, and he is currently restoring them and documenting everything for a series on his YouTube channel, SPT Production. He also has worked with Connor Lachinsky, another animatronics restorer who we have talked about in the first part of this series. They have worked together for many years and collaborated to find the missing Lynchburg Rock-afire explosion show, but also, more importantly, the Gaslight Village Jamboree, which contained Wolfman, Friendly Freddy, as well as Fats. Jack had owned and restored over 40 animatronics, and they almost ended up with other fans. One of his recent restoration projects was to restore 3 Rock-afire explosion characters for Harbor Farm and Vineyard, and he's replaced about 3 of the masks on Aaron Fechter's show. Apart from restoring the animatronics, Jack has also painted dozens of masks for private collectors. He is currently working on many projects, including the restoration of the full Rock-afire explosion, which he says will be done by the end of the year, as well as the Gaslight Jamboree, and of course helping to recreate the materials necessary to restore Rock-afire explosion characters. He has also had fur fabric produced in custom batches to exactly match the original Rock-afire fur, so fans will now be able to purchase this for their own characters. Jack has been supported throughout his 7-year journey by Aaron Fechter, who he considers a great friend and mentor. And in the future, he hopes to restore other rare shows like the Hard Luck Bears, Wolfpack 5, and continue to help fans along the way. He also plans to create his own custom characters.
Update. Jack Turner's channel has changed its name to Animatronics Warehouse, and it now features many new videos about the restoration process of his animatronics, especially the entire journey of bringing the Rock-afire explosion back to life. Links in the description.
Rock-afire explosion animatronics. Connor Lachinsky. We mentioned before how in the early 80s, Chuck E. Cheese was having problems, and one of the main reasons for these problems was the arrival of Showbiz Pizza as their main competitor. When Nolan Bushnell became interested in expanding Chuck E. Cheese, he found Robert L. Brock, who was supposed to be his principal investor. But due to different factors, Brock ended up investing in a new project called Showbiz. He developed this new project with the help of Aaron Fechter's creating engineering company. And for this first new project, the team created the iconic Rock-afire Explosion animatronic band. This new band had full-bodied animatronics that had very fluid movements and several facial expressions. Time passed, and the relationship between Showbiz and creative engineering began to deteriorate since creative engineering had the rights to the image and recordings of the animatronics, and Showbiz wanted them to give them up without any compensation. Showbiz took all kinds of control from creative engineering and forced them out of the company. By the time this happened, Showbiz owned Chuck E. Cheese already, and they decided that they would change all of their locations to Chuck E. Cheese as part of the company's rebranding. And the Rock-afire Explosion Band was replaced by a new show called Chuck E. Cheese and Munch's Make-Believe Band. So creative engineering started selling their show to other restaurants like Circus Pizza, Pistol Pete's Pizza, and Billy Bob's Wonderland. But these places were closed little by little, leaving very few of the Rock-afire Explosion bands in operation. This meant that many of the band's sets were abandoned and left in terrible conditions. But fortunately, this was not the end of Rock-afire Explosion. Many of these bands were saved from complete abandonment by fans, and such is the case of Connor Lachinsky. Connor is passionate about animatronics and spends his time rescuing and restoring them. Since Connor was a kid, he would take apart toys when they stopped working to see how they worked. This led Connor to become a mechanical engineer, and he has applied all this knowledge into restoring these abandoned animatronics. Connor began back in 2015 when he purchased Rolf and Earl from the Rock-afire Explosion off Craigslist. Luckily, they came with all the required components needed to function, and were just missing the overall cosmetics to cover its mechanical structure. That's when Connor decided to start posting videos on his YouTube channel. The test for these animatronics was the first video he posted. After these animatronics, Connor purchased a Billy Bob and Looney Bird, but later sold these to buy the Okefenokee Bear Review Band mini set, which contained Billy Bob, Fats, Mitzi, and Looney. He also got 2 variations of Beach Bear, Duke, and Looney Bird, which were part of the new Rock-afire Explosion. In total, he currently owns 10 complete characters. 8 of them are from the classic Rock-afire Explosion, and 2 of them are from the new Rock-afire Explosion. Connor uses the original setup for the animatronics. He was able to purchase several pieces of the original show controller, known as the Gray Box, through collaborating with other collectors. Show tapes for these animatronics were recorded onto reel-to-reel tapes, which were acquired from various sources, such as other collectors or eBay. The only problem is that show tapes have begun to degrade to the point where they affect the quality of the audio, cause they're about 30 years old. So soon, he will have to switch to digital by using a surround sound setup. It usually takes him about 3 months to restore the animatronics, depending on the available parts and his work schedule. But the longest time he's taken to find a part was 3 years for an Earl Puppet cosmetic for Rolf de Wolf. To restore the animatronic, all the components have to be disassembled to clean the pieces and later see which ones are in good condition, and see which ones need to be repaired or bought. After this, the cosmetics have to be fixed and cleaned. The latex masks he gets directly from creative engineering, and Jack from SPT Productions helps with the painting of the details for the masks also. While all of this sounds very fun and cool, Connor thinks that the most challenging and fun part is finding the animatronics, keeping an eye out, constantly scanning through the internet, and asking around knowing if anyone may have an animatronic for sale, or when a store is going to throw them out. Currently, Connor is in the process of restoring his 11th character, who will become Chuck E. Cheese by salvaging random, assorted parts from people and businesses that no longer need them. His work is very impressive, and it is incredible to see the before and after of all the animatronics that he has restored. Connor's passion for robotics and animatronics continues to grow, and it won't be going away anywhere soon. Because, as he says, there's always something out there that needs rescuing to be restored. And so, he will continue rescuing and restoring animatronics, and sharing his passion with all animatronic lovers through his YouTube channel. So again, animatronic fans everywhere, go check out his fantastic work. There's a link in the description so you can check out his fantastic channel. Beach Bear, Gabriel Studios. As animatronics fans, we know that the love of these machines starts early, and that is also the case with Gabriel Studios. Gabriel is 13 years old and lives in Louisiana, and he has always been interested in animatronics and how they work. He says that vintage technology has been one of his interests since he can remember, and so he wanted to work on a project that related to this. And the perfect moment came last year. When looking for a special project to work on, he went onto eBay. Here he found a Beach Bear animatronic, being auctioned off by none other than Jack Turner. He bid on it and won, and Beach Bear was his for $4,000. Gabriel brought this animatronic with plans of restoring it. His work began with the animatronic's body fur. When he got it, the body fur was very matted up. It looked like someone stored it in a box in the heat for a long time. So he cleaned and removed the mats from the fur and went on to the next step. Gabriel took the mechanism apart, re-greased everything, and replaced any parts that he found damaged. The animatronic's MAC values were in an awful condition when he got it, so he started replacing every seal in the valve bank. Next, Gabriel found a Beach Bear mask, and while it had a couple of rips around it, it was in pretty great condition, especially for its age. He was able to restore and repaint the mask using glue, and repainting it. Gabriel is still in the process of restoring Beach Bear, and he's doing a fantastic job. He hopes to eventually get everything running, including lights, get a full set of cosmetics, and finally build a stage for the animatronic. In the meantime, he is also restoring a Zufari and a Fruit Ninja game that he found in a dumpster at Chuck E. Cheese. They need a ton of work, but Gabriel has been working on them ever since, and hopefully, he will be able to restore them completely. You can follow Gabriel's journey on his YouTube channel, Gabriel Studios, and on Instagram, at Gabriel_Studios1. So, go check his work out.
Update. The last update on Beach Bear was 2 years ago, and he's practically finished. We're still not sure if Gabriel has officially completed the project, but in the meantime, you can go subscribe to his channel. Let's keep going.
Norman, John Kolbeck. Back in 2004, Interpol released their second studio album, Antics, and the second single from this album was Evil. This single's music video, directed by Charlie White, shows a life-sized animatronic puppet who travels via ambulance to a hospital emergency room following a car crash, being examined by real-life actors as he sings the lyrics to the song, to dramatize the song's theme of losing oneself after a trauma, before breaking into a frantic dance on the operating table. White listened to the song on a loop for an entire weekend and hired the special effects team that had worked on the films Hellboy and Fantastic Four to create the puppet. The puppet's animatronic head was programmed to automatically sing the song. 6 puppeteers who needed to be digitally removed from the video were tasked with moving its eyes and body. The video was a huge hit among fans, who thought the animatronic was cute and creepy. They ended up calling him Norman, and he gained a huge cult following on Interpol's online message board shortly after the video premiered. But after a while, Norman was lost, and its whereabouts remained a mystery for almost a decade. When the video first came out, artist John Kolbeck remembers thinking that he would give anything to own Norman, and strangely, 17 years later, he ended up doing just that. John describes himself as a weird guy who's into weird stuff. He is an artist who grew up enjoying Jim Henson's creations and strange late-night TV. And according to him, this mix of interests has been reflected in the kind of work he does and the stuff he collects. Back in 2017, he created a YouTube channel about 2 animatronics that live in the underworld and go on adventures. But he never forgot about Norman. So he began doing an online search and came across this LA prop box where he could see a ghastly puppet that they had listed as a ghoul puppet from some music video. After closer inspection, he realized that the ghoul puppet was in fact Norman. He didn't lose a second before calling to ask about the animatronic, but to his horror, Norman was not only not available anymore, but he had been given away because nobody had wanted him. John thought his dream was over and he was ready to give up, but he decided to try one more thing. He asked for the help of his YouTube channel fans to search one last time for the animatronic. And to his luck, a fan actually said there was a guy on Facebook that was a prop collector, and he had Norman. With the help of his friends, family, and fans, he was able to pool funds together to buy Norman. Norman is now being used to host various videos on John's channel.
Update. John Kolbeck finally restored Norman, thanks to Luna's Puppets, the same company that helped create me. Today, Norman is the host of Kolbeck's channel Odd Stories Wrapped in Plastic. Check out his channel, and don't forget to subscribe, and do the same for Luna's Puppets. Links are in the description.
The King, Jared Sanchez. The history of Chuck E. Cheese pizza is long, interesting, and complicated, and we've talked about it before in previous videos. But the short of it is that it was created by Nolan Bushnell, co-founder of Atari. Nolan wanted to create a place where families could enjoy the games of an arcade while eating pizza and enjoying a live show. And so, Chuck E. Cheese was born. The live show for this new concept was obviously the famous animatronic band, but when it debuted in 1977, it was nicknamed the Portrait Show because the characters were behind 4-foot-tall picture frames. By 1979, many restaurants had also added cabaret shows in separate rooms of each restaurant. Some of these shows were modeled after musical artists like the Beagles, the Beach Bowsers, and the King. The King was a 9-foot-tall animatronic lion dressed in a style resembling Elvis Presley and was programmed to sing Elvis Presley songs, most of which were the original recordings. Everything was doing great, but in the early 1980s, Chuck E. Cheese started having problems. In an effort to get with the times, some changes were made, and one of these changes included the King. The King was rebranded and turned into King Cat. The Elvis theme was left behind and turned into a Michael Jackson-inspired character. His clothes were changed and a new wig was added. Sadly, these changes were not enough to save the chain, and in 1983, Chuck E. Cheese declared bankruptcy.
I declare bankruptcy!
Showbiz bought all the assets of Pizza Time Theater Inc. and bought both companies together, naming the new company Showbiz Pizza Time Theater Inc., but left the two restaurants as separate entities. After this happened, the cabaret show started slowly being retired, which ended up in The King being abandoned. The King's animatronics were destroyed, auctioned, and used for parts, and some of them were stored. And you would think that this was the end for this royal character.
Childhood character back to life.
I don't even know what category to put this guy in.
The King is back.
Here's where Jared Sanchez comes in. It all began in 1992, when Jared went to Chuck E. Cheese on his 12th birthday. It was at that moment when he became amazed at the King animatronic. That same year, Jared went back to Chuck E. Cheese and learned the unfortunate news that the King had been retired. This tormented him for a long time, until 10 years later, he found a user on eBay selling a King animatronic for $25,000. This is a pretty hefty sum. But it did not stop Jared from talking with the owner and trying to convince him to sell the King to him. It took him 10 years, but Jared convinced the owner to sell him the animatronic for $10,000 and in payment installments. And that's how Jared became the owner of his first King animatronic. Jared spent months replacing its cylinders and learning to sew so he could fit him with new fur. He figured out how to make the King work with a modern computer instead of its old reel-to-reel machine, and learned to program each of its movements painstakingly. In 2016, Jared transformed his master bedroom into a studio, took singing lessons so he could voice the character, and brought the King back. After this, Jared rescued a second King animatronic that he found at Captain Dave's roller rink in Michigan. He called this new character King Puff, and took him on a road trip from Michigan to Tampa in the passenger seat. Then he managed to get his hands on not one, but two other King animatronics. These last two animatronics were stored in a warehouse, and Jared was able to strike a deal with the owner. He helped them clean out the warehouse, and they gave him the animatronics for free. He named one of these animatronics King John, in honor of their former owner, and customized him to be playing a keyboard. The other one was called Four. This King animatronic doesn't have any cosmetics, and he is hilarious. Jared and his animatronics are creating a new concept called Roboloquist. Animatronics and humans interacting on a live show. This new type of entertainment is fantastic and very interesting. And the key to all of this is that this magnificent show is Jared. He programs the animatronics and lights, writes, sings, and also does the voices of the animatronics. And it's no small feat. A short 3-minute sketch can take a week to be created. Today, Jared's goal is to continue working on this type of entertainment, and to reach more and more animatronic fans so they can enjoy his content. If you're an animatronic fan, and even if you're not, go check out Jared and the King's channel. Their content is amazing and so entertaining, and it is such a great way to honor one of the best characters from the original Chuck E. Cheese.
Chaos Dragon, Opryland, USA. There are only 2 known photos of this dragon, or at least that's what people thought. In Nashville, Tennessee, shout out to all my ducks in Nashville. Yes, I'll keep sending love to every place we mention. There used to be a park called Opryland, USA. focused on thrill rides. One of them was a very strange coaster called Chaos. Chaos was a spiral roller coaster with a long train that could hold around 40 riders, all in single seats. But the weird part wasn't the track, it was what was inside. When the coaster first opened, right before the first drop, you'd come face to face with this animatronic called Leslie. And honestly, I have no idea what Leslie is supposed to be. Is it an alien? A creature? A deformed bear? Tell me in the comments, what the heck do you think this thing is? After some time, Leslie was removed and replaced with a green dragon animatronic. According to reports, this dragon breathed, moved, and blew air at the riders. The design is really unsettling. Because of its eyes and the kind of damage it has, it looks super worn out and kind of cursed. For years, these were the only photos anyone had. But recently, the animatronic community reached out to Amy Slade, the person who designed the alien, and she sent new photos that are now being shown on YouTube for the very first time. Now we can finally see the design and scale of this thing much better, but we would love to see video of this animatronic. We're sure someone out there has it. If you know anything or you have old footage, please email me at waltanimatronic@gmail.com. You can also send fan art and suggestions there. I read and reply to all your emails. Let's keep going. Alien encounter. Lost test footage. This animatronic itself isn't lost media or anything like that, but what you're about to see was lost for a very long time. This is recently uncovered test footage of the alien from Alien Encounter. It's an absolutely extraordinary clip, and it was brought to light thanks to Punk Rock. Go check out their channel in the description. For the first time ever, we can clearly see the alien animatronic in full detail during its tests. What's wild is just how advanced and fluid this thing is. It looks very much like an A100 level figure. You can see that this alien was practically capable of moving everything. The jaw, the neck, the arms, and even subtle body motions. And that's not all. In this footage, we also get to see test runs of Skippy, and it really reminds you just how incredible these animatronics were. It's honestly one of the discoveries that has excited me the most since we started this channel, and I'm so happy I get to share it with you today. It's a real shame that these figures are no longer with us, but at least we have this footage, and I was lucky enough to experience them live back in the day. Did you ever get to experience Alien Encounter in person? Rugrats puppet animatronics. What you're seeing here is really weird and super rare. These are some Rugrats puppet animatronics used in a live show at Universal Studios Hollywood called Totally Nickelodeon, which ran from 1997 to 2000. The show was your classic 90s Nick live show. Audience games, jokes, and of course, green slime. At one point in the show, we could see Tommy and Chucky sitting in director-style chairs. They waved to the audience and said they had lost Spike, which was the setup to introduce one of the audience games. The puppets were very simple. They were stuck to their chairs and only moved their mouths, but the designs were actually very faithful to the cartoon characters. What makes this so crazy is that, as far as we know, this is the only footage that exists of these animatronic puppets. No one knows who built them, and nobody knows what happened to them after the show closed. If you have any information, leave a comment below or send us an email. Gus Puppy Update! Do you remember Gus, the missing puppy animatronic made by VP Animation that used to be at Stu Leonard's? Well, we have news. We finally found video footage of him, thanks to our subscriber Ismail, who managed to track down this clip of Gus actually moving. Hopefully we can find even more footage of this animatronic in the future, but for now, this is already a huge discovery. Hoogvliet Market Clouds. These animatronics are officially lost media, and they almost disappeared completely. But thanks to our subscriber David, they were saved from oblivion. These are the clown animatronics that used to be in Hoogvliet Market in the Netherlands. Big hugs to all our Dutch ducks. They were there from the 90s until around 2010 when they were removed. They worked very simply. You pressed a button, and the clowns would start singing and dancing. Over time, they were taken out of the supermarkets, supposedly because they were constantly vandalized and also due to lack of space. The only video of them that exists today is the one we're showing here. And these photos? They are literally the only pictures left, because the rest were deleted from the internet. Thankfully, David managed to save them. Hoogvliet still has animatronics today, but these clowns were completely removed and almost forgotten. David shared this story with us so we could share it with all of you. So if any of our ducks in the Netherlands has old footage of these clowns, please send it to us. We'd love to see it. Teddy Ruxpin. Here's something really neat I came across recently. I'm sure we all know Teddy Ruxpin, the tape talker animatronic toy from the 80s. But did you know that there was a giant Teddy Ruxpin animatronic at FAO Schwartz in New York City? I certainly didn't. Not much is known about this giant Teddy, unfortunately, and his current whereabouts aren't known either. However, this recently discovered clip is a wonderful look at this big fella, and it's pretty exciting to see him in action. Don't you just want to give him a big ol' hug? This Teddy would have been produced under the guidance of Worlds of Wonder, as this video was taken in 1990, before Teddy was produced by any other company. His facial proportions are also most accurate to a Worlds of Wonder Teddy, although they're still not completely accurate to the toy. If anyone knows anything more about this giant Teddy, feel free to let us know. Confederate Critter Show. This show is pretty controversial, and I'm only covering it because it's basically the show that made the Rock-afire explosion possible. Let me explain the context. Before the Rock-afire explosion existed, Aaron Fechter was pitching different animatronic shows to investors and park owners. This caught the attention of Magic World Park in Pigeon Forge. They wanted a country-style character, kind of like the ones in Country Bear Jamboree. So Aaron created a character called Friendly Freddy. Later, they added more characters and turned it into the Confederate Critter Show, a parody band that made fun of those Confederates who couldn't get over losing the Civil War. There was even a live actor on stage dressed as a Union Army soldier. The show was already pretty weird, and over time the animatronics started to fall apart. When the show finally closed, the characters looked really creepy. Magic World closed for good in 1996. The animatronics were then sold to the owner of Celebrity Golf, and they stayed there for about a year, but after that, they disappeared completely. There's no footage of them at Celebrity Golf, and only this one video of their original show survives. But thanks to this band, Aaron Fechter was able to grow creative engineering and eventually create the Rock-afire explosion. Colonel Casey. This is a really strange lost media case. The animatronic you're seeing here is Colonel Casey, a stork that looks after newborns at Babyland General, the Cabbage Patch Kids hospital in Cleveland, Georgia, where Cabbage Patch Kids are born. He was placed there in the 90s, and here's why this case is so weird. The animatronic is still there, but it's still considered lost media. Why? Because no one has a video of Colonel Casey moving. There is zero footage online of him in action. The animatronic was in operation for many years, but eventually it became too expensive to maintain, so they decided to turn him off permanently. For a long time, nobody even knew who built him, but recently it was discovered that he was produced by Advanced Animations. Today, the animatronic is still sitting in the same spot, but if you look closely, you can see he's starting to wear down and look pretty creepy. So please, if anyone out there has footage of this animatronic working, help bring it back and restore his legacy.
Pripyat Amusement Park, Chernobyl, Ukraine. Destruction, desolation, and death was what the worst nuclear accident in the history of the world left behind. In the first hours of April 26, 1986, tests were being carried out on the reactor number 4 of the V.I. Lenin Memorial Chernobyl nuclear power station to demonstrate that the plant could continue working even if it had lost all the energy, because the backup generators would be able to restore the energy. But due to a bad design in the reactor and the ignorance and arrogance of the technicians, the reactor overheated, causing it to go off and consequently destroying the roof of the building. This resulted in massive amounts of radioactive waste being scattered in the atmosphere and nearby areas. The disaster was listed as a Category 7 disaster. To give you an idea of how terrible it was, the nuclear explosion from Chernobyl was 100 times more disastrous than the nuclear explosions at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It has been calculated that given plutonium's half-life of 24,100 years, that it will be a very long time before the area is fit for the general population again. It is also worth noting that due to wind patterns at the time of the accident and other environmental factors, not all areas of the 30-kilometer zone are polluted. Some of these areas are considered low risk and often visited by explorers. This is the case of what is probably one of the most famous abandoned amusement parks in the world. Pripyat Amusement Park was planned to be open on May 1st, 1986 for the May Day celebrations, but sadly, because of this disaster, its grand opening never came. This park had 4 attractions: bumper cars, swing boats, swing carousel attractions, and a Ferris wheel. This last one became a symbol of the Chernobyl tragedy as the years passed. For a long time, it was believed that this park was never able to be open to guests, but it was discovered recently that it actually opened after the disaster. As we said before, the park's opening was scheduled for May 1st, but when the disaster happened on April 26th, the government opened the park. That's right. The park was operational during the first 36 hours of the accident. This was because the townspeople of Pripyat were completely oblivious to what had just happened. This was, of course, very wrong and irresponsible, but many theories say that this was because the government wanted to distract residents so they wouldn't know how tragic this accident really had been. When information about the seriousness of the accident came to life, a sudden evacuation of the town was ordered, and the town, and of course the amusement park, were abandoned. Initially, it was decided that the evacuation would last for 3 days, but it was then made permanent later. Radiation levels around the park vary greatly. For the most part, liquidators did an effective job of washing most of the radiation into the soil, so the concreted areas are relatively safe. This park is considered to be somewhat risk-free, but one of the most polluted areas around this park and town is a moss patch near the bumper cars. The atmosphere around the park is terrifying. The place is utterly desolate, and except for the wind and occasionally some birds here and there is almost no sound at all. The rusty, abandoned structures and the simple fact of knowing the large number of people affected by this tragedy makes this park one of the most tragic and sad places in the world.
This video is a compilation with updates from our Abandoned Theme Parks video, because we're releasing part 3 in early May. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a like. It's completely free. And remember, I always quack back.
Western Village. Kenichi Ominami is a clear example that the most important thing in life is not to make money, but to make your dreams come true. And that is why Ominami created Western Village in 1970, as a family ranch where guests could go horse riding, lasso practice, go fishing in a fish pond, and many more activities, all in the style of the Old West. Over time, the park started to grow. They acquired more horses, built more attractions, and hired more staff, including performers for live shows. The park was an instant success, bringing 1 million guests per year, but Ominami's ambition was immense, and he wanted more, so he decided to expand the park. So in 1995, he wanted to bring the beautiful landscapes of South Dakota into the park after watching the film Dancing with Wolves. To do this, he decided to create a 1/3 scale replica of Mount Rushmore that cost $27 million. He also added animatronics to the attractions. There was a John Wayne animatronic, a canteen full of robotic cowboys, and a haunted house that included a Grim Reaper dressed as a dentist. A train system and a Mexico-themed land were also added. In 2007, the park grew, but so did its debts, and with the opening of Tokyo Disneyland and Tokyo Disney Sea, fewer and fewer people were visiting the parks, so Western Village declared bankruptcy and had to close. Now the park is completely abandoned. Inside the cantina, the robots remain, rotting away with the pass of time. John Wayne's animatronic is still at the park, but it is practically destroyed. Now, the thought of entering a haunted house attraction is scary itself. Now imagine entering an abandoned one. Inside you can find many creepy mannequins and props and even a creepy lady half buried in stone. The interior of the Mount Rushmore replica is also completely abandoned, dark, and terrifying. On the first floor of the room, there are several teddy bears in various poses and disguises interacting with props. Some of them are in good condition, others not so lucky. Then on the next floor is what used to be called the People's Game Center, but sadly there were no games left, just a lot of dark, empty spaces. And then on the top floor, we can find a diorama of sad-looking Indians, and the best part, looming in the dark, an Abraham Lincoln animatronic statue. Of course, it's now powered, and probably it was switched off the last time mid-speech, because his jaw seems to be forever half open. There is also a small-size model of Mount Rushmore, several flags, maps, and the history of many states. The Mexico area was also left to rot. The train system is completely covered in grass, and the 2 locomotives are rusted. The park that was supposed to be a cowboy town became a ghost town, and there are no plans to restore it. Disney's River Country, Bay Lake, Florida.
River country, big river country, it's a hoop, it's a holler, it's a water jamboree. River country, big river country, if you're hot around the collar. cool place to.
Disney's River Country was the first water park at Walt Disney World. It opened on June 20th, 1976. Positioned on the shore of Bay Lake near Discovery Island, the park featured a rustic wilderness theme, complete with rocks and human-made boulders. It was described as an old-fashioned swimming hole with a twist of Huckleberry Finn. And just as Disneyland had reinvented the amusement park 21 years earlier, River Country reinvented aquatic recreation. The park featured a sandy bottom and unique water filtering system using confluent water from adjacent Bay Lake, which was dammed off, creating a natural-looking artificial lagoon. The park's water was at a higher level than the lakes, which was an effort to prevent lake water from going into the park. The Disney designers created miniature mountains for the water slide, since Florida has no mountains to offer. Bay Cove, the swimming hole, was actually part of Bay Lake and held 330,000 gallons of water. The popularity of River Country convinced Disney executives to build Typhoon Lagoon some years later, to be followed by Blizzard Beach. River Country used to close down seasonally, and at the end of its 2001 season, it closed just as it always did. But when it was time for it to reopen for the 2002 season, the parks didn't. There are many rumors and half-truths about why the park closed down. Some people say that it was because of the death of an 11-year-old boy that contracted a brain-eating amoeba inside the park. But is this true? Yes and no. Did a boy die from a brain-eating amoeba that he caught? Sadly, yes. But that was back in 1980, and not only did the park not close, but it also stayed open for another 21 years. Why didn't the park close? Well, the amoeba can breed in almost any freshwater lake during hot weather, so the park was not technically to blame, and Disney officials said there wasn't much they could do. Some said that River Country had to close when Florida law changed to require water parks to use water from municipal water systems, not from natural bodies of water. But this claim is also false. There were also 2 drownings in the park, but the park didn't close because of these accidents either. The real reason why the park closed down is that attendance levels were too low. Although River Country was the first water park at Walt Disney World, it had been joined by 2 newer, larger ones, Disney's Typhoon Lagoon, which opened in 1989, and Disney's Blizzard Beach in 1995. The new parks offered far more slides, relaxing lazy rivers with clever things to see along the way, fully developed themes, and much greater capacity. On top of that, they offered convenient parking and bus transportation, unlike the awkwardly located River Country. Instead of being demolished, River Country was allowed to deteriorate for many years. The result is a fascinating study of how quickly nature can reclaim a Disney-built attraction. Sections of River Country were visible from boats traveling along Bay Lake. Aerial photos offer an overall view, and some people even snuck into the park. The park was abandoned since 2001, but on March 5th, 2018, Disney filed permits for a new mystery development labeled Project 89 to be built along Bay Lake and over the former River Country site. And on May 31st, 2018, it was confirmed that a new resort hotel is going to be built where River Country used to be. Most of the remaining structures at the park, including the remnants of the upstream plunge pool, were demolished on April 20th, 2019 to make way for the development of the new hotel.
Update. The project was going full steam ahead when the 2020 pandemic arrived. Disney removed all references to the project, suggesting that the development had been cancelled. And on March 15th, 2022, Walt Disney World Resort officially announced that the resort was cancelled to make way for new DVC villas at Disney's Polynesian Village Resort, which will be opening late 2024.
Nara Dreamland, Nara, Japan. Judging Nara Dreamland as a cheap knockoff or ripoff of Disneyland is not only incorrect, but very unfair and cruel, since it stains the vision and dreams of creator Kunzio Matsuo. The story of Nara Dreamland is much more complicated than it seems, thanks to the fact that there are several versions that try to explain what happened. One version says that Kunzio Matsuo, creator of Nara Dreamland, cynically copied Disneyland after visiting the park and decided to take it to Japan. This version is 100% false. There are other versions that say that Kunzio Matsuo presented the project to Disney, and Disney was on board. Supposedly, the two planned to bring Disneyland to Nara, and worked hard to build the park. But in the end, the deal fell apart after Disney changed some things they had agreed on about the licensing of the characters. This is also not exactly true. The story is a lot more complicated. In the late 1950s, Kunzio Matsuo, owner and president of the Matsuo Entertainment Company, visited Disneyland on one of his business trips. As soon as he entered Disneyland, he fell in love with the place, and felt inspired to bring a Disneyland to Japan's former capital, Nara. He met with Walt to discuss the idea of bringing Disneyland to Japan. Walt was not interested at first with the idea of opening a Disney park in Japan, so he just told Matsuo that when the time came to do it, the company would help him out. But Walt was really left struck by Matsuo's enthusiasm when he visited again, and brought along engineers to tell him about the project. So he agreed to give Matsuo his know-how associated with managing an amusement park for free, and even sent some of his engineers to the construction site. His intention was never to create a Disneyland in Japan, but help the Japanese themselves build an amusement park that was unique to Japan. Using these resources, the company explicitly designed this theme park and modeled it after Disneyland, under the hopes that Disney would eventually license naming and character rights to them. But that day never came. Apparently, when the park was finished, Matsuo asked for the licensing, thinking that because the park was done, Disney would give it to them. But Disney refused because it was never their plan to give the rights to Matsuo. So, Matsuo Entertainment rebranded its park to Nara Dreamland, and proceeded with plans to open its doors. They released a statement that said that licensing fees were the reason the Disneyland deal was scrapped, while Disney refused to make any official comment. Some people say that Matsuo decided to then pay for Disney's previous help and advice, but no one knows for sure. On July 1st, 1961, Nara Dreamland was open to the public. Because Matsuo Entertainment modeled the park after Disneyland, the two parks had many similarities, like a type of Main Street and the familiar Sleeping Beauty Castle. It also had a Matterhorn-type mountain, with a skyway running through it, as well as an Autopia-type ride and a monorail. The park also had its own mascots, Ran-chan and Dori-chan, two children dressed as bearskin guards. It was divided into 5 areas: Land of the Future, Land of Illusion, Land of Adventure, Land of the Past, and Main Street. Nara Dreamland was really popular when it opened because it was the closest thing to Disneyland in Japan. At its peak, the park had 1.6 million visitors a year, and everything was going great until in 1979, when the Oriental Land Company started talking with the Walt Disney Company to create a Disney theme park in Tokyo. Tokyo Disneyland opened in 1983, and this resulted in a massive reduction of guests for Nara Dreamland, since people were interested in going to an official Disney park. This marked the beginning of the downfall for Dreamland, with attendance numbers dropping to around 1 million visitors a year. Then the Matsuo Entertainment Company, including Nara Dreamland, was bought by the supermarket chain Daiei in 1993. The opening of Tokyo Disneyland would not be the only blow that Nara Dreamland would receive, because in 2001, Tokyo Disney Sea opened its doors along with Universal Studios Japan. After those two parks opened, Dreamland's attendance numbers worsened, plummeting to 400,000 visitors a year. In 2004, the park began to decline in quality. Some stores closed down and some attractions started to rust. And on August 31st, 2006, the park sadly closed its doors after 45 years of operation. When the park was closed, the owners didn't bother to clean anything up. They simply left it as it is. After 8 years, the abandoned park became an attraction in its own right. People began trespassing into the property in order to visit it. This resulted in the park being vandalized and props getting stolen and moved around. In 2013, the city auctioned off this site. No applications for acquisition were received. In November 2015, the city put up the property for an auction again. A Japanese newspaper reported that SK Housing, a real estate company, offered $7.3 million. On October 16, 2016, SK Housing began the process of demolishing everything that was on the site. Demolition was completed on December 21, 2017. During the process, 30 rides and 75 buildings, including a multi-story garage, were disposed of. The area is now considered to be a picturesque place. Development of the area is regulated, so only medical facilities, social security institutions, schools, and sports grounds can be built there. Nara Dreamland is a literal representation of how dreams can become nightmares. Land of Oz, North Carolina. In the silent, peaceful wilderness of Beech Mountain in North Carolina, we can find Land of Oz. This park has one of the most tragic stories of abandoned parks. The story of this park goes back to 1965, when brothers Harry and Grover Robbins decided to turn the Beech Mountain Ski Resort into a theme park based on Oz that could be visited year-round. Grover Robbins hired designer Jack Pentis to be able to bring to life his vision of the park. Robbins had a lot of experience and had been successful in creating amusement parks, and a clear example is Tweetsie Railroad that is still in operation. Unfortunately, Land of Oz did not have the same destiny as Tweetsie Railroad, and ended up having a tragic history. The first blow to the park was the unfortunate death of Grover Robbins. This hit the creative team very hard because they were very close. But still, the park opened on June 15, 1970, to all the expected fanfare. Debbie Reynolds cut the ribbon along with her daughter, Carrie Fisher, and thousands of visitors made their way into the park where they could ride in a hot air balloon, go up the mountain, or see a show in the Emerald City. The park allowed guests to experience their own Oz story. They were stuck inside Dorothy's house in the tornado, walked a yellow brick road made up of 44,000 glazed yellow bricks, and even visited the inhabitants of the land. Emerald City consisted of many shops and an amphitheater, which had a show every half hour. The park also had a museum with original movie props, including an original Dorothy dress worn by Judy Garland. With all of this, the park's opening was a success, and it attracted more than 400,000 guests. But then in 1975, a mysterious fire destroyed Emerald City. The amphitheater and many of the shops were completely gone, along with the park offices, costumes, sound equipment, and props. While the fire was going on, the park's museum was sacked. Many items were stolen, and Dorothy's dress was gone. People say that this was caused by disgruntled employees, but no one knows for sure. After this incident, Land of Oz was taken over by a new administration, but it sadly never recovered and it closed in 1985. The park was abandoned, vandalized, sacked, and left to rot for a while. But thankfully, many parts of the park were saved, like the Yellow Brick Road, many buildings, and most of the costumes. Then in 1990, Emerald Mountain Realty bought the area so they could develop a condo complex. On July 4th, 1991, the park was reopened for the day as part of the Town of Beach Mountain's Independence Day celebration and as a kickoff for the redevelopment to the property. And it didn't open again until 1994, when an event called Autumn at Oz was created. This event started as a reunion for the original park's employees, but it became so popular that it was turned into an annual public event. By 2009, over 8,500 people were attending. Each year, the event has been expanded to include all of the characters from The Wizard of Oz. Shows, museum, Emerald City setup, Omaha vendor fair, petting zoo, pony rides, and other activities within the Oz theme, and the money raised during this event goes back into the renovations and upkeep for the park, and of course to add new attractions every year. In 2013, the park added another annual event called Journey with Dorothy. During this event, Dorothy guides guests through the land while recreating the story of how she found the wizard. And while the park remains closed the rest of the year, it is not technically abandoned. The owners have had many problems with urban explorers that think it is. They have reported many cases of robbery and even vandalism, especially during Halloween time. Back in 2013, they had 163 cases of trespassers alone.
They broke into the buildings, they were stealing the bricks. And that's what a lot of people who tell me that break in, well, I saw it was abandoned. And I explain, if you go online and you look us up, you will find our website, our phone number, and our social media accounts to get a hold of us and visit it appropriately.
These annual events keep this park alive and prove that the park found its place somewhere over the rainbow.
Joyland Amusement Park, Kansas. Once upon a time, the town of Wichita, Kansas was home to Joyland Amusement Park, the largest theme park in central Kansas. Founded by Lester Ottaway and his sons, this park was in full operation for 55 years, till it was closed in 2004. For 2 years after that, parts of the park were reopened, but it was closed again in 2006. This time, permanently. Since then, this abandoned theme park has been shrouded in mystery. What is the story behind it? This park was originally founded to house a miniature 12-inch gauge locomotive. Herb, one of Lester's sons, had purchased this train from another abandoned theme park. Herb, who was a race car builder, restored this train. He and his family took the train on tours to county fairs in Kansas and Colorado. After a few years, in 1949, they decided to give it a permanent home. Thus began the journey of the 57-acre Joyland Amusement Park. Till the early 1970s, the park was successfully run by the Ottaway family before they retired and sold it to Stanley and Margaret Nelson. The Nelsons were responsible for introducing many of the most popular rides in the park, such as the Wacky Shack, a 2-story dark ride that featured illusion effects and psychedelic lighting tricks, and the famous wooden roller coaster, among many others. They also replaced the famous miniature train with the first ever C.P. Huntington miniature train built by Chance Rides. The train even carried the serial number 1. However, disaster struck the park in 2004 when a 13-year-old girl fell 30 feet from the Ferris wheel and got seriously injured. This was the first domino that fell, eventually causing the demise of the park. But some would say that the park had already been on its way towards abandonment. Following the Ferris wheel disaster, an investigation was conducted by the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Division, which found several safety issues with the park. When we look back at the operations of the park, we find that there were several other incidents such as this. In the early 1960s, before the era of animal rights activism, the park had featured several animals. This included an 8-month-old lion that bit a caretaker, causing 3 deer to escape in the process. Out of the 3, only 1 deer survived. In 1964, the park was sued because a little girl had smashed her teeth into the steering wheel of a bumper car. The tragedies only increased as the years went by. In 1977, a 7-year-old boy fell to his death from the roller coaster. In the early 1980s, an employee was stabbed to death by 2 people in the park. Towards the end of the same decade, a maintenance worker was crushed by the roller coaster. He had been cutting weeds underneath it and had not heard the ride coming. The 2004 incident, although not as severe as the previous ones, was the beginning of the end for the park. It is clear that the park has a penchant for tragedy, having seen everything from injuries to death to even murder. Perhaps it is better for the citizens that the park remains closed. The aura of tragedy surrounding the park does not even end with its demise. Since 2006, the park has been looted and vandalized several times, and its walls have been covered with graffiti. In 2012, long after the park was abandoned and left to the elements, a maintenance building in the park caught fire. Although no one was hurt, the police suspected arson. In 2015, a windstorm damaged the roller coaster so extensively that it had to be taken apart for safety reasons. By 2018, the Wacky Shack was one of the few rides that had remained intact, and it too was destroyed by fire. With all its rides either damaged or dismantled, the park, which served as a joy for generations of Kansas citizens, now looks like something out of a horror movie. Gulliver's Kingdom, Yamanashi, Japan. Our next abandoned theme park takes us all the way to Kamakushiki in the Yamanashi Prefecture in Japan. Inspired by the novel Gulliver's Travels by Jonathan Swift, this theme park has a giant 147-foot statue of Gulliver lying down. The statue is tied down and surrounded by the tiny Lilliputians, making one feel like they have stepped right into Lilliput. The theme park even had a nice view of Mount Fuji. For all intents and purposes, Gulliver's Kingdom sounds like a storybook theme park. Why then was it abandoned? The decision to build this park was an impulsive one taken by the government of Japan in the 90s to boost the economy. But right from the beginning, the park ran into bad luck, leading it to its impending doom. The construction of the park was financed by Niigata Chuo Bank, which collapsed due to non-performing loans. There were also a lot of employment controversies, even during the construction phase. The park was in operation only for 4 years. Even during this time, it barely had any rides. Apart from the giant statue, which was the park's main attraction, the most notable rides were a bobsled track and a luge course, neither of which were for kids. But the main reason for this park's failure was its unfortunate location. The park was built near Aokigahara, the infamous suicide forest of Japan. It is the second most popular suicide spot in the world, and more than 500 people have been said to have taken their lives here in the last 70 years. And if this wasn't enough, the Kamakushiki village was also the location of the headquarters of the Aum Shinrikyo Doomsday Cult. Back in 1995, this cult had been responsible for the sarin gas nerve attacks in the Tokyo subway system, which had resulted in the deaths of 13 people. Their nerve gas production facility was also rumored to be in the same area. The park's proximity to such grim locations put off people from visiting it, leading to its eventual demise. The stunning backdrop of this park only added to its eeriness. With nothing there other than the huge Gulliver statue, which is pinned to the ground by his hair, it looks like a city that was abandoned after a gruesome murder. The park was finally demolished in 2007. Dunblobin, Crinkly Bottom Theme Park, England. In the 1990s, the BBC ran a popular family entertainment show called Noel's House Party. Created by Noel Edmonds, this program was set in the fictional town of Crinkly Bottom. One of the most popular characters of the show was Mr. Blobby, who was, as the name suggests, a pink blob. He communicated solely by using the word blobby. Mr. Blobby became so popular that it led to a supposed blobby mania. To capitalize on the popularity of the show as well as Mr. Blobby, Noel Edmonds and his production company Unique decided to open theme parks based on the show. In 1994, they opened a Crinkly Bottom theme park in Cricket St. Thomas, Somerset, the first of 3. It was being promoted as Britain's first TV leisure park. The main attraction of the Cricket St. Thomas Park was a huge, pink, blobby-themed house called Dunblobin. Apart from this, it included other themed areas based on Noddy and the animals of Farthing Wood. The park saw over 500,000 visitors within its first season. A couple even had their wedding there, with Mr. Blobby as their best man. Everything, however, was not rosy. Within a few weeks after the opening, problems began cropping up, from concerns over planning permissions to noise complaints by neighbors to rumors about maltreatment of elephants. The theme park ran into many hurdles. Edmonds wanted to build a replica of the Great House, but the Somerset City Council voted against it. After this incident, during the 30th anniversary of Crinkley Bottom, Edmonds parted ways with the park. Licensing constraints dictated that Mr. Blobby and all the other attractions should remain on site. The park was rebranded as Cricket St. Thomas Wildlife Park once more. Just 2 years later, however, the owners decided that they did not want to be associated with the controversial era of Crinkley Bottom. They closed down Mr. Blobby's house and attempted to destroy all traces of evidence of the pink blob from the park. This might seem like the end of Mr. Blobby at Cricket St. Thomas, but in the early 2000s, a few urban explorers stumbled upon Blobby's house. This started an influx of people wanting to take pictures with the infamous Pink Blob's house. Instances of vandalism and illegal raves being conducted there were reported. Ultimately, the owners demolished the house, except for the pink polystyrene toilet, which was placed in an art gallery. The second Blobby theme park opened in Morecambe in 1994 on the condition that the nearby Bear Lane railway station be promoted as Bear Crinkley Bottom. Things started going downhill soon after the park opened its gates. Citizens started complaining about the lack of facilities and against the liquor license granted to the park on the grounds that it would encourage hooligan behavior. The Labor-led council sued Edmonds on the grounds of misrepresentation and negligence because the park wasn't attracting enough visitors. Neither was it generating enough income. Support was withdrawn, and the park had to close down only after 13 weeks of being open. This whole fiasco was termed Blobbygate and cost taxpayers £2 million. This park had the shortest lifespan of the three. The third and final Crinkley Bottom attraction was licensed to Pleasurewood Hills, a theme park, in 1996 in Lowestoft, Suffolk. During this time, the park turned its theater into a castle. But this ended just a year later when the ownership of the park changed hands. It would seem that no matter how many times Edmonds tried, the park was doomed to be a disaster. But for a brief period of time, it served as a pink slice of heaven for fans of Blobby. Yeongmaland Theme Park. In Yeongmasan, in the Jeonnam district in Seoul, South Korea, there lies a dilapidated amusement park called Yeongmaland. Opened in 1980 as a humble, family-friendly amusement park, it had a good run for the first decade of its life. Then Lotte World opened, and people quickly lost interest in this theme park next door. With not enough visitors left to sustain the park, they closed the doors officially in 2011. But is the theme park really closed? Well, it is, for the most part, and no, we don't mean that it's haunted, although there have been many rumors. Instead of leaving the park to decay, the owners had the brilliant idea of opening its doors to people for 5,000 won a day, which is $5. The abandoned rides and their fading colors have become hotspots for photography, cosplay events, and even filming music videos. Crayon Pop's Bar 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 video was inspired by this derelict park. If you want a true horror movie experience, you can request for the lights in the merry-go-round to be turned on at night for 30,000 won. Apart from the ghostly merry-go-round with its horses, the park has bumper car rides, an octopus ride, a Viking ship, and a displaced clown motif roller coaster, among other rides. The rusted rides with their paint chipped away give a very vintage feel to the park, but their friendly faces invite you to take part in their decay. Taman Festival, Bali. The previous theme park might not have been haunted, but this one certainly seems to be. Our next theme park, Taman Festival, located in Bali, is known as the saddest theme park on the island. Not only was it a failed amusement park, but it was also a failed dream. Costing a whopping $100 million to build, the park now lies abandoned with crumbling buildings, rogue vines covering every surface, and piles of grass littering the ground. This once magnificent theme park is being swallowed by nature and looks like a haunted, dilapidated building straight out of a thriller movie. Stories of ghosts haunting this place are often told whenever this park is mentioned. In fact, the gatekeeper of the park was once recorded as saying that he sees ghosts every day. Just thinking about this park is enough to send chills down anybody's spine. With it being abandoned even before its gates were ever open to the public, this park is shrouded in mystery. More than 2 decades ago, the Indonesian government, along with a wealthy investor, began building this park in the hopes that it would turn the heavily trafficked beachside city of Sanur into a tourist hotspot. This park was supposed to steal everyone's breath away with its magnificence. It was supposed to feature the world's first entirely inverted roller coaster, Bali's biggest swimming pool, a fake volcano, a pit full of crocodiles, a 3D cinema, and a laser show, which was going to be the main attraction. The laser machines were meant to illuminate the night sky with a myriad of colors. This park would undoubtedly have changed the face of tourism in Bali. So then, why did it never open its doors to the public? There are various reasons for this, including a legend or two. Just a few months before the park was set to open, the Thai national currency tanked. Some say the park was open for 6 months before closing down, while others say that it was never opened at all. The Asian recession made the park go bankrupt, and they could not find anyone to purchase the park. Another reason cited is that there were disputes over land ownership. Legend also says that the park was struck by lightning, which damaged the laser machines. The cost for its reparations was so high that insurance companies refused to cover it. The owners had no choice but to abandon this park, leaving the land free for spirits and ghosts to make a home. Locals have dubbed this place a ghost town and steer clear of it. It is said that the crocodiles were never transported out of the park and were left to roam around freely inside. Apparently, they have taken a liking to human meat. There are even stories about visitors who went inside and never returned. A group of men stand near the gates of the park and ask you to pay 10,000 rupiah, which is the equivalent to $1, to enter. The buildings are covered with graffiti, and bats and mosquitoes and various other bugs have taken over the place. There is film tape strewn all over the theater building, and the roofs look ready to collapse. The park has truly been reclaimed by Mother Nature. But none of this has stopped photographers, graffiti artists, and travelers with a penchant for exploring off the beaten path from coming and visiting. If you don't mind a little bit of the supernatural and spotting an occasional killer crocodile or two, this 8-hectare theme park is definitely worth a visit. Six Flags New Orleans.
Spend the day at Jazzland Theme Park where the fun is at full blast. I gotta do that again! Jazzland in New Orleans on I-10 at the I-510 exit is filled with thrills for the whole family. Serious rides. 30 incredible rides and spectacular entertainment. This is great. Come for the thrills, stay for the fun at Jazzland. Open daily at 10 a.m.
Originally known as Jazzland, the Six Flags in New Orleans has stood abandoned for more than 15 years. This 147-acre park first opened in 2000. It was operated for 2 years under the name Jazzland by Alpha Smart Parks, but it was owned by a Spanish company called Parques Reunidos. In 2002, Six Flags purchased the lease for the park and rebranded it as the New Orleans branch of Six Flags. The park featured a myriad of rides, including an inverted roller coaster named Batman the Ride, which was relocated from a defunct park in Japan called the Thrill Valley. A Vekoma multiple looping roller coaster called the Jester, which had been sourced from the Texas branch of Six Flags, among many others. But the signature ride of the park was the Mega Zeph, yet another roller coaster. However, this roller coaster was unique in that it had a wooden roller coaster track built on a steel frame. This was done to prevent termite infestation as well as help the ride withstand strong hurricane winds. The construction of this roller coaster provides a strange sense of foreboding, as not even 5 years after its opening, the park was demolished by Hurricane Katrina and had to close its doors. The park was thoroughly submerged, and in the aftermath of the hurricane, what was left was a wasteland. The park was left standing in nearly 7 feet of water, and all of its rides had suffered extensive wind and water damage. One of the only rides that was lucky enough to escape without too much damage due to its elevated platform and corrosion-resistant structure was the Batman ride. This ride was refurbished and relocated to the Six Flags in San Antonio, where it was unveiled as the Goliath. Unfortunately for the Megazeph, even the hurricane-resistant structure could not protect it from the damage due to long-term submersion in salt water. The park was declared to be a total effective loss, and Six Flags began talks with the New Orleans government to get out of its 75-year lease. In 2009, the lease with Six Flags was finally terminated because of their bankruptcy proceedings. It is currently under the ownership of the Industrial Development Board of New Orleans. With almost all of its equipment damaged and broken, a very spooky aura surrounds this park. Urban explorers, photographers, thrill seekers, and even just curious citizens often hop the fence to take a look around. It is also a popular location to shoot films. Be warned, however, that entering the park is illegal and may be considered trespassing. There have been many attempts to revamp the park over the years, but none of the ideas were implemented. In 2009, Nickelodeon suggested turning it into a Nickelodeon-themed park. In 2011, there were plans to construct a shopping center called Jazzland Outlet Mall. There were even talks of reopening this park under its original name, Jazzland. Finally, the decision was turned over to the mayor. As of May 2021, 2 proposals have been finalized for its redevelopment. One was Bayou Phoenix, which plans to build a water park, a hotel, sports complex, and travel center. Another was Kiernan West and Shield 1, which plans to build an urban farm, education center, and transportation hubs. No matter who wins, one thing is very clear. The park will no longer exist as we know it.
Update. In October 2021, New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell announced Bayou Phoenix as the partner chosen to redevelop the site. And on August 15th, 2023, the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority approved the Bayou Phoenix development proposal to move to the next phase. They will invest $500 million to build a complex with sports fields, water parks, hotels, restaurants, and shops.
Valparaiso's Frights. Did you know there is an animatronic graveyard in Mexico? And we are not talking about a closed theme park or an abandoned building. This is an open, functioning water park in Ixmiquilpan. And somewhere in the back, there is a corner filled with dinosaur endoskeletons sitting in the open air. A big shout out to TikTok creator Valparaiso's Frights for documenting this place and for actually going out and talking to the owners directly. Go follow him, the content is wild. Valparaiso is a balneario that at some point decided to invest in animatronics to bring in more visitors. Dinosaurs, giant insects, human figures. The owners bought them from a museum, though which museum exactly remains unknown. The owner didn't have time to get into it, and that detail has stayed a mystery ever since. The animatronics ran on compressed air tanks, and that distinction matters because a tank runs out. There is no refilling, no generator keeping things going. So one by one, the air ran out, the movement stopped, and all that was left was the audio still playing out of the speakers while the dinosaurs stood completely still. At that point, the owners cut the power entirely and kept them as statues. Then, the weather got to them. Sun and rain over the years wore them down to the point where some are now just endoskeletons. The outer skin completely gone, the metal frame underneath fully exposed. Those ones got moved to that corner of the park, the graveyard. The giant insects are still on display. Some of the dinosaurs made it. The rest didn't. And then there's the human animatronic. One of the most viral videos Valparaiso's Frights posted shows a human figure that nobody could figure out. At first glance, it looked like a primitive hominid, but that didn't add up because hominids don't wear boots. The figure had boots, and it had what looked like plastic wrapping around it, except it wasn't plastic. It was clothing, collapsed and draped over the figure in a way that made it unrecognizable. When the creator finally lifted the clothing and got a proper look, it turned out to be a doctor, which immediately explained the second human animatronic nearby, a figure lying down horizontal, a patient on a table, a doctor and a patient sitting in the corner of a water park in Hidalgo, covered in years of deterioration, next to a pile of dinosaur endoskeletons. A huge thank you to Valparaiso's Frights for taking the time to talk to us and share everything they know about this place. They are still out there documenting, still finding things, still asking the right questions. Go follow him, seriously. And one last thing, shout out to Mexico, my birthplace. Yes, I am Mexican, another fact you probably didn't know. Fats and Billy Bob in the sky tubes. We have covered the Rock of Fire explosion before, and if you know us, you know we have a lot of feelings about what happened to these characters. But this particular story is one of the strangest ends any of them had. Fun Station USA in Staten Island, New York had a Rock of Fire explosion installed in the early 1990s. When the show was finally uninstalled in 2007, Instead of being stored or sold right away, two of the characters, Fats, the silverback gorilla keyboardist, and Billy Bob, the banjo-playing bear who fronted the whole band, were placed inside the sky tubes, the play structure, the dark tunnels where kids crawl around above the arcade floor, just sitting in there, in the dark. The years inside those tubes did real damage. The wear and tear deformed their faces to the point where they looked nothing like the characters people grew up with. Whatever was charming or familiar about them was gone. What was left looked genuinely disturbing. The kind of thing you absolutely do not want to run into while crawling through a dark tunnel as a child. In 2015, a Rock-afire fan named Jojo King purchased Billy Bob, Fats, and Duke from Funstation and got them out of there. The restoration process started. There is footage of Fats being aired up for the first time and promptly breaking, and Billy Bob performing at extremely low PSI, barely moving, singing The Real Slim Shady. As far as anyone can tell, the restorations were never fully finished. The current state of the characters is unknown. We are going to try to reach out to Jojo King directly to find out how the restoration is going. Go check out his channel in the link below, and we will keep you updated on what we find out. Julem Amusement Park, the Dragon Palace, underwater. Our next story takes us to Beijing, and a huge shout out to Explore with Josh for the footage on this one. Without him, this segment simply would not exist. Go watch his full video on this. He covers so much more than what we're getting into here. And subscribe while you're at it. And this one is different. These animatronics are underground, underwater, hidden beneath a lake, inside a temple on an island, behind barbed wire fences and guard dogs. Yeah, Geelong Amusement Park opened in 1990 as a Sino-Japanese joint venture, and its flagship attraction was the Dragon Palace, a ride built directly beneath a reservoir. The animatronic technology used inside was imported from the United States, the same technology used to build attractions for Disney. The Dragon Palace worked like this. You'd board a vehicle, go underground, under the water, and the ride would take you through a full theatrical experience built around Chinese mythology. The animatronics were designed to rotate and reveal themselves as the ride moved forward, showing one side, then flipping to another, walking you through the legends scene by scene. The centerpiece was a giant emperor sitting on his throne. Around him, dragons on every pillar, a purple dragon on an upper level. All of them rigged to shift and transform as you passed through. The whole space was 2 floors, and the ride took you through both. Then it opened up into an ocean section. A shark mounted on a mechanism that sent it lunging toward you as you passed. A massive octopus wrapped around a full pirate ship, pulling it apart. A mermaid. Seashell figures with speakers built into them playing music timed to the ride. The park closed in 2008 after a financial dispute with its Japanese co-investors. Everything stayed exactly where it was. The emperor on his throne, the dragons mid-rotation, the shark still aimed at the track. Getting to any of this today means crossing a bridge over freezing water, climbing barbed wire fences, avoiding guard dogs and security cameras, scaling a 16-foot wall to enter the temple, and then going down underground beneath the lake. Explorers have called it one of the hardest locations they've ever accessed. And when they finally get inside, the animatronics are right there, coated in dust, frozen mid-performance. The speakers still attached to the seashell figures, the wigs for the characters still sitting in the staff lockers. The Dragon Palace has been down there for over 15 years, and as far as anyone knows, it's going to stay there. Kelly Tarleton's abandoned orca animatronic. Our next story comes from Auckland, and as always, shout out to all my little ducks in New Zealand. You already know. Kelly Tarleton's Sea Life Aquarium sits underground on Auckland's waterfront, built inside repurposed sewage tanks. That detail alone should tell you everything about the kind of man Kelly Tarleton was. A deep-sea diver who opened this place in 1984, sold his family home to finance it, and turned a bunch of old sewage tunnels into one of New Zealand's most beloved attractions. A huge chunk of what we know about this story comes from a fantastic video by Danica Bryant. Go check her out. She did a deep dive on Kelly Tarleton's that is genuinely one of the best pieces of research on this topic out there. Seriously, go subscribe. Now, this animatronic is not new to us. If you've been around long enough, you know we've covered it before. It has shown up in submechanophobia lists for years. And for good reason. This thing checks every single box. It's mechanical, it's underwater, and it comes out of nowhere. In 1994, the aquarium expanded with an Antarctic section and a penguin exhibit. To get there, visitors rode a snowcat, a snowmobile on a track that took you through a spinning snow tunnel and past a live penguin enclosure with narration playing along the way. A classic New Zealand childhood memory for a lot of people. Then, at the very end of the ride, in a dark room, a window lights up. 2 fiberglass seals. And then a full animatronic orca rises out of the water, backlit, holding a terrified seal in its mouth, with absolutely zero warning. The seal in its mouth is what really gets people. That detail alone is enough. And the fact that it rises from underwater makes it so much worse. That's submechanophobia at its purest. Generations of New Zealand children were scarred for life. When Merlin Entertainments refurbished the aquarium in 2012, the snowcat ride was removed. And here's the thing, nobody actually knows why. The official explanation was about increasing capacity and reducing costs. A walkthrough moves more people faster, no loading and unloading, simpler to manage. That's the clean answer. But there are rumors. Online, particularly on Reddit and Facebook, former staff members have claimed the ride had serious mechanical issues, that the snowmobiles would slip on the tracks and had to be manually pushed back into place constantly. There's even a rumor that a staff member was crushed between a snowmobile and a wall. Nothing has ever been confirmed, and Kelly Tarleton's has never addressed it publicly. So we're left with 2 possible explanations and no real answer. What we do know is what happened to the animatronic after. They didn't remove it. They built a corrugated iron wall right in front of it and left it there. The pool drained. The lights went off. And the orca has been sitting in the dark ever since. Still in the same position, still holding that seal. And because the wall isn't exactly airtight, people started finding gaps. If you visit Kelly Tarleton's today and shine a flashlight through the right hole in that corrugated iron, you can still see him in there. That image started circulating on social media and went viral. Because of course it did. An abandoned animatronic sealed inside a wall in a functioning aquarium is exactly the kind of thing the internet loses its mind over. Kelly Tarleton's has never explained why it's still in there. Maybe removal is too expensive. Maybe no one wants to deal with it. Maybe they genuinely forgot. But as of right now, somewhere in Auckland, behind a wall in a fully operational aquarium, a robot orca is sitting alone in a drained pool in the dark. And honestly, he deserves better than that.
Atlantis, Mexico City, Mexico. Atlantis was one of the many sections of the famous Chapultepec Park in Mexico City. And in the 80s, it was one of the most beloved, but today it lies abandoned and surrounded by many controversies. The history of this water park dates back to 1968, when the government created the first dolphinarium in the city. The initial park didn't last long because of bad administrative management, and it closed at the end of the decade. Then in 1981, a private enterprise recovered the park and turned it into a small aquatic city, with dolphins and aquariums with more than 17 marine species. Also in 1979, a water park opened in this area called Aguas Salvajes. These 2 parks were very popular during the 80s and the 90s, but at the beginning of the 2000s, the parks began to rot and decrepitate slowly. Aguas Salvajes had to rebrand twice. It changed its name to La Ola and then to El Rollo, but it ultimately closed in 2007. And it was left completely abandoned. For a while, the government tried to bring it back to life and turn it into an urban beach, but the people that lived near the area opposed this, so in the end, nothing came of it. But the real tragic story was the one in Atlantis. After the park stopped working normally, they began offering other types of services like dolphin therapy sessions. In 2012, the park announced a remodeling and closed its doors. But this refurbishment never came, and the park remained abandoned, with its animals still inside, having only one employee in charge of feeding them. Many images were leaked showing the animals in terrible conditions, swimming in green waters, and some of them were even sick and hurt. The rest of the park was also falling apart, and in ruins, rusting and full of abandoned buildings. In 2014, after several complaints, the government carried out an operation in which they rescued the animals inside and rehomed them to different water parks in the country. The park is now still abandoned, a sad and terrifying shadow of what it used to be.
Update. We're happy to announce that the Atlantis Water Park has been transformed into an urban culture park. What used to be pools at the water park now serve as a skate park for people. with an additional area dedicated to younger skaters. The former Atlantis area also features accessible pedestrian pathways and skatable stairs, spaces for physical activities and performing arts, a market for graffiti artists, and an outdoor dining area, among other things.
Hoi Thuy Thien in Hue, Vietnam. Hoi Thuy Thien is one of the world's most famous abandoned water parks. It opened back in 2004, and it cost approximately $3 million to be built. Still, when it opened, it was only half to two-thirds completed. The park featured 3 water slides, an auditorium where performances were put on to entertain guests, and the park's signature giant 3-story tall dragon aquarium. Rising from the lake at the park's center, manta rays and sharks lined the walls of the interior staircase, built to resemble a dragon's ribcage. On all sides of the dragon were aquarium tanks full of live fish and crocodiles. Nobody knows the exact reason why, but within just a few years, the business continued to experience problems. Some people say it was because the park was not completed when it opened. Others say that it was because of operating issues or financial ones. After it shuttered, plans to resurrect the park from its physical troubles by turning it into an eco-park swirled throughout Hue's local media, as recently as 2013. Instead, those revitalization plans died on the table, leaving the park to become a legendary destination for travelers to the region. The worst part of this park's closure was that the crocodiles in the aquarium were left to fend for themselves and made their home in the pools attached to the water slides. And as recently as February 2015, the crocodiles, who by now were in a dreadful state of ill health, were still residing in the pools. Some visitors even fed the crocodiles and also brought them to the attention of PETA. And thankfully, in collaboration with the local authorities, PETA took the crocs out of the pools and moved them to a wildlife park somewhere else in the country. This abandoned park has been popularized as a tourist destination in its own right. Located 8 kilometers out of town, the park is not that easy to get to. Once you're there, you can find a guard who collects an admission fee of 44 cents. There are even refreshment carts in operation inside of the abandoned park sometimes. In October 2014, the area was given to the Hue Trading Investment and Construction Group Company Limited. After receiving the project, this unit has planned to rebuild Thuy Thien Lake into a high-class ecotourism area, including a conference center, spa services, restaurants, resorts, performing arts, entertainment, and outdoor camping. However, for many years, this work stood still, and the park remains abandoned. Atlantis Marine Park in Two Rocks, Australia. Atlantis Marine Park opened in 1981. This park was envisioned as Western Australia's alternative to the Gold Coast, a region of Australia famous for its beaches. There were hopes that nearby Perth's boom times would attract tourism to this shiny new ocean-themed park. This park featured pools, pedal boats, live dolphin shows, and an iconic 10-meter-tall statue of King Neptune holding his trident. Initially, the park was a huge success with families from all over flocking to the park to swim in the pools, ride the boats, take pictures with the iconic statue, and watch the dolphin shows. Initially, the park started with 6 trained dolphins for the shows, which gave shows for 9 years. But then, in 1988, the set grew to 9 when 3 dolphins were born in captivity. The new arrivals created new issues for the park. Regulations for dolphin enclosures had changed, and legislation required the park to build a larger area for the dolphins. This caused a massive debt for the park, which had not proved to be the moneymaker its creators had hoped and was already losing money. So the owners decided to close the park. As part of the park's closing, there was an agreement with research scientist and marine park veterinarian Dr. Nick Gales. In return for releasing the company from its financial obligation to the dolphins, they gave him permission to attempt to reintroduce the wild dolphins and their captive-born offspring back into the wild. The adult Atlantis dolphins had been performing in captivity for almost a decade, and the captive-born juveniles had never hunted in the wild, so this was a difficult task. The dolphins struggled. They quickly lost weight. The group structure broke up. One of the juvenile dolphins was reported to be visiting resorts, trying to interact with people, and nearly beaching itself in the process. Ultimately, 3 of the dolphins proved to be incapable of living in the wild. They were recaptured and taken to the aquarium of Western Australia. The fate of the other dolphins is unclear. After February of 1992, none of the wild Atlantis dolphins were ever seen again, though occasional reports come in from local fishers who claim to have run into unusually friendly dolphins in that area. The rest of the park was left completely abandoned. This led to vandalism, so most of the park was covered in graffiti, had destroyed walls, and many of the ocean statues were in an awful condition. And having the empty pools and buildings, the park had a desolate environment. In 2011, a petition started going around calling for immediate action from the owners of the park to restore the site. A plan was put forward to the city of Wanneroo to develop the area into a mix of retail, commercial, and entertainment land uses. In the plan, key features of the marine park, such as King Neptune, would be retained. And then, after several months of restoration, the King Neptune sculpture and surrounding area were reopened to the public in May 2015. Le Aquatic Paradis in Sitges, Spain. Back in 1992, Spain was getting ready to host the most important sporting event of the year, the Barcelona Olympics. This event brought significant economic incentives for the different event venues, including Sitges. New developments came to town. One of these was a water park called Le Aquatic Paradis. Sadly, this park was never particularly popular and visitor numbers were low. Sitges had never really been seen as a family resort, and a water park didn't seem to fit with its reputation as a high-end beach destination. Some called it the Sate Tropas of Spain. It didn't help that Spain's biggest theme park, Port Aventura, was under construction just down the coast in Salou, and it had firmly placed itself front and center as the family destination of choice within Catalonia. Despite the fact that the number of visitors was small, the park continued to run. However, in 1995, Port Aventura was ready, and it proved to be a serious competitor. The Port Aventura Park managed to establish itself as a favorite destination for families. In its first year of operation, it was visited by 2.7 million people, and facing such tough competition, Le Aquatic Paradis made several attempts to survive. The owners tried to get sponsors, laid off staff, and they took on several bank loans. But all that happened was that the water park accumulated more debts than its activities and visitor numbers could pay off. They were also facing major safety issues. Rumors abound to this day about a child being fatally injured after being sucked into the engine of the wave machine. So the park closed its gates, burdened by bad press and even bigger debts. The park was completely abandoned and left to rot. But ironically, as soon as the gates closed, it became a hugely popular counterculture destination because a number of entrances were left open, and the park slowly became populated again. Skaters tore across the shallow pools and the steeped-up walls while a band, who had made the park their practicing area, played loud percussive music. Models even used the abandoned site as a backdrop for a fashion shoot. Graffiti artists have made it their own. It has been the location of music videos and fashion editorials. But suddenly, the entrances were closed and even marked with large police signs that warned that trespassing was illegal. Still, urban explorers continued visiting the park, so police made a final move to try and keep them out. With permission from the owner, the police force began to conduct training operations in the park, so of course fewer people dared going into it. Then, in 2006, a company called Atri SA purchased the old park and signed an agreement with the town of Sitges to develop the area. Their grandiose project for the 13.7-acre site was a cultural complex called Parc des Arts. The plan included a large auditorium, parking, a hotel, residential properties, gardens, and public squares. The Parc des Arts never materialized. As Spain was hit by the global financial crisis, the park remains abandoned to this day, and sadly, there are no new plans for renovating it. Selva Acuática in Manzanillo, Mexico. Manzanillo is internationally known for being one of the most important ports for deep-sea fishing and sailing. It is known as the sailfish capital of the world, and since 1957, it has hosted important national and international fishing competitions, such as the Dorsey Tournament, making it a very attractive fishing destination. It is also one of the busiest tourist areas in Mexico thanks to its beautiful beaches and natural parks. So in 2010, a group of people decided to open a smaller water park on the outskirts of the city to take advantage of all the tourism this city has, and also for the locals. The park was called Aquatic Jungle, and it successfully opened in 2011. It had a few attractions and areas, but it was a great park for families because it was fun, and it had a very low cost. The park was doing very well, and in 2012, it received a renovation. This made it a favorite spot for many of the local families. Unfortunately, the water park was very far from the main city, and people preferred to visit the nearby beaches instead of driving to the outskirts of the city and paying an entrance fee. So in 2015, the park closed its doors. The owners put the park up for sale for 12 million pesos, or the equivalent to $567,948 US. But no one decided to buy the park, and so it was completely abandoned. The park is in a terrible state. At the front office, you can find spare tickets for the many attractions lying on the floor. The slides are completely destroyed and vandalized, and the pools are covered in mold and completely drained. In 2017, the government announced a new project for a state-of-the-art water park, but so far the project has not advanced at all. It's very sad to see a place that was once enjoyed by many families to be in such a state, but thankfully they can still enjoy all the beautiful beaches that Manzanillo has to offer. Lake Dolores Water Park, Newberry Springs, California. Lake Dolores Water Park in Newberry Springs, California was constructed in the early 1960s by local businessman Bob Byers. In May 1962, a basic campground adjacent to the small lake was opened to the public, and over the next 25 years, rides and attractions were added, and the site evolved into a water park. The water park featured 8 identical 150-foot water slides, mounted side by side on a human-made hill. Nearby were 2 V-shaped water slides. There was also a zip cord ride, 3 high-diving boards, 3 trapeze-like swings that guests used to launch themselves into the lake, a fast, long group raft ride, a lazy river, bumper boats, an oval jet ski water racetrack, and a swimming pool. The park saw its peak attendance between the early 1970s and the mid-1980s, but after a downturn in popularity in the late 1980s, it closed. Byers sold the defunct park in August 1990 to businessman Terry Christensen, who envisioned a more polished park with a 1950s theme, and the park reopened under a new name, Rockahula. On July 4th, 1998, the park featured the constant playing of 1950s and 1960s rock and roll music throughout the park, along with some compatible graphics. In its Rockahula incarnation, the park included a river ride on inflated tubes. Things were going good for the park, so good in fact that the 1999 Electric Daisy Carnival was held there. But in its 3 seasons, the park amassed $3 million in debt. One of the 3 investors experienced financial problems, and an employee had an accident in which they were awarded $4.4 million in damages. So they filed for bankruptcy in February 2000. Because the court-appointed trustee failed to find a buyer for the park, the bankruptcy judge overseeing the case returned the property to Dolores Byers, with most debts discharged. Dolores Byers sold the property in September 2001, and after a $400,000 renovation, the water park reopened in May 2002 under a new name, Discovery Water Park. In 2002 and 2003, the park was open on weekends. During the last season of operation in the summer of 2004, the park operated intermittently. But apparently things didn't work out because the park has been closed since the summer of 2004. Since then, the park has been used for TV shows, films, music videos, commercials, and there have even been efforts to bring it back to life. But this has been to no avail, and the park remains completely abandoned. In mid-October 2018, the abandoned park was the victim of arson, and many of the remaining buildings, including the Lazy River Cafe and arcade, were sadly burned to the ground. Nowadays, the water park is still there, completely abandoned in the middle of the Mojave Desert. On March 30th of this year, it was announced that plans to restore the abandoned water park are moving forward. These plans include rehabbing the 41-acre former water park, restoring the 22-acre lake and 2-acre pond for boating, swimming, and camping, and additional office and admission space, commercial and retail. Hopefully, everything goes well with this restoration, and we can get to see this park become alive again. Wet n Wild in Vinland Station, Ontario, Canada. Prudhomme's Landing was once one of the biggest recreation and entertainment venues in Ontario. It was a very popular and affordable spot for young people and families, and once saw as many as 7,000 guests per day during its summer operating season. Adjacent to the resort was a recreation center with a snack bar, a 9-hole par 3 mini golf course, an indoor swimming pool with an underground tunnel to the main hotel, an outdoor pool, an arcade, a bowling alley with 4 5-pin auto lanes. There was also an amusement park built nearby. It had go-karts, a haunted house, and many more attractions. All of these were great, but the resort was not done yet. A small water park was later opened. A human-made hill was used to create 2 water slides. And after, a wave pool, 2 water slides, a lazy river, and a rapid tube ride were added. This area was called Wet n Wild. This recreation and entertainment complex sadly had a very troubled history. In 1967, a fire destroyed the main section of the complex, including 55 motel suites, the dining room, 5 ballrooms, a curling rink, and the Garden Center Theater. This destroyed the resort and left it with almost no possibilities of coming back to its former glory. Then, a second fire in September 1971 destroyed the indoor swimming pool, bowling alley, and the gaming arcade and the games inside. Police determined the fire to be arson. Still, after all of those problems, the theme park and the water park continued working, at least until 2000. The cost and maintenance of the park were huge, and people stopped visiting the resort, so this made it very difficult to keep the park open. By 2001, the park and its surroundings were completely abandoned and left to rot. The Prudhomme's Landing Inn closed around 2010, and after it closed, it was also abandoned for 6 years, until in 2016, everything was demolished. The only thing left after this was the hotel, but this lasted for 3 months only, because it was destroyed by another, you guessed it, fire. This is a very sad story, and it is awful to see that such a successful tourist destination is nowadays in ruin, and will only live in the memories of the people who were once able to enjoy it. Safari Lagoon Water Park in Pandan, Selangor, Malaysia. Safari Lagoon Water Park is definitely one of the more outlandish attractions on this list. In fact, this water park is actually built on the roof of a shopping center in Pandan, Selangor, Malaysia. This was actually the first rooftop water theme park in Klang Valley. Safari Lagoon was known as one of Southeast Asia's largest theme parks when it first opened its doors in 1998. To this day, it's like a tourist attraction, as you can see an infamous giraffe statue on top of the Pandan Safari Parade building. It's impossible to miss. I mean, with a funky location like that and tons of slides to boot, what could possibly go wrong? Well, what ultimately burned this bridge down was the fact that Safari Lagoon had actually been operating without a license. Authorities uncovered this and quickly took action to shut this water park down. Not only is not having a proper license super bad business practice, but it can also be extremely dangerous if an accident happens. And that's exactly what happened. An employee was reportedly killed after being trapped in a high-pressure water pump compartment after trying to retrieve some visitor belongings and was unable to get out. It's safe to say that Safari Lagoon never recovered from this alleged incident. Even though the water park was ordered to close in 2005, it still managed to stay open for another 2 years before eventually closing in 2007. Now, even the actual shopping complex that Safari Lagoon is built on top of has been completely abandoned. The complex itself actually has been a part of some controversies, but that's its own story for another day. Water Wonderland in Midland, Odessa, Texas. Next up, we have Water Wonderland. Yes, you heard that right, but it is no longer a wonderland by any means. Water Wonderland was a water park in Midland, Odessa, Texas. It was a very popular attraction in the 1980s, which honestly just feels like a lifetime ago now that we think about it. With everyone out and about, families from all over the world would visit the water park during the summer. When it opened in 1980, Water Wonderland was a bustling summer destination for families in the Odessa area. Things really took a turn for the worst once debts started rolling in. In fact, Water Wonderland had to officially file for bankruptcy in the 90s, and as if that wasn't bad enough, a child got injured on a ride, and a lawsuit was promptly filed. This proved to be the final straw, and Water Wonderland had to close its doors. For over 11 years, the water park would sit vacantly and soon be forgotten. It became a wasteland vandalized by graffiti. Almost apocalyptic-like. However, there seemed to be a light at the end of the tunnel. In 2018, the park had been sold, and there were actually plans in action to renovate the site. The new owner had a lot of new plans and ideas for the park. In fact, the new owner stated that he hoped this could happen by the end of 2020. Construction had already started, but there have been no other updates ever since. Could a new water park rise from the ashes, or will it forever stay in the shadows of Water Wonderland? Makassar Beach Pavilion in Cape Town, South Africa. We've got the Makassar Beach Pavilion in Cape Town, South Africa. What used to be is now a shell of its former self. In fact, most Cape Townians haven't even heard about this place. Makassar Beach Pavilion was a water park built in 1991 on South Africa's False Bay coast. The site is located within the Makassar Dunes Nature Reserve area, which is a 2,760-acre conservation area dedicated to safeguarding the area's sand dunes and flora. But let's go back to the very beginning. Makassar Beach was named after Sheikh Yusuf from the Sultanate of Goa, which is now known as Makassar in Indonesia. The main reason for the park's abandonment was due to financial issues. I mean, with tons of people come tons of cash. This meant that maintenance had to be very high, as a lot of budgeting had to be done for employees and proper equipment. The pavilion used to be a popular resort, and business was booming. With Makassar having a population of roughly 33,000 at the time, there were hundreds of families visiting the water park at the time. Now, you could say that the abandoned water park looks like a movie set. Due to southeastern winds and shifting dune, mountains of sand have encroached what was once a place of life, covering the green and blue structures of what remains. Instead of being filled with vibrant slide attractions and laughter, we are now met with what is an otherworldly landscape that intrigues both photographers and sightseers alike. Aquaria Park in Ravenna, Italy. Aquaria Park in Italy was a popular destination in the 90s and was the next big thing in Ravenna. What can I say? This water park had it all. From water slides and swimming pools to crazy whirlpools, it seemed like there was a bright future ahead for Aquaria Park. It even had space for sports, like tennis and basketball. It was really the perfect place for both water and land sports lovers to gather. And not only that, but the water park even had a disco, where people could party and relax next to a beautiful sandy beach. I know this sounds like it's too good to be true, and you're absolutely right. Otherwise, Aquaria Park wouldn't be on this list after all. Aquaria Park closed in 2004 after only being open for 12 years. There's not much information that can be found on the internet as to why this happened, but we know that the park went bankrupt. The property wanted to convert the park into a tourist complex and building apartments. They asked for the permits and closed the park thinking about the new project. But nothing came of it. In its current state, the once glorious water park now resembles a horror film set. Fun Park Finn in Arup, Funen, Denmark. Fun Park Finn brought life to Arup, Funen, Denmark when it opened in the 1980s. With vibrant attractions like carousels, people absolutely loved going to this park. The biggest appeal was that prices were affordable, making it the perfect destination for families. There seems to be an ongoing trend with these water parks, and that is that Fun Park Finn actually went bankrupt and had to close down in 2006. Like Water Wonderland, Fun Park Finn was even bought by other investors, which happened around 2008. There were rumors that the water park was going to be rebranded as Hans Christian Andersen Park, but this possibility seemed to fizzle away as Fun Park Finn remains desolate. What probably was the most notable attraction of Fun Park Finn is the Swan Boat, which is still on the site with the rest of the abandoned attractions to this day. It seems that Fun Park Finn is just a distant memory. There isn't much news coverage on what exactly happened, and perhaps there was something more dark going on behind the scenes. We'll never know. The three-headed troll, Maelstrom. Norwegian Pavilion was the last to be opened at Epcot, and for this pavilion, a new ride was being planned. This ride was called Sea Venture and was supposed to be a journey through mythical lands and trolls that would finish with a rainbow bridge to Valhalla. Norwegian sponsors wanted something different, so the ride changed and became Maelstrom. The ride opened on July 5th, 1988, and was a mix of flume and dark ride. It took guests through mythological scenes of Norwegian history. We first boarded the boats that took us to the lift hill. Here a voice could be heard.
Those who seek the spirit of Norway face peril and adventure, but more often find beauty and charm.
At the top of the hill, we could see Odin hovering above. The ride took us through scenes that showed us seafarers and maritime villages depicting a mythological version of Norway's Viking days. Then we encountered a type of swamp where we could come face to face with two very upset trolls. One of these was a large three-headed troll that became angered by our intrusion and proclaimed that we had entered troll country. He then proceeded to cast a spell on the boat and banishing us from the swamp by moving our boat backwards over the falls. The boat then floats past scenes of polar bears and live trees before stopping on the edge of a waterfall. Then it started moving forward again and descending down a 28-foot drop into a model of the North Sea. And after passing extremely close to an oil rig, the boat made its final stop in the loading deck once again. On September 12, 2014, it was announced that this ride would be replaced by Frozen Ever After, a new attraction based on Frozen. The new ride has the same track, but this time we go through scenes telling the story of Anna and Elsa. This ride had lots of cool animatronics, but the most impressive was the three-headed troll. Sadly, nobody knows what happened to it. It was probably repurposed in some way or thrown away.
Thank you very much to all our Patreons. My construction is nearing completion. If you want to know more about me and the world of animatronics, don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell. And if you haven't already, consider joining our Patreon for incredible rewards.
Aladar, Discovery River Boats. When Animal Kingdom was being planned, Beastly Kingdom was one of the areas that were supposed to open. This area would be where we could find all types of mythological creatures, like dragons, unicorns, and much more. Sadly, the area was postponed and then cancelled. But when Animal Kingdom was being announced, the advertisement showed these mythological animals that would not appear anywhere in the park. So Imagineers knew that something had to be done. They took a type of transportation they had developed to go around the park and tried to turn it into a ride with the small budget they were given. This ride was called Discovery River Boats, and it would take guests from Asia to the Safari Village and back. It was decided that in this ride there would be a dragon, unicorn, and a kraken, among other animals. But again, the cost of the park kept going higher and higher, and there was only money enough to build the dragon. While this was being developed, the dinosaur movie was being developed too. Michael Eisner had the great idea of taking the money that was meant for the dragon and building an enormous Aladar animatronic. The animatronic was really impressive, but it was definitely not what was expected from this made-up attraction. When the attraction opened, guests did not like it at all, and so the ride was changed into Discovery River Taxis before closing forever on August 21st, 1999. 10 months before the dinosaur movie even came out. The animatronic was taken to the Studio Tram Tour Behind the Magic at Walt Disney Studios Park in Paris, where it was displayed for guests to see.
Since then, the Studio Tram Tour closed on January 5th, 2020, and Cars Road Trip replaced it. The majority of the attraction was demolished with a small portion, including Catastrophe Canyon having been rethemed around cars.
Dreamfinder, Journey into Imagination. The opening of Epcot brought to Walt Disney World a new, unusual idea. A Disney park that did not focus on the fairy tale part of the world and did not bring any Disney characters to life. Instead, Epcot invented its own lovable characters.
Hello there, I'm the Dreamfinder, and my little purple friend here is a figment of my imagination.
Figment for sure.
You know,
The Imagination Pavilion contained the charming dark ride Journey into Imagination, where guests rode along with the musical Dreamfinder, a kindly, dreamy inventor, and his parrot-sized purple dragon, Figment. This ride was beautiful. It followed Dreamfinder and Figment through a musical adventure of arts, literature, entertainment, and music. One little spark. The famous Sherman Brothers song was featured throughout the ride, and it talked about how just a little bit of inspiration could create an entire world of imagination. During the ride, the animatronic Dreamfinder could be seen collecting sparks and ideas with his flying machine. He created Figment from the sparks and invited us to his workshop at the Dreamsport and the realms of imagination. Sadly, Disney decided to unite the entire Imagination Pavilion in one theme, and they chose to retheme the dark ride to match the film in the pavilion's 3D theater, Honey, I Shrunk the Audience. The ride was renamed Journey into Your Imagination. Its track was cut in half, Figment made a single cameo, and Dreamfinder was completely gone. This version of the ride received so much criticism from the public that it only survived for 2 years before it was replaced. It reopened as Journey into Imagination with Figment, its current incarnation. Figment received a much larger role this time around, appearing in every single show scene. The famous theme tune of the original ride, One Little Spark, was also back, but Dreamfinder is still nowhere to be found. Looking back at Tomorrow Robots, Horizons.
Step into the future in Epcot Center's newest adventure.
Horizons was an amazing attraction in Future World at Epcot that took us into the future of what Earth might look like based on scientific advancements. It opened on October 1st, 1983. While Horizons is beloved for its optimistic view of our potential futures, it also featured a whimsical looking back at tomorrow sequence that offered a glimpse at past visions and views of yesterday's future. As the attraction's narrator said, people have been dreaming about the future for centuries. And in this sequence, we explored scenes of Jules Verne's science fiction adventures and retro-futuristic vehicles, such as blimps and zeppelins. Conceived in mind by French illustrator and novelist Albert Robida. These aren't the only past visions that we could marvel at. In an Art Deco-themed sequence, guests could glimpse at a smug robot butler, with a vacuum cleaner and feather duster in hand, and giggle at the multi-armed robotic chef making a mess of the kitchen. These robots have become beloved icons for Horizons, occasionally featured on park merchandise and even popping up in other Disney attractions. On January 9th, 1999, Horizon closed due to a sinkhole beneath the building. The building stood unoccupied for well over a year as Disney decided between either relaunching the attraction or demolishing the building and creating a new attraction in its place. It was decided to build a new cutting-edge outer space theme attraction.
In fact, it's going to be so big that the current building won't hold it. We're building a brand new pavilion to hold this great new attraction.
So, the Horizons building was slowly torn down in July 2000. The demolition of the building marked the first time in Disney history that an entire ride building had to be demolished in preparation for a new attraction. Construction on Mission Space began in late 2000, and the attraction opened in 2003. According to ImagineeringDisney.com, most of the animatronics are all piled up and abandoned under the Carousel of Progress. Buzzy, Cranium Command.
Hey, you gold bricks! This ain't a spectator sport! Where do you think you are, Disney World? Get your strollers in line and hustle on the double!
The Wonders of Life Pavilion was opened on October 19, 1989. This pavilion was dedicated to life, health, and the human body. It featured 2 attractions. Body Wars, a motion simulator ride that took us on a mission to study the effects of the white blood cells on a splinter inside the left index finger of a volunteer. And Cranium Command. The show was a humorous presentation of the importance of the human brain. Guests became Cranium Commandos and were sent on a mission into the human brain. It starred Buzzy, a tiny little soldier who had been tasked with keeping a 12-year-old boy out of trouble by entering his cranium. After a pre-show briefing, guests entered the theater, which was designed to represent the inside of a human head. The outside world was seen through a pair of screens designed to mimic the eyes. Buzzy himself led the mission in audio animatronic form. In January 2007, the Wonders of Life Pavilion was closed for good, without any explanation, and the attractions were left intact and abandoned. The animatronics remained in the ride until December of 2018, when reports of the Buzzy animatronic being stolen were posted. People went crazy with this news all around. On December 28, 2018, an incident report from the Orange County Sheriff's Office surfaced, saying that Buzzy's personal items were stolen, not the animatronic itself. These items include the green military-style hat and headset, red bomber jacket, and his pair of custom-made rubber hands. This makes a lot more sense because who would be able to steal a whole animatronic? But who knows?
Well, here's an update with the whole story. In late 2018, the rumors began saying that the Buzzy animatronic had been stolen. These rumors were begun by Patrick Spikes, a former Disney cast member. People initially thought that Disney had taken the animatronic to store it at the Disney archives, but this didn't seem possible, because other explorers pointed out that the hydraulic lines bolting Buzzy to his seat had been cut and leaked oil onto the floor, and this did not seem like a professional removal. An Orange County police report revealed that Buzzy's clothes had indeed been missing for some time before the animatronic was missing. Disney began taking a look at Spikes, who had actually now posted a rather disturbing image of what appeared to be Buzzy's severed face, and 5 days later he was arrested. He was charged with stealing several Disney props and signs, and it was discovered that he had sold Buzzy's clothes to NBA player Robin Lopez, who wasn't aware that they were stolen and returned them to Disney once he realized.
The Horned King, Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour. The Cinderella Castle Mystery Tour opened at Tokyo Disneyland on July 11th, 1986. It was a walkthrough attraction inside the castle that was supposed to take us through a tour of the castle's rooms, like the gallery, ballroom, tower, and more. The tour took us to the gallery, where paintings of Cinderella, Pinocchio, Aurora, Snow White, and Taryn hung on the walls. The cast members started talking about Disney's heroes and heroines when all of a sudden, the magic mirror appeared. He felt insulted by the villains being put down, and he explained that no hero would be complete without a villain. He turned the paintings showing the heroines and heroes to paintings showing their respective villain. Then he opened the door to a dark passage where we would be challenged to see how strong we were against the forces of evil. Along this tour, we encountered many scenes featuring famous Disney villains like Chernabog and Maleficent. Then we would enter a room with tapestries showing the legend of the Black Cauldron. The magic mirror would appear again, letting us know that our last challenge would be in the next room. We enter the final room where we had to defeat the Horned King. A guest was chosen as a brave representative to carry the Sword of Light against the Horned King. The huge animatronic appeared and started to awake the cauldron while threatening to kill us and use it to make us join his army. Thankfully, we have the Sword of Light, and the guest holding it defeats the Horned King. This was one of the more sophisticated figures in existence at the time, and it's really sad to say the attraction closed down on April 5th, 2006. What do you think happened to the animatronic after the ride closed down? Wicked Witch, the Great Movie Ride. The Great Movie Ride was originally planned to be an entirely new pavilion for Epcot called Great Moments at the Movies, but it was then decided that a new park would be built with this attraction as its centerpiece.
First came the Magic Kingdom, then the incredible Epcot Center. Now comes the new Disney MGM Studios theme park.
Disney's MGM Studios opened on May 1st, 1989, and the Great Movie Ride opened with it. This dark ride took us through many scenes of iconic Hollywood movies. The first part was musicals, where we could find scenes of movies like Footlight Parade, Singing in the Rain, and Mary Poppins. Next came the gangster films, where we went through a scene of the movie Public Enemy. Here, the second cart was stopped while the first one moves on to the next scene. While the cart was stopped at the red light, a cast member showed up dressed like a gangster and got involved in a shootout with rival mobsters. They chased away the tour guide and hijacked the ride vehicle. When the gangster noticed the red light, they shot it out and made their getaway aboard the ride vehicle. The next scene would be the western scene, where we could find Clint Eastwood and John Wayne. If the ride vehicle was already being driven by the gangster, it continued past a shootout between the town sheriff and a bank robber. But if this was not the case, a cast member dressed as the bank robber would come out of the bank. After getting into a shootout with the town sheriff and chasing the tour guide away, the bandit blew up the town bank with dynamite and hijacked the ride vehicle. We continued the ride through many scenes like Alien, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Tarzan the Ape Man, Casablanca, and Fantasia, until we reached Munchkinland. Here, the Munchkins started to appear from various places and sang along as they welcomed us to their home. Suddenly, smoke rose up from the ground and an animatronic Wicked Witch of the West appeared asking who has killed her sister.
Kill my sister. Who killed the Witch of the East? Was it you?
No, that was an accident. I didn't even kill anybody.
This animatronic was one of the only animatronics that was replaced through the history of the ride. It was replaced by another with a newer design that used Sarcos technology. This new tech was capable of giving animatronics a great deal more movement possibilities than the original limited animation figure designs. As a result, the Wicked Witch became one of the most lifelike and scary of all the attraction. When the Wizard of Oz scene came to an end, the vehicles entered a large theater where a 3-minute montage of classic film moments was shown, and that was the end. On July 15, 2017, Disney announced that the attraction would close and be replaced with Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. The ride closed on August 13, 2017. The animatronics will probably be stored in the Walt Disney Archives, where many animatronics are displayed on rotation every few months. Skippy, Extraterrestrial Encounter, and Stitch's Great Escape. We've talked about this ride endlessly, but it contained one of the most beloved animatronics ever. Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter opened on June 20th, 1995, as part of a much-needed Tomorrowland refurbishment at Magic Kingdom.
And while you're in the neighborhood, check out the new Tomorrowland, an entirely new land filled with countless amazing adventures.
This ride was terrifying. It had warnings all around to let guests know that it was not for the faint of heart. Still, Imagineers knew that many people would not pay attention to these warnings, so they decided to plan a pretty disturbing pre-show to let guests know how seriously they should take the warnings. During the attraction, we were supposed to see a demonstration of new technology from an alien corporation known as XS Tech. This new technology consisted of a teleportation tube that could teleport aliens and people. Initially, a guest would be teleported to the alien's planet, but an employee gets restless and decides that he wants to come to us, so he will be teleported to the chamber. But something goes wrong, and a towering, winged, and carnivorous alien was beamed into the tube by mistake. He escapes, and madness ensues. But before entering the ride, we get a small peek at how the technology is supposed to work. Here we meet an XS robot known as Simulated Intelligence Robotics, or SIR for short. He was supposed to demonstrate how easily and completely painless the teleportation technology was. And for this, he would use a cute little alien called Skippy. Skippy was supposed to be teleported from one side of the room to the other, but as you may know, something goes terribly wrong. Skippy appears on the other side of the room alright, but he is burnt to a crisp, wailing and in pain. This should have been warning enough for people entering the attraction, but they didn't pay any attention, and sadly, because of many complaints, the ride was closed on October 12, 2003, and it was replaced by Stitch's Great Escape. This new version would reuse both Skippy animatronics, as prisoners. Now that Stitch's Great Escape has been closed forever, Skippy has sadly been retired. Ellen, Ellen's Energy Adventure.
Hi, and welcome to the Universe of Energy.
The Universe of Energy was a pavilion located in Future World at Epcot. In 1996, a new attraction opened at the pavilion. It starred Ellen DeGeneres and Bill Nye the Science Guy, and it took a lighthearted look at the various energy resources, how energy was produced, and the search for new energy resources. In particular, it focused on the origins of fossil fuels such as petroleum, coal, and natural gas. It also mentioned renewable sources such as solar and hydroelectric power. The attraction started with a video of Ellen telling us all about a dream she had. She fell asleep and dreamt that she was on Jeopardy, competing with her old college roommate, played by Jamie Lee Curtis, and Einstein. Ellen was losing, and at the end of round 1, Bill Nye appeared and offered to teach her about energy during the commercial. First, Bill took Ellen to witness the Big Bang and the formation of the Earth.
Then they ended up in a prehistoric jungle where he explained how fossil fuels were formed. After that, we entered the primeval diorama where the seating area broke apart into 6 multi-passenger vehicles that took us on a long journey through the jungle where we could find many dinosaurs. Here is where we found the Ellen animatronic also. She could be seen standing near a tidal pool fighting off an Elasmosaurus with a tree branch. After the diorama, we entered another theater where Bill took Ellen on an in-depth look at various current and future energy resources across the United States. And then, we went back to the first theater where the last film showed us how Ellen went back into the game and used her new knowledge to become the Jeopardy champion. This attraction closed down in August 2018. And as soon as Ellen heard the attraction was closing down, she joked that she would love for the robot to host her show when she isn't feeling well, and when she is feeling well also. So she jokingly asked Disney to give the animatronic back.
But if anyone from Disney is watching, I want my robot back. So I have many, many uses for it. It can host my show when I'm not feeling well. It can host my show when I am feeling well.
What she didn't seem to realize is that her animatronic had been removed back in 2014. Sources say that the dinosaur that she was fighting stopped working and was removed, so Ellen looked like she was fighting with the air. Eventually, her animatronic was also removed. The animatronic was either repurposed or destroyed, but the skin and the clothes were saved, and both were bought by a Disney collector. And as a prank, the writers on Ellen's show asked to borrow the remains of the animatronic and presented them to her on her birthday.
Is this real? That is so offensive. That
is like... Tom Morrow, Interventions.
Discover firsthand the positive ways today's technology shapes our lives. After exploring Interventions, experience the 3D Honey, I Shrunk the Audience, filled with big surprises. So come and see the new Tomorrowland, open now, only at Disneyland.
Interventions was open on July 3rd, 1998. This attraction opened as part of the new Tomorrowland that we got, instead of Tomorrowland 2055. The building where Interventions used to be housed the Carousel of Progress from 1967 to 1973, and then America Sings from 1974 to 1988. In this attraction, we could visit what would be the dream home, which introduced us to the then newly available technology from companies like Microsoft, HP, and Taylor Morrison that would enhance our lives in the near future. It had many high-tech, high-touch opportunities, where we could experience technology in an entertaining, low-risk environment. In the entrance, there were some monitors where Tom Morrow, the mayor of Tomorrowland, would welcome us to his land and show us some footage of technology over the years. The doors opened, and soon as we stepped inside, we would see a full-size Tom. He would explain Interventions in a comedic style, chat for a bit, and then sing the famous Sherman Brothers song, "There's a great big beautiful tomorrow," from Carousel of Progress. Back in 2012, the Tom Morrow animatronic was removed from its place, and it was no longer part of the attraction. On March 31st, 2015, the attraction closed down and the building was redesigned. It opened on November 16th, 2015 as the Tomorrowland Expo Center, where the second floor was used to host Superhero HQ, featuring meet and greets with Marvel characters Thor Odinson and Spider-Man, and an exhibit featuring Iron Man's suits based off the film, until it closed in April 2016. And the first floor still hosts Star Wars Launch Bay, where we can find special sneak peeks, behind the scenes, merchandise, and many meet and greets, like Kylo Ren, Rey, and Darth Vader. Supposedly, the remains of Tom Morrow ended up across the street. Where? Well, in Tibbin's collection, of course. The collector knows what's up, and he has got lots of retired animatronics in his collection that we may talk about later. Xenomorph, the Great Movie Ride. When Michael Eisner became CEO of Disney, he was determined to change the perception of Disneyland from a place for kids to a place for the whole family. That meant teens also. So he started greenlighting projects like Videopolis. But he knew that in order to bring Disney parks to the new era, he needed to infuse more of the film industry into them. So he made an unprecedented deal with none other than George Lucas to bring attractions like Captain EO, Star Tours, and Indiana Jones Adventure to the parks. Every one of these attractions was very successful, so in 1987, Imagineers started thinking of bringing another external property into the parks. Alien had come out in theaters in 1979, and the story was still considered a masterpiece. So Imagineers wanted to create an attraction that would bring guests into the world of Alien. and when Tomorrowland became a problem, they knew that it was an opportunity to present this idea to Eisner. And Eisner loved it. He thought the attraction would be a success because it would market itself, and Imagineers wouldn't waste time in coming up with a new story or creature for the attraction. But not everyone was happy with this attraction. Senior Imagineers thought that Ridley Scott's Alien had no place in Disney parks, so they went to George Lucas. Lucas agreed with them and offered to speak to Eisner on their behalf. So, after talking to Lucas, Eisner decided against using Alien, but told Imagineers that he was confident that they would come up with something just slightly less frightening to be the basis for their alien encounter. And that's how Imagineers came up with Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter. But they had already acquired the licensing right to the film, so what would they do with that? Well, the Great Movie Ride was the perfect attraction to use the Xenomorph in all its glory. The attraction opened on May 1st, 1989, along with Disney's MGM Studios. This dark ride, as we've said before, took us through a lot of scenes from iconic Hollywood movies. And in one of these scenes, we encountered the Nostromo, where we could find an animatronic Ellen Ripley holding a flamethrower and preparing to confront the alien. An alarm stating that the ship's emergency self-destruct system had been activated started sounding. And as the voice started to count down, the alien came out of the ceiling and attacked the front of the vehicle we were riding in. Then the creature attacked again, this time it emerging from the wall, attacking the back of the vehicle. Thankfully, we escaped the creature and went on to the Indiana Jones scene. Nobody knows for sure what happened to these animatronics after the Great Movie Ride was closed. But maybe now, after the Disney-Fox merger, we'll get to see more of the Xenomorph at all the Disney parks. Mickey Mouse and Friends. Mickey Mouse Review. When Walt Disney started developing animatronics, one of his dreams was having an attraction inside a theater, where many Disney characters would not only put on a show, but would also be sitting in boxes with the guests, heckling. This dream came true when Imagineers started planning attractions for Walt Disney World's 1971 opening. Mickey Mouse Revue was one of Magic Kingdom's opening day attractions, and while it didn't turn out to have the hecklers sitting with guests on the boxes, it did have lots of different Disney characters singing and dancing and putting on a fantastic show. The show had 73 different Disney characters and 81 animatronics. Some characters appeared more than once during the show. This was also the only attraction where we could find an animatronic Mickey Mouse. The show started with an 8-minute movie that showed us Mickey's career through the years, and the use of sound in his cartoons and films. The first part of the show is narrated by an animated soundtrack like the one we see in Fantasia. Then we could see Mickey and lots of other Disney characters dancing at Disneyland and welcoming us to the show. Next, we entered a theater with an 86-foot-long stage. The curtains opened and the show started. First, we could see Mickey Mouse, who came into view on a pedestal that rose from the floor. Then, the rest of the orchestra appeared. The orchestra was composed of 23 Disney characters from Mickey's friends, Minnie, Goofy, Daisy, and Pluto, to earlier characters like Dumbo, Timothy Mouse, the Mad Hatter, the March Hare, Gus Gus and Jock, and more recent movies at the time like Baloo, Kaa, King Louie, Winnie, Piglet, and Rabbit. The next scene showed the big bad wolf's shadow in a curtain before it opened and revealed the 3 little pigs, playing and singing their song for a bit before the curtain closed again and the next scene started. Then Snow White and the forest animals appeared, sitting on a wooded hillside. She sang "I'm Wishing" while the other animals listened. After she finished, another area of the stage came into view where we could find the 7 dwarves in their cottage, playing the silly song. They played for a while until the curtain closed again. To the far right of the stage, the curtain rose again, showing us Alice standing surrounded by the many oversized flowers. During the scene, Alice and the flowers sang "All in the Golden Afternoon." This was one of the best scenes in the show. The colors, the movements, and everything else looked amazing. Next, a flying carpet rose from the left of the orchestra. On this carpet, we could find the 3 caballeros. Donald, Panchito, and Jose Carioca sang the 3 caballeros theme in a blaze of music and color. The coolest part about this scene is that each of the caballeros appeared and disappeared many times across the stage while singing their song. Just before the song ended, they appeared together again on the carpet and then disappeared. Suddenly, the fairy godmother and Cinderella appeared. The fairy godmother began to sing "Bippity Boppity Boo" and waved her wand around. A shower of twinkling lights appears and turns Cinderella into a princess. The rear curtain lowered and a projection of Cinderella and Prince Charming was seen, dancing and singing "So This Is Love." When the projection finished, Brer Fox, Brer Bear, and Brer Rabbit appeared singing their theme song. Soon after, the whole cast appeared and sang together. Then, the entire stage went dark except for Mickey. The Mickey Mouse Alma Mater started playing, and then Mickey announced that the show was over. The show lasted 9.5 minutes, and it was amazing. But as time passed, fewer people were visiting it. In fact, the attraction was downgraded from an E to a D ticket attraction, which was pretty rare. When the Oriental Land Company began touring Disneyland and Disney World and choosing the attractions they wanted to have in the new Tokyo Disneyland Park, the Mickey Mouse Revue was on top of their list, and it was a lot less expensive to ship the original attraction overseas instead of recreating it. So, the attraction closed on October 1st, 1971, and reopened in Tokyo Disneyland on April 15th, 1983. The attraction was open for another 26 years until it sadly closed on May 25th, 2006, to be replaced by Mickey's PhilharMagic. We don't know what happened to every animatronic in the show, but we do know that the Mickey animatronic is safe and sound in the Walt Disney Archives. It was even on display in the 2011 D23 Expo Treasures of the Walt Disney Archives. We also know that in 2016, Disney quietly reused the Three Caballeros animatronics for the Gran Fiesta Tour attraction at Epcot's Mexico Pavilion, as a replacement for the end scene that we could see previously on screen. The Timekeeper and Nine-Eye. The Timekeeper. Le Visionarium opened at Euro Disney in 1992. This attraction was a 360 theater, just like Circle Vision 360 at Disneyland. But in this attraction, not only landscapes were used, but there was also a plot. This attraction was also a pioneer in using audio animatronics in conjunction with the 360 theater. There were also 2 more versions of the attraction that opened at other Disney parks. One was Visionarium, which opened on April 15, 1993 at Tokyo Disneyland, and the other was the Timekeeper, which opened on November 21, 1994 at the Magic Kingdom. The 3 versions of this attraction were nearly identical, except for the pre-show and some changes in the scenes. The attraction takes us to different time periods with the Timekeeper and his assistant, Nine-Eye, a robot designed to use her 9 eyes to show us adventures from the past and future. The Timekeeper has created a machine that travels through time and takes us on a journey through historical events around Europe with encounters with characters like H.G. Wells and Jules Verne. It began with a pre-show where either the Timekeeper or Nine Eyes explained to us what we were about to see. They told us about the Timekeeper's newest invention, a time-traveling machine, and how Nine-Eye would use it first and let us see this through her eyes. After the pre-show, we entered the theater where the Timekeeper, in animatronic form, welcomed and introduced us to his time machine. Suddenly, Nine-Eye appears, demanding to be introduced to us. He tells us that she's the one that's going to help us record our journey through time. He turns on the machine and sends Nine-Eye all the way back to the Jurassic era. Then the Ice Age, battles in Scotland, the Renaissance with Da Vinci, the musical beginnings of Mozart, and many other historical events. Then, the Timekeeper announces that it is time to go see H.G. Wells and Jules Verne. Nine-Eye captures a discussion between Wells and Verne about the future and time travel. Verne says that time travel is impossible, but Nine-Eye rebutes his claim and appeared to the author. He is surprised and tries to grab her. The Timekeeper sees this and tries to bring her back, but accidentally takes Jules Verne back too. The Timekeeper wants to send him back, but Verne says he wants to stay and know more about the future he speaks so much about. So, the Timekeeper agrees to take him to explore the present world. He takes him to see modern Paris, to the bottom of the sea, driving a race car, and even to the moon. After this adventure, the Timekeeper returns Verne to his time, where Nine-Eye and Verne say goodbye, while Wells watches, confused. Nine-Eye returns to the present, where she finds that the Timekeeper is not satisfied and wants to make a new demonstration by taking a group of people to the future. So, they go to the year 2189, where they find Wells and Verne driving the same flying car that Wells was holding in the past. The show ended as they were jetted off, and Timekeeper wished everyone well. The animatronics used for this attraction were pretty impressive. The Timekeeper had an incredible range of movements, and Nine-Eye was accompanied by steam effects that simulated she was being propelled in the air by some kind of futuristic motor. We were also lucky to have a fantastic cast for this attraction, with Robin Williams, Rhea Perlman, and even Jeremy Irons. The attraction closed on September 1st, 2002 in Tokyo Disney, followed by Disneyland Paris on September 5th, 2004, and finally Magic Kingdom on February 26, 2006. This is pretty sad, but we're sure that the animatronics are stored safely at the Walt Disney Archives. Or they might be time traveling.
Okay, show's over. Get out of here, you little numbskulls. I love you. Thank you for coming today.
Food Wrapper, Food Rocks. Food Rocks replaced Kitchen Cabaret when the latter closed in 1994. The show opened on March 26, 1994, in the Land Pavilion at Epcot. It was themed as a benefit concert for good nutrition, where groups like the Peach Boys, Refrigerator Police, the Get the Point Sisters, and many more played for guests. The music was based on popular songs by well-known performers, with lyrics adapted to the topic of nutrition, like the Beach Boys singing Good Nutrition. or the refrigerator police singing Every Bite You Take. The whole benefit was hosted by Food Rapper, who was voiced by real-life rapper Tone Loc.
Now here's your host, Food Rapper. Hey, thanks everybody. You know, your food knows a thing or two about eating right.
The show was being interrupted all the time by the XS, a junk food heavy metal band that hated nutrition. The show had 12 musical numbers and lasted 12 minutes. The audio animatronics in the show were food items with human features that had very limited motion. Exaggerated lighting effects and high volume tried to hide the lack of animation. Actually, some of them looked like props. The most complex animatronic we could find in this attraction was Food Rapper, and he was definitely in the top 3 favorites. He had a lot of personality and much more movement than the other animatronics in the attraction. This attraction closed down on January 3rd, 2004 to make way for Epcot's new attraction, Soarin'. The animatronics disappeared for a while until in 2006 when they started being sold by mouthsurplus.com and on eBay. They were stored in a warehouse until they were bought, so currently they are probably in the hands of Disney park collectors. Stitch, Stitch's Great Escape. We've talked about this attraction endlessly, and whether you like it or hate it, we can all agree that the Stitch animatronic was pretty impressive. This attraction replaced Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter on November 16, 2004, and it told the story of how the Galactic Federation Prisoner Teleport Center is looking for recruits to be guards. So, we enter the attraction and start our training. Suddenly, Captain Gantu interrupts us to let us know that a level 3 prisoner was being beamed into the center. So we need to get to the teleportation chamber to retrieve him. This prisoner is Stitch. The Stitch animatronic was an amazingly advanced figure created by Imagineers. It was actually the only thing that was worthwhile in this attraction. He walked around on his elevated platform, his arms moved around, his ears and spine spikes twitched, he used to blink, laugh, growl, and turn 360 degrees. He also used to spit and burp. This was one of the most hated Disney attractions ever. If you want to know some of the reasons why, check out our video. But that doesn't mean that Stitch's animatronic wasn't amazing. Sadly, the animatronic ended up completely dismantled and destroyed. We are not sure why it wasn't repurposed, but it's sad to see such a great animatronic gone. Sir and the Alien, Alien Encounter. Here we go again with Alien Encounter. We've talked about Skippy and Stitch, but we can't leave 2 of the most chilling animatronics ever behind, Sir and the Alien. We've talked about the history of the attraction and what it was about in parts 2 and 3 of this series, so if you want to check it out, click the upper right-hand corner. As we've said before, one of the most terrifying aspects of this attraction was the pre-show, and this was achieved thanks to SIR, or Simulated Intelligence Robotics Model, voiced by Tim Curry. This character had a sinister and manipulative personality that showed contempt for the smaller species, and saw them only as test subjects. Case in point, a poor burned Skippy. The role of SIR was to demonstrate the power of the technology of XS technology, even covering the horrible actions that the technology produced. When Alien Encounter closed its doors, the animatronics of the pre-show were reused, and SIR was transformed into Sergeant. The design of the character changed drastically, and the personality changed a lot too. He was pretty active with visitors. He talked to them and provided directions and safety instructions. His comedic timidness made the pre-show more welcoming and set the attraction in a more lighthearted and family environment, unlike SIR in Alien Encounter. But when Stitch's Great Escape closed, the animatronic was dismantled and probably stored to be recycled for the future. But SIR was definitely not the creepiest part of the attraction. The alien, a vicious and man-eating monster from a distant planet that is accidentally sent to Earth through an alien teleporter, was a massive reptilian monster with thick scales lining its body. It had multiple small arms, each with long, sharp spikes at the ends, small legs on the bottom of its elongated body, with longer ones at the end, large horns and 2 giant insectoid wings protruding from its back, large pincers, yellow eyes, and a gaping maw with sharp teeth and fangs. The animatronic was terrifying. When the attraction closed, many people wondered what happened to this animatronic. It was rumored that it was repurposed as the lava monster from Journey Through the Center of the Earth, but that's not true. No one really knows what happened to the alien, so let's just hope that it is well taken care of in the Disney archives. Iago and Zazu, the Enchanted Tiki Room under new management. The Enchanted Tiki Room under new management opened on April 5th, 1998, replacing the Tropical Serenade. This was not a simple refurbishment, but a complete change from the original show. The main show opened exactly as it used to, with Jose being woken up to start the show and the birds singing. But as they kept singing, they were rudely interrupted by Iago, who told the birds that their show was boring and the people would not like it. He announced that Zazu and himself had purchased the Tiki Room, and warned the birds that they better not get too attached to their original show, because if they wanted to keep their jobs, they would have to get hip. Zazu gets scared and tells Iago that he should not disrespect the Tiki gods. Of course, Iago proceeds to insult them, and this results in Uoa, the Tiki goddess of disaster, getting mad. She appears, and after singing a song, she sends Iago flying and disappears. The wooden Tikis take over rapping and singing some more songs until Iago comes back burnt and on crutches. He proclaims the new Tiki Room under his management a rousing success, and decrees that the place will be a gold mine.
These gods were the greatest sight I've ever heard. This place is gonna be a gold mine.
He then calls Zazu his new friend, and they all proceed to sing their own rendition of conga. This ride was a disaster, but it managed to last 13 years until January of 2011. The attraction was interrupted in the middle of a show. Guests had to be evacuated and were informed that a fire had started in the building. This fire damaged the main Iago beyond repair, and the sprinkler system damaged Zazu and Uoa. We'll probably never see Iago and Zazu again, but that's not the case for Uoa. When the attraction closed, the animatronic was reused for Trader Sam's Grog Grotto. The animatronic is not as impressive as it once was, but it is nice that it could be kind of saved and reused. Bon Appetit, Kitchen Cabaret. Last video, we talked about how Food Rocks had replaced another attraction. This attraction was Kitchen Cabaret. Kitchen Cabaret was a 13-minute show that opened on October 1st, 1982, along with the rest of Epcot. It was located in the Land Pavilion. The attraction was all about healthy eating and food groups: meat, fruit and vegetables, dairy, and grains. The show had an introduction, 5 main acts, and the grand finale, and it was hosted by the beautiful Bon Appetit. During the introduction, Bonnie sang Mealtime Blues, a song that explained that it was time for her to prepare a meal, but she wasn't too excited about it.
Oh dear, it's time for another meal.
We could see her sitting on some cookbooks, looking tired and a little sad. The lights turned off as soon as her song ended, and Act 1 began. During this act, Bonnie appeared again, wearing showgirl attire and singing Chase Those Mealtime Blues Away, with the kitchen crackpots, who are all animatronics that containers of ketchup, mayonnaise, mustard, etc. This Dixieland-type song was about good nutrition and balanced meals.
Thank you folks for coming to my kitchen as I sing praise of good nutrition.
Act 2 brought Mr. Dairy Goods, a singing milk carton, and his stars of the Milky Way, Miss Cheese, Miss Yogurt, and Miss Ice Cream. They all sing a song about how good dairy products are. Mr. Dairy Goods was the only animatronic that was used for both Kitchen Cabaret and Food Rocks.
Now you have met my beauties, I think you will agree. These girls have such style and taste that's
During Act 3, the Cereal Sisters, Oats, Rice, and Corn, sang a song about a boogie boogie bakery boy, a bugle-blowing bread slice that appeared when a kitchen cabinet was opened.
We're glad we kept his sound. The boogie bakery boy, the toast of the town. Take it from the toast. Bread and cereal. And a most.
Then in Act 4 came Ham and Eggs, a vaudeville-style comic rendition of The Meat Group Can Help You Keep Strong, in which Mr. Ham and Mr. Eggs told jokes and sang a few short ditties. Mr. Ham got angry because Mr. Eggs kept telling corny jokes, and decided to split from the duo to join another protein group. The show came to an end with the cabaret finale, where Bonnie and the cast sing a melody of their songs. The whole cast came back out and said goodbye before the curtains closed. Kitchen Cabaret closed on January 3rd, 1994. Some of the audio animatronic figures were kept for a while in a storage area located underneath the Haunted Mansion at the Magic Kingdom. Mr. Dairy Goods was used for Food Rocks, as we said before, and Bon Appetit could be seen at Disney's Backstage Magic Tour, in the Central Shops port of the tour where she was stored. Sandy, Evil, and Friends, America Sings. In 1974, Disney was preparing to celebrate the nation's bicentennial, And for this, the Imagineers developed a new attraction with the unique Disney style. The musical history of America being told by singing and dancing animals. This attraction was America Sings. It opened on June 29, 1974, replacing the Carousel of Progress, which had moved to the Magic Kingdom in 1973. The attraction had many acts. The first act introduced the audience to the show's host, Sam the Eagle, and his sidekick, Ollie Owl. After a rousing rendition of Yankee Doodle, the lights would dim as the theater begins to spin, moving the audience to the next stage, an introduction to the music of the Deep South, with such hits as Dixie and Down in the Valley. From there, onward to the Old West. Next was a trip to the 1890s, where barbershop quartet Geese serenaded with classics such as After the Ball is Over and Sweet Adeline. For the last represented musical era, guests ended up in modern times, headbanging with such rock and roll standards as Shake, Rattle and Roll, Hound Dog, and Joy to the World. Finally, the audience would meet up once again with their buddy Sam, who would wrap things up with a rousing encore of Yankee Doodle. The Enchanted Tiki Room and the Country Bear Jamboree had introduced the concept of the audio animatronic musical revue, but America Sings took the concept to a new level. These animatronics had an impressive range of motion, incredible voice work, and an excellent design made by Mark Davis. But the enthusiasm for the bicentennial passed, and America Sings did not fit with the Tomorrowland concept. So, after a run of almost 14 years, it closed in April 1988. What happened to the animatronics? Well, almost all of the critters took residence in Splash Mountain. They fit right in with the theme of the ride. This had to do with the fact that Mark Davis had designed both the characters for America Sings and Song of the South. But not all of the characters made their way into Critter Country. A couple of geese from America Sings stayed in Tomorrowland. These geese didn't even wait for America Sings to close before becoming long-necked robots for Star Tours. But what happened to Sam the Eagle and Ollie the Owl? Well, you've seen them as many times while riding Splash Mountain, but didn't know it. The first time we see Brer Fox, we see a recycled Sam animatronic. The same position and everything. The same happens with Ollie Owl. The first time we see Brer Rabbit, we are looking at a repurposed Ollie Owl animatronic.
Now that Splash Mountain has closed, we hope that many of these animatronics are recycled, and hopefully we'll still get to see them in Tiana's Bayou Adventure when it opens later this year.
The original Phantom Ravenswood, Phantom Manor. Phantom Manor was closed on December 2017 for an extensive refurbishment. It remained closed for over a year until this month when the refurbishment was done. There were many changes done to the ride, but today we're going to talk about one of the main ones. If you would like us to do a whole video talking about all the new changes that came to Phantom Manor, please let us know in the comments. Henry Ravenswood was always present as a character in the Phantom Manor. He's Melanie Ravenswood's father, and he was never happy with Melanie's suitors. Before the refurbishment, Melanie had fallen in love with a lowly miner who Henry did not approve of. But now, we discover that Henry Ravenswood was not happy with any of Melanie's suitors, and so, he decided to kill them all. First came Barry Claude, who was mauled by a bear. Then Captain Rowan D. Falls, who was sent over a waterfall in a rowboat. Next, Sawyer Boughton, who was bifurcated with an industrial buzzsaw. And then Iggy Knight, who was blown to pieces with dynamite. Melanie's last suitor was a train engineer working in Thunder Mesa. Ravenswood did not approve of him at first, but then he found out that he wanted to take Melanie away from Thunder Mesa, became furious, and vowed he would do anything to prevent it. But before he could do anything about it, he and his wife were killed in an earthquake. And that's how Henry Ravenswood became the Phantom. We see the Phantom many times during the ride, but there are two main Phantom animatronics. The first one is found just outside the bride's boudoir. This animatronic didn't change much, except for the glowing red eyes. And then, just before the ride ends, the Phantom is seen again. Before the refurbishment, this animatronic was a kind of grinning, decaying, green-skinned corpse that had lost any kind of humanity he may have had before. His clothes were torn, and he was laughing uncontrollably. Now, this animatronic is completely changed. This new Phantom looks just like the one we see outside of Melanie's room. He can also be seen laughing maniacally and gesturing to an open coffin. Which Phantom do you like best? The old or the new one? Let us know in the comments. World of Motion. World of Motion.
The World of Motion is enclosed in stainless steel and tells the story of transportation, past, present, and future.
World of Motion was an opening day attraction at Epcot in Walt Disney World, and it was a former tenant of the Transportation Pavilion. This attraction was filled with animatronics. World of Motion was the attraction that contained more animatronics of any attraction ever made by Disney. It had over 150 animatronic figures in 22 scenes. Not even Pirates of the Caribbean or the Haunted Mansion have these many animatronics. The attraction focused on the importance of transportation through the different periods of humanity. It began during the Stone Age, where we could see the first method of transportation, foot power. Then we get to see the next method, water transportation, where we could see people traveling by boat. Next, we could see animatronics traveling on animals, followed by the invention of the wheel. This took us to the wheel factory and into a part called Trade and Commerce, where we were shown many useful ways of using the wheel. Next came the ship age, followed by the flight age, where we could find Leonardo da Vinci and a man flying in a hot air balloon. We also saw the evolution of steam vehicles, from the Mississippi riverboat to the steam locomotive. In the next scene, we could find the first traffic jam in the world, followed by lots of scenes of the 1940s and 1950s, until we got to the speed tunnels. These tunnels took us to the center core of the amazing city of the future. After the Omnimover ride was ended, we got out of the vehicles and into the Trans Center, which was full of exhibits and showed about transportation and the things surrounding it, and took an Intervention-style feel to all of it. Here we could find the ever-popular show The Bird and the Robot, which we'll talk about in Part 6. What happened at this attraction? Well, GM was in a bit of a slump, and World of Motion had lost some popularity. So GM requested that Disney create a new attraction in its place, and wanting to promote their cars, they asked that the new attraction would focus only on cars. On January 12, 1996, World of Motion closed its doors forever to make way for a whole new attraction focused entirely on cars.
Test track, new at Epcot. See if you've got what it takes.
Some of the World of Motion figures have been reincarnated as characters in Disneyland's Pirates of the Caribbean attraction, but later removed when they added Jack Sparrow to the ride in 2006. Chicken figures from the attraction's traffic jam scene were featured in Goofy's Barnstormer at Mickey's Toontown Fair in the Magic Kingdom. Other props from the World of Motion, like the Sea Serpent, were at Disney California Adventure in the back corner of Hollywood Pictures backlot, near the restrooms for the Hyperion Theater. Then sometime between 2004 and 2006, they did some changes, and our friend was relocated next to the backlot stage, and just when we thought it had found its final resting place, along came the Electronic Arena in October 2010. And another change of out of props, and it was gone. The last known location of the Sea Serpent was in a warehouse near Disneyland. The weirdest tribute reuse of a World of Motion figure is that one of them was supposedly remade into the Ellen figure for Ellen's Energy Adventure. In 2012, Test Track was refurbished and reopened, and this version of the ride contains many references to World of Motion. We can find many hidden World of Motion logos and a sign on the outside of the track that reads FN2BFRE, an abbreviation of the phrase "Fun to be Free," the name of the original ride's theme song. Big Al, the Country Bear Jamboree. The Country Bear Jamboree opened at Magic Kingdom in 1971 and Disneyland in 1972. The attraction is a stage show with audio animatronic figures. Most of the characters are bears who perform country music. Guests begin their stay with the bears in the stage lobby, a large room with show photos and a carpeted entrance to the theater. The lobby was lined with oddly shaped doors, each perfectly sized for the different stars of the show. Once guests took their seats in the theater, Master of Ceremonies Henry greeted the audience and invited them to enjoy the jamboree. The show featured a number of different songs performed by the bears and their friends, and ended with an ensemble song encouraging the audience to come and visit again. Today, we'll talk about one of the fans' most loved animatronics, Big Al. Big Al is the fattest bear. He is gray with a light gray belly, though his fur was changed to brown in 2012 in the Florida version of the show, and wears a tan hat and a red vest. He plays an always out-of-tune guitar and is voiced by Tex Ritter from his hit album, Blood on the Saddle. Al's act was particularly funny because he didn't follow the show's rhythm at all. When his number started, the curtain opened, and with an out-of-tune voice and a terrible medley, he started playing his peculiar song. His act lasted for about 50 seconds until he is interrupted by Henry singing the Ballad of Davy Crockett. But of course, Big Al couldn't let this happen, and he reappears on the left stage, once again singing Blood on the Saddle. As Henry tells Big Al to stop, Sammy begins to realize the situation is hopeless. He tells Henry that they're going to need help. Henry cues the gang, and all the other bears, except Ernest and Trixie, appear on stage. Together, they sing the show's finale, Ol' Slewfoot. As the cast performs, Big Al, undaunted by their singing, continues to sing Blood on the Saddle. After the song, the stage gets dark, and a crashing noise comes from Big Al's stage. After the finale, Henry tells guests to be sure to come again, as a cast member ushers guests out. Henry, Sammy, Buck, Melvin, and Buck sing one last song, Come Again. The show started becoming less and less popular at Disneyland, and due to this fact, Disney decided to close it and replace it with The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh almost 30 years after it opened. When the ride closed, some of these animatronics were taken to the Walt Disney Archives. Others were taken to the Magic Kingdom so their parts could be used as replacements for the animatronics there. And one set of the charming mounted heads remained in Disneyland. We've talked about this before in our Abandoned Animatronics video. If you want to watch it, be sure to click here. It's been rumored that the Big Al animatronic was recycled and became Oogie Boogie in the Haunted Mansion Holiday. What do you think? Baby Groot meet and greet. We've talked about many animatronics in the past. Some of them are in rides and attractions, others in queues. But in this case, the animatronic that we're going to talk about was in neither. Back in 2012, it was announced that a new meet and greet would come to Disney's Hollywood Studios. Star-Lord and Baby Groot would come and meet guests to promote their new movie, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, replacing Moana, who was currently meeting guests in that same spot. Groot was a tiny animatronic and was standing on top of a computer console, ready to plug in a sound system and occasionally talking to Star-Lord. His body moved around and his face was able to make a lot of different expressions that matched the tone of his voice. The animatronic was really charming, and seeing him interact with Star-Lord was amazing. Sadly, it was announced that this meet and greet would end, and the last day for this fun duo was September 29, 2018. They were replaced by Mike and Sully. But who knows? Maybe we'll get to see them again soon, but this time they'll be meeting guests at Epcot. Hopper, It's Tough to Be a Bug. It's Tough to Be a Bug opened in Disney's Animal Kingdom in 1998, followed by a second version in Disney's California Adventure in 2001. This supposedly kid-friendly show features Flick and many other insects. Flick has made us honorary bugs just long enough for him and his pals to show off a few insect survival skills, and a rousing musical number to remind us just how important bugs are in the world. Everything is going great until Hopper arrives. The 9-foot-tall, 4-armed grasshopper appears out of nowhere, bursting onto the stage in an explosion of smoke. With his one glassy eye, spindly limbs, and a disturbing snake-like rattle from his sputtering wings, the animatronic scolds the audience for the horrific way humans treat the insect kingdom. He is pretty frightening, but the worst part of the show is when Hopper calls his insect friends to attack guests. They show movie clips from old monster movies that feature giant bugs. They attempt to flatten the audience using a giant fly swatter. Several hornets sting the audience using pneumatic pistons in the seats. And lots of black widow spiders go up and down within inches of guests' reach. Thankfully, in the end, a chameleon tries to eat Hopper, and he gets scared, so he retreats. This show closed permanently in California Adventure on March 19, 2018, when a Bugs Land closed to make way for a Marvel-themed land. Thankfully, we can still find it at Disney's Animal Kingdom.
But not for long, because on September 9th, 2023, for Destination D23, it was announced that a new Zootopia attraction will replace the show at Animal Kingdom pretty soon.
RX-24, or Captain Rex, Star Tours. The original Star Tours was advertised as the ultimate Star Wars adventure, where you were supposed to be a space tourist about to visit the Force Moon of Endor via the Star Tours travel agency. The captain of our Star Speeder was the infamous RX-24, or Rex. He is an RX series pilot droid who works for the Star Tours travel company, where he pilots a Star Speeder 3000 spacecraft. Rex is no ordinary pilot. Thanks to his abilities, we got to enjoy a crazy, fun ride through the maintenance room, an asteroid field, a battle against the Empire, and even the destruction of the third Death Star. Rex had 3 clawed arms, which he used to manipulate starship controls. His photoreceptors were blue unless illuminated, which made them shine with white light. The broader sections of his chassis were furnished metal trimmed with gold and purple. Between these were narrower sections in black. Rex clawed fingers, upper and interior facial plating, and vocabulator were also gold. Rex was brought to life by Paul Rubens, who made Rex an important and loved character from Disney parks, thanks to his charismatic and fun personality. On August 14, 2010, Walt Disney World hosted The Last Tour to Endor, event exclusively for Celebration 5 attendees. The event included George Lucas, character appearances, and the Star Tours shutdown ceremony. That was a live show with Star Wars characters accumulating in the official power down of the original Disney World Star Tours attraction. The ride was still open after the shutdown ceremony until September 7, 2010, when the attraction held its final flight to Endor, exclusive to D23 members. Star Tours was replaced by Star Tours The Adventure Continues. This new adventure takes us to many different places. It has more than 54 different combinations that take us to different planets on each and every ride. So you're unlikely to get the exact same ride twice in one visit. The attraction was also changed to ultra-clear 3D. Sadly, we lost Rex as captain in this refurbishment, and we can now find C-3PO. But we can still find Rex in the queue. Look in the Droid Custom section. Here you can find Rex being returned to the manufacturer to correct some defects, and thankfully, this is not the end for Rex. After he was returned to the manufacturer and repaired, Rex crashed in one of his trips and ended up in Batu, where he was reprogrammed into a DJ by Mubo at the Droid Depot, and his appearance was slightly altered. Thereafter, Mubo gave the droid to Ogagara to pay off a debt, and DJ Rex started providing the musical entertainment inside Oga's cantina. Smart 1. Communicore. Before Innoventions replaced it, Communicore was the place to visit if you wanted to take a look at the future. Here you could explore many hands-on exhibits using the new exciting touchscreen technology, and you could also have a chat with Smart 1. Who was Smart 1, you may ask? Well, he was an interactive audio animatronic robot that guests could talk to through a telephone.
How to let's get that in July. Don't know that you know it's play. Okay, so the I'm over it. I'll just wear my thing. Just dead. Oh. Hey. Button, dude. You're done. He served as a great demonstration of the newest voice recognition technology, allowing him to interact with guests by conducting some simple question and answer games. These fun interactive trivia games made Smart 1 stand out among all the other exhibitions that Communicore offered guests. After all, it's not every day that you can talk to a cute little robot. After a while, in an effort to keep Epcot updated, Communicore was closed and it became Innoventions, a more eccentric, wild, and corporate-driven take on a science and technology pavilion. We lost Smart 1 in the process, but he was not entirely retired. He was relocated to the Concourse Steakhouse at Disney's Contemporary Resort, where he was renamed X1846 and reprogrammed to serve as an interactive greeter that could also serve drinks. Sadly, in 2000, he suffered an accidental fall that caused minor damage, and this led to some technical malfunctions, so he was retired and sold. Electronic, Innoventions West.
Innoventions is a kind of a word that combines invention and innovation.
Since it was created, Innoventions tried to replicate what once was the World's Fair.
150 years, people have flocked to World's Fairs and expositions to get their first glimpse of new technology.
And show people the latest technology. The idea was that brands like AT&T, GE, GM, Motorola, and more would bring exhibitions where they would show their newest products, and with this, show guests how technology kept and would keep changing in the years to come. Innoventions opened in 1994 at Walt Disney World, replacing the now outdated Communicore. It was divided into two sections, East and West. In the East section, we could find Apple, General Electric, General Motors, and other exhibitions. But today we'll be focusing on the West section, which was the most popular among guests because here we could find exhibitions like the Sega one, where we could take a look at the future of video games, or the Electronics exhibition, where we could find the latest gadgets, some of which were not even being sold yet. The main and most impressive attraction of this exhibition was Electronic. He was one of the most advanced animatronics at that time. Imagineers decided not to use any type of covering for this animatronic.
A character put together in a way most people have never seen it, without the skin, so that you can see all of the inner workings and mechanics that make it happen, the thousands of moving parts that are generally not seen by the public, in an exciting and dynamic environment that I think most people will find memorable.
Before the show began, we could see that Electronic was in its off position, and in a few seconds, his sequence started and the show began. Alec introduced himself and welcomed us. There were also 3 other animatronic heads that joined him, and they all interacted with each other during the show. The whole presentation was based on these animatronics and how they were the most advanced in the world, and they demonstrated this with some gags and musical acts. The show ended when Alec said goodbye with a glitch and went back to his off position. Electronic was voiced by Bill Farmer, who voices Goofy. This made the character more friendly to guests who could be scared of it at first. In 1999, Innoventions had a major renovation for the park's Millennium Celebration and added the subtitle, The Road to Tomorrow. This made it much easier to walk through because the road helped guests to have a more structured way of seeing every exhibition available. During this renovation, Electronic was retired and recycled so he could become Tom Morrow at Disneyland, where Innoventions opened in 1998. We've talked about him before, so if you want to learn more about it, click here. Nowadays, he hangs out at the Collector's Fortress, or at least his head does. Otto, 2009's D23. Otto was the first autonomous animatronic. He was created so he could be presented in 2009's D23. Autonomatronics technology is different from audio animatronics technology. Audio animatronics technology repeats a pre-programmed show over and over again. Autonomatronics technology is driven by sophisticated cameras and sensors, giving Otto the ability to make choices about what to say and do. He could see, listen, and interpret emotions thanks to a sophisticated facial recognition system. Automatronics know when you enter and leave a room and how you react to it. This technology was first shown at the D23 Expo in 2009. The demonstration consisted of showing Otto and how the latest technology that was used to make him worked. The hosts of this presentation were GLaDOS. No, not that GLaDOS.
Oh, it's you.
You know her?
It's been a long time.
But an animatronic parrot and Otto. At the beginning of the presentation, Otto started feeling a bit insecure because of all the people that were there. But GLaDOS kept encouraging him and helping him regain his confidence. He asked Otto to introduce himself and demonstrate his abilities. He asked Otto if he thinks the people are enjoying themselves. When Otto asked how he could know that, GLaDOS told him to take a look and see if they were smiling. So Otto starts looking for smiling faces, and after he recognized them, he starts regaining his confidence. Next, GLaDOS tells Otto to demonstrate his hearing abilities, so he chose a member of the public as a volunteer and asked them their name and favorite color. Using a microphone, Otto repeated the volunteer's name and favorite color, changing his bow tie's color. During the last part of the presentation, Otto took a picture of the audience and then showed it to everyone. Sadly, Otto was never used in any Disney park ride or attraction, and he was retired after the D23 Expo. But he was the first autonomatronic created, and thanks to him, some other autonomatronics made their way to the Disney parks. No one knows the reason why Disney hasn't used this technology more until now. But we do know that Mr. Lincoln was changed to an autonomatronic in 2009, and we can find 3 of these in the Collector's Fortress. As soon as we enter the building, there are 3 creatures named Vilus. These creatures are equipped with sensors and cameras that allow them to react in a different and autonomous way to each guest. Maybe we'll get to see more autonomatronics in the future. Harold, Matterhorn bobsleds. The Matterhorn bobsleds opened 60 years ago on June 14th. It was the first tubular steel coaster in the world. For many years, the interior of the ride was filled with poles, supports, and metal structures. There were many holes in its exterior so the bobsleds could exit and re-enter the mountain. But the ride was not themed at all. The infrastructure was disguised as rock, and that was it. Then, almost 20 years later, in 1978, the ride received its first major refurbishment, and the interior of the mountain was filled in. Imagineers made a number of small icy caves and tunnels, but the biggest addition to the ride was Harold. The intimidating abominable snowman took up residence inside the mountain as an audio animatronic figure and glowing red eyes encountered throughout the journey. According to the Disney Mountains, Imagineering at its peak, plans existed for Harold to be installed as part of the original 1959 attraction, but budget crunches and scheduling deadlines led the concept to be shelved for a while. Harold was added 3 times throughout the ride in the form of 3 animatronic figures. The first is visible from both tracks at the point where they divide to take separate paths, while the other 2 are visible only from their respective tracks. The Matterhorn was refurbished a few times after that in 1992 when the Skyway closed, and the holes in the Matterhorn were partially filled, or the glimmering crystals and the Wells Expedition crate at the beginning of the ride were added, or in 2012, when it closed for a 6-month refurbishment which added a new outside fixture of the mountains and new trains with different restraints. But then, in 2015, for Disneyland's 60th anniversary, Harold was replaced with an even angrier and more lifelike version.
Here at the Matterhorn, we've added new animatronic snowmen and some other special effects scenes, and we're thinking that this will be a great addition, especially that it's coinciding with the Diamond Celebration at the Disneyland Resort.
This new version is a big improvement from the classic Yeti figure. And of course, during this refurbishment, we lost the original Harold. He was nowhere to be seen for a while, but then, on May 27, 2017, Guardians of the Galaxy Mission Breakout opened. In this ride, we enter the Collector's Fortress, and we can see the huge collection of artifacts that he has. And surprisingly, the original Harold is one of them. He can be seen just before you enter the ride in the queue. Various animatronics meet the world. Meet the World was one of the opening day attractions at Tokyo Disneyland in 1983. Located in Tomorrowland, Meet the World was an 18-minute chronicle of Japan's history of diplomacy and trade with other countries. Officially, it invited you to explore Japan's heritage on an incredible time travel adventure. The format was a rotating circular theater, similar to Carousel of Progress in Disney World. There were 4 parts to the show, and after each part, the seating area would slowly rotate 90 degrees to point the audience in the direction of the next stage. The guide was an animated talking crane who led 2 curious children from Yokohama on a time travel journey, complete with representations of prominent Japanese and Western figures from the history books. She took them to explore the ancient Jomon people and the difficult relationship they encountered with the sea and the land. Then to the area of Prince Shotoku, and his efforts to meet the world. She also took them to explore Tanegashima, where Portuguese traders met with locals, introducing Japan to trade opportunities as well as the outside world. They also entered Japan's dark days, but the crane reassured the 2 children that those days have ended, and that Japan now led the way of today. A final montage of Japan's modern accomplishments brought the show to a close, as the children and the crane soared to the skies on a hot air balloon. The attraction had over 30 animatronic figures, 9 70mm projections, and 15 large pieces of show action equipment. The Meet the World song was written by the Sherman Brothers. The attraction was designed by WED Enterprises Imagineer Claude Coates. The figures were sculpted by Blaine Gibson, with the exception of the 3 Meiji figures, who were sculpted in Glendale by a Japanese sculptor from Toho Studios in Tokyo. But then, on June 30th, 2002, the attraction closed forever to be replaced by Monsters, Inc. Ride and Go Seek, and these animatronics were retired forever. Nobody knows what happened to them, but we hope these pieces of history are safe and sound at the Disney archives. The Bride, the Haunted Mansion. Since the beginning, the Haunted Mansion has been a mix of stories and concepts that work together perfectly. Every story and character in this ride had been created by the most famous Imagineers in Disney history. With the pass of time, the mansion had small and big changes, but one of the characters that has suffered the most changes is the Bride. The first sketch of the Bride was created by Ken Anderson, who based it on the picture of the Brown Lady of Raymond Hall. This picture was taken in 1936 and is one of the most famous ghost pictures of all time. After a while, when Mark Davis took over the project, he changed Anderson's concept, giving the character a clearer style, a darker face, and a cat. But in 1968, he decided to change his own concept and change the cat for a dog and the bride's face to a complete black space with shiny red eyes. He called this new concept Beating Heart. Then, when he was sculpting the character, he changed her again and gave her a kind of Grim Reaper style. The problem with this new design was that the bride didn't look like a bride at all, and the idea of a bride had been in the Haunted Mansion plan since the beginning. So Davis decided to go back to his ghostly bride design. When Haunted Mansion opened in 1969, the Beating Heart Bride was located where we can now see the piano ghost. She was only there for a month or two, because when the Hatbox Ghost was removed, she was changed to his old spot. But the bride not only changed her whereabouts, she also suffered some major design changes. Her face and eyes were changed many times, and so was her dress. In 2006, the attic scene received a major overhaul, and with this change, the Beating Heart Bride was retired and Constance was in her place. What happened to the Beating Heart Bride? Well, she was safely taken to the Disney Archives, and was even on display in the Treasures of Walt Disney Archives exhibit, presented by D23, at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Museum and Library from July 6, 2012 to April 2013. Tomorrow 2.0, Innoventions Road to Tomorrow.
Well, right now I'm coming to you from Epcot, but how did I get here? Let's find out.
In 1999, Innoventions had a major renovation for the park's Millennium Celebration and added the subtitle, The Road to Tomorrow. This new renovation made sure that Innoventions would still be innovative, having the new Millennium's latest technology. It also made it much easier to walk through because the road helped guests to have a more structured way of seeing every exhibition available. With this new renovation also came new sponsors, exhibitions, and a new mascot. Tom Morrow 2.0 was a small animatronic that served as an ambassador and self-proclaimed gatekeeper of Innoventions, The Road to Tomorrow. This animatronic used to interact with guests and gave them lots of facts and trivia. He was also the host of the Disney Channel segment, Imagineer That.
Ever wonder how Disney dreams become reality? It's something called Imagineering. Disney presents Imagineer That with Tom Morrow 2.0. Any questions?
where he would answer questions about Imagineering and explain how many Disney park attractions were created. In 2007, renovations started for Innoventions, and by 2008, Tom Morrow was gone. Nobody knew what had happened to him until 2011's D23, when Tom Morrow returned. But this time, he had a new role. He became the Great Destiny. For this experience, the old animatronic was recycled and given new technology so that the Great Destiny was able to interact personally to people's reactions. It might look like a cast member was behind the scenes controlling the animatronic, but that was not the case. A new complicated software allowed the animatronic to react to the guest's facial expressions. After this, Tom Morrow disappeared again until 2013, where he could be seen in an exhibition at the Odyssey Passholder Center. In this exhibition, people could see many props from different attractions, like Figment from Journey into Imagination, and of course, Tom Morrow 2.0. But then, in 2017, Tom Morrow 2.0 appeared to be on sale on themeparkconnection.com. Nobody knows what happened to him after that. He's probably safe and sound in a collector's living room. Jason, the Living Seas. When the Living Seas opened back in 1986, it opened as the biggest oceanic environment ever created by humans. It was nicknamed the 6th biggest ocean in the world because of its size.
1.5 million gallons of water. Enough water to give everyone watching this program a 10-ounce drink and still have enough left over to quench the thirst of Albany, New York.
This pavilion was created to give people a better understanding of our relationships with the ocean and the part they will play in our future. The Living Seas had a pre-show, a motion picture, a short ride, and the Sea Base Alpha exhibits, which we're going to focus on today. The attraction started with a short movie called The Sea that showed how the Earth went from a volcanic planet to a world of oceans. After this, guests were taken into an elevator that, using sound effects and movements in the walls, gave the impression that they were being taken to the bottom of the ocean. Then guests waited in a queue to board the Sea Cabs, a type of omnimover that took them through the coral reef to the Sea Base Alpha.
And welcome to Sea Base Alpha. You know, the challenge of the sea is an adventure that man has wanted to undertake since the earliest days of diving tubes, and long before Leonardo da Vinci designed the first known underwater breathing devices.
Sea Base Alpha was divided into 2 levels and had 9 exhibits or modules. In the first level, Module 1D was found. This module was dedicated to undersea exploration and had the Gym suit, which was an atmospheric diving suit used to explore the depths of the sea. We could find 1 full suit and another 2 that were cut in half, so that guests could use it to try and turn an arrow, push a lever, turn a wheel, and shift a gear using the counterbalance manipulator hands. It was also in this module that we could find our star animatronic, Jason. Inspired by Jason Jr., the robot who explored the wreck of the RMS Titanic in 1986 and sadly got lost in the sea, Jason used to demonstrate to guests how robots like him worked and were operated by scientists. He also explained how just a small percentage of the ocean had been explored, and thanks to robots, special suits, and submarines, it was now easier to explore and learn more about this unknown area. But then, Disney began to re-theme the Living Seas into a new pavilion based on the recently released Pixar film, Finding Nemo. The majority of the transformation began with the exterior elements, but in January 2004, the interior began to change as well. It started with the opening of Turtle Talk with Crush, where we could once find Module C. The show became such a great success that it needed a bigger area.
Yes. Squirt! So give me some Fed. Noggin. Yeah.
So in 2005, the pavilion closed to be transformed into the Seas with Nemo and Friends. Sea Base Alpha had been re-themed to Finding Nemo, and the entire original pre-show area was in the process of being rebuilt. Decor and signage were replaced, and once themed to Finding Nemo replaced scientific displays. Turtle Talk with Crush remained as popular as it was before the transformation, and the ride suffered lots of changes. The Sea Cabs were transformed into clammobiles, the track was lengthened by 280 feet, and a new projection system was added in many parts of the ride. By October 2006, the transformation was done, and the Living Seas was part of the past. It now became the first Epcot pavilion to be based on a Disney animated movie property. Nobody knows for sure where Jason is right now, but we can only hope that he's not lost at sea like his namesake, Jason Jr. Starnack, Innoventions West. We've talked about Innoventions before, how it wanted to replicate what once was the World's Fair and show people the latest technology. Innoventions opened in 1994 at Walt Disney World. Replacing the now outdated Communicore, it was divided into two sections, East and West. In the West section, we could find popular exhibitions like the Sega one, where we could take a look at the future of video games, or the Electronics exhibition, where we could find the latest gadgets, some of which were not even being sold yet. Here's where we could find another beloved retired animatronic, Alectronic, who we've talked about in the last retired animatronics video. And then in the East section, we could find Apple, General Electric, General Motors, and other exhibitions. Among these other exhibitions was Motorola. Motorola didn't want to stay behind in the tech race, so they designed an exhibition called Communications Dream Forum. And this exhibition had a special host named Starnak.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I am the great Starnak, and I can see into the future. But more about that in the future, because right now I'd like to welcome you to the Dream Forum.
Starnak was a pretty advanced animatronic that had a crystal ball where he could see the future. He used to check his crystal ball to see the future of technology and telecommunications. And of course, he also told people how Motorola would be a fundamental part of future technology. He was a tall metallic robot, which had the Motorola logo on the side. And just as Alectronic, he was amazingly advanced. He had a pretty articulated body, which allowed him to move all the way to the tips of his fingers with flowing motions. As time passed, this exhibition continued growing, adding interactive experiences and demonstrations of Motorola's newest cell phone models, until it closed on May 1st, 2003. Sadly, nobody knows for sure what became of Starnak, but we can only hope that he is stored safely or that he has been recycled and put to good use. The Bird and the Robot, World of Motion. We've talked about World of Motion before. This attraction was sponsored by General Motors and was filled with animatronics. It focused on the importance of transportation through different periods of humanity and took guests through 22 scenes where they could see different types of transportation. After the ride ended, guests got out of their vehicle and into the Trans Center. Here guests could find exhibits that showed all about transportation and the things surrounding it. And it was here that we could see the ever-popular show, The Bird and the Robot. The Bird and the Robot was an audio animatronics vaudeville show, starring a toucan named Bird, who was originally built for Tokyo Disneyland's Tiki Room, and an assembly line robot named Tiger. During this show, Bird and Tiger entertained guests with many acts. Bird has Tiger do some tricks, like playing dead and fetching a donut. But when Tiger doesn't bring back a donut, Bird threatens to send him back to GM, where he would have to work as an assembly line robot. A video display in the background showed other car manufacturing robots working in GM plants. And the finale had Tiger conducting the Detroit Phil Robotic Orchestra, which was a series of clips of car manufacturing robots set to music. The show was considered one of the best shows in Future World, but sadly, GM was in a bit of a slump, and World of Motion had lost some popularity. So, GM requested that Disney create a new attraction in its place. And wanting to promote their cars, they asked that the new attraction would focus only on cars. On January 12, 1996, World of Motion closed its doors forever to make way for Test Track. Mr. Tom Morrow, Mr. Johnson. Flight to the Moon, Mission to Mars.
Popular attraction here is our simulated rocket trip around the moon. After entering the Disneyland spaceport, visitors may experience the thrills that space travelers of the future will encounter when rocket trips to the moon become a daily routine.
Rocket to the Moon opened at Disneyland in 1955 as a simulated trip to the moon. In 1967, with the Apollo program underway, astronauts traveling to the moon was likely to happen soon. So the attraction received a name change to Flight to the Moon when the new Tomorrowland opened that same year.
When the 1960s arrived, the world of today began to catch up with Disneyland's world of tomorrow. So Walt Disney and our Imagineering department began to create an all-new Tomorrowland. And here it is today in Disneyland.
That same attraction opened on December 24th, 1971 at Walt Disney World. This new attraction had 9 new animatronics, and the leader of these animatronics was Mr. Tom Morrow. This was the first time that a character with the name of Tom Morrow appeared at any Disney park, but as we know it, it wouldn't be the last. Mr. Tom Morrow used to be a part of the attraction's pre-show, where he told guests all about mission control. He interacted with a cast member that asked him about the mission and introduced guests to the vehicle they were about to board to take them to the moon. But the attraction had the same problem that Tomorrowland. It became outdated because in 1969, people had already been to the moon, so it desperately needed a renovation. In 1975, both Disneyland and Disney World's flight to the moon were replaced by Mission to Mars. Mission to Mars was very similar to Flight to the Moon. In fact, many people think that it was the same attraction. There were some changes, of course, but one of the biggest changes to the attraction was Mr. Tom Morrow. You see, Mr. Tom Morrow also became kind of outdated like his attraction before, so to replace him, Disney brought in Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Welcome to Mission Control, space travelers. The first part of your trip to Mars today will be directed from this room, and so will your landing when you return to Earth.
Mr. Johnson had the same voice as Mr. Tom Morrow, but he was much more modern. Instead of a button-down shirt and necktie, he rocked a red turtleneck sweater beneath his lab coat. He also had a luxuriant head of hair and a mustache. Mission to Mars closed its doors in 1992 at Disneyland and 1993 at Disney World. Disneyland's Mission to Mars was closed so that it could make way for the new Tomorrowland project that Michael Eisner had planned. It was supposed to be replaced by Alien Encounter, but sadly, as we've said many times, this Tomorrowland 2055 project was cancelled, and instead, Red Rocket's Pizza Port opened in 1998 where Mission to Mars used to be. Disney World didn't have the same problem as Disneyland, and in 1995, Extraterrestrial Alien Encounter opened, replacing Mission to Mars. After a while, Alien Encounter was closed and replaced by Stitch's Great Escape. For both of these attractions, the pre-shows, main shows, and decor were changed, but these attractions all use the same infrastructure with a single stand-up pre-show area. So of course, with these new changes came new animatronics, and with the new animatronics, the old ones were retired. Lucky the Dinosaur. One of the most ambitious innovations that Imagineering has had was the Living Characters Initiative. This initiative gave life to Lucky the Dinosaur, the first ever animatronic to walk independently. Up until that moment, animatronics could sing, talk, move, and duel with swords, but they could not walk. After 5 long years of working, Imagineers created this amazing animatronic. Lucky walks on 2 legs and stands approximately 9 feet tall and 12 feet long, and pulls a cart full of flowers, which powers the animatronic. He loves people and balloons, and signs autographs. His signature is a 4-leaf clover. Lucky can laugh, sneeze, snort, grin, bray, bellow, and occasionally gets hiccups, and is led by Chandler, the dinosaur handler. His first appearance was at the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles on August 28, 2003. A few days later, he visited Disney's California Adventure Park. Since Lucky was only playtesting, he returned to his home at Walt Disney Imagineering. His official debut was in 2005 when he was taken to Animal Kingdom. After a while, he was taken to Hong Kong Disneyland. As of August 2015, Lucky is at his final home of Walt Disney Imagineering. He is still running as he meets visitors who come with the Backstage Magic Tour from Adventures by Disney.
Jungle Cruise animals. The Jungle Cruise was one of Disneyland's opening day attractions back in 1955. Creating this attraction was a great challenge because of the budget Disney had for it and the technological advances they had at the time. At first, the attraction was supposed to have real live animals, but after Imagineers realized that the animals would likely sleep all day and be very hard to maintain, these plans were abandoned. To solve this, Walt got inspiration from the giant squid that Disney had created for the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea movie back in 1954. Yep, that giant, amazing, and terrifying thing. Just imagine swimming near that thing. So, drawing inspiration from this, Imagineers created these mechanical animals. These animals were not audio animatronics, of course, since they had not been invented yet. They were previous technology that allowed these figures to have basic movements. In 1962, it was renovated for the first time, adding more submerged figures and new scenes like the Indian elephant bathing pool. And then in 1964, animatronics were added in new scenes like the rhinoceros chasing explorers up a pole scene. Disney kept adding scenes, and by 1976, there were 31 new animatronics in the attraction. The Jungle Cruise was also opened at Walt Disney World in 1971, Tokyo Disneyland in 1983, and Hong Kong Disneyland in 2005. While this attraction has lots of submerged animatronics like crocodiles, hippos, and elephants, we placed it in last place because, after all, they're just animals, so they're not that scary if you look at them that way. But still, this cute, partially submerged elephant can cause some discomfort among people who experience submechanophobia. The most perturbing thing about all of this is seeing how the animatronics work when the water is clear. This is a pretty creepy spectacle. Discovery Riverboat's Iguanodon. We've talked about Discovery Riverboats non-stop in this channel, but if you haven't come across it and want to know more about the history of this attraction, check out this video. But long story short, this attraction was a huge mess since the beginning. This was because the attraction was completely improvised, and the original plans for it were never completed because of the budget and many other issues. The attraction was supposed to be full of mythological animals like unicorns, a kraken, which would have terrified anyone with the phobia, and even a dragon just like the one we find at the Disneyland Paris castle. But these plans were sadly dropped when Michael Eisner decided to create a huge and expensive Iguanodon animatronic to get people excited for the new dinosaur movie. Discovery Riverboats was a disaster, and this caused it to be revamped a few years after it opened and then permanently closed. Still, the Iguanodon animatronic was equally impressive and terrifying. We could see the huge animatronic partially submerged in the river's waters. Watching its fluid movements in the water was certainly imposing. But what makes this animal animatronic creepier than the Jungle Cruise animatronics? Well, over time, this animatronic started wearing out and even came to a point where it had some inside mechanisms exposed. This didn't last long because it was retired from the attraction and taken to the Disneyland Paris Studio Tram Tour, where it remained abandoned in an awful state. Guests could only see pieces of a headless and armless animatronic. The Iguanodon stayed that way for many years until it was retired without notice, and it won't be coming back, since the tram tour closed to make way for the park's new Galaxy's Edge and Arendelle lands. Discovery Riverboats might not have been the best attraction in Disney's history, or even a good one. But Aladar didn't deserve that destiny. The Mysteries of the Nautilus. We've talked a lot about Disney's long relationship with Jules Verne-inspired attractions, so it's not surprising that we're doing it again. When Disneyland Paris was being developed, Tony Baxter was named creative director, and one of the jobs that he had to do was create a new concept for the park's Tomorrowland. Baxter found this task exciting because to do it, he wanted to take inspiration in the previously canceled Disneyland land, Discovery Bay. Discovery Bay would have been a steampunk port city with many Jules Verne-inspired attractions. Check out this video if you want to know more about this land. So, using the concept of Discovery Bay, he created Discoveryland. Discoveryland is a gleaming golden seaside port that represents the future, but as it was envisioned by the past. A tomorrow that H.G. Wells, Leonardo da Vinci, and of course Jules Verne might have imagined. This land has many attractions, but there's one unique attraction that we can't find in any other Disney park in the world: the Mysteries of the Nautilus. This walkthrough attraction takes us inside the Nautilus, where we can explore its many rooms, including Captain Nemo's room. All of this while simulating that we're deep in the ocean. The best room in all of this attraction is the main salon. This is the heart of the Nautilus. Books, artifacts, and numerous treasures of the sea are gathered here. Just at the center of the room, there are two closed windows that look out at the ocean. One of these windows opens up every little while so that we can appreciate the depths of the sea, which is pretty scary in itself. But suddenly, a giant squid starts attacking the Nautilus. The defense mechanisms activate and succeed in scaring the giant beast away. This animatronic has very fluid tentacle and mouth movements and two enormous red eyes that, along with the light and bubble effects, make this encounter pretty impressive and terrifying at the same time. The animatronic is about 15 feet long and is completely submerged in water, making it seem like it's a real squid attacking us under the sea. So, of course, we needed to put this one high on the list, because not only is it a submerged animatronic, but it also seems more threatening than the ones before on account of the attack, not to mention its size and scary appearance. Sadly, due to technical problems, this scene was shortened. Nowadays, the animatronic is in B mode, so it doesn't move as much as it used to. There are no current plans for fixing it, but hopefully, Disney will do it soon and return it to its former glory so it can continue scaring us. Submarine Voyage. In 1959, Tomorrowland had its first major expansion. This expansion included the Matterhorn, an expanded version of Autopia, the Disneyland monorail, the motorboat cruise, and the submarine voyage. This attraction opened on June 14, 1959, as one of the first rides to require an e-ticket. This attraction is number 3 on the list because it is full of different scenes filled with props and animatronics throughout the ride. In the first part of the ride, we can find a giant clam, sea turtles, eels, crabs battling lobsters, and some other sea animals. The next scene is nightmare fuel. We get to a place that's full of different shipwrecks and sharks, but this is only the beginning. Next, we reach the North Pole, when suddenly, the sonar detects a polar ice cap that forces the submarine to go down into the depths of the ocean, where we find ourselves in total darkness, surrounded by strange creatures. One of these creatures is a terrifying giant squid. This scene, in our opinion, is the creepiest of all. The squid's size, combined with the movement and the dark ambiance, is imposing and scary. Also, in this scene we find many other creatures that can change color at will. The ride continues, and while we're moving, we find some mermaids swimming along with us. All seems well, and apparently we won't be suffering anymore. But then, the submarine takes us into the lost city of Atlantis. We are surrounded by building ruins, statues, and a suspicious giant tail. We continue our way until we're face to face with a giant sea serpent. This figure might not look scary and even has a comical appearance, but that doesn't mean the size of the character and the fact that it's completely submerged doesn't cause some chills. On September 7th, 1998, Submarine Voyage closed forever and remained abandoned for 7 years. Several projects were rumored to be planned for the abandoned attraction, but nothing was carried out. Then, in 2005, the lagoon was drained. The animatronic sea serpent was removed and auctioned off at the Van Eaton Gallery's auction that's from Disneyland years later. In 2007, Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage was opened. This attraction is very similar, but a lot more friendly. Using the newest technology at the time, the characters are projected in the scenes. While the attraction is friendlier, it doesn't mean that people with submechanophobia will not feel a little uncomfortable, with scenes like the one with the jellyfish or the encounter with the anglerfish. This attraction is so high on the list because it has lots of scenes, figures, and combines two phobias: submechanophobia and thalassophobia. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. When Imagineers were planning the Florida project, or what would be known as Disney World, they were deciding which attractions would open at the park by looking at Disneyland's attractions and choosing which of these they would duplicate at the new park. One of these attractions would be the popular e-ticket attraction Submarine Voyage. The project was given to Disney legend Claude Coates and his young Imagineer apprentice Tony Baxter, and they decided to mix Submarine Voyage with an old, also popular Disneyland attraction. Back when Disneyland opened, Walt wasn't completely satisfied with how Tomorrowland had turned out. So he decided to open a walkthrough attraction based on the Walt Disney Productions blockbuster hit film 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. He shipped the movie's sets to Anaheim, and the attraction was a huge success. So Imagineers took the Submarine Voyage concept and the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea themed exhibit and created a whole new and fantastic attraction. The redesigned ride changed from a scientific journey to a fantasy one, adding key scenes from the movie to it and creating the subs to mimic the look of Harper Goff's iconic Nautilus instead of the submarines at Disneyland. And 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea became one of the most loved attractions in Disney World's history. But while it was an amazing journey, it definitely was a nightmare for people who suffer submechanophobia. The ride not only simulated a deep dive into the sea's depths, sometimes surrounded by darkness, but it also showed guests a lot of animatronics and ruins while playing an eerie organ version of the film's main theme on loop. The ride was very similar to Submarine Voyage. It began in the underwater plains around Vulcania, where guests could see many sea animals that could cause some discomfort if you had the phobia, but were not very scary. During this part of the ride, divers would come into view, and we could see them working on kelp beds and wrangling with rebellious turtles. But again, nothing to be scared of. But then, a surface storm began, and the captain would order the submarine down into the depths as a precaution. Within minutes, the devastation such natural phenomena can create was made clear with the ominous graveyard of lost ships, with shipwrecks from various centuries littering the seabed, guarded by sharks. These shipwrecks were utterly terrifying, especially while paired with the music and the darkness that surrounds the submarine. Next, the submarine reached the North Pole, where it would go through a collection of large icebergs and then into the abyss, where guests viewed examples of the many weird and strange species of deepwater fish that thrive in such an environment. The ride seems to be getting scarier with each scene, but what came next is the most terrifying part. We entered the ruins of Atlantis. We find ourselves surrounded by ancient ruins and destroyed statues. And then, we begin seeing a hint of what lies ahead. A huge sea serpent surrounded by mermaids is guarding a treasure, bursting with jewels and gold. If this wasn't creepy enough for you, we begin experiencing turbulence, caused by the volcano that submerged Atlantis all those years ago. The captain decides to go back to the surface, but before we're able to, we make an eerie discovery. Another Nautilus, trapped in the clutches of what appears to be a giant squid, who noticed us and began to attack us with its long, thrashing tentacles. Thankfully, we're able to escape this attack and return to the surface safely. What's even more terrifying about this attraction is that it sadly had to be closed down. It remained abandoned for 2 years until early 1996, when Disney officially announced that the attraction was not coming back. The submarines were removed, but the sets and animatronics remained abandoned underwater for 10 years until 2004, when the lagoon was drained and the animatronics and sets were exposed. Of course, they had a lot of water damage, and sadly, almost nothing could be salvaged. So you can imagine why this attraction was so high on the list. Not only did it prove to be terrifying and one of the reasons why so many people developed submechanophobia in the first place, but it also became scarier when it was abandoned, with all the submerged animatronics and sets slowly left to rot underwater. Which Castaway Cay? The story of Castaway Cay begins with Treasure Cay and its abandoned cruise ship. Back in 1989, Premier Cruise Line started a partnership with Disney to create the first Disney-themed cruise. This cruise offered guests a unique experience where they could meet and interact with Disney characters aboard the ship and also visit an island called Treasure Cay. The project was going great at first, but the bay near the development was too shallow for the cruise ships to get to the island. Premier Cruise Lines had to build a special canal so their smallest ship could fit. But when the demand started rising, it was easier to take guests to Nassau instead of Treasure Cay. So sadly, the island was abandoned entirely. Premier Cruise Lines went bankrupt and sold all of its fleets. They sold their Disney cruise, and the ship became the Ocean Dream. The ship's story is also tragic because it ended up abandoned at the ocean by the owners for a year on Thailand's east coast until it finally sank in February of 2016. While all this was happening, Disney ended its contract with Premier Cruise Line so they could create their own cruise line. They were offered a chance to buy Treasure Cay, but decided not to. Instead, they purchased their current island called Castaway Cay, and by 1998, debuted their first cruise ship called Disney Magic. Among the many activities that guests are offered at Castaway Cay is an area known as the Snorkeling Lagoon. And while this activity is not terrifying for everyone, for people who have submechanophobia, it can be pretty disturbing. In this activity, guests can find sunken treasures. There are a number of unique sunken treasures scattered around the Snorkeling Lagoon, and the majority of the items are marked with buoys. In the orange buoys, you can find a small submarine, a large anchor, and a fishing boat. Then, there are the white buoys, which is where we find the best treasures. The first one is a submerged statue of Minnie Mouse, sitting. The statue is obviously worn out by the sea, but you can swim around her. If you continue swimming, you can find another submerged statue. This time, the statue is of Mickey Mouse. This statue can be found in one of the farthest points of the activity, and only advanced swimmers can reach it. But if you think these two are creepy, wait until you see what's next. If you go even further, you will find a submerged Nautilus submarine, surrounded by sand and fish. You might wonder, how did this submarine get here? Well, in the previous point, we talked about how the 20,000 Leagues ride closed at Walt Disney World, and many of the props and animatronics were abandoned and destroyed. When the ride closed, the fleet of 12 submarines was abandoned as well, until they were removed. Some of them ended up at the Disney junkyard, others were dismantled for parts and sold on eBay. But 2 of Captain Nemo's submarines were saved and taken to Castaway Cay. Out of these 2 submarines, only one remains, the one we see at the Snorkeling Lagoon. The other one was sadly removed due to poor conditions. This ended up being number 1 because it is the only one that lets us experience submechanophobia firsthand. We're swimming near and around these abandoned objects and not going on a simulated adventure. So being able to live this is surely an exciting and terrifying experience.
Flotsam and Jetsam, Fantasmic, Disneyland. Fantasmic is arguably the best nighttime show that Disney has ever created. Since it opened in Disneyland back in 1992, it has been recreated for Walt Disney World and Tokyo Disney Sea. And even though each version of the show has its differences, they are all special in their own way. The show has been updated numerous times, and one of these times was during the Summer Night-Tastic event that was celebrated at Disneyland back in 2009. This was an event that celebrated the park's nighttime entertainment, like an updated version of Disney's Electrical Parade in California Adventure, the new Magical Fireworks Show, and of course, an updated version of Fantasmic. One of the things that Fantasmic got during this update was the addition of Flotsam and Jetsam. They joined Ursula in her mission to destroy Mickey and appeared slithering along the rivers of America. These creatures were created by Michael Curry, a longtime Disney collaborator. He decided that the puppets should give a sense of swimming and menacing serpentine motion. After all, The Little Mermaid is an underwater movie, so it made sense to use water as a stage. To tackle the task of bringing Flotsam and Jetsam to life, Curry and his crew employed an eel puppet mounted on top of a nimble, high-performance jet ski. They were designed so that they could be brought to life by puppeteers, and the jet skis they are mounted on could operate in manual or automatic mode, depending on the physical demands placed on the driver and puppeteer. These two eels were very impressive and equally terrifying. They swam slowly but menacingly through the rivers of America. But sadly, while visually impressive, Flotsam and Jetsam didn't work out so well. Having difficulty seeing, the drivers were said to often run into things along the river, including each other. And just as the Ursula float before them, they also didn't last more than a few summers before being removed. We find both of these puppets to be pretty impressive and terrifying at the same time, and we would have placed them higher on the list. But as we said before, this time around, we rank this list based on your answers, and you place Flotsam and Jetsam at the end of our list. So, let's see who's next. Various animals. Mine Train through Nature's Wonderland. Formerly known as Rainbow Caverns Mine Train, from 1956 to 1959, Mine Train through Nature's Wonderland opened on May 28, 1960. This attraction featured a train that took guests through Bear Country, Beaver Valley, the Living Desert, and Rainbow Caverns, where you could see mighty waterfalls cascading off of Cascade Peak, beavers building a dam, brown bears swimming and resting, cacti resembling humans, balancing rocks, the devil's paint pots, which were bubbling pots of mud in all kinds of colors, geysers shooting water high into the desert air, and the famous colorful glowing waterfalls inside Rainbow Caverns. One of the best parts of this attraction was that it was full of animatronics. In fact, the attraction had a little over 200 animated animals, all in their natural habitats. This in itself doesn't sound scary, but just as with the Jungle Cruise animatronics, many of these animals could be seen inside the water. There were two main scenes that would terrify anyone that suffered from submechanophobia. The first was Beaver Valley. Here, guests riding the train could see some beavers building a dam in the river. The train continued and entered Bear Country. Here, there were lots of brown bears resting, stretching their backs on trees, and swimming. That's right, there were some bears submerged in water swimming and hunting for fish. The bears move around inside the water, and some of them even went underwater. This was a pretty scary sight to see if you suffer from submechanophobia. Still, these animals are pretty cute, and that's probably why you guys rank them in 9th place. Ursula, Fantasmic. Fantasmic is going to be featured more than once on this list. We've already mentioned Flotsam and Jetsam, but how about Ursula? That's right. Nowadays, the only way that Ursula appears during Fantasmic is as a projection. But this was not always the case. Back in 1992, when Fantasmic debuted, Ursula appeared moving around the rivers of America on top of a big barge, moving her arms and mouth supposedly synchronized with the music. But that hardly ever happened. Ursula was very creepy, and what made this barge so creepy was its size and movements. Because even if they weren't perfectly synchronized, Ursula's hand movements and tentacles were terrifying, and gave this scene huge production value. Sadly, as we said before, this character's effects didn't work as great as they should, and it was one of the first elements to be retired and changed on Fantasmic. It was unreliable, it barely worked, and it even broke down mid-show, sometimes bringing the entire show to a full stop. After she was retired, the barge remained abandoned in the rivers of America for a while, and no one knows what happened to it next. Ursula was very short-lived, but well-remembered by many guests, but still she didn't rank higher on this list. Monstro and the Cave of Wonders, Disneyland, Disneyland Paris. Storybook Land Canals is one of the cutest and most classic Disneyland attractions. This attraction opened at Disneyland as Canal Boats of the World, and was intended to be a journey past miniature recreations of the great landmarks of the world. But time and money prevented its completion. After 2 months in operation, it closed to be refurbished and became the Storybook Land Canals that we all know. The new ride included scaled models of guests' favorite movies like Mr. Toad, Cinderella, and the Three Little Pigs. But one of the biggest changes to the ride was the addition of Monstro. And incidentally, that's why this ride appears on this list. After departing from the dock, the boat passes through a short cave sculpted to look like Monstro, the whale that swallowed Pinocchio. Monstro is partially animated. His eye opens and closes, and periodically steam comes out of his blowhole. Many people with submechanophobia find this part of the attraction terrifying because even though Monstro is not an animatronic, the size and the concept of being swallowed by this huge whale is very scary for them. Not many people know this, but the idea of having Monstro the whale consume the canal boats came from a never-implemented concept for a Monstro the whale ride, in which small boats were to be swallowed by Monstro and then plunge down a watery path into a pond below. So honestly, that could have been worse. Some people also find the whale's reflection in the water to be completely terrifying, and to be honest, we can completely understand that. The ride was also recreated at Disneyland Paris, where instead of being swallowed by Monstro, we enter the Cave of Wonders. The Cave of Wonders does not have any type of animation, but entering the dark cave has the same type of scary effect as the one at Disneyland with Monstro. This is one of our favorite rides in both parks, and while this scene can be pretty scary, we wouldn't have it made otherwise. Monstro and the Cave of Wonders were placed on number 7 on this list, which proves that they cause the same type of effect in lots of people. Prometeo Bravissimo, Tokyo Disney Sea. We've said it a million times before, but Tokyo Disney Sea is probably the best Disney park in the world. It has amazing lands, rides, and nighttime spectaculars. One of these amazing shows was Bravissimo. The nighttime spectacular told the love story between two elemental spirits, Prometeo, the fire spirit, and Bellicia, the water spirit, using a mixture of beautiful lights, water fountains, and fireworks that ended with the spirits falling in love and becoming united forever. We won't get into the show today. Instead, we're going to be focusing on Prometeo. This is because even though the show is beautiful and talks about a love story, Prometeo is a very imposing and terrifying spirit, and seeing him covered in fire while surrounded by water makes him worthy of being on this list. The creation of this huge spirit was a challenge because the structure alone has 40 flamethrowers. It was created by the very talented teams of Koichi Sasamoto, ECA2, and Ves Pepin, which are nighttime spectacular experts that have worked in shows like the 2004 Olympic Games inauguration or the nighttime Eiffel Tower show. After manufacturing, the show-used Prometeo was tested for 2 months in water conditions and installed in a 6-meter pit, which was constructed in the Mediterranean Harbor Lagoon. At this stage, the crucial difficulties were ensuring that the electronics, flamethrowers, and fireworks could function even when underwater. Corsini also traveled to Japan, where he spent 1 month working out the lighting with the Japanese staff. Due to the park remaining open during this time, testing the light and water controls, as well as training the crew to use them, was conducted after the park closed each night at 11 p.m. The size of the show-used Prometeo was 14 meters tall and 32 meters wide. The Prometeo lighting rig consisted of 3,000 waterproof Japanese-made LEDs and 250 Burkett strobe lights, as well as 2 narrow spot PAR lamps for Prometeo's eyes. Because the Prometeo rig had to remain underwater all day, the strobe controllers were all encased in stainless steel, and the strobe cables were waterproof. Prometeo is one of the most impressive animatronic structures ever made, so it is astounding that not a lot of people know about this amazing show. Bravissimo was so complex that daily preparation for each performance began at 1 a.m., with 16 pyrotechnicians starting the installation of the 850 fireworks used in the show. Pyrotechnic installation concluded at 12 p.m. A total of 60 crew were trained for work on the show, of which 40 were actively involved in each performance. Each of the 4 fountain barges had a driver, while the chariot and Bellicia barges each had a driver and a spotter. This was a stunning show, but sadly, it was retired on November 13th, 2010, to be replaced by Fantasmic. But this show deserves much more recognition. Still, Prometeo was so imposing and scary that he appears as number 6 on this list. Brickley, Disney Springs. It's not possible to talk about submechanophobia without mentioning 2 of the most famous underwater sea serpents that have ever existed. And if by any chance you don't know what we're talking about, check out our submechanophobia video, part 1. However, there's a 3rd sea serpent that nobody really talks about. We're talking about Brickley, who we can find at Disney Springs. Brickley arrived at Disney Springs, formerly known as Downtown Disney, back in October 1997, when the LEGO Imagination Center opened. This huge sea serpent was built using more than 170,000 blocks, and it resided in downtown Disney Lagoon. Brickley has a huge fan base and is a big favorite among Disney Springs guests, but for some other guests, it can be quite creepy. Although Brickley's design is very cute, it's still a very large semi-submerged snake that goes in and out of the water, giving people with submechanophobia nightmares. Brickley is so famous that LEGO has released several LEGO sets based on it, and they can be occasionally found in the store at Disney Springs. We're very happy that Brickley survived Disney Springs renovation. It has been around for 20 years, and we hope it will stay for many more. Still, we're very surprised that this snake was ranked so high on this list. TikTok, Fantasmic, Disneyland. Again, we're talking about Fantasmic and its many changes. We've seen Ursula, Flotsam and Jetsam, but one of the characters that you found to be the most terrifying on this list was TikTok, the crocodile. In 2008, Fantasmic received another overhaul. This time, the 3 original 70mm projectors were replaced with the high-definition digital projectors. The animation also received a new digital transfer, and the Peter Pan sequence was given a new mechanical TikTok crocodile. Before this overhaul, TikTok appeared in the Peter Pan sequence, but this version was more like a big crocodile prop that followed the ship and had limited movement. The new TikTok was much better. This new mechanical barge could move its neck, had light-up eyes, and moving limbs and tail. This gave the character a sense of being alive, and made it a character in the scene, not a prop following a ship as it was before. But as we said before, Fantasmic has had lots of refurbishments and renovations, and the last of these refurbishments was in 2016. This time, the Peter Pan sequence was sadly removed, and replaced by a Pirates of the Caribbean scene. This means that TikTok the crocodile was completely retired and is now hopefully residing at the Walt Disney Archives. There were various rumors that said that the crocodile was removed after the tragic accident that happened at Walt Disney World in 2016, but this is not true. This was one of our favorite Fantasmic sequences, and we were sad to see it go. Decided that TikTok had to be number 4 on this list. And it makes sense because this huge animatronic looks pretty terrifying, especially when it was seen up close and moving along the river. Phantom Cruise Line, Disneyland Paris. We've talked about the abandoned Disneyland Paris Mark Twain before, and if you want to check out its story, you can watch this video. But today we're going to focus mainly on 2 especially creepy aspects of the troubled history of this riverboat. Disney has always been big on their Halloween celebrations, and Disneyland Paris is no exception. So back in 2003 and 2004, they created one of the most chilling experiences there has ever been in the park, the Phantom Cruise Line. During these seasons, the Mark Twain riverboat was turned into the Phantom Cruise Line. Imagineers decided to create a huge and terrifying specter, brought from our worst nightmares, and have it pull the boat across the rivers of the far west. The design alone of this Phantom was terrifying, but seeing it inside the river pulling the boat added a terror factor that people with submechanophobia couldn't handle. It might be terrifying, but it would have been something that we would have loved to experience. But sadly, because of many technical difficulties and even a derailment, which was probably one of the most terrifying things guests have ever seen, the Phantom Cruise Line did not come back in 2005, and it hasn't been seen ever since. Still, it seems like it left a trail of bad luck because the Mark Twain and the Molly Brown have suffered from a few accidents after this. In 2006, the Molly Brown's engine overheated. The smoke damaged the ship and the engines, and it remained out of operation for many months. That left the Mark Twain as the only riverboat in operation. The Molly Brown kept going into and out of refurbishment, while the Mark Twain kept working. Then in 2010, the Molly Brown had to be rebuilt from scratch, so the Mark Twain was the only boat that was operating. But then in 2011, the Mark Twain was used to break ice in the river, and it got stuck. Trying to free the boat, it was pulled, and this caused some damage to the bottom of the boat, and the whole deck was bent. This caused the Mark Twain to go into refurbishment right after the Molly Brown was done. Sadly, this refurbishment didn't come soon enough. The boat was stationed in the dry dock and was left there to rot. Some time passed, and Disney decided to build a kind of barn around the Mark Twain so guests couldn't see the bad condition that the boat was in. The Mark Twain had remained in dry dock, except when the Molly Brown had to go into refurbishment. During these periods of time, the boat is taken out and sometimes covered with a sheet so no one can see the state it's in. It is pretty sad to see how abandoned the boat has become. For a while, there were rumors that said that the Mark Twain was set to return this year, But this never happened. And sadly, in September, the Molly Brown had a small fire and had to be closed temporarily. We can only hope that these two riverboats return to their former glories. The Phantom Cruise Line is number 3 on this list because it is so creepy, and seeing it move across the river is visually terrifying. Maelstrom, Nokken. The Norwegian Pavilion was the last to be open at Epcot, and for this pavilion, the new ride was being planned. This ride was called Sea Venture and was supposed to be a journey through mystical lands and trolls that would finish with a rainbow bridge to Valhalla. Norwegian sponsored wanted something different, so the ride changed and became Maelstrom. This ride opened on July 5th, 1988. It was a mix of flume and dark ride. It took guests through mythological scenes of Norwegian history. The ride had lots of cool and also scary animatronics. So let's take a look at what makes it a part of this list. In one of the ride scenes, the boats took us to a swamp where we would come face to face with two very upset creatures. One of these was a large three-headed troll that became angered by our intrusion into troll country and proceeded to cast a spell, banishing us from the swamp. While this huge troll was pretty intimidating, we find that the creepiest animatronic in this scene was a submerged creature we could find in front of the boat. This creature is Nokken, and this particular Nokken was huge. What makes this creature more terrifying is its enormous eyes that appear to be watching us and blinking underwater. This was an awesome scene that used lots of effects like lighting or scent to make guests feel like they were really in a swamp. The trolls then banished us by moving our boat backward, over the falls, but not before we encountered a bigger and more terrifying Nokken animatronic. On September 12, 2014, it was announced that the ride would be replaced by Frozen Ever After. And after the ride closed, these animatronics were retired, and we sadly don't know where most of them ended up. While the Nokken might not look very scary, and people might even find it cute, the fact that it is submerged and even goes underwater once in a while makes it so terrifying for people who suffer submechanophobia. And we're not even taking into consideration that Nokkens in Scandinavian mythology are described as water spirits who played enchanted songs on the violin, luring women and children to drown in lakes or streams. So that makes this animatronic so much scarier. Now it's finally time to take a look at your number 1 pick for scariest submerged animatronic. Anglerfish, Nemo Submarine Voyage. On our first submechanophobia video, we talked about 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and Submarine Voyage, but we did not go into the ride that replaced Submarine Voyage. On September 7, 1998, Submarine Voyage closed forever and remained abandoned for 7 years. Several projects were rumored to be planned for the abandoned attraction, but nothing was carried out. Then, in 2005, the lagoon was drained. In 2007, Finding Nemo Submarine Voyage was open. This attraction is very similar, but a lot more friendly, using the newest technology at the time. The characters are projected in the scenes. While the attraction is friendlier, it doesn't mean that people with submechanophobia will not feel a little uncomfortable. This ride is full of creepy scenes, but the creepiest one is probably the anglerfish scene. In this scene, we go through a submarine surrounded by World War II mines. Our submarine hits a mine, causing the mine to explode, resulting in the sub shaking and temporarily losing power. As the sub goes dark, Marlin and Dory are surrounded by small glowing lights, which turn out to be phosphorescent lights on several huge deep-sea anglerfish. This is maybe one of the creepiest scenes at the park, since it mixes darkness with claustrophobia and submechanophobia. This scene only lasts a few seconds, but that's enough to produce nightmares for people who have this phobia. But if you think that experiencing these few seconds in the ride is terrifying, imagine having to actually swim near it. That's what people who work as machinist scuba divers do at Disney parks. This is one of the rarest and most interesting jobs at the parks. Most of it is underwater. They have to fix and give maintenance to the rides that are exposed to water, like Submarine Voyage, Splash Mountain, Pirates of the Caribbean, and Jungle Cruise. Some of the daily tasks that cast members like Thaw himself have to do is give maintenance to the submarines and the props on this attraction. The most intriguing part of this job is that it is all underwater, of course, and it has to be done at night. To be able to do this task, 2 divers are needed. One of them does all the maintenance work, and the other watches out for the diver that is doing the maintenance so that they don't run any risk by checking that oxygen tanks are full or that they do not get stuck in the props or other difficulties. While this is a fascinating job, it would be an absolute nightmare for anyone who has submechanophobia, as these divers are exposed daily to submerged animatronics and props. And just imagine swimming next to that anglerfish. You guys picked the anglerfish as the scariest underwater prop on this list, and rightfully so, because it is absolutely terrifying. Eftling Monstro. We have been pretty vocal lately about our love for the Eftling recently here on Fastpass Facts, And one of the things that we love most about that park is that they take a lot of risks in their attractions, and don't mind being more on the scary side of things. In our Efteling video, which you should definitely go check out, we talked about how it went from a simple nature park into the fantastic theme park it is today. And the thing that began this whole evolution was the famous fairy tale forest. The fairy tale forest was a huge success. Nowadays, you can find 30 different fairy tale depictions from famous fairy tale writers, such as the Brothers Grimm and Hans Christian Andersen, as well as more unknown stories and even original fairy tales created by the Efteling. One of these fairy tales is Pinocchio. The Pinocchio fairy tale opened on March 24th, 2016, and it has 3 different scenes. The first scene is Geppetto's workshop. Through the windows, you can see the interior of the workshop, where dozens of mice, squirrels, and birds play on and with Geppetto's toys and other carvings. In the next scene near the workshop, we find some barrels where the fox and the cat, or Honest John and Gideon, are hiding, waiting for their next victim. And then there's the harbor, and in the harbor you will find nightmare fuel. Inside a pond, you can find the huge orange-red fish that swallowed Geppetto and Pinocchio. The animal appears to be a cross between a warty whale and a deep-sea angler, with luminous tentacles and a mouthful of dangerous teeth. Around the beast, there is a cloud of fishy air, and from time to time, the beast spouts an intense burst of water from its blowhole. This huge animal is half submerged, and it even has an interactive feature. There is a rod with a feather that visitors can use to tickle the monster awake. Whenever someone turns the reel of the rod, the animal wakes up, opening its eyes and mouth. At the back of its throat, we see Pinocchio, together with his father Geppetto. Geppetto is standing behind a table with a lit candle, and Pinocchio looks startled, his arms raised in the air. The fish's mouth closes and opens again a little later. This time, Pinocchio is much more visible in the front of the mouth. Geppetto is still behind the table. Pinocchio tries to get out of the fish and calls for help. The water bubbles around this huge fish while we can hear it growling, so you can definitely imagine how amazing and creepy this is at the same time. Not only is this beast pretty big, but we can also get very close to it, and the whole Pinocchio asking for help while inside the fish thing doesn't help it to be less terrifying. Still, this is not very far up on the list, because the fish's design is not that creepy while compared to the other ones we'll be talking about, and also the animatronic is in perfect condition. Lucy Loch Ness. The year was 2005, and more than 600 tourists were shocked to be watching for the first time the Loch Ness Monster, emerging from the loch's surface. Could it be that they were experiencing the first real evidence of this mythical monster's existence? Sadly for them, no. So what was it? Well, as part of a television stunt and the Loch Ness Monster: The Ultimate Experiment documentary, Channel 5 spent over £100,000 to create a 440-pound plesiosaur animatronic named Lucy. This animatronic was designed so it could swim in the dark waters of the Loch Ness and surprise tourists in order to get their reactions on tape. Lucy was made by animatronic experts from the Crawley Creatures Special Effects Company, whose owner, Jez Harris, helped create the model of Jabba the Hutt in the Star Wars film Return of the Jedi. Lucy was made from fiberglass and polyurethane rubber. She took 14 weeks to build and had to be aided in the water by divers, a job none of us would want to have. Just imagine having to swim in the dark waters of the lake, helping this huge and heavy animatronic move. This terrifying but very impressive animatronic was fitted with air mechanisms to allow different movements of her head, neck, and jaw. Lucy appeared in the water near a campsite, at the ruins of picturesque Urquhart Castle, and in front of the Royal Scot cruise ship, which runs tours of the loch. The documentary was recorded for 2 weeks, and many of the tourists who were able to experience it really believed that what they had seen was the real Loch Ness Monster, and they continued doing so until a week before the documentary came out, when Channel 5 broke the silence and revealed the truth about the animatronic. The only footage that we could find of this animatronic was in the Crawley Creatures demo reel, because the documentary is impossible to find. So if anyone happens to know where we can watch it, let us know in the comments. The animatronic can currently be found in perfect condition at the Oxford University Museum of Natural History. This animatronic fits perfectly on the list because it is terrifying, it is enormous, and it moved underwater. And the creepiest thing is that it could be found in a natural environment. However, we placed it in number 5, because it was only used for a short time. Not only that, but it was also never abandoned or even deteriorated, and it is no longer submerged. Seeing it in the museum is undoubtedly very imposing, but it doesn't give us the submechanophobia chills that it caused when seeing it submerged in the dark waters. Billabong Bunyip. The city of Coffs Harbour, Australia is known all around the world for having the largest banana in Australia. This banana was built in 1964 as an attraction around a banana plantation. Over time, the park began evolving and adding new attractions like water slides, an ice skating rink, and more. One of the most beloved attractions was the Baldwin Express monorail. This attraction took guests through several scenes where they were taught about the history of agriculture, kind of what we see at Epcot in the land. In one of the scenes of the attraction, the monorail passed by a billabong, and without notice, a terrifying creature could be seen swimming by. This creature emerged and stuck its head out of the water. It was a bunyip. For those of you who are not familiar with the term, a bunyip is a large mythical creature from Australian mythology, said to lurk in swamps, billabongs, creeks, riverbeds, and waterholes. The bunyip had at least 3 different mechanisms that gave the illusion that this monster was pretty big. Sadly, the attraction closed in 2005, mostly because the operating costs were very high, and the park couldn't afford to keep it in the best condition. So, what happened to the bunyip? Well, no one knows for sure, but the most heard rumor is that it was abandoned and eventually sank into the billabong, which makes it even more terrifying. People have been asking about it for a while, but the answers have been very ambiguous, which is what makes us think that it was probably abandoned. In 2015, on the official Big Banana Park Facebook page, a survey appeared in which they asked if people wanted to see the bunyip come back. So that gives people all over the hope that it may be restored and returned to the park one day. This terrifying creature is number 4 on our list, since it was nightmare fuel for many people. Seeing such a creepy animatronic swimming and then emerging from the dark waters was such a scary experience. And thinking about it being abandoned now and lying at the bottom of the billabong makes it even worse. The Crocodile, Lake Placid. Last time we talked about this animatronic, we made the mistake of saying that Lake Placid is not a good movie. We heard you loud and clear, and we won't be mentioning that again. What we will be mentioning again, of course, is the amazing and terrifying animatronic that was created for this movie. This animatronic was also created by the super famous and talented team at Stan Winston Studios, solely for the purpose of using it for this movie. The biggest challenge with this animatronic is what brings all of you here today. The animatronic had to be submerged in the water all the time. But being as talented as the team in the studio is, they made it work, and created a full-sized animatronic puppet, complete with moving head and tail and snapping jaws, that would function underwater. The stuff of nightmares. To give you an idea of how big and terrifying this thing was, the largest crocodile in captivity back in 2013 measured a little more than 20 feet. The Lake Placid crocodile was over twice as long as that. To create it, the team first made a small-scale model that would serve as a guideline for the full-size build. The crocodile was mechanized through hydraulics, which, as had been learned on previous projects, worked fairly well in a water environment, as long as they were protected in waterproof housings and surrounded by a water-resistant skin. Now, before finishing the animatronic and doing a whole paint job, the crew took it to Castaic Lake in Los Angeles National Forest to test it. Imagine running into that thing when they were testing it. The team dropped it in the lake to confirm that the animatronic worked well underwater and swam as they needed it. And of course, it moved perfectly, and even propelled itself. As soon as they knew this nightmare fuel worked, they took it back to the studio, finished adding lots of paint details and texture, so the animatronic would look as real as humanly possible. They fixed some small problems, and the crocodile was ready to go. While they were filming, the crew attached the crocodile to a boat using a wire, so it could gain greater speed, and the animatronic was a success. It must have been terrifying for the actors to be swimming in the lake, being chased and attacked by this thing. A huge animatronic crocodile swimming in a real lake attacking us? No thank you. This is ranked in number 3 because while this crocodile is the stuff of nightmares, it was only used for these movies, and we will never get to experience the fear firsthand. It was also never abandoned or deteriorated, but if you see it from certain angles, you could see some exposed mechanisms, which is an added creepy factor. We asked the experts from Stan Winston Studios what happened to the animatronic after they were done with it, and they said that sadly, it was eventually dismantled as it was just too large to store and no longer operational. But at least we can still see it in action. Bruce, Jaws. It was so hard not to place Bruce as number 1, since he was the animatronic that completely changed the film and the special effects industry. Not only that, but it terrified a whole generation to such a degree that they could not even go into a pool without thinking about him. Spielberg was able to create a classic that people would never forget, but the film almost cost him his career. In the fall of 1973, director Joe Alves designed the shark for Jaws. 3 full-size, pneumatically powered units were constructed at the cost of $150,000 each. They were collectively named Bruce, after Steven Spielberg's lawyer. They each measured about 25 feet long and weighed hundreds of pounds. One shark, known as a sea sled, was a full-bodied prop with its stomach carved out. The other 2, known as platform sharks, were each one-sided. One platform shark moved from camera left to right, with the side facing away from the camera completely exposed. The other moved in the opposite direction. Once completed, the 3 sharks were trucked to Martha's Vineyard. The sharks were built by a legendary team overseen by mechanical effects supervisor Robert A. Matty, also known for creating other terrifying creatures, like the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea squid. But despite the huge expertise of this team, the shark animatronics were a headache for the film's production. There are other reports that the sharks would sometimes slip off of the platform and get tangled in a bed of seaweed. At other times, the pneumatic hoses that controlled the shark's movement took on salt water. The foam used as the skin on the sharks became bloated, and parts even corroded. Not only that, but the shark also sank once it was placed in the sea, and divers had to go and fish it out. That must have been such an awful experience. But as incredible as this may seem, this helped the movie to be a greater success, since many of the scenes had to be changed so that they wouldn't have to use the shark so much, and this created greater suspense for the final scenes. Even Spielberg thinks that the movie would have made half the money had the shark worked. As we all know, the film went on to be a huge success, but at the time when the film was finished, and before it came out, Spielberg thought that his career was over. The studio was reluctant to make the movie because they had no confidence in it. So keeping sharks in good condition was not a priority, and they just dumped the sharks in the backlot, and they rotted away. Thankfully, the sharks' molds were saved, and a 4th shark was created. This shark could be seen by guests visiting Universal Studios Hollywood from 1976 to 1990, until it was, again, abandoned in a junkyard. Fortunately, it was then saved and restored by the legendary Greg Nicotero, who later donated it to the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Museum. Bruce is so far up on this list because it is basically the father of submechanophobia-causing animatronics. And seeing all the different Bruce animatronics with their exposed mechanisms in the ocean is a nightmare. Not only that, but the fact that they were abandoned makes it a very compelling reason for being number 2. Bert, Bertha, and Baby Bunyip. If you want to talk about submechanophobia, it's impossible to do it without mentioning the Murray Bridge Bunyip. This animatronic has become an icon among this vast community. But what are the origins of this character, and why is it so terrifying? Well, its name is Bert, and it was created by Dennis Newell. The animatronic debuted in 1972 at Murray Bridge, Australia, and just like the Big Banana Park one, it is based on the Bunyip legends. When he first debuted, guests could pay 20 cents to make the Bunyip emerge from his cave. When it emerged, it made a sound so loud that it could be heard a whole kilometer away. The first incarnation of Bert was terrifying, and as time went by, it only got worse, due to the fact that it started wearing down because it was submerged. If this whole scene was not scary enough, in 1982, Bert was turned into Bertha and given a little baby Bunyip. That same year, someone vandalized the Bunyip soundbox so it would never stop roaring. They sadly also vandalized Bertha and her baby, and in 2000, they were removed. A more friendly and less noisy version of the Bunyip was brought back, but sadly, its baby was nowhere to be found. The Bunyip continues terrifying whoever dares visit it, but nothing compares to what guests could find back in October 2017. During this time, There was an oil leak in the Bunyip's cage, which turned this animatronic into its most terrifying version. It emerged from the water, completely dark and covered in oil. Thanks to this leak, most of the animatronic's mechanisms were damaged, and the smell was terrible. In 2019, the Bunyip was completely renovated, and the repairs were estimated to cost around 100,000 Australian dollars. With its return, the Bunyip show is now completely free, and the Murray Bridge Bunyip can be found lurking in its cave today on the banks of the Murray River at Sturt Reserve, Murray Bridge.
Loch Ness Monster prop. We don't know about you, but it has always been a fantasy of ours to discover some long-lost treasure. Well, that's precisely what happened to a lucky crew operating an underwater robot in a famous Scotland lake, rumored to be the home of the mythical Loch Ness Monster. The crew stumbled upon a piece of forgotten movie history, the long-lost Loch Ness Monster prop used in the filming of the 1970 movie The Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, directed by Billy Wilder. Even though this is not an animatronic, we thought this 30-foot model that made film history deserved a spot on this list. This 9-meter-long model was just a giant head attached to a long neck. The two bumps that are usually associated with the Loch Ness Monster were noticeably absent because the director didn't like them. However, the humps had hidden buoyancy aids, and as a result, Nessie disappeared under the waves while being towed to its destination and was thought to be lost forever, till this crew found it again. This 4-ton model was discovered at a depth of 180 meters, with eyes bulging out of its head. The model is made to look as if it's angry, with giant teeth and flared nostrils. It honestly does look scary. The crew said that the prop was too heavy to drag to the surface, and maybe it's for the best, for the structure is nightmare-inducing.
Promotional installation for The Haunting of Bly Manor. You have probably heard of The Haunting of Bly Manor, right? The famous drama gothic romance on Netflix? Well, did you know about this promotional installation at the Bryant Park Fountain in New York City? That's right, folks. There was something in the water in Bryant Park, as the billboards near the fountain specified. Imagine just strolling casually near the fountain, when suddenly you come across a billboard announcing that there is something in the water. Now you are torn between wanting to go check it out and running the hell out of Dodge. Your curiosity wins out, and you slowly walk towards the fountain, only to see a ghost emerging out of the water. Spooky, right? That is exactly what the production team wanted. We must say, this is some brilliant advertising. The ghost looks as if it had been lurking around in the fountain, waiting for its perfect victim. Although we could not find any information about the specifics of the installation, with its jet black hair framing its face and the steam billowing all around it, it certainly makes for a terrifying sight.
Kappa Animatronics. Far away in the town of Fukusaki in Japan, okay, not that far away, there's a pond in the Fujikawayama Park. A pond with scary monsters just waiting to grab you and pull you under. If you stare into the murky pond long enough, you'll see the water begin to bubble. And suddenly there are 3 huge frog-like monsters appearing out of the water. This frog is known as Kappa and is a supernatural monster, one of the yokai. It dwells in the water, waiting and watching for the perfect moment to jump out and scare you. The town of Fukusaki was the birthplace of Kunio Yanagita, who's known as the father of Japanese folklore studies. To honor Yanagita, this town has been using realistic monsters, yokai, as their town mascots. This strategy has generated a buzz around this town and has apparently attracted 1.7 times more tourists and visitors to the town, developing the economy. Seems like no one can resist the lure of supernatural entities. There are 3 kappa, 1 big kappa and 2 little ones. The big kappa is called Gajiro. These animatronics were masterminded by Tomoo Ogawa. These monsters are humanoid, with a beaked mouth and sporting reptilian skin. Their hair is coarse, and their hands are outstretched in the universal gesture of, "I am about to get you." Combine this with their webbed fingers, open mouths, and their huge eyes, and it is truly a scary sight. The kappa have a special plate on their heads that gives them their power while they're on land, and must be filled with water at all times. The kappas surface only once every 30 minutes for a few seconds at a time. The kappas are cleaned by employees who take inflatable rafts to the middle of the pond. Can you imagine being that close to the scary monsters for long periods of time? This town is definitely worth a visit.
Jumanji Crocodile. If you have watched the original 1995 Jumanji film, then you already know that crocodiles are one of the biggest dangers in that movie. This animatronic crocodile was created by Amalgamated Dynamics Inc., which is an American special effects company. One of their specialties is animatronics, and they have become one of Hollywood's go-to studios for animatronics, thus bringing many creatures to life. The Jumanji crocodile has got to be one of their most famous works, a true accomplishment. This is one of the most realistic animatronics we have ever come across. At 750 pounds, this thing was a beast. It is 15 feet long, and you will never believe this, but it can swim. We are pretty sure that if we ever came across this animatronic in a lake, we would run for our life. Better not to take any chances, right? The best feature, though, of this animatronic is that it was made to ride. There is, in fact, a lot of footage of people doing just that. A mini scary ride. Apart from that, this animatronic crocodile has eyes that move. It has a body that was made to mimic actual crocodiles. This is one scary croc. It probably won't eat you, although we make no promises.
Monster Mansion. Next up, we have a submechanophobia-inducing ride, the Monster Mansion at Six Flags over Georgia. This attraction takes you on a boat ride through a flooded mansion. The story behind it goes like this. Humans have been invited to a monster picnic. All along the ride, you encounter monster animatronics of various shapes and sizes. There's even a huge banner welcoming humans. But the monsters are anything but. The humans are given a warning in the beginning to stay off the marsh. But of course, that does not end up happening. For where's the fun in that? The boat purposefully veers off course into dark and swampy waters, where the monsters are especially unfriendly to humans. The animatronics have scary-looking faces, and some of them keep moving their heads back and forth in an eerie way. The state-of-the-art lighting, as well as the monster sounds, are enough to send a chill down your spine. As a special treat, you'll also get to hear the screams of your fellow passengers. The humans eventually make it out safely, but they are unlikely to ever forget this experience.
Anaconda. Next up, we have yet another animatronic from a famous film, the giant snake from Anaconda. Whether you remember the plot and the characters or not, you are sure to remember the giant snake. At 40 feet, this snake animatronic developed by Walter Conti and his Edge Innovations team is a technical marvel. This movie was inspired by recent discoveries of snakes that were up to 35 feet long, capable of swallowing entire humans. But of course, unlike animals like dogs or cats, the crew could not use a real snake unless they wanted to be snake food. So they decided to use an animatronic instead. But creating a snake animatronic, especially such a huge one, was no easy feat. They had to replicate the curved gliding movement of the snake to make it look natural. A large number of individually controlled joints had to be manufactured and linked together in a very slender and sleek form. Not only that, but the joints also had to be controlled together so that it would look like the snake was moving on its own in the film. In the end, it took 60 dual-axis hydraulically powered joints with a total of 120 degrees of freedom, or DOF, to achieve this. Apart from having so many joints, one of the greatest accomplishments of this animatronic is that all of these joints are linked to one another for synchronous movement, so each joint is affected by all the joints upstream. Since the movie would be shot underwater, all elements that went into making the animatronic had to be waterproof. However, during filming, the controls of the animatronic suddenly shorted out, and the movie star Jennifer Lopez was in the line of fire when this happened. She was almost struck by more than 1 ton of metals and wires, which could have ended up electrocuting her. Fortunately, nothing of the sort happened. The only result was some erratic movements of the snake, which they even included in the movie to make it more realistic. The snake is one of the most complex serially linked robots to exist in the world. The eyes, tongue, and lips of the snake were all made to move independently. The snake's outer skin was made of rubber and looked pretty real. It was truly a marvelous feat of engineering, and it was developed by a team of 80 people in only 7 months.
Zhenggu Animatronics. In China, there's a company known as Zhenggu Tech that specializes in making very scary life-size animatronics of animals, marine life, insects, and even ancient creatures such as dinosaurs and mythical creatures like dragons. Many of their animatronics have found a home in SeaWorld on the Gold Coast of Australia. They have a wide array of animatronics known as creatures of the deep. But unlike what you would expect from such a name, these creatures are not underwater. But they do indeed provoke submechanophobia and megalophobia owing to their sheer size alone. Creatures of the Deep features many marine animals, including ancient ones such as aquatic dinosaurs, as well as mythical creatures such as the Kraken. Some other attractions include the Loch Ness Monster, sharks, and other Jurassic animals. SeaWorld opened this exhibition to the public in 2016. There are over 30 animal exhibits, and you can enjoy them both indoors and outdoors. There's a pathway for tourists to stroll through with the exhibits on either side. These exhibits are made of soft silicone, and to add an extra touch of realism to them, they're made to move their limbs and head, rotate their eyes, sway their tails, and blink. The animatronics are even made to look like they are breathing. Combine this with the sounds they make, and you can almost believe they're real. Their sizes vary from 0.5 meters to an incredible 30 meters in height.
Shark Night. We have yet another masterpiece by Walt Conti and his Edge Innovations, the shark animatronics from Shark Night 3D. While most of the sharks used in the movie were the result of visual effects, the director wanted animatronic sharks for the major attack sequences. The sharks in question were a hammerhead shark and a great white. Like every other animatronic they have created, Walt Conti and his team blew this one out of the park too. In fact, he called these animatronics a marriage of art and technology, and we must say, we agree. Conti made 2 different versions of each shark, a swimmer and an attacker. The former was used to film scenes where the sharks are silently lurking, while the latter was used for the scenes that require intense bursts of power from the sharks. Both of these versions required very different internal mechanisms and different horsepowers. The sharks were 10 to 12 feet long. The swimmer weighed about 700 pounds, while the attacker was a whopping 1,100-pound beast. Conti says that they began work on the shark by taking inspiration from thousands of photos. Apparently, they started with a real set of jaws for each shark, so as to get the anatomy right. They also worked very closely with biologists, while making the molds out of clay and painting the skin, and building various body parts. They are certainly dedicated to their craft. Since the sharks had to be neutrally buoyant and look like real sharks, the team had to take care to use incredibly light materials like aluminum and titanium. The attack shark could not be naturally buoyant, so it was attached by a wire to a crane. Then it was mounted on rigs so that it could be launched forward at 30 miles per hour. The animatronics were truly a remarkable feat of engineering.
Sea monster I Corsari. Located in Gardaland, one of the most iconic theme parks in Italy is the Sea Monster of the I Corsari ride. It's a boat ride that takes place in the dark and is known as the Italian version of the Pirates of the Caribbean. The story goes like this. Guests embark on a journey underground where they're chased by the ghosts of the Corsairs. They come across dueling pirates and sunken shipwrecks along this journey, complete with the occasional sea monster. Although this ride has many scary animatronics of supernatural creatures, the main attraction is the sea monster of the pirate ghost. Amidst flashing red and green lights, he rises out of the water. You first see a serpent-like tail, which then ascends to reveal his humanoid face attached to a very long neck. His eyes flash terrifyingly, creating a terrifying sight. The sea monster can move his face and his jaw up and down, much like he would if he were to grab you and eat you. Not only that, his eyeballs are completely white without any pupils, adding to the scary sight. This ride took as many as 30 partners to be completed and was opened to the public way back in 1992. Recently, in 2018, the ride underwent some renovations, including a 3D video mapping technology and an entirely new and much scarier soundtrack. Don't miss this one, folks. You will probably have nightmares after the ride, but it will totally be worth it.
Moby Dick. In Wakefield, Massachusetts, there's an amusement park called the Pleasure Island, also known as the Disneyland of the Northeast. But don't let the name fool you. This park had an attraction called the Moby Dick Hunt, modeled after the whale that brought about the end of Captain Ahab, which is said to be one of the scariest underwater animatronics ever. In this attraction, guests had to take a boat ride to hunt the whale. Guests would embark on a 30-foot-long whaling boat and take a ride around a human-made lagoon in search of the great white whale. During the ride, they would come across several obstacles such as rhinoceroses, cannibals, and even some plastic dolphins that jumped out of the water. After escaping the cannibals, guests would watch the whale rise out of the water, as if on cue. This ride was the mastermind of Marco Engineering, created 3 years after the Gregory Peck version of the Moby Dick movie had been released in 1956. At 70 feet long, the whale was massive and weighed around 3 tons. This was quite a feat to be achieved in the 1950s if you think about it. As if the sheer size of it was not intimidating enough, it would bare its teeth after rising out of the water. It also had water spewing out of its head. Unfortunately, a whale this size, when technology had not advanced as much, meant a lot of maintenance issues. The park closed down after a decade of being in business. The land is now occupied by Edgewater Office Park. The pond in which the great white whale resided is still part of the property. As for the whale, well, we cannot tell you for sure, but the rumor has it that Moby Dick still remains in the pond, waiting, watching.
Animatronic whales, Star Trek IV. Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home was a political film imbued with environmental activism masquerading as a fish-out-of-water comedy. Some people actually say that this film played a huge part in why humpback whales are not extinct nowadays. Leonard Nimoy, who directed the film, approached Industrial Light and Magic to create the special effects and the whales. Only 5% of the whale footage from the movie are of real whales. The rest are purely animatronics and special effects. There were 2 different kinds of animatronics and props created for the film. The first kind was created by Clay Pinney. These pieces were life-sized mechanical mock-ups of the whales like the heads, tails, or fins. These animatronics were only used for a few shots. These scenes were pretty challenging to shoot for the team because they had to shoot at a small tank at Paramount that only had about 54 inches of water. The other kind of animatronics were created by Walter Conti. Conti, along with Industrial Light and Magic, made 2 animatronic miniatures that were about 5 feet long. These whales were fitted with the mechanics and radio equipment required for control and operation. To prevent water from ruining the whale's electronics, the model maker sealed every individual mechanical component rather than attempting to waterproof the entire whale. The finished models were put in the swimming pool of Sarah High School in San Mateo, California, for 2 weeks of shooting. The operation of the whales required 4 handlers and divers with video cameras to help set up the shots. These animatronics are very impressive, but for anyone who has submechanophobia, they can be pretty terrifying.
Fish Boy, Willow. Willow by Ron Howard is a film full of fantastic creatures and special effects. All of these created again by the talented Industrial Light and Magic. The company used an endless number of techniques to create the magic we see in every scene, and one of these techniques was the use of animatronics. For the film, Ron Howard requested a monstrous aquatic animatronic for a scene titled Fish Boy. In this scene, Willow's boat was going to be attacked by a giant fish. A big tank full of fans was made to simulate a storm and waves to create the scene. The animatronic was installed, and everything seemed to be going according to plan, with every part of the scene perfectly coordinated to be filmed. But the production suffered from the same problems that the production team had with Bruce in Jaws. The animatronic fish had so many problems, but the worst of all was that they failed to make the animatronic look real. So in the end, this scene was removed entirely from the film, which was such a shame and a huge disappointment for Howard.
To this day, as I talk about it, I feel a little pang because a part of me really loved Fish Boy.
The animatronic is obviously a thing of nightmares, and it does meet all the criteria to be on this list. We see it completely submerged, semi-submerged, and the worst of all, we see its mechanisms exposed. And even if Fish Boy was cut from the movie, we can say that it will live forever in our nightmares.
Water Dragon at Toei Kyoto Studio Park. We know that Toei does not need an introduction, but in the slight case you may not know, they are the studio that created anime such as Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, One Piece, and others. And as if that weren't enough, Toei has its own theme park that also works as a film set called Kyoto Studio Park. This park is entirely modeled after the Edo period. Every detail of this park is interesting and perfectly designed to be historically correct, except for one little creepy detail. In a small pond inside this park, there is something lurking in the water. This mysterious creature is a water dragon. This aquatic animatronic emerges from the depths, blowing smoke through its nostrils. This dragon's design is pretty disturbing, and one of the main reasons why is that its eyes look totally lifeless. Also, it does not help at all how green and murky the pond's water looks. Instead, it adds a lot to the fear factor. So while this animatronic may not have the scariest look, it certainly meets several of the requirements it needs to be on this list.
Realistic deep sea monster. This might be the least sophisticated animatronic on this list, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't terrify people with submechanophobia, so much so that when we asked the Duck Squad about it, you had many things to say. But what everyone wonders is, where is this strange animatronic from? Why was it created? This animatronic was created by Canosaur, a company in China that specializes in creating prehistoric and fantasy creatures animatronics. This sea monster animatronic was created for a private show. Its design is pretty simple. It works with a series of cylinders and a hydraulic system to raise and lower the animatronic from the water, which terrifies anyone, honestly. And it does not use any electric motors, only pneumatic devices. Now, one of the most disturbing parts of the design of this animatronic is probably the fact that it has holes in its neck and mouth, which means that while the animatronic is submerged, it is full of water. So, thanks for pointing that out. We'll be thinking about it for a while. We agree that it is very unpleasant to see how the water comes out of these holes after the creature emerges from the water. The company's page is currently inactive, so that probably means that Canosaur is probably extinct. But they created a legacy that will live in every submechanophobe's nightmares.
Fluffy Shark Wipeout Australia. The Wipeout was a Vekoma Waikiki Wave Superflip at Dreamworld on the Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. The ride was the world's first Vekoma Waikiki Wave Superflip, a ride similar to the traditional topspin. This is to say that the ride is like you're being put into a blender. The ride goes in every way possible, swinging passengers around. This is in itself already pretty scary, but look at what's lurking beneath. A life-size shark animatronic is circling below guests as if it were waiting for a guest to fall off the ride and into the lagoon so it could have a delicious snack. This shark was nicknamed Fluffy. Fluffy's design is pretty fantastic, and while the way the shark moves across the water seems pretty realistic and equally scary, the fact that it doesn't have any eye or jaw movements does break the illusion a little bit. Still, this animatronic looks pretty imposing, especially when you consider that you would see it while riding this thing. Sadly, due to water restrictions and the deterioration of the ride, the original lagoon was drained. Of course, the shark was completely removed because it would not make sense to have it there without the lagoon. After this, the ride went through many changes, and effects were removed and brought back, until 2019 when the ride was permanently closed. You would think that the ride would be replaced with another ride or something better, but it was replaced by, drumroll please, shaded seating space for guests. Much better than a ride with a shark animatronic, right? No. And while this animatronic could be terrifying for people with submechanophobia, we have to admit that it would have been cool to experience a ride where an animatronic shark is swimming below you, waiting to eat you up.
Drowning Cow Animatronic, Temple Grandin. This is, in our opinion, the scariest animatronic that we have ever covered in our submechanophobia videos. From the moment we first laid eyes on this footage, we knew that people would be petrified watching it. There are many comments in which people wonder where this animatronic came from and why it was created. Well, here's the answer. This cow was made for the HBO original movie, Temple Grandin. This biopic tells the story of Mary Temple Grandin, an American scientist and animal behaviorist, and her innovations that revolutionized practices for the humane handling of livestock on cattle ranches and slaughterhouses. In one of the film's most disturbing scenes, we can see a poor cow drowning due to an inefficient way to clean parasites off the cattle. And that's where this animatronic came from. Because there wasn't a lot of budget to power the animatronic with hydraulics or pneumatics, Bob Trevino, the creator of this animatronic, designed it to operate with a purely cable control system. And it even had bubbles coming out of her nose, so it would look more realistic. Honestly, the animatronic looks so good, which makes it very scary, as it is completely submerged, and the fact that it simulates a poor animal drowning makes it much worse. Here we can see the animatronic in its early stages. This animatronic is terrifying, which means that the creators did a fantastic job. It will remain in our nightmares for a long time.
Lake Monster Backlot River Tour at MGM Grand. Back in the late 80s and early 90s, movie studio theme parks were all the rage, and in 1993, MGM Grand Adventures theme park opened adjacent to the MGM Grand Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. The idea behind this park was to have a family-themed area so that more families with small children could visit the hotel without worrying about what to do with their kids. When it opened, the park had 11 original rides and 7 themed areas. But one of the most talked about attractions of this park was the Backlot River Tour. This attraction has been described as a mix between Jungle Cruise at Disney parks and Universal Studios Hollywood Studio Tour. In this attraction, guests embarked on a tour via a large boat that passed mock-ups of movie sets with special effects such as gunfire, rain, and water cannons. In addition, the attraction had several animatronics, which could be considered kind of creepy. But the creepiest part of all the attraction was the beginning, where a terrifying lake monster literally popped out of the water. This animatronic was completely submerged and surprised and scared guests by jumping out of the water, growling for a bit, and then creepily going back into the water again. The animatronic is definitely not very advanced, and its movements are not very fluid, but that makes it creepier than intended. But the most terrifying thing about this animatronic is seeing how the creature goes back into the water. Those slow, awkward movements are definitely the thing of nightmares. The park was not a huge success, and in 2002 it was renamed the Park at MGM Grand. It served as a rental facility for corporate functions before being closed permanently in 2002. Since 2006, the property has been occupied by the Signature at MGM Grand. No one knows what happened to the animatronic, but it was probably destroyed.
Catfish. Beneath is a 2013 horror film that tells the story of a group of teenagers that are celebrating the end of high school with a canoe trip.
Bad idea.
But are attacked by a giant man-eating catfish. And while this might not be the best horror film, or even a good one, we can say that it is pretty cool that they used practical effects instead of only relying on the use of CGI. The use of practical effects is excellent in any movie, but it is even better in horror movies because nothing can see the idea of realism of a creature than having it physically on set. This animatronic was created at the insistence of director Larry Fessenden. Using an animatronic to give life to the catfish provides the creature with that retro and nostalgic feel. This monster was created by Justin Raleigh and his Fractured FX team. This fish is a classic combination of puppetry and animatronics in the vein of Bruce, the shark from Jaws. But unlike our favorite shark, the catfish is shown from the beginning of the movie, and subsequently in countless scenes. Some people say that the animatronic, while very impressive, is totally unconvincing as a source of danger. But even if this is true, it gives us countless submechanophobia-inducing scenes. On Reddit, this monster is known for terrorizing people who classify it as way too big, way too close. And how could it not be? Just watch this scene and judge for yourself. Jason DeCaires Taylor works. We begin this video by talking about the works of Jason DeCaires Taylor. Jason DeCaires Taylor is a British sculptor and marine conservationist that created the world's first underwater sculpture park. Taylor has gained worldwide recognition as one of the first artists to integrate contemporary art with the conservation of marine life. He creates site-specific underwater sculptures which develop into artificial coral reefs. And not only that, but these underwater artificial coral reef installations divert tourists away from natural coral reefs that are already suffering and provides the opportunity for the natural reef's rehabilitation. His most ambitious projects to date are the creation of the world's largest underwater sculpture museum in Cancun, and a 5-meter-tall, 60-ton sculpture off the Bahamas, which we'll be talking about later on in this video. He has lots of art installations all around the world, which include underwater museums, submerged statues, tidal statues, and scientific collaborations like the Ocean Siren, a 4-meter-high illuminated sculpture located in Australia that acts as a siren or warning signal that warm seas could be a risk to the Great Barrier Reef. Taylor's works of art are very impressive and even more interesting because of how they act as ways to protect and conserve the environment. But putting that aside, they are terrifying for people with submechanophobia and thalassophobia alike. Statue of Poseidon. Just off the coast of the Melanara Beach on the island of Gran Canaria, people can see the god of the seas, Poseidon, coming out of the ocean. This statue is placed on a volcanic rock where, when the tide rises, it looks as if the statue is just coming out of the sea and looking out over his kingdom from his watchtower. The imposing bronze statue was placed on September 1st, 2001. It has a height of 4.2 meters, stands in the middle of the ocean, occupying a privileged place on the beach. Poseidon is the work of the sculptor Luis Arancibia, who as a kid used to swim out to the volcanic rock in which the Poseidon statue is located now. The statue has had to be repaired on several occasions because of the area where it's placed. Once in 2017, for example, the tide was so rough that the waves broke against Poseidon, and the statue's arm and trident disappeared under the water and were lost at the bottom of the sea, so they had to be replaced. This statue has become such an icon on this beach and is one of the most photographed elements. Seeing how Poseidon seems to emerge from the sea in full force while the waves are crashing into him is a very imposing sight. The Awakening. The Awakening was created in 1980 by J. Seward Johnson Jr., an American artist known for painted bronze statues. The sculpture was originally installed at Haynes Point in East Potomac Park, Washington, D.C., until it was purchased for $750,000 in 2007 by real estate developer Milton Peterson so it could be installed at his new development in Maryland called National Harbor. The sculpture was removed from Haynes Point in February 2008, and then it was installed on a specially built beach along the Potomac River at National Harbor. The statue consists of 5 separate aluminum pieces buried in the ground, giving the impression of a distressed giant attempting to free himself from the ground. The left hand and right foot barely protrude, while the bent left leg and knee jut out into the air. The 17-foot-high right arm and hand reach farther out of the ground. The bearded face, with the mouth in mid-scream, struggles to emerge from the earth. The sculpture is not directly installed in water or submerged, but every once in a while, when the tide is high or the rain has been heavy, it can become semi-submerged, making it any submechanophobes' nightmares. It looks like the giant is drowning and trying to come up to the surface. Virgin Mary Statue. We talked about Jason DeCaires Taylor's work and how it is helping save coral reefs. Well, in this case, 10 years ago, a group of faith-inspired divers called Sea Knights sank a statue of the Virgin Mary off the coast of Bohol in the Philippines. They did this in hopes that the statue would stop dynamite fishing in the area. Dynamite fishing shatters fragile coral colonies. Even the smallest piece of dynamite can blast a crater 2 to 3 feet in diameter. The blast kills coral tissues, and the surrounding rubble prevents adjacent coral colonies from recovery. The statue has had the expected effect and has succeeded in avoiding the coral to be dynamited because fishers have stopped using this practice for fear of destroying a religious image in the way. So much so that the statue is now covered in coral, which is pretty cool because it is helping the ecosystem thrive. But it looks scary. The coral in this area is gradually recovering, and it is reported that the number of dynamite fishers has decreased from hundreds to just a handful. As we have seen, many of these aquatic statues serve very important purposes and have logical explanations, but that doesn't make them less creepy. For many people, seeing a religious statue at the bottom of the sea makes it even creepier than a normal statue. And we can honestly agree. Ogopogo. At the bottom of Okanagan Lake in Canada resides an 8-foot-tall, 14-foot-long sea monster. This statue is a life-size homage to the legendary Ogopogo. Ogopogo was installed in the early 1990s by Doug Lundgren, office manager at Diving Dynamics. It lies 30 feet beneath the surface of the lake, where scuba divers can look down and see this green shadow, only to realize that it's the statue. To install it, a team of divers towed it across the lake, slowly sank it, and then anchored it to the bottom of the lake. Ogopogo's original name is Naha'a'it, and this creature is described as a fierce lake monster that resided at Squally Point. The name wasn't changed to Ogopogo until a British dance hall song written in 1924 was composed. It is believed that the legendary Naha'a'it has a snake-like body of about 25 meters long. But the sea creature is not the only treasure to be found in the depths of Okanagan Lake. The statue of Ogopogo is nestled near a sunken powerboat. Across the lake, at Wilson Landing, there is a submerged milk truck from the 1950s. There is also a Canadian Pacific Railway barge 300 feet deep at Bear Creek Provincial Park, several underwater parks for divers, and for the experience, they can follow the old ferry line across the lake and discover hidden treasures from years before. We can imagine that it is pretty terrifying to be diving at the lake and finding all of this stuff, but Ogopogo might be the scariest thing down there. Just looking at this image of the statue submerged in this green water gives us chills. Cancun Underwater Museum. The Underwater Museum of Art, or MUSA for its Spanish acronym, is one of the largest and most ambitious underwater art attractions in the world. This is one of the most ambitious and known projects of British sculptor Jason de Taylor, who we talked about at the beginning of the video. This museum is located near the island of Isla Mujeres and the coast of Punta Nizuc in Cancun, and it features over 500 permanent life-size sculptures. The museum is divided into two galleries. Salon Machones is 8 meters deep and suitable for both divers and snorkelers. Salon Nizuc is 4 meters deep and only permitted for snorkeling. Cancun Marine Park is one of the most visited stretches of water in the world. It receives over 750,000 visitors a year, which places immense pressure on its natural resources. Visitors to the marine park now divide their time between the museum and the natural reef, providing significant rest for natural overstressed areas. In total, the installations occupy an area of over 420 square meters of previously barren seabed, and now the museum forms a structure that marine life can colonize. Celebrated works include the Silent Evolution, a 120-ton work of more than 400 individual statues, from which about 90 of them were inspired by real-life models from the nearby fishing village of Puerto Morelos to create a community of people standing in defense of their oceans. Another is Reclamation, which is an angel with her back arched, her face and hands lifted towards the heavens as if in divine reverence. The bankers are a symbol of how little we look to the future and how we are focused on short-term gain. Each sculpture is in a prayer position to show that monetary items have replaced his god. Anthropocene is a cast of a VW Beetle with a mourning child on the windshield. The piece asks what we are leaving to future generations. This is an amazing exhibition, but we definitely won't be visiting it anytime soon. We would probably be scared out of our minds the whole time. 3. Ocean Atlas. Now we get to Ocean Atlas, the other one of the most known projects that we mentioned from Jason de Taylor. Ocean Atlas is located at Nassau, Bahamas. At 18 feet tall, weighing 60 tons, it is the largest underwater statue in the world. The sculpture was commissioned by the Bahamas Reef Environment Educational Foundation, with the aim of creating an underwater sculpture garden in honor of its founder, Sir Nicholas Nuttall. The artwork depicts a local Bahamanian girl carrying the weight of the ocean above her, in reference to the ancient Greek myth of Atlas, the titan who held up the heavens. Due to the sheer scale of the sculpture, it had to be assembled underwater in sections using an ambitious new technique developed and engineered by Taylor. At low tide, the work reflects a mirror image on the underside of the sea's surface. A solar light and flag is located on the highest point to aid marine navigation. As we said before, Ocean Atlas creates an artificial reef for marine life to colonize and inhabit, whilst drawing tourists away from overstressed natural reef areas. With our oceans and coral reefs currently facing collapse from numerous threats, including overfishing, habitat loss, ocean acidification, global warming, and water pollution, the piece symbolizes the burden we are currently asking future generations to carry, and the collective responsibility we must accept to prevent its collapse. Taylor's work is very impressive and important for the future of marine life, but that doesn't make it less terrifying. Jason Voorhees statue. Warning, there are some Friday the 13th 6 spoilers ahead. The ending of the 6th installment of the Friday the 13th saga left Jason chained, apparently alive and at the bottom of Crystal Lake. And someone decided to take this very seriously and bring this moment to life. Back in 2013, a man named Doug Klein built and installed a statue of Jason Voorhees 112 feet below the surface of Lake Louise in Crosby, Minnesota. This lake is an old mining pit used for training purposes, and it not only holds Jason, but other divers have added their own flair over the years, with skeletons and mermaids. He used a bunch of stuff he had in his garage, like leftover plywood and 2x4s to create the statue. He also got the overalls from a secondhand store and the mask from eBay. In 2014, the first video showing Jason's statue was uploaded to YouTube, and it became an icon of the submechanophobia community. The statue has remained underwater since it was first created, so of course it is starting to show some wear and tear. But honestly, that just makes him look even more terrifying. It is great to see that Jason is still alive and well, terrifying divers at this Minnesota lake. Back in 2018, Klein said that he would be making a Freddy Krueger and an Eddie statue to keep Jason company. Shark and dragon sculptures. One of the most popular submechanophobia-inducing pieces. You might have seen images or videos of this shark before, and it is honestly terrifying. This shark is currently abandoned in Lake of Neuchâtel in Switzerland. Dozens of videos have emerged showing the impressive sculpture worn out by the lake and sometimes full of small fish. This has caused a fascination around the whole world, and people want to know where this nightmare came from. Well, this chilling sculpture was made in 2007 for the short movie Chocolat. The shark appears swimming around inside the water during some scenes in the short. At the end of the production, the crew didn't know what to do with the shark, so they threw it into the water to scare divers that were swimming around the area. Since then, the shark has been visited by explorers. This sculpture is 41 meters long and 40 meters deep from shore to lake. But the most impressive thing about this lake is that this is not the only sculpture found, according to this map made by local divers. Here you can see that divers can find a bathtub, a gnome, a dolphin, a sailboat, and if you swim even deeper, you can find a terrifying dragon totally submerged. This lake is undoubtedly a terrifying place to dive in. Pretty scary stuff, isn't it? There's so much more to cover, so leave a comment below and tell us what you would like to see next.
Treasure Hunt, Universal Studios Singapore. We're starting this list with some very mild submechanophobia, but just wait and see what waits for you at the end of this video. Meanwhile, let's go to Universal Studios Singapore, to the family attraction Treasure Hunters. This attraction turns guests into archaeologists and takes them to Egypt, to an abandoned excavation site aboard a jeep. And while it had some cool scenes, environments, and effects, the attraction is mid at best. The props are cool and the bug effects, while basic, also look pretty good. And there are also some animatronics during the ride. Look at these vultures, the cool cobras, and this perfectly missed opportunity of a crocodile that should have been an animatronic but is just a prop. But there are two props that are creepier just because they are in water. And the first one is just at the beginning of the ride. It's this hippo right here. Seeing it stalking our vehicles while partially submerged makes my skin crawl. It doesn't help either that hippos are some of the most dangerous animals in the world. The second one is this croc. If we move a little bit forward, we find this other crocodile swimming in the river, also partially submerged and waiting for its next victim in the murky waters. Creepy, right?
My father, Lucy Park. I know many come here to be terrified by these creatures, but for me, this is a great exception. But Luz thinks it's really terrifying, especially when seen in the depths of water. I think it's super cute. This frog can be found in Duthy Park in Scotland. This park has a rich history dating back to 1881, but I won't bore you with that. Today, we are here to see McPaddock. This frog was introduced in the 90s for the Winter Gardens area and was originally named Freddy. Over time, fans renamed it McPaddock. This frog loves makeovers, as it has had different designs throughout the years. In the mid-2000s, its mechanisms broke down, but in 2012, McPaddock made an epic comeback with a new texture and fully repaired mechanics. You can find McPaddock in a small pond in the depths of water, and it emerges every so often to greet visitors with surprising grace. People usually throw coins at it, and it's a must-see for park visitors. Lately, McPaddock isn't looking its best. It needs some fixing up and a fresh coat of paint. Even though it seems a bit creepy now, it's still a beauty to me. And I'm a big fan of McPaddock. So, who is right? Luz or me? Is McPaddock creepy or cute?
Fairy Tale Brook, Legoland.
Many people say that seeing this when they were kids was what triggered their submechanophobia. So let's take a look at it and judge it ourselves. Legoland is one of the most popular theme parks in the world, with 11 theme parks across the world and 4 more coming soon. In 2 of these theme parks, guests can find the Fairy Tale Brook attraction. This attraction is a very cute boat ride that takes guests through the fairy tale forest, where they can find several Lego depictions of fairy tale scenes. This all looks very cute and non-threatening, right? Well, there are 2 particular scenes that had been very bone-chilling for people since the ride opened. One of these is the first scene that we find in the ride. After passing the first curve, guests can find the big bad wolf, wearing a snorkel and goggles and watching Little Red Riding Hood from afar. He pops in and out of the water, and the sight of the wolf underwater is very creepy. But the second one is even scarier. As the ride continues, we find some trolls. The first troll might be scary for kids, but the second one is very creepy for people with submechanophobia. This troll is completely submerged, and whenever a boat passes next to him, he comes out of the water and scares guests by spitting water at them. The creepiest thing about this troll is that we can see some of his mechanisms underwater. This alone makes us understand why many people are scared of it, and why it's responsible for beginning a whole generation's submechanophobia.
Rainforest Float, Rio de Janeiro. In 2020, this tweet went viral, and many people started wondering about this animatronic. What is it, what will be used for, and who made it? Many were left with unanswered questions. However, here at Fastpass Facts, we couldn't just leave these doubts unanswered. We discovered that this mechanical sculpture came from the marvelous land of Brazil. Brazil is world-renowned for its carnival in Rio de Janeiro. If for some reason you have been living under a rock and don't know what we're talking about, imagine Mardi Gras on steroids. This carnival is a competition between 14 samba schools, each of which has huge warehouses where they build everything from scratch every year. During this parade, the world has seen the most incredible floats, like this Star Wars themed one. Specifically for this carnival, they created this megalophobic nightmare with elements of submechanophobia. Besides having extremely complex movements, this sculpture also sprays water when it rises. This incredible creation was made by the artist Alex Salvador. This represents a powerful spirit from the Amazon forest. It was created to inspire the conservation of these natural areas. All the materials used for these floats are designed to be recycled and reused for future parades. In general, over $8 million are spent on the creation of these competitions. This mechanical creation is truly astonishing, but I can understand that it may seem terrifying to many.
Homemade Nessie. Imagine peacefully strolling along the lake, and suddenly in the distance you spot this creature moving towards you. I know it may sound strange, but I would absolutely love it. And personally, I adore the Loch Ness Monster, or Nessie as many of you know it. But how did Nessie find her way to this lake? This submechanophobia creature is a creation of Michael Kohler, a scientist by profession and an enthusiast of models and RC hobbies. This creature is made from insulation foam to keep it light and stable. Balanced on the water with heavy keel made of round exercise weights, suspend them from an aluminum tube. To prevent it from being pushed sideways by the wind, 2 vertical keel fins are positioned under the body. For its eyes, a table tennis ball was used. It was cut in half, painted, and sprayed with high-gloss enamel to give it a glassy look. This is a 7-foot-tall Loch Ness Monster animatronic that floats freely on the water with radio control steering for movement. The head can turn right and left, look up and down, and the jaw opens and closes. In April 2023, Michael conducted the first test, and the animatronic worked marvelously. Michael's channel and project log are in the description, and they are incredibly interesting. I highly recommend checking them out. Michael plans to take Nessie back to the lake to observe people's reactions as they pass by.
Toverland Dragons, Merlin's Quest. These next animatronics are truly terrifying with the way they emerge from the depths, but they have enhanced a ride that was already marvelous. If you don't believe us, join us in the Netherlands, where you will find Toverland, a park that started as a small indoor theme park in 2001, but has grown over time into a full-fledged theme park. The park has many attractions, and one of them is Merlin's Quest. This is a truly spectacular ride. As I'm riding this, I have already added to my bucket list of dark rides. Let me know if I'm on the right track after this segment. Merlin's Quest is a boat ride combined with a dark ride that takes us through magical caves where we encounter animatronics, special effects, and incredible environments. In short, it's a visual marvel. However, the beginning of the ride used to be a bit dull. as it had nothing more than water, even though the settling was beautiful. It felt somewhat empty, but all of that changed a couple of weeks ago, when Toverland added 2 dragons to this ride that will truly provoke your submechanophobia. The first dragon is truly amazing. At first, it appears that we're only seeing a nest with some birds. Suddenly, bubbles start to emerge on the water surface, and a massive distorting shape emerges from the water. Then, a gigantic creature appears. This animatronic is divided in several parts to create the illusion of a larger size. And if that wasn't enough, just a few meters away, another creature emerges from the depths. Personally, this one is even scarier as it has more robotic movements, and you can see some of the mechanism. I know it's a common trope in the community, but imagine having to swim there. I will be terrified.
Rescue of Ulysses, Terra Mythica. There's something about giant mythical statues and animatronics surrounded by water that makes me shiver, and I totally feel like they're looking directly at me. This ride is the Rescue of Ulysses, and you could find it in Terra Mythica in Spain. This is an amazing park, but due to financial problems, Terra Mythica split its park in 2013 in 2 parts, Terra Mythica and Iberia Park, which is only open during high season as an extension of the main park. In this second park is where we can find the Rescue of Ulysses, Odyssey. The ride is themed after Homer's Odyssey, which tells the story of Ulysses, a Greek hero, and his journey home from the Trojan War. The attraction has more than 50 animatronics, and I honestly can't choose which of these animatronic mythical creatures I find more terrifying. The creepiest part of it all is that, again, because of financial difficulties, the ride started becoming very deteriorated and its animatronics just stopped working and were never repaired. Not only that, but when the pandemic hit, the park of course closed, and when it reopened, the Rescue of Ulysses did not reopen with it. So it has stayed abandoned and without use for a while now. We hope that it will reopen soon, but meanwhile those animatronics are completely abandoned and surrounded by water. And I for one don't want to think about how they probably look like by now.
Woollyville, Cleveland Zoo. This animatronic is a familiar sight in the submechanophobia community, but surprisingly, we have never covered it before. This submechanophobia nightmare resides in the Cleveland Metro Parks Zoo, which has endless exhibits and animals, including the Jaga Tree. This family-friendly area features a snake-shaped slide, but what stands out the most is a cavern, where the famous Woollyville is located. A submerged crocodile lurking in the murky waters of this cave. At intervals, Woollyville surfaces, moving his head and startling visitors. Recently, Woollyville gave us quite a scare when he disappeared from the exhibit for an extended period during the Jaga Tree renovations. Many speculated that he will never return. For fortune, a couple of weeks ago, Woollyville made his epic comeback to the zoo. All fans of this robotic reptile can now rest easy, knowing that he will continue to frighten visitors for many years to come.
Stefan's Fish, Efteling. Let's go back to the Netherlands to one of our favorite parks in the world, Efteling. We can't stress enough how much we loved this park back when we visited, and we were able to experience many of the attractions that it offers. But sadly, not all of them, and one of the ones we skipped was the gondoletta. The gondoletta takes guests on a 20-minute sailing route on a boat using the towboat ride system. It goes through beautiful settings, but there was not much else to see in this attraction. But that all changed in 2015 when the attraction was completely refurbished. There were many things done to the attraction, but one of the best additions to it was also terrifying. During the summer, a mysterious animatronic fish appeared on the pond. This fish is known as Stefan's Fish, and it is seen swimming in circles, showing its mouth, back, and tail fin from time to time. Just imagine what it looks like underwater, moving on its track. The way it pops in and out of the water makes me feel very uneasy. How would you feel while sailing past this animatronic nightmare?
The Crowbar of Bunny. Before we start this segment, please go and subscribe to Mark. Do you want to make a bet? I'm sure you have heard of the Murray Bridge Bunny, the Billabong Bunny, and even this guy, but I bet you $100 you haven't heard of the Crowbar Bunny, and more importantly, who created it. Meet Mark Waller, a retired science teacher who loves experimenting and making things. When he retired, he started making models with radio control. One of Mark's best creations is the Crowbar Bunny. He got the idea from seeing the famous Murray Bridge Bunny in Australia when he was teaching there. Mark thought it would be great to make something like that for the kids in Crowborough. The bunny is like a special underwater creature that can move because of hydraulics, but the coolest part is its head. Mark made the head from fiberglass. Inside, he added special electronic parts like tiny switches and a microprocessor. When everything was ready, the underwater pipes made the bunny's head pop up and forward. The head even made roaring and growling sounds, and Mark made bubbles come out of Bunny's nose for fun. Making the bunny was a big challenge, and it took a few months of work, but when Mark finally put the finished bunny in the lake, everyone got so excited. They were amazed at this cool underwater creature. Mark also makes other fantastic things, like a perpetual motion machine and also a radio-controlled Jesus lizard that can walk on water.
Magic Land Dinosaurs, Egypt. We've arrived at our #1 pick from you, the abandoned Magic Land Dinosaurs. Magic Land was a theme park in Cairo, Egypt that opened in 1996. It was considered one of the best theme parks in the area, and it had many activities and attractions for guests to enjoy. One of these attractions was Dinosaur Island. Now, if you're looking for accuracy, then look somewhere else, because this attraction had cavemen battling dinosaurs. But hey, when we talk about entertainment, we sometimes don't care about accuracy, right? This ride was a water ride that took guests back in time to see several animatronic dinosaurs, cavemen, and mammoths. But one of the most terrifying aspects about this ride was the Brontosaurus. This animatronic was not only in water, but it was also so close to the boats that you could actually touch it. Just look at that. I can only imagine how deteriorated the animatronic became after a while because of how near it was to the guests. Sadly, Magic Land closed in 2011. And while most of the park was demolished, the Dinosaur Island attraction was left abandoned, with all of its animatronics rotting away. There was a rumor back in 2015 that the park would open again the following year, but that never happened, and the animatronics are probably still there, abandoned and surrounded by the elements. That's such a sad ending for any animatronic.
Splashing Dolphin, Fritzet Park, Ruppelding. This next entry, in our opinion, is not scary at all. In fact, it's a bit silly and cute. However, for some people, the idea of being splashed by this mechanical dolphin can be quite unsettling. I can understand how seeing the mechanical parts and watching the dolphin descend in this manner might seem rather bizarre. But where can you find this creature? Well, this dolphin can be found in Germany, precisely at Fritzet Park, Ruppelding, a family amusement park with over 55 years of history. It boasts 60 attractions, including roller coasters, mechanical games, and displays of animated props. It's like a smaller and less detailed version of Efteling in the Netherlands, but with great charm. This park features several fairy tale displays, and among them is this dolphin, which is not a part of any specific fairy tale, but has been an icon of the area and this park for over 50 years. In this exhibit, you can see a small pond with a bridge, and on it rests our curious dolphin. This mechanical figure operates via a button that guests can press, but they'd better run if they don't want to be soaked by the splash from this dolphin. Here's a question. For those who fear these kinds of machines, would you dare touch this button? Rainforest Cafe Nashville, Hippo. We've talked about the Rainforest Cafe many times before. After all, it's an awesome place full of animatronics, and we love animatronics. And if you want to know more about it, you can watch this video, The Rise and Fall of the Rainforest Cafe, where we talk about how this restaurant became a reality and what happened to it. But just to summarize, this jungle-themed restaurant chain was founded all the way back in 1994 and quickly grew until it had locations all over the world. Sadly, because of several reasons which we covered in the video we mentioned, many of these locations had to shut down, and nowadays, there are only 22 locations out of the 60 locations that used to exist. One of these locations is the Nashville, Tennessee location, which opened on May 12, 2000. This location has several animatronics, as any Rainforest Cafe should have, but one of them stands out to the submechanophobia community. This terrifying hippo. This hippo can be seen partially submerged in water. He moves up and down while some fog surrounds him, and the jerky movements make it seem pretty creepy. Not only that, but its mouth drops into the water, making it a submechanophobia nightmare. People also wonder why this hippo seems to have jaguar eyes. Now, of course, that ear wiggle is pretty cute, but the rest of it is too scary for some people to stay around to notice it. The animatronic size, weird movements, and the fog around it makes this sight pretty disturbing. Sadly, in the past couple of years, he's deteriorated a bit, and doesn't move as much as it did before. But hopefully, he will be repaired and maybe go back to his former scary self. Jungle Expedition, Adventurenpark, Hellendoorn. This ride has already been featured on our channel in the Arachnophobia video, where we discuss this gigantic yet peculiar spider. This boat ride is located in the Netherlands at Adventuren Hellendoorn and takes us on a quest to rescue Roger, an adventurer, and his parent, Gielsnavel. Throughout the journey, we discover clues in their audio logs. The ride is decorated with jungle ruins, and the theme is set in the jungle. And as in any good jungle adventure, animals cannot be missing. During the ride, we can see toucans, chimpanzees, tigers, crocodiles, all of them sadly in statue. We say sadly because, obviously, we would prefer them as animatronics, don't you think? Fortunately, there is an animated prop that will be a total nightmare for submechanophobics. Just before entering the cave full of spiders, we pass by a small body of water. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a gigantic and strange hippopotamus emerges from the depths. The size of it and seeing the water so murky make this animatronic worthy of this list. So much so that this is what the Duck Squad thinks of this hippo. And in case you were wondering, yes, we managed to rescue Roger from the spiderweb safe and sound. What do you think? Is this animal worthy of the list or not? Whale Adventures, Europa Park. We've already talked about the incredible Europa Park and its amazing dark rides in this channel several times. But this time, we want to talk about a ride that, while it might be on a bit of the short side, is full of submechanophobia elements. We're talking about Whale Adventures, a boat ride that takes us to observe humpback whales. This ride is located in the Iceland area of Europa Park, and is packed with animatronics and animated props, like these mice. Although the ride is a bit short, the level of detail is impressive. However, as mentioned earlier, this ride is full of creatures that can cause submechanophobia. Right at the start of the ride, we encounter this semi-submerged beluga. In our opinion, for some reason, it's not as terrifying, perhaps due to its cute face. But that's not all. During the journey, after passing this creature, we encounter a kind of iceberg with a small opening full of seals. The most curious or strange thing is that this structure triggers a chill down our spine because seeing it semi-submerged in the water with all those heads sticking out of it makes it look like a terrifying submechanophobia fusion of iceberg and seal. Yikes. If that weren't enough, our journey takes us inside a cave where we encounter this animatronic, which for many is a true nightmare. This whale is too close to the boat, and not only that, it's immense. Furthermore, its semi-submerged body can be seen through the water, and the way it moves its tail gives an eerie feeling. Not only that, but the animatronic spits water. The dark environment doesn't help alleviate the situation either. This whale has made a significant impact despite being very beautiful. It still scares visitors. What do you think? Beautiful or nightmare fuel? Excalibur, Drayton Manor Park. Excalibur was a boat ride that opened in 2003 at Drayton Manor Park in the UK. The ride was unique and very special because it told the story of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, but with a twist. It was told from the perspective of the dragons instead of the knights. And if this wasn't twist enough for you, here's another surprise coming. The ride takes us to Castleville, a new housing development where the knights are the developers, trying their hardest to push you into signing the contract as soon as possible to buy these new houses. But suddenly, a voice takes over, introduces herself as Cantata, and tells us that she is beneath the water, dragging us along. This is pretty creepy to think about if we're honest. The ride begins with a water wall where we see the Lady of the Lake showing us the sword Excalibur. This is our first encounter with the submerged prop. Cantata tells us her side of the story. Apparently, the whole lake used to belong to the dragons until the knights came swanning in, building houses on what has always been the dragon's home. During the ride, we see many scenes of dragons fighting knights. One particularly terrifying sight is a serpent dragon spinning in the lake. This sight is quite terrifying due to the size of the prop and the fact that it's in murky water. Additionally, seeing that it's only part of this machine makes you think that the rest of the body is underwater. This effect is complemented in the next section of the lake, where we can see another section of the dragon's body fighting against a knight, but this time very close to our boat, splashing and propelling bubbles. It may not be the same for everyone, but for us, seeing the serpent spin in the water causes a great deal of fear, making this prop extremely unpleasant, at least for us. The ride finally ends when we meet Cantata, and her family, who finally persuade us not to buy the houses and hope to do the same with the next group of buyers. This ride looks fantastic, but it sadly closed in 2011. But it still lives on in the minds of many Drayton fans and in the nightmares of submechanophobics. Epic Voyage to Moonhaven. Do you remember the Blue Sky Studios movie where the characters shrink to the size of tiny insects? Well, if that's something you'd be interested in experiencing, you're in luck, because there's an incredible boat ride called Epic Voyage to Moonhaven. This ride is located at Genting Skyworlds in Malaysia. The boat ride features several animatronics. At the beginning, we can see an animatronic of Professor Radcliffe Bomba. From there, we encounter many animatronics and screens. If you're a fan of the movie, you'll be pleased to know that there are also animatronics of Mub and Grub, complete with mouth movements and all. This boat ride is pretty cool and it has great quality. However, one thing that stands out in the ride is a very simple animatronic that has taken many people by surprise. The submerged animatronic of a boggin. The boggins are malicious creatures from the movie. This animatronic appears out of nowhere, with a light illuminating its rise from the water. The animatronic is very simple, but its jerky movements and the surprising manner make it somewhat disturbing. Many of these people say it bears a resemblance to the Kappa, those Japanese creatures we covered in another one of our videos. Clearly, we can see the resemblance, and in fact, they emerge in a somewhat similar way. The animatronic is extremely rare in the world of submechanophobia. Nobody has featured it, and it has very few mentions on social media. So let's show a little love to this boggin by leaving a frog in the comments. After this animatronic appears, the ride becomes super creepy with giant rats, dark atmospheres, crows, and creatures attacking you. And then we go back to a nice boat ride. And while the animatronics are simple, the ride is great. Pirate Skeleton, a pirate's adventure, treasure of the 7 seas. Disney parks are full of hidden attractions and things to do, and that is exactly the case with this following hidden gem, where we can find a submechanophobia-inducing animatronic. A pirate's adventure, treasure of the 7 seas, is a hugely overlooked attraction at Magic Kingdom's Adventureland. The original attraction debuted back in 2013 and was closed in 2020 due to the pandemic, but it thankfully returned in 2021 as part of Walt Disney World's 50th anniversary celebration. The goal of this quest is to help Captain Jack Sparrow locate the treasures of the 7 seas and fight off Captain Barbossa, the Royal Navy, and other enemies. If guests help Captain Jack succeed in all the missions, they'll be welcomed as part of his new crew. If not, they'll face the wrath of the cruel sea, alone. To begin this quest, you have to go to Caribbean Plaza in the former Crow's Nest camera shop, where you will get a map and a magic talisman. Or you can apply the talisman functionality to your magic band. You'll be directed to one of the themed desks, where a symbol will appear on your screen, letting you choose out of the 5 different quests you've chosen to embark upon. Your next step is to select the corresponding quest map from the display. Locate the correct symbol on the map, and you're free to follow in Captain Jack Sparrow's footsteps as you begin your mission around Adventureland. Follow the route on your map to the various stations around Adventureland as you work through your mission. Each quest takes about 15 to 20 minutes to complete and incorporates 4 or 5 different locations. When you reach the correct spot, you can activate each pirate-themed special effect by tapping your talisman to the symbol. Then watch as the park comes alive, with an animatronic snake that spits water, an animatronic parrot, talking skulls, and even a panther with light-up eyes. And in one of the quests is where we can find our submechanophobia-inducing friend here. In the Guardian's Curse quest, you have to lure an evil British captain into a trap and lay claim to the treasure of the Indian Ocean. This mission is located between the entryway to the Jungle Cruise and behind the Swiss family treehouse. And when you use your talisman against a wax seal in this wooden box, the skeleton captain emerges from the water in front of us, letting us know that he was cursed because of the treasure, and swears he will get revenge on us as soon as he finds out how to break the curse. This submerged pirate has all the elements to terrify people with submechanophobia. Not only is it a submerged prop that emerges from a murky body of water, but he is also a skeleton captain who is cursed, and threatens us with revenge as soon as he breaks the curse. Jungle Cruise Elephant. The animatronics from the Jungle Cruise are to blame for the existence of countless semi-submerged animatronic animals around the world. As we've seen in previous videos, and even in this one, we've discussed these animatronics in our in-depth Disney submechanophobia video, in case you want to watch it. However, almost everyone who has talked about these animals focuses on the hippos and overlooks the elephants, especially this gigantic pachyderm that fully submerges to appear by surprise. This specific animatronic has generated a great deal of excitement, which is why it appears so high on the list. Many people say that because it looks so realistic, it doesn't seem terrifying. But my goodness, even though it may not look like a machine, its size and shape in the water are extremely intimidating. Just take a look at this scene and see how many semi-submerged and submerged animatronics there are. It's the worst nightmare for any submechanophobe, or the dream of those who find these animatronics fascinating. What few people talk about is how terrifying these scenes are at night. The dark atmosphere, plus the spotlight from the boat, makes the creepiness of these animatronics shine. They look like creatures hidden in the night, ready to catch us if we make even the slightest noise. Another incredible thing is that when the water is drained, these animatronics look 1,000 times more chilling, as you can see their mechanical parts along with the realism of the animatronic. An interesting fact about these elephants is that they aren't just in the water. Many times, these elephants imitate Dumbo and fly through the air. You might think we've gone crazy, but no. Many times when maintenance is performed on these elephants, they are transported by helicopter due to their size. And you might think this practice is sporadic, but no. Elephants have often been seen flying into or out of Disney to be repaired. So these elephants not only enjoy the water, but also panoramic views from the heights. Would you like to see how they transport these elephants for repairs? Let us know your answer in the comments. Snake River Expedition. The fate of this ride is very sad because it's currently closed and deteriorating very rapidly. This ride is located at Cedar Point in Ohio. Originally called Paddle Wheel Excursions, it permanently closed in 2011. However, for the park's 150th anniversary, they decided to bring back this attraction, but this time, fully interactive and filled with animatronic actors and special effects. Imagine Jungle Cruise mixed with a great movie ride. This ride is full of interactive surprises. For example, every time the boat arrives at a scene, it activates. For instance, in one scene, we can see a raccoon hanging and an animatronic bear fighting with fish. Throughout the journey, we encounter various animatronic animals like sleeping bears, mischievous beavers, drunken raccoons, even a bandit shootout, and wolves. But undoubtedly, the most terrifying part, and the reason why we're talking about this ride, is the encounter with a man-eating boa constrictor. This creature is semi-submerged in the river, and it wraps a small boat around its body. To make things worse, the boa has a mechanism that makes its coils move all over the boat, giving it a quite terrifying effect. This snake also sprays water at the boat. In this scene, we can also see vultures atop the boat. This attraction opened in 2021, but over time it worsened, removing many of the actors, losing its storyline, and many of the effects stopped working. In March 2024, Cedar Point announced that the ride would permanently close due to rising costs. They stated, "Every year we evaluate guest ridership, feedback, and usage of our attractions, and make decisions accordingly as we plan for the future." It is a very sad decision because this ride was great. Did you ever get to experience it? Let us know in the comments. Lakeview Farms, Dragon and Shark. And we've reached our top contenders. It's indeed a rare surprise that this dragon and its shark friend rank so high on the list. These submechanophobia nightmares were found in Ohio, more specifically at the pumpkin patch of Lakeview Farms. The pumpkin patch dates back to 1987, when it began as a small vegetable plantation. Over time, the pumpkins were a hit, and they expanded, creating a miniature railroad, corn and hay mazes, a themed Halloween store, and best of all, 3 paddle boats that navigate a 17-acre lake. In this lake reside 2 submechanophobia abominations. First, we can see a small boat with 2 scarecrows with pumpkin heads, and then suddenly, out of the water emerges a mechanical shark. The terrifying aspect of this shark is that it appears utterly abandoned, as it is entirely corroded by the water and full of rust. To make matters worse, this shark spits water, and suddenly, without any prior notice, the mechanism activates, and the shark aggressively submerges back into the water. Then we can see a pirate raft, and again, without a warning, a metal dragon jerks out of the water bubbling underneath its long neck, giving an even more terrifying aspect to the scene. The design of the dragon is somewhat strange and even a bit rough, but that makes it more mechatronic, and seeing water fall over its metallic surface makes it look very unsettling. Besides, the metallic props make very strange sounds, which makes many people's skin crawl. At first, it didn't seem so terrifying to us, but after asking you, the Duck Squad, we could see why it ranks so high. For instance, Blind as a Bat Studios wrote the following. For me, why it's so scary is that, for one, it looks like it's in a lake and not a cute attraction that was obviously made by people. And how I can't see its whole body, so my imagination fills in the rest to make it really scary. Definitely deserves to be top 3. This makes a lot of sense to us too. Zarter Plays wrote, personally, it's because it looks so mechanical and janky. For me, animatronics that look broken or move in unnatural or jerky ways creep me out. Like the Disney Dark Ride animatronics look more like big toys, but this thing looks like it was thrown in the lake and abandoned. Thank you so much for your insight. Unfortunately, the patch permanently closed in July 2019. The official Instagram page of the Pumpkin Patch announced that after 27 years, they would permanently close to the public. This makes these creatures even more terrifying because they are probably now abandoned and unused in the depths of that lake. Medusa statue at Sea Life of Great Yarmouth. This statue caused quite a stir in our community tab when we shared this image, and it's no wonder. Seeing this enormous silhouette underwater is incredibly terrifying. But where did this image come from, and where is it located? Well, this Medusa statue is found in the Sea Life of Great Yarmouth Aquarium in the UK. This aquarium is one of the best in the area, housing animals of all kinds, from penguins and jellyfish to sharks and sea turtles. The aquarium is divided into several sections, such as one for observing stingrays and another for crocodiles. However, undoubtedly one of the best exhibits is the Ocean Tunnel, also known as the Shark Tunnel. In this tunnel, we can see sharks, other fish, and a gigantic sea turtle. The theme around this tunnel is the lost city of Atlantis, which, if you think about it, is the OG submechanophobia story after all. A whole city underwater? That's a nightmare. While walking through this tunnel, you are surrounded by animals and get to see many submerged statues. Here's where we find this huge and terrifying statue that seems to be looking down at us. This Medusa is situated at the end of the tunnel. It is surrounded by fish and has luminous green eyes. Seeing the fish swimming so close to this huge, moldy statue sends a shiver down our spines. Not only that, but people get to see it very closely. We would not be able to be in that place for a long time. The environment and the size of the statue is what gives it the second place in our list, but maybe we would have rated it higher. King Kong Aqua Safari Ride. We've covered many King Kong animatronics in our videos, but we've never talked about this particular one that can seem very creepy even to the bravest theme park guests. Serengeti Park in Hodenhagen, Germany, opened in 1974 as the largest safari park in Europe. Since then, it has grown and opened new areas. This park is a safari and a theme park that nowadays is divided into 3 zones: Serengeti Safari, Jungle Safari, and Adventure Safari. This last zone is the theme park part of this park. It has over 40 different rides, like roller coasters and a Ferris wheel. And one of these rides is the Aqua Safari. This is a boat ride that takes guests to a fast-paced ride across the big lake, where we see scenes of animal props and animatronics like crocodiles and monkeys. But the big star in this ride is a huge King Kong animatronic that we can find almost at the end of the ride. This is a huge animatronic sitting under a waterfall. He moves his eyes and mouth while water falls on him, and you can hear him roar as you pass by on the boat. Probably the weirdest thing about this animatronic is its LED color eyes. You can see them change from red to green in seconds, which makes this sight plain weird. The fact that this animatronic is submerged in water and we can't see what's under it makes it terrifying for many people. Not to mention its size, which causes megalophobia for more than one. This King Kong animatronic was made from the same mold that created the other King Kong animatronics made by Huss Park Attractions, a German ride manufacturer who created this attraction where Kong takes a ride vehicle, filled with 24 riders, and lifts it up into the air, shaking and twisting it with thrilling swinging movements. While the animatronic in Aqua Park is not full-bodied like the one in the other attraction, we can see the resemblance, and having such a huge animatronic surrounded by water makes this King Kong animatronic the #1 most terrifying animatronic on our list. The Animals of the Square, La Machine. La Machine is one of our favorite companies for mechanical creatures. We love the complexity and size of their creations, as well as their fantastic design. We have already covered some of these terrifying and incredible creatures in our video about giant animatronics, but today we'll talk about some more. This French company was founded in 1999 by François de la Rosière. La Machine specializes in creating the most monstrous and spectacular giant animatronic machines in the world. Composed of artists, technicians, and theater designers, the company focuses on crafting unusual theatrical objects for public spaces. Today, we're going to cover one of their most incredible installations, although it might provoke terror and a strange sensation for those who suffer from submechanophobia. We're talking about the exhibition The Animals of the Square, in the city of La Roche-Guyon in France. This is an incredible free exhibition, and the best part is that it's interactive. The team at La Machine created 13 mechanical animals for this exhibition, which was part of the renovation of Napoleon Square. The presentation of the construction of this exhibition was impressive. The team brought excavators and an orchestra to the area in front of dozens of spectators. Suddenly, enormous boxes arrived from the sky, containing the giant animatronics. La Machine revealed their first machines, a giant crocodile and a huge fish. Later, the exhibition finally opened with an even more impressive presentation. The event began with cranes dancing. In the water, you could see the silhouettes of the mechanical animals in the darkness. Soon, the water began to fill with fog, thanks to dry ice. The most impressive part of this presentation was seeing the acrobats swim with the gigantic animatronics, like in the scene with the hippopotamus and the camel, or even worse, with the colossal crocodile that can swim and move around. The exhibition opened with 13 animals, including the incredible semi-submerged camel. At first, the camel is lying on the water, and then it stands up to simulate drinking water, with a chewing action in its jaw. You can also find a giant semi-submerged heron extending its enormous wings, as well as otters that swim and dive into the water, following a track, then emerge back to the surface. There are also mechanical frogs that jump from place to place, giant flamingos, and an owl, among others, like this giant fish. However, the animatronics that stand out the most are the gigantic hippopotamus and the crocodile. The most incredible thing about these is that they can be controlled from a platform outside the pond. There is a console with 5 joysticks and 2 buttons. This remote controls the giant animal, allowing you to take it out of the water, return it, and move its jaw and head. The hippopotamus is also a beautiful machine, as visitors can control it with a similar console and even submerge it completely. It's truly a marvel for animatronic fans. Our offer still stands. We are willing to make a full video about La Machine and their animatronics. Let us know in the comments. The Bather by Oliver Voss. While in this video we can see some sculptures with deep meaning, we can also find others that are a bit more lighthearted and whimsical. A perfect example of this is The Bather, a huge and very imposing sculpture located in Hamburg. Imagine walking calmly along the street and suddenly spotting a giant human head submerged in the lake, with feet sticking out as if the lake were a personal bathtub. This happened in August 2011 at the Inner Ulster Lake in Hamburg. German artist Oliver Voss created the sculpture for the British company Soap and Glory as a promotional piece to celebrate the art of bathing. This enormous sculpture measured 13 feet high and stretched 67 feet long. Made from steel and styrofoam, it weighed over 2 tons. The sculpture was displayed for only 10 days before being removed, generating mixed reactions. Some people found it wonderful, while others complained that it disrupted the tranquility of the lake. This image is undoubtedly a nightmare for many who suffer from both submechanophobia and megalophobia. It has been included in various compilations without context, but now you know its origins. If you enjoy learning about fascinating sculptures and their stories, don't forget to subscribe and give us a like. Enchanted Forest, Maryland. The Enchanted Forest was a theme park located in Ellicott City, Maryland. The park opened back in 1955, just 1 month after Disneyland's opening. This was a family park that was themed around nursery rhymes, so it featured several fairy tale buildings and characters, kind of like the fairy tale forest at Efteling. When the park opened, it did not feature any mechanical rides, but these types of track rides were added late, like the Alice in Wonderland ride with teacup-shaped cars, a Cinderella Castle ride with mice for the cars, the Little Toot boat that took children to Mount Vesuvius for giant slides, and the Jungle and Safari, which was driven by open land rover-type vehicles. And in these last rides is where we find several of the most submechanophobia-inducing examples in this list. Let's begin with the mildest one of these, the Little Toot tugboat. This little ride was a boat ride that took children to Mount Vesuvius for giant slides, but since it opened, it had a pretty classic, creepy appearance. But moving on to the scariest of these, the animals from the Jungle and Safari attraction. This was a jungle-themed attraction which was driven by open land rover-type vehicles. In this attraction, you could see several animals and some huts, but the most terrifying of all were these submerged creatures. This mixture between a hippo and a crocodile is particularly scary because you can't really understand what type of animal it is, and the actual hippos emerging from the water are terrifying. Just look at those eyes. What's more frightening about all of these is that the park was permanently shuttered in 1995, and it remained abandoned for a long time. But in 2004, the owner of the land, Kimco Realty Group, agreed in 2004 to allow most of the fairy tale structures and figures to be moved to the nearby Clark Elioke Farm for display and preservation. Moving and restoration began in 2005. Contributions were still being welcomed in 2011, although many of the exhibits had been restored and returned to service at the farm. One of these was Little Toot, who arrived in 2006 and was restored in 2007. This park meant a lot for many people who visited it frequently in their childhoods, so it's great to know that even though it was abandoned for a while, someone decided to try to save most of it and restore it for future generations. The Ferryman's End. The ferryman's craft lies dead in the water. Unable to move, he can no longer reach the other shore and touch it. Unable to touch, he cannot become real, identified, and fully energized, hence joyful. Unmoving, he sinks and dies. These haunting words are inscribed on a sign, and nearby, we find a chilling granite sculpture of a man, worn, and partially submerged in a murky green swamp. This sculpture is part of a huge private garden called Victoria's Way, located near Roundwood, County Wicklow, Ireland. This garden was created by Victor Langeld, who designed this beautiful 22-acre space as a contemplative area for individuals between the ages of 28 to 60. It's intended as a place for midlife self-assessment and self-reorientation. Victoria's Way features numerous sculptures inspired by Hindu culture, including the enigmatic Split Man, symbolizing the mental state of a dysfunctional human. This collection of 14 statues representing the spiritual journey toward enlightenment took 20 years to complete. Most of the statues are crafted from black granite and stand between 1.5 meters and 4.9 meters tall. The reason we're discussing this garden today is because of the death of the ferryman sculpture, found in the Forest Sculptures section. Each sculpture in this area represents various states of human life, according to Buddhist philosophy. Now, submechanophobia is not limited to animatronics, and this sculpture has definitely earned itself a spot on this list. The sculpture of the Ferryman's End is a metaphor for the individual who is losing touch with the real world, both personally and generally. According to Victor Langeld, the sense of realness and the release of energy resulting from the fusion of this with that, or the contact between differences, occurs as an after effect of connectivity. Loss of connectivity leads to feelings of unreality and energy loss, experienced as depression, which in turn results in the fading of identity and self-meaning, and increased unhappiness, signaling the individual's failure or decline. It's very interesting to see the meaning behind this sculpture because it's important to understand that these images are much more than memes or part of a fear-inducing video compilation. They are profound works of art with a pretty significant meaning behind them. What does this sculpture make you feel? Hippo. Jumanji the Adventure. Gardaland is one of the top 10 best theme parks in all of Europe. The park was founded back in 1975, and it currently features 8 roller coasters, 3 water rides, 3 dark rides, and some strongly themed family attractions. And out of its dark rides, 2 of them have what many of us think are huge submechanophobia nightmares. The first of these we've talked about several times before, and many of you know it already, the sea monster in the E Corsari boat ride. If you don't know it, check out our other submechanophobia videos. But the second one is found in one of the park's most recent rides. Back in 2021, the park announced that they would be bringing a new dark ride inspired by the new Jumanji films. The ride would be called Jumanji the Adventure, and they promised that the ride would be a dark ride full of innovative effects. Construction began in October of that same year, and on April 9th, 2022, the ride opened on the site of the former attraction, Ramses The Awakening. It is the first ride themed after the Jumanji franchise in the world. This ride is absolutely fantastic. It takes us into a dangerous jungle full of animatronic animals and scary and huge stone giants. It combines physical sets with screens in a great way, and it has several fantastic animatronics like the stone giant, who we want to cover in another video. Guests initially enter an archaeological excavation site, but during a pre-show, they get sucked into the video game of Jumanji, after which they end up in a jungle environment. They are asked to guard a sacred jewel and transport it through the world of Jumanji, making for a wild ride. It also has a terrifying scene where you get attacked by spiders, which we covered in our arachnophobia video if you want to check it out. But today, we're focusing on submechanophobia, and this time, we're looking at a pretty scary scene with a hippo. After you enter the jungle, your Jeep begins going through many turns, and in one of them, we come face to face with a hippo, who jumps out of a pond to attack us. This scene is terrifying because we're in complete darkness, except for some thunder that matches with the hippo attack. Not only that, but you are able to see the hippo's mechanisms emerge from the ground where he is hidden, which many people with this fear agree makes this type of animatronic even more terrifying. There's water splashing and a small waterfall behind the animatronic, but thankfully, our Jeep turns quickly, and we're on to the next danger in the ride. This ride is fantastic, and we would love to be able to experience it someday. Basilisk, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. This animatronic is not completely submerged, but it is talked about very frequently in the submechanophobia community. So, let's take a look. Many of us love seeing practical effects in films, and the Basilisk in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was one of them. Creating this monster the right way was very important, because this creature is known for being one of the most terrifying in the wizarding world. The Serpent of Slytherin was designed by Robert Bliss, who based it on a Burmese python and implemented characteristics of other reptiles, resulting in the Basilisk taking on a more dragon-like appearance. The original intention was to bring the Basilisk to the screen as a fully digital creation, but Nick Dudman, the creature effects supervisor, suggested that they should build a full Basilisk animatronic puppet, because a full sculpture was needed to mold the shed skin out of it eventually. So, following this new direction, the crew would need to sculpt the Basilisk's head and neck. It was molded to obtain both the skins for the full-size puppets and the shed skin found early on in the chamber scenes. Now, the main Basilisk puppet was an animatronic. This animatronic employed aquatronics, hydraulic systems that function with water, allowing for smoother, gross movements. So the animatronics had a fluid range of head and neck movement. The head was fully operational, with a jaw-opening mechanism and moving eyelids, nostrils, and tongue. Its fangs were cable-controlled, and could retract as its mouth closed and move forward as it opened. The Basilisk was mounted on a rig that allowed the creature to be raised and lowered, and also mounted on tracks that helped the creature slither up and get close to Daniel Radcliffe for fighting scenes. In the end, the animatronic was used 10 times more than they ever thought they would. Of course, not everything can be made using practical effects. In this case, the practical Basilisk was intercut with the digital version. Also, there was another practical version made for the film. After the Basilisk's death, its corpse is seen lying on the floor of the chamber. This was just a dummy. The skin was molded in foam latex and polyurethane. And to top it off, the Basilisk skeleton makes a cameo in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2, for which the team created an 8-foot-long full-size model of the Basilisk skull and neck vertebrae. In this case, we got the best of both worlds. Having practical effects and visual effects make a perfect combination. Orca Animatronic, Kelly Tarleton's Sea Life Aquarium. In New Zealand, there was a unique ride that combined real animals, fictitious scenarios, and animated props. This defunct ride was located at Kelly Tarleton's Sea Life Aquarium, one of the most renowned aquariums in the region, featuring hundreds of exhibits with turtles, sharks, manta rays, and penguins. The ride, called Arctic Encounter, took guests through tunnels filled with optical snow effects, leading to a large tank, where visitors could observe penguins swimming and relaxing on the surface. After the serene experience, the ride moved to the Antarctic zone, designed to resemble the icy continent. Here, several penguin props were displayed in an exhibit meant to mimic Antarctica. This is where a submechanophobia nightmare awaited. As guests passed by a small pond, Without warning, a giant orca would suddenly emerge from the water. The sheer size and the sudden unexpected appearance of the orca caused many to be terrified of this creature. The depth of the pond added to the unsettling effect, and the fact that the orca is eating a seal does not help. It actually makes it even more imposing and scary. Not only that, but seeing it emerge shows us how she's eating the seal and then goes back into the water. It's terrifying. But even if it is terrifying for many, no one can deny that it is such an impressive sight. Here's a question for you. If you were given $1,000, would you swim for 5 minutes with that creature? This attraction closed in 2012 to provide a larger space for the penguins and improve the facilities. While it's sad to lose this animated prop, it's always good to know that it was for the benefit of the animals. Bon Bon Land. Giant rat. Bon Bon Land is a familiar topic on this channel. This bizarre theme park is located near Copenhagen in Denmark and is the 4th largest amusement park in the country. Bon Bon Land began as a candy factory, known for its weird and audacious candy names like seagull droppings, large boobs, pee diapers, earwax, and hundeprutter, aka dog fart. Surprisingly, these quirky names were a massive hit with kids. The factory was asked by several people over the years for tours, but it was not possible because strict hygiene laws prevented this. So, the owner Michael Spang had a great idea, and he decided to expand and create a theme park where the rides would be just as bizarre as their candy names. One of these rides is the flume ride called Vandrotten, or Water Rat. This ride features a rat that loves dirty water, and it takes riders through sewers designed by this character. The ride is filled with curious and strange props, including spiders, worms, and of course, the stars of the show, rats. Early in the ride, you'll find the gigantic prop that we're highlighting here. As your boat exits a pipe, you're greeted by a bizarre scene. A rat bathing in sewer water. The design is quite peculiar, and right next to it, another rat is squeezing out a rag. These sculptures create a feeling of filth, which is surprisingly the attraction's goal. One of the grossest details on this ride appears just before the final drop. You'll get to see the park's mascot, a dog named Henry Hunderprut, attempting to pee on you from the ceiling. That's definitely not something you would find on an average theme park. While this ride might not trigger submechanophobia in all of you, it will undoubtedly gross you out. Sadly, this rat is not there anymore, but it will live on in the memories of the people who were able to see it, and we hope it comes back someday. Animatronic Dragon, Excalibur Hotel. This submechanophobic nightmare is an animatronic dragon that used to be a part of the Merlin show at the Excalibur Hotel in Las Vegas. But one day, the performance closed, never to open again. The Excalibur Hotel opened in 1990, and the purpose of the hotel was to provide its visitors with the experience of being transported back in time to the days of knights, fair maidens, jousting, and feasting. They did this with different techniques, but the best of these was having special shows and entertainment. But it was in 1993 when their main attraction debuted, a new show, which would be an epic battle between Merlin and a dragon. And the best part of it was that it would feature animatronics. The perfect company to work with these animatronics would be AVG Productions, who had previously worked on the Tex Critter Band and many other impressive projects. The AVG team created a gigantic 71-foot dragon. It took 9 months and numerous clay and foam prototypes to develop a suitably convincing and scary opponent for the cunning wizard. Once they did, they gave it glowing yellow eyeballs, hand-painted scales, and a crimson-red grimace. The dragon was made to be maneuverable, and even included a removable rubber neck in case it swallowed something by accident, like a fallen hat or camera. From the vantage point of the drawbridge, they saw the 71-foot animatronic fire-breathing dragon wage battle against Merlin, who defended the castle by shooting a series of fireballs at the scaly beast, who eventually slunk off back to its lair. The audience gave this show a standing ovation, and it was a must-see when visiting Excalibur. But over time, the animatronics mechanisms wore out, and the show got worse and worse, to the point where it was once considered the worst attraction show in Las Vegas. So it was decided that the show would close. Many believe that poor reviews led to the show's cancellation in 2001, although, in fact, the attraction's high operating costs were the real reason it was shut down. And as a result, the animatronics were left abandoned to rust. People eventually forgot about these animatronics, but after a few years, legends began to emerge of their fate. Nobody knew for sure what had happened to them, but one of the most widely accepted theories was that the dragon was still abandoned and submerged in the moat. In 2010, a photograph surfaced that added fuel to the mystery, confirming that the dragon remained abandoned, but no one could confirm it because access to the moat was restricted. Until YouTuber Freddy Trapp went to the Excalibur and discovered that the moat was entirely emptied. But suddenly, he saw a huge machine in disrepair, like something out of a mechatronic nightmare. This machine was the dragon. The dragon is in a decrepit state and entirely deteriorated. This does not imply that with maintenance it might not recover, but at the moment it looks terrible. But the silver lining is that the Merlin animatronic is still housed in the shack. From what witnesses have said, though, the animatronic is thankfully in better shape than the dragon, despite missing its head. Ogopogo animatronic, Mishi. We've talked about Ogopogo in our previous videos, but if you don't know this creature well, we'll tell you about it again. According to Canadian folklore, the Ogopogo is a creature that lives in Okanagan Lake in British Columbia. This creature has been compared to the Loch Ness Monster and, of course, just as Nessie, to a plesiosaur. The legend of Ogopogo began being commercialized until it naturally ended up inspiring a film. This film was Mishi. Written by Canadian scriptwriter Barry Authors, this film was created as a showcase for Canadian talent and storytelling, and a cross between Free Willy and E.T. It tells the story of a boy whose vacation is cancelled because his father has to go on an emergency salvage mission to a Canadian lake. He discovers that the lake is known as the home of a mythical creature, and so he makes it his mission to prove that there's more to the myth than just legend. The movie is beautiful, and if you have a chance to watch it, you should. But one of the best parts of this movie is that the creature was not done 100% by CGI. So an animatronic was created for some of the scenes. And even better, this animatronic was created by the famous Jim Henson's Creature Shop. They sculpted a huge 40-foot-long section of Mishi for animatronic effects, but sadly, the project fell into financial difficulties and was put on hold. And during that time, such leaps were made in water effects in CGI that it was decided that all the full-body effects would be better achieved this way. So eventually, they used only the full-sized head and neck for a few animatronic and camera shots. The original maquette was scanned and used to build Mishi for CGI animation. This creature was modeled after the late US actor Walter Matthau. And while we find the creature to be very cute in the film, seeing shots like this with the animatronic popping its head out of the water can send a shiver down the spine of many of us. We would be terrified to be this kid, having to swim and even climb on this animatronic while being in water.
Leviathan animatronic, Stan Winston Studios. We love movies that have underwater creatures attacking, and one of the main reasons for this is because many, if not most of them, use an animatronic for the terrifying scenes. That is the case with Leviathan, a 1989 monster movie directed by George P. Cosmatos. The film follows an underwater mining crew who discover a sunken Soviet ship called Leviathan. While investigating the wreck, they unleash a gene-mutating virus that absorbs its victims into a part human, part marine life monster. And to create this monster, they asked the famous Stan Winston Studios for help. The studio design team created a concept that combined human body parts with the anatomy of various types of deep-sea marine life, because of the monster's ability to absorb its victims. After the design was done, the team began to bring it to life, first as a small-scale design maquette, and then as a full-scale sculpt, so they could create the creature suit and animatronic head. And honestly, this was a fantastic creature. The creature was brought to life by Tom Woodruff Jr., who did a great job as usual. But now, the truly terrifying part came. The team went to Italy for 4 months to begin filming. Scenes that could not be filmed dry for wet at the sound stages of Cinecittà were shot either in big water tanks or at sea in Malta. That meant that they had to swim with that terrifying creature, not only in tanks, but in the actual sea. The creature effects team was trained and certified as scuba divers prior to the filming, in order to support the required water scenes in the movie, and to ensure their safety and proficiency in the water. So, Woodruff Jr. would be in the suit underwater, and the rest of the team would act as safety divers, so they could get Tom out of the suit quickly if something happened. During the filming, the director trusted Winston to direct the action sequences, which was perfect
because the team knows what their creatures can do, and what is the best way to use them. When they create these creatures, they are constantly thinking about what their characters are going to have to do on the set, so they know how to film them. That's why we have some great sequences with the creature in the film. It must have been so horrifying having to swim in the ocean with this creature attacking you. The Snake of Midgard. This next semi-submerged animatronic is the Midgard Serpent, located at Hansa Park Sierksdorf in Germany, which ranks among the top 5 theme parks in Europe. The Serpent is a centerpiece of a Viking-themed roller coaster of the same name, where the story revolves around your Viking ship entering Utgard, the dark realm of the trolls. Here you'll have a close encounter with the Midgard Serpent. The animatronic is situated in the middle of a murky pond, chewing on a paddle. This serpent activates occasionally as the roller coaster circles around it. While the animatronic itself is relatively simple, with the ability to move its head from side to side and open and close its jaws, the design is striking and fits perfectly with the ride's theme. The combination of the roller coaster's unique design and the animatronic serpent at its center adds tremendous value to the ride. Though some may find it terrifying, it offers a fantastic view from both the ride and from outside. Interestingly, you can also take a small boat to get a closer look at the animatronic, but locals suggest that the best way to experience it is from within the roller coaster itself. Davy Jones at Pirate's Voyage in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. Our next contender on this list brings us 3 phases, almost like an Elden Ring boss, and soon you'll see why. Pirate's Voyage Dinner and Show in Pigeon Forge is an epic pirate-themed spectacle that combines thrilling acrobatics, sword fights, and live animals with a hearty 4-course feast. Set around 2 full-size pirate ships in an indoor lagoon, the show plunges you into an adventurous quest for treasure with Captain Blackbeard and his crew. When the show first opened, it featured an incredible giant animatronic Davy Jones. This massive figure would dramatically emerge from the depths of the lagoon, with the stage filling with fog as the animatronic rose through hidden doors, menacing the treasure hunters. The animatronic was enormous, with multiple articulations and such an impressive design, complete with giant hands and a terrifying voice. The surprise of seeing something so massive emerge from the water was unforgettable to anyone who was able to experience it. Unfortunately, this animatronic was eventually removed and replaced with a statue that also causes a fair share of submechanophobia due to its eerie emergence from the water. This statue was used as a projection surface for a spectral version of Davy Jones, with various effects, but to be honest, the previous incarnation was far superior. Luckily, a new animatronic has recently replaced this projection. While this latest Davy Jones is just as large as its predecessor, it has far fewer movements, though it still boasts a terrifying design. Like the original, this new animatronic rises and submerges in the lagoon, with divers swimming near it. We don't think anyone would dare to dive alongside it. Which version of Davy Jones do you think is the best? The Mayberry Lake Monster. This image is a frequent topic of discussion among the submechanophobia community, and many people aren't sure of its origin. Is it an animatronic? A real creature? Something from a movie? Well, today, we're going to find out. The Mayberry Monster was created for the 1986 movie Return to Mayberry, which served as a sort of reunion for the cast of The Andy Griffith Show. In the movie, there's a storyline about a monster in Myers Lake, a rumor that was spread to attract tourists. Later, it's revealed that the monster was completely fake, created by the character Ernest Bass. What's truly terrifying about this creature is that it's actually a submerged minecart with a latex dragon head attached on top. The scene with the dragon looks quite believable and gives off a pretty eerie vibe, especially when you realize that the mechanisms of the minecart are hidden beneath the water. So, that's the origin story of the Mayberry Lake Monster. Did you already know its origin? Cyclops Octopus, Yor, the hunter from the future. This next animatronic is a gem of Italian cinema. The Cyclops Octopus featured in the 1983 cult classic, Yor, the hunter from the future. Directed by Antonio Margheriti, this film is a unique blend of prehistoric fantasy and sci-fi. Following the adventures of Yor, a warrior on a quest to discover his true origins in a world filled with both dinosaurs and futuristic technology. This movie is packed with practical effects and creatures that are very much in line with the era. Margheriti known for his expertise in miniatures and practical effects, personally oversaw these effects alongside his son, Eduardo Margheriti, with almost zero budget, and they were able to create something pretty fantastic. The Cyclops octopus animatronic was designed to evoke a sense of menace, with its single eye and tentacles making it a formidable foe for Yor. In the scene, the animatronic emerges powerfully, creating a grotesque and memorable moment. While the octopus's tentacles might appear somewhat comical, and obviously fake, this adds a charmingly campy quality to the scene. However, the head and body of the octopus, submerged in water, are surprisingly convincing. This film is a true cult classic, and it has given us this wonderfully eerie submechanophobic creation. Pirate Adventure, Drayton Manor. With any boat ride, there's the possibility of having some submechanophobia-inducing elements, and that is definitely the case of Pirate Adventure at Drayton Manor. And stick around to see what's the most terrifying element of this submechanophobic nightmare. Pirate Adventure at Drayton Manor opened back in 1990 to compete with Disneyland Paris, which would open in 1992. This dark ride was inspired by Disneyland's Pirates of the Caribbean, as many other pirate dark rides. Created by Mack Rides, the boat ride would have a small drop at the beginning, before taking us into several pirate-themed scenes, including pirates ransacking a village, a full-on sea battle, and spooky caves full of skeletons and treasures. This ride was very well done, and the theming was fantastic, but you're here to find some submechanophobia, so here it is. One of the most terrifying scenes in the ride is this one, where we find a partially submerged pirate animatronic, barely moving. Many people agreed that the fact that his clothes are so stained from being wet for so long makes this sight pretty gross and scary. But the worst scene for many takes place in this scene, where, if you look closely, you will see that there's a pirate swimming around in circles, and that's because he is being chased by a shark. We see the shark's fin swimming in circles behind the pirate, completely submerged and getting closer and closer. These scenes send shivers down our spines. But, want to know what's the worst part of all of this? Well, the ride began to deteriorate through the years, to the point of having several animatronics missing limbs or having exposed machinery. And so, the ride closed in 2015, but it was not demolished or revamped. It stayed there, completely abandoned for about 5 years, until 2020, when various parts sold off at a private auction. Still, the ride building remains until this day, and while many people asked Drayton Manor to bring it back, there has been no recent announcement as to what will happen to this attraction. The Great White Quarry Shark, Loch Lomond Scuba Diving Resort. Our next contender comes from a destination that is a true goldmine for submechanophobia enthusiasts, Loch Lomond Scuba Diving Resort. This 10-acre resort, located in East Tennessee, offers crystal clear waters, making it a haven for diving fans. While you can see so many fish species in the lake, the main and most spine-chilling attractions are the submerged objects that are definitely not for the faint of heart. The lake features a map with various points of interest, where you can find sculptures, boats, and all sorts of strange objects. Among the eerie sights in this lake are jet skis, boats, bike parts, and even complete desks with computers. However, the most terrifying are the sculptures. You'll encounter a statue of Buddha, a replica of Michelangelo's David, and a multi-headed dragon. But the most frightening of all is Sharky, a sculpture of a great white shark devouring a diver. Imagine diving peacefully and suddenly coming face to face with this colossal creature, especially if you had no idea it was there. The sculpture is incredibly lifelike and appears to be floating, making the shock even worse. You can find this shark at a depth of 45 feet near the south shore of the lake. While we're pretty sure we'd never dare to go on this excursion, would you? Dino Splash, Plopsaland Park. This next entry was suggested by Gavin Lenoy. Thank you for giving us more nightmare fuel. Let's take a look. In 1935, Melly Park opened in Depan, Belgium, as a place where Albrecht Joseph Florazoon could sell his home-produced honey and also teach visitors about the process and the honeybee itself. But through the years, the park began opening several attractions and became a full theme park. The family sold the park in 1999 to Studio 100, and with this, it received a makeover, reopening as Plopsaland in April 2000. And nowadays, The park has 55 attractions, including 7 roller coasters. One of these attractions is Dino Splash. Dino Splash opened in 1989 as Splash. When it opened, it did not have much theming except for being built around a medieval castle, and it had several name changes in its history. But the biggest change came in 2019, when it was completely renovated to have a dinosaur theme. This new ride was named Dino Splash. The attraction is one of the largest of its kind in Europe, both in length and height, and has 2 drops. The first is about 5 meters high. The second is the largest and happens in 2 steps. And the whole story revolves around dinosaurs, so you get to see several dinosaurs throughout the ride. This renovation was fantastic, and the ride looks amazing. But being a log flume ride and mixing water with dinosaur figures, it was bound to have some submechanophobia involved in it. We start with a mild one with this Brachiosaurus, eating some leaves off a tree while standing in water. The figure is not that submerged, but you can see its feet are a little submerged. But the star of the show is the Plesiosaurus. You see him just after the first drop, where you encounter the T-Rex. This creature spits water at the logs passing by, and if you look closely, you will see that its fins are completely underwater. The way the murky water changes the fins' colors is pretty creepy, and sometimes the water that surrounds it is full of plants, so knowing that its mechanisms are below all of that makes it even more terrifying for some people. There's other times where the water is below the figure, so it's only the dinosaur's mechanisms that are underwater. We don't know what's worse. What do you think about this dinosaur? Singing Sword Dragon Animatronic, Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. This first animated prop is undoubtedly the cutest on the list, though many of you might find it quite terrifying. But we're beginning this list with a mild one. This adorable dragon resides at Six Flags Over Texas on the ride Bugs' Whitewater Rapids. The ride is inspired by the Looney Tunes cartoon Nighty Night Bugs, and its facade resembles a medieval castle. The ride itself is quite short, featuring props of Bugs Bunny and Yosemite Sam dressed as knights. However, the standout animated prop, and the reason we're here, is the Singing Sword Dragon. You'll encounter this dragon near the beginning of the ride, just before the drop. As you approach, the dragon moves, and suddenly, splash! It sprays you with water. If you thought you could stay dry, you were mistaken. The dragon is partially submerged, hidden by 2 large rocks, but before reaching it, you can see parts of its submerged body from a distance. This little dragon is a charming detail in an otherwise simple attraction. But don't get too comfortable. This is just a warm-up, as the next entries will feature some truly spine-chilling contenders. Kraken, Treasure Island, Djurs Summerland. This ride that you see here is a truly unique roller coaster located at Djurs Summerland in Denmark. The attraction is called Treasure Island, and it is a thrilling mix between a water coaster and a pirate adventure ride. It features a 72-foot drop and countless twists and turns. But the most spectacular and terrifying part of this journey is the enormous Kraken. This creature has massive tentacles and an imposing presence that makes it a standout feature of your ride. You encounter this Kraken at the very beginning of the ride. Before you meet this sea monster, you'll come across some animatronic skeletons striking some cool poses. Then, just before the ride truly begins, you're faced with the gigantic octopus, perched in a small waterbed with a wrecked ship and guarding a treasure chest. The animatronic Kraken can move its eyes and tentacles, and its sheer size is what makes it so terrifying. This impressive animatronic was created by MK-themed attraction. This attraction is incredibly popular, and it's easy to see why. What do you think? Is it terrifying or super cool?
Confucius Statue, Rockbound Art Museum. It's become a tradition on this channel to kick off our list with something super weird and bizarre, and this list is no exception. This time we're heading to the Rockbound Art Museum in Shanghai, China. Back in 2012, artist Zheng Huan bought a temporary exhibit honoring Confucius, while exploring themes like economic and social change, climate sustainability, and the sense of belonging. This piece is incredible because it combines advanced technology with deep philosophical symbolism. One of the standout works in the exhibits featured a gigantic, semi-submerged animatronic of Confucius in a pool. The statue was crafted using high-grade silicone for realism and reinforced with carbon fiber. It boasted hyper-realistic details like wrinkles, pores, age spots, and an impressively long beard that dipped into the water, making it even more unsettling. I don't know about you, but that's one pond I wouldn't swim in And I love ponds. I'm a guck! The statue was designed with a special mechanism to simulate breathing, making it look eerily alive and relaxed as it floated in the water. And as if that wasn't enough, the same exhibit also featured another animatronic of Confucius, thrashing around in a giant cage. This represented certain virtues, an unusual way to express them, but hey, to each their own. The exhibit ran until 2012, and unfortunately there's no information about where these sculptures ended up. But this piece absolutely deserves a spot on the list for its uncanny valley vibes, enormous size, and of course, because it's semi-submerged. 7. Shiva the Destroyer. Now we're heading to India. Those who follow this channel know that submechanophobia isn't limited to animatronics. Any man-made object in the water fits the category. So if you thought we were running out of contenders, think again. This is a free-for-all, baby. This time we're talking about the Shiva statue in Rishikesh, known as Shiva the Destroyer. It's an iconic representation of the Hindu god Shiva in a meditative pose. Located in the Ganges River, in front of Parmarth Niketan Ashram, Rishikesh is considered the yoga capital of the world and a major center for pilgrimage and spirituality in India. The Shiva statue was erected in the Ganges, symbolizing tranquility and devotion as it faced one of the largest and most recognized ashrams in the region. All of this sounds serene, but in 2013, the Uttarakhand floods devastated Rishikesh, giving us a haunting sight for two reasons. First, seeing this massive statue partially submerged and sinking inch by inch was eerie. Second, it was a sobering reminder of nature's sheer, unstoppable power. I know I sound a little bit nihilistic here, but it really makes you realize how insignificant we are in the world. Like my occasional sad duck moments, this statue was eventually swept away by the Ganges' raging currents during the flood. The original statue was never replaced at its previous location, but other Shiva statues have since been erected in different parts of Rishikesh and at Parmarth Niketan Ashram to carry on the region's tradition and spirituality. And speaking of traditions, we'll keep bringing you these videos. But we want to know, do you want more of this content? Let us know in the comments by saying, more submechanophobia, Walt, if you're up for another part. And remember, I always quack back. 6. The Diplodon, Deep Star 6. Alright, let's dive into another animatronic, this time from the 1989 sci-fi horror film Deep Star 6, directed by Sean S. Cunningham. The movie follows the crew of an underwater base who accidentally unleash a prehistoric sea creature while installing a nuclear missile system on the ocean floor. This terrifying creature, named the Diplodon, is a bizarre crustacean brought to life through, you guessed it, animatronics. The creature was originally designed by Chris Wallace, famous for his work on Gremlins and Arachnophobia. Wallace recommended Mark Sjostrom, known for Evil Dead 2 and From Beyond, to handle the creature effects. Sjostrom tweaked the original design to meet the production's needs. The team behind this animatronic included nearly 30 professionals, such as David Kindlin, an animatronic specialist, Everett Burrell, a sculptor, and names like Greg Smith, Jim McLaughlin, Gino Crognell, Robert Kurtzman, and Greg Nicotero. Yes, that Greg Nicotero. The creature's paintwork was done by Steve Wang, renowned for his work on Predator and the Monster Squad. For the film scenes, a massive mechanical structure was built, requiring 8 operators and a stunt double to bring it to life. A 12-foot-long tail was created for diving sequences, along with another tail specifically for attack scenes. Separate arms and heads were also fabricated for shots where the creature emerged from the water. It's easy to see why this creature made the list. Just look at those scenes. It's also worth noting that 1989 was apparently the year of submechanophobia-inducing creatures in cinema. That same year, we got The Abyss and Leviathan. And yes, we've already covered Leviathan here. 5. The Loch Ness Horror. Next up, we've got an animatronic that's as rudimentary as it gets. A true cult gem of a B-movie cinema. We're talking about the 1981 film, The Loch Ness Horror. Of course, no list of submechanophobia would be complete without Nessie making an appearance. Director Larry Buchanan decided to give the legendary creature a Jaws-style twist, turning the Loch Ness Monster into a horror movie villain. Naturally, this was a low-budget film shot at Lake Tahoe, California, which stood in for Scotland's famous Loch Ness. The animatronic Nessie was about as basic as they come. It was mostly just a head mounted on a support, which seriously limited its movements and realism. Because of these constraints, the special effects were considered extremely rudimentary, failing to impress audiences or critics at the time. But let me be real, I love watching movies like this. They're the perfect kind of film to enjoy with friends while laughing at the absurdity. Just check out this clip and tell me it's not prime material for a hilarious movie night. Sure, the monster looks super cheap, like it's made of paper mache, but seeing it submerged in water still manages to evoke a weirdly unsettling and creepy vibe. If you're curious and want to have a good laugh, the entire movie is available on YouTube. I've included the link in the description. Grab some popcorn, gather your friends, and prepare for some B-movie magic. 4. Arnie the Crocodile, Muppets. This one's for all the Muppets fans out there. We're diving into one of the more obscure characters, Arnie the Crocodile. Arnie made his animatronic debut in the Muppet movie back in 1979. In the film, Arnie appears as a realistic animatronic crocodile who terrifies Bernie, the agent helping Kermit reconsider his destiny. Naturally, Arnie was created by the, you guessed it, legendary Jim Henson Creature Shop. In the movie, Arnie lurks semi-submerged in a swamp with his mouth wide opened, delivering a surprisingly eerie and intimidating appearance, even though he's not meant to be scary. This animatronic crocodile was built using water-resistant materials like plastics and waterproof coatings to withstand the humid swamp conditions. Its internal structure included sealed mechanical components to prevent water damage, allowing for controlled and realistic movements. Fortunately, Arnie made a comeback in 2002, but this time as a traditional Muppet in Kermit's swamp years. For this version, the team repurposed a crocodile puppet originally built for Muppet Treasure Island. We were thrilled to include Arnie on this list because the Muppets are one of our all-time favorite things. On a very bittersweet note, it was sad to hear that Muppet Vision 3D is closing in Orlando, but there's a silver lining. The Muppets are coming to Rock and Roller Coaster, which previously featured Aerosmith, so it's not all bad news. 3. Bihar. Now we're diving into a sculpture that's a true submechanophobic nightmare, but beyond that, its message is super powerful. This piece is called Bihar, and is a hyper-realistic work by my fellow Mexican, artist Ruben Orozco. It was installed in September 2021 in the river of Bilbao, Spain, and shows the head of a girl that rises and sinks with the tide. The word Bihar means tomorrow in Basque, the language of the region, and let me tell you, this message better sink in, pun intended, because the future of this planet is all on us. The piece is designed to make you think about how today's actions shape tomorrow. Will future generations rise to the surface or sink to oblivion? Watching this girl struggle with the tide is as haunting as it gets, but the message is crystal clear. I'm a positive duck though, and I truly believe we can keep this world afloat. Don't you? This sculpture deserves a spot on this list, not for just its eerie vibes, but also as a reminder that we still have a chance to change things. Greatest Water Dragon Robot, DRA-040. MCS Dino. They become a favorite on this channel because they never fail to amaze us with their incredible animatronics that scream submechanophobia. Who could forget that terrifying crocodile capable of swallowing small animals? This time, they've outdone themselves, with a massive 26-foot tall water dragon. It's a classic Chinese water dragon that can move from side to side, open and close its mouth, make sounds, and even breathe smoke. The best part? It's made from waterproof materials, so it's ready to haunt your watery nightmares. And get this, NCS Dino can craft this animatronic in just 6 weeks, fully customized with all the features you want. Honestly, should we all chip in and build our own park full of submechanophobic creatures? Who's with me? 1. Popeye Movie Octopus Animatronic. And we're wrapping up this list with another cinematic animatronic, this time from the quirky and not so popular Popeye movie starring the legendary Robin Williams and Shelley Duvall. What incredible actors. This segment is for you, wherever you are. In 1980, Popeye hit the big screen, bringing the iconic sailor's adventures to life with plenty of special effects, and animatronics of course. For this, they enlisted the help of Carlo Rambaldi, the legendary Italian special effects master known for animatronics in King Kong and, of course, for designing E.T. This time, Rambaldi's challenge was to create a mechanical octopus for the climatic scene, where Popeye battles the giant creature, Salty Sam. The octopus plays a pivotal role, attacking Olive Oil and forcing Popeye to eat a spinach to unleash his superhuman strength. The animatronic octopus was engineered to move its tentacles and body realistically. Sure, a lot of people online claim the octopus looks janky, but hey, it was the 80s. Honestly, I'll take a practical octopus like this any day over badly done CGI. Don't get me wrong, I love VFX, but in moderation. Here's the scene with the octopus. You be the judge. Does it look bad or just can't be fun? Let me know in the comments. And with that, Disaster Tour, Movie Land. Okay, let's begin with an animatronic that left me stunned. I recently found this footage and was terrified. I never thought I'd see something like that emerging from that pond. But what is it? And yes, I know what you're going to say. It's a knockoff of Universal Studios. And yes, it's a ride inspired by that tour located in Italy at Movieland Park. This ride takes you through various action-packed scenes. For example, we can see a Kong prop destroying a tower, as well as a tornado simulator similar to Universal's 360 experience, which, to be honest, and please don't get mad, I hate. Rides like the Fast and Furious simulator seem really cheap and poorly done to me. It's a technology they should let die. Anyway, after those scenes, we arrive at sort of a pond, very similar to the Jurassic World attraction at Universal Hollywood, except here, instead of seeing the Mosasaurus, we can see a giant great white shark in captivity that breaks the glass. After that, we move on to a facility that is the coolest part of the tour, where we can see the thin and partially submerged body of a great white shark emerging from below. This sight is pretty terrifying because of the way the shark's body dips into the pond. Then, on the other side of the pond, we see the shark's fin emerge and swim. Obviously, it's another animatronic, but it gives the impression that the shark swam to that other side of the pond. Suddenly, bam! Out of nowhere, a huge shark burst out, attacking the vehicle with its gigantic teeth. This part of the tour is really cool, and of course that jump scare can definitely provoke submechanophobia. Chirosaurus Creatures, Yokohama Dreamland. You've probably heard of Nara Dreamland, the famous abandoned park in Japan, and if you haven't, here's a video. But I bet you didn't know that this park had a sister with the same name in Yokohama, and that's where this submechanophobia nightmare comes from. Just look at that poor devil emerging, leaving us traumatized for life. This is the only footage that exists of this animatronic, and it cost me nearly all of my feathers to get it. This wretched creature was located in an attraction called Adventureland, which took you back to a prehistoric era with dinosaurs, mammoths, and cavemen. Apparently, they did their research very well, because of course humans lived alongside dinosaurs. Alongside those animals was the Chirosaurus, a creature straight from hell. The park, like Dreamland, unfortunately closed, and by 1970 it was shut down and dismantled. Even though the poor Chirosaurus terrifies me, I would never wish that fate on any animatronic. So, let's pray for him. In its honor, this video is dedicated to that poor devil. Fly high, Chirosaurus. We love you. Prem Mandir. Our next stop is in India, where we find the Prem Mandir, a Hindu temple dedicated to the deities Radha Krishna and Sitaram. This temple is impressive for its Italian white marble architecture and its detailed sculptures depicting various leelas, divine pastimes. One of the distinctive features of Prem Mandir is the use of animatronics to portray significant episodes from Krishna's life. One of the most impressive, yet undoubtedly disturbing displays, with all due respect, is the scene of Krishna and Putana, where Krishna is shown in his childhood defeating the demoness Putana. This animatronic stands out for its design and large size. It's truly quite terrifying, yet undeniably impressive. However, the reason we're here is because of another strange scene. And I say strange for those of us who don't know the context. You see, this scene shows a man carrying a baby in a setting filled with rain. Suddenly, the man submerges himself in water and walks partially underwater, carrying the baby to the other side. For those with submechanophobia, this scene is a real trigger. In reality, it portrays Vasudeva, Krishna's father, crossing the Yamuna River while holding the infant Krishna in his arms. After Krishna's birth, Vasudeva decided to move him to a safe place to protect him from King Cosma, who had ordered the death of all newborns due to a prophecy that foretold his downfall at Krishna's hands. These animatronics are undoubtedly amazing for their design and detail. Although the displays are fairly simple, they're beautiful, and interestingly enough, also terrifying. And of course, they have a touch of submechanophobia. Eco Park, Argentina. As you know, our channel is super international, and now we're off to Argentina because people have been tagging us in this video. We can tell you that this dolphin is located at the Eco Park Buenos Aires, Argentina, a park dedicated to species conservation that has a small section called the Estación Oceánica. It's an interactive area where you can find some nightmares for those who suffer from submechanophobia. What makes these animatronics so terrifying, apart from their erratic movements, is their deteriorated condition, which gives off a very strange vibe. But honestly, I think they're pretty cool. Besides this dolphin, you can also find a seal and a turtle, and the amazing thing is that you can control them remotely. We have a lot of fans in Argentina, so greetings to all of you. What do you think makes this dolphin scary? Let me know in the comments. Giant Cthulhu animatronic at the Darkness Haunted House. We've talked about this place before, and oh my goodness, it's definitely one of the spots we most want to visit. So if anyone from the Darkness is watching this, we'd love to make an exclusive video about this attraction. Located in St. Louis, it's a mind-blowing venue full of animatronics of all shapes and sizes. You'll find animatronics from Unit 70 Studios, Scare Factory, Distortions Unlimited, and more. It's truly a paradise for horror and animatronic fans. The attraction also features terrifying creatures that can cause megalophobia, like giant spiders, snakes, dragons, and more. But the reason we're here is because of an incredible and intimidating giant Cthulhu animatronic. This animatronic is not only imposing, but floats on a bed of water, and the surroundings are filled with huge octopus tentacles, which might trigger a bit of triophobia. It's truly an impressive sight, and seeing it on that waterbed definitely sparks some mechanophobia. What do you think? Grudge 2 animatronic props. In Halloween 2007, Not Scary Farm debuted a scary maze based on the movie The Grudge 2. This super dark maze was filled with Japanese ghosts and specters, but the reason we're here is because of the ghosts, or rather animatronics, submerged in water. The organizers decided to place these animatronics in sinks, bathtubs, and other water-filled areas, introducing a new kind of terror whenever you wash your hands. Imagine you're just finishing turning off the faucet and bam, something appears out of the sink. The first animatronic we see is some kind of skeletal figure with long hair rising out of the sink. And if that wasn't enough, when you turn to look at another sink, you can see a child completely submerged, making some pretty disturbing noises. Apparently, Knots love this theme of ghostly children in sinks because right at the end of the maze, we see another one of these specters delivering a jump scare. First, it's totally submerged, then it pops up as if saying, "Get me out of the water and take me home." But to be honest, I wouldn't adopt it. Would you? Leave a skull emoji in the comments so this kid won't appear the next time you wash your hands. If you don't, he'll show up. Don't say I didn't warn you. Regent's Canal Sharks. Okay, don't judge me. Yes, it's a bit of a cheat, and I don't care. Besides, those of us who know about submechanophobia understand that it's not limited to animatronics. It's any human-made object. And these sculptures, well, they weren't made by mere mortals, but by the devil himself. Just look at them. I couldn't leave them out of this video. In 2020, London's Regent's Canal became the temporary home to an art installation titled Sharks, created by architect Jamie Short. It consisted of 5 life-size sharks made from fiberglass and polystyrene, inspired by the famous Headington shark sculpture in Oxford. Wow, I want one for my own house. The installation is impressive, but like everything in life, someone had to complain because apparently they altered the space. What a bunch of whiners. The Hackney Council ended up banning them. In April 2021, the sharks were relocated to the City Road Basin in Islington, but according to reports from November 2024, the sharks are back. If anyone lives around the area or knows anything, please let us know. I want to sleep soundly knowing they're still terrifying everyone, especially the council. A Quiet Place animatronic. Okay, this animatronic is stunning. In the Quiet Place maze was the best of 2024 at Horror Nights. The best part is we got to see it in person, and we can tell you it's truly terrifying. The maze is packed with giant animatronics and amazing props that scare actors operate with great skill. But without a doubt, the scariest part for anyone with submechanophobia is this partially submerged animatronic. It's set in a dark environment filled with candles, and it actually sprays water at you when you walk by. These creatures are really frightening, and seeing them in that body of water only makes it worse. Triassic Park Plesiosaur. There's a dinosaur-themed botanical park in Poland, built around an old mansion, featuring a museum, various exhibits, fossil digging activities, and of course, plenty of dinosaurs. However, before we dive in, I've got to point out something that really bugs me. Their entire website uses AI-generated images. It just doesn't make sense. For one, it gives a poor impression because it doesn't show the actual attractions, which feels like false advertising. And two, they really ought to hire real human artists. It would look so much better. But enough of my rant. The main reason we're talking about this place is because there's a deep lake where a plesiosaur animatronic periodically surfaces and submerges. Seeing it emerge from the water is downright eerie. I'm not entirely sure why, that animatronics in natural settings tend to be extra creepy. This reptile is sure to scare plenty of visitors, though I was even more spooked by checking out their Dino Park website. Cyclops polyphemus in the Odysseus Journey. I'm telling you, we're all about going international. Now we're headed to Belantis in Leipzig, Germany. Here you'll find the Odysseus Journey, a simple, calm, and relaxing boat ride that immerses visitors in the adventures of the Greek hero Odysseus, or Ulysses. Over a course of roughly 500 meters, riders float through various scenes depicting episodes of Greek mythology. But the reason we're here is a scene that will haunt the nightmares of anyone with submechanophobia. You see, during the ride, guests enter a sort of cave and encounter this massive eye emerging from the darkness, watching them in an unsettling way. The animatronic seems to follow the boat with its gaze, and it can open and close, adding a dynamic element. This is the eye of the Cyclops polyphemus. Feeling that huge thing watching you is chilling, and seeing it there in the water isn't exactly pleasant. The eye is one of the most talked about aspects of this ride, and you'd be crazy not to have it etched into your memory. Giant Mosasaurus, Mossy. Alright, let's kick off the list with a prop. And before anyone jumps into the comments, yes, I've said it 1,000 times, submechanophobia isn't just about animatronics. It's anything man-made that's partially submerged or underwater. But this is not just any object. This is a marine monstrosity that not only triggers submechanophobia, but also full-on megalophobia. You can find it in the middle of nowhere at a place called Zoo Mini Tarentum in Malaysia. There, standing alone between trees and old enclosures, is a prehistoric beast that looks like it just crawled out of the ocean or out of some strange forgotten dream. This is a giant Mosasaurus statue, about 8 meters long and 3 meters tall, roughly 26 by 10 feet. For a long time, the photos that have surfaced online showed this creature sitting in a kind of forgotten corner, surrounded by trees and cages, giving it a creepy abandoned vibe, like it was part of some extinct attraction that nobody talks about anymore. With its mouth wide open in an eternal roar, sharp teeth, glowing yellow eyes, and a blue-gray skin worn by sun and rain, this marine beast, which, by the way, never swam anywhere near Malaysia, looked like it had crawled out of the ocean and got stuck on land. But over time, the area actually improved. Today, the Mosasaurus is officially part of a dinosaur-themed zone, surrounded by other prehistoric animatronics. The water it rests in now looks more like a bright blue fountain. And the space includes signage and themed decor. The whole setup feels more complete and integrated with the zoo experience. Still, just look at it. Partially submerged, looming over the water, it's submechanophobia fuel no matter how much polish they've added. Maybe it was inspired by Jurassic World hype, or maybe it was always part of a bigger plan that slowly took shape. But either way, this statue has become a local legend, a liminal icon that inspires both awe and fear. So, as tradition goes, drop a skull emoji in the comments if you don't want to be swimming one day and suddenly see our friend Mossy rising up beneath you. Yes, that's what I named him. Elasmosaurus and Mosasaurus, SeaWorld, Ohio. Now we head to the long-gone SeaWorld Park in Cleveland, Ohio. In the late 90s, SeaWorld teamed up with Dynamation, experts in creating prehistoric creatures, to present an animatronic exhibit called Monster Mash. This exhibit featured all kinds of dinosaurs and ancient reptiles, but the stars of the show were a massive Elasmosaurus and this incredible Mosasaurus. The most amazing, or terrifying part, these animatronics were actually semi-submerged in real water. In this scene, the Mosasaurus would thrash its tail and open its gigantic mouth full of blade-like teeth, lurking like an eternal predator from forgotten seas. Right beside it, with almost ghostly elegance, the Elasmosaurus slowly lifted its never-ending neck, moving its flippers like it was still swimming in the Cretaceous Ocean. Every roar, every movement was carefully designed by Dynamation. The whole setup looked fantastic. Sadly, it was one of the last exhibits before the park closed in 2000 and was later bought by Six Flags. But what happened to the figures? Well, according to my friends over on the Submerged Animatronics subreddit, they're actually for sale on eBay for $6,000. And honestly, their current state is nightmare fuel. They're completely worn out and abandoned. Just look at the photos. The scariest one to me is the Elasmosaurus. And don't call me a hypocrite, I know I have an exposed neck too, but this guy really takes it to another level. In honor of that ridiculous neck, I'm naming him Walter II, and the Mosasaurus, I'm calling him Roy because they totally look like brothers. So, would you adopt them? It's just a modest $6,000. Little Cinco. What you're seeing here is the only known footage of an incredibly strange animated prop. This is Little Cinco, or well, that's the name I gave him. Little Cinco is an animated prop, or more accurately, a mechanical nightmare, designed to look like a child drowning. And no, I'm not joking. In the clip, you can see the figure struggling to reach the surface, arms flailing like he's begging for help.
What is
As if the visual of the prop rising from the water wasn't disturbing enough, the concept behind it is even worse. Imagine being stuck in a loop where you're constantly drowning, forever. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. It's believed that this animatronic was once located at Ramoji Film City, a massive theme park and film studio in India. But the weirdest part is that no one knows for sure where it was placed or why. Some theories say it was built for a movie, a special effects demo, or even part of a horror show. But the park never promoted it, never mentioned it. What we do know is that it is deeply unsettling. So if you ever visit a theme park or a pool and you see strange bubbles rising from the water, you already know who might be down there. Sinking. Forever. Anor Loch Ness Monster. Of course, we couldn't have a submechanophobia list without mentioning Nessie. But this time, she's not from Scotland. She comes straight from France. This giant animatronic was created in 1974 by a French company called Galoperie. And no, it wasn't just there to float peacefully. This beast would rise from the water with full intention to terrify you, stare at you for a while with glowing mechanical reptile eyes, and then slowly submerge again. It did this at timed intervals, catching visitors off guard every time. It measured over 12 meters long, with a long neck, a plesiosaur-style head, and slow, deliberate movements. And the creepiest part? It wasn't in a Disney-style theme park. It was placed in artificial lakes in different cities across France, as part of a touring public show. Like a giant puppet show with a cursed budget. We only managed to find one video of it in action, and you can kinda see how it worked. Just imagine swimming in that lake and suddenly seeing bubbles rise. Obviously, you'd think it's Little Cinco, right? But no. Surprise! It's Nessie, and she's here to ruin your afternoon. To this day, no one knows what happened to it. Some say it was dismantled, others say it's still sleeping at the bottom of a lake somewhere, waiting for someone to reactivate its hydraulics. What we do know is that Anor was one of the first fully submerged animatronics with movement, and probably the only one that looked at you and said, très chic. Open Sea, West Edmonton Mall, Canada. Now we head to the West Edmonton Mall in Canada, where once, right in the middle of the main corridor, there lived a massive bronze whale statue. Yeah, just there between shores, like it had just burst through the floor. The sculpture was called Open Sea, and was created in 1985 by Canadian artist Robin Bell. It was huge and sat inside a shallow pool of water. Yes, it had real water, which is why it made it onto the list. The original plan was to have it spout water from its blowhole, but the mall basically said, meh, too much effort, and never installed the pump. The wildest part? You could go inside its mouth. Literally. It had a red light, a little bench, and everything. It was like a tiny rest pod inside a bronze whale. Beautiful, and slightly disturbing. But in 2010, the whale disappeared. Why? Because the mall needed space for a Victoria's Secret and wanted to add benches for people waiting on their partners. The sad thing is, it did come back, but 5 years later, exiled to one of the least visited corners of the mall, far from the water, surrounded by fake stoneways. The pool was gone, the plaque was gone, and the light inside had been changed to blue. And even though it's still there, it gives off such a weird vibe. Poor Bluey never made it back to the sea. But hey, maybe Bluey is your next adoption candidate. Snow White's Grotto. Everyone knows my favorite park in the world is Disneyland in Anaheim. I mean, that's actually where I come from, but I'll reveal all of that soon in my upcoming lore video. Anyway, today I want to show you a hidden gem, tucked away just to the right of the castle, where Snow White's famous wishing well is. Everything here feels like it came straight out of a fairy tale. There are statues of the dwarves, soft music playing, a peaceful little stream, but if you get close to the water and look carefully, something is moving. And no, it's not Little Cinco. There's something moving. Tiny golden fish. Cute, small animatronic fish, and yet they're oddly unsettling. They're partially submerged, swimming slowly in a loop, repeating the same movement over and over again, and doing it a little too perfectly. These fish are part of Snow White's Grotto, which opened in 1955 along with Disneyland. The fish weren't there originally. They were added years later, and at first they weren't animated props. They were just decorations, but over time, mechanisms were added to give them movement and make the scene feel more alive. Personally, I don't think they're that scary, but you all have been asking for years to include them on the list, so here they are. You tell me, do these little guys give you submechanophobia, or not so much? Mr. Darcy statue in London. One calm morning in 2013, something strange emerged from the depths of Hyde Park's lake. A mysterious figure with a soaked white shirt, a lost gaze, and half a torso rising from the waters of the Serpentine. What is this, and why was it there? Well, this is a statue based on Mr. Darcy from the story Pride and Prejudice. The giant sculpture stands nearly 4 meters tall, and was installed in 2013 as part of a promotional campaign for British television. What's interesting is that it doesn't just represent any version of Mr. Darcy. It's specifically based on Colin Firth's portrayal in the BBC adaptation. And even more specifically, that iconic moment when he emerges from the lake like some kind of Victorian Poseidon. Whether you see it as a tribute or as a strange entity rising from the deep with unknown intentions, there is something slightly unsettling about seeing a giant head and torso emerge from the water without context. Although it was originally meant to be a temporary installation, the statue made such a splash that it was eventually moved to Lime Park, where the scene was filmed. Now it lives there, permanently semi-submerged, like a romantic monument or a secret boss fight in Silent Hill. Super Splash Dragon. Now we head to Norway, to the theme park Tussenfryd, where you'll find one of the most deceptive rides out there. It's called Super Splash. At first glance, it looks just like a regular water coaster, but if you pay close attention to the canal right before the big drop, something is watching you from the water. Yes, I'm talking about a massive semi-submerged creature, a Nordic-style dragon with its head, back, and tail rising out of the water like it's circling your boat. It has locked eyes, twisted horns, and a body so long it looks like the rest of it is hidden underneath, waiting to drag you down. It doesn't roar, it doesn't move, but that's the scariest part. You don't need animation for something to be terrifying. You just need it to be unsettlingly still, partially underwater, and staring right back at you. And yes, this is submechanophobia in its purest form. I've named it Dragsy, the Viking cousin of the modern Loch Ness Monster. And if you ever end up in Norway and ride the Super Splash, just remember, it's not the drop that's going to make you scream, it's what's staring at you before the drop. Drusillus Park, UK. The animatronic comes with a double backstory because there weren't just one. There were 2 crocodiles, and while one was funny, the other was pure aquatic trauma. Let's go to Drusillus Park. a zoo and mini amusement park in the UK, where there used to be an installation featuring 2 crocodile animatronics. One was up on a wooden bridge, and the other was lurking in the water below. The first one, which still exists, is a giant crocodile with a big bone in its mouth. It activates when you drop a fake bone into the bucket labeled crocodile food, and it starts singing Never Smile at a Crocodile with its mouth moving to the beat. I'll call this one Chompy Joe, because he sings, he yells, and he has zero intention of being subtle. Full-on amphibious showman vibes. But the one we really care about was the other one. Right underneath the bridge, partially submerged, there was a second crocodile. No song, no bucket, it just moves slowly from side to side in total silence, with its head half sunken in the murky water, like it was watching you. That, my friends, is submechanophobia in its rawest form. That was El Silencioso. Over time, it stopped moving. It just stayed there, still. And when they revamped the area into what's now called Jurassic Jungle, they removed it. It's no longer there. Only Chompy Joe remains, now performing in the middle of dinosaurs like nothing ever happened. But those of us who saw El Silencioso, we know. In that water, something once moved. Slowly. Swim high, Silencioso. You were weird, and we loved you. 1. Godzilla in the Thames, London, 2024. Okay, this prop wasn't in a theme park or a museum. It was out in the real world, right in the middle of London. And the worst part, it looked 100% real. As part of the promo for Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire, somebody at Warner Bros. Must have said, "What if we put Godzilla in the Thames?" And they did. Literally. They created a massive figure of Godzilla in his most powerful form, yes, the one with the glowing pink dorsal plates, and placed it partially submerged in the actual River Thames, right next to Tower Bridge. You could only see the head, part of the neck, and those iconic plates rising out of the water. And it wasn't just some cheap inflatable. This was a hyper-realistic figure with textured skin, glowing eyes, and giant teeth. Now imagine just walking peacefully along the river and suddenly seeing the little Godzilla staring at you from the water. That's the kind of image that stays burned into your brain, especially if you've got even a little bit of that thing we all know and love, submechanophobia at 1000%. And just to make it even better, they also created Kong. He was placed to the side, looking like he was emerging from the ground, with his massive arm holding a classic red London phone booth, ready for the perfect photo op. This kind of installation is always appreciated.
10. Lucinda the Dragon. Do you have submechanophobia? Well, I'm betting 50 Krabby Patties that our first contender is going to seem cute to you. Let me introduce to you Lucinda the Dragon. This is a remote-controlled animatronic built by the members of the Sedgemoor Model Boat Club, a group of RC boat enthusiasts from the southwest of England. Every year, they meet at Apex Lake for an event called Apex Payday, and in 2013, they surprised everyone with this floating creation named Lucinda the Dragon. Lucinda is actually a modified RC boat designed to support the weight of the animatronic. She can flap her wings, move her eyes, tail, ears, and best of all, she opens her mouth and makes sounds. The funniest part? She blows bubbles from a very questionable place. This is the same team that also made this incredible animatronic Winnie the Pooh boat. Honestly, this dragon is just magnificent. We asked if she was cute or creepy, and guess what? She's not either. She's simply iconic. Some of you even said she looks like she could be Figment's cousin, and honestly, I totally see it. 100%. Lucinda is way up at the top of the iceberg because, yeah, she's not scary enough, but as we start descending, trust me, things are gonna get way darker. So, do I owe you the Krabby Patties, or do you owe me? 9.5. Water Dragon. And as we keep diving deeper into the iceberg, we run into this. Now at first glance, this little water dragon might not look like much. Kinda basic, right? But believe it or not, a bunch of people are seriously freaked out by it. Personally, I don't think it's that scary, but a lot of folks say they couldn't even walk past it. Maybe it's the way it rises out of the water and spits. There's something unsettling about it, I'll admit. What does make it creepy for me is the fact that it's basically lost media. Like, we only have this one photo and this other video I managed to dig up. That's it. This animatronic was part of Sundown Adventureland, and if you remember seeing it, let me know in the comments. And hey, If you've got photos or videos of it, send them to us on Instagram. We're at FastpassFacts, or hit us up via email. All right, let's keep sinking. Who knows what's waiting for us further down? If you're enjoying the video, leave us a like and subscribe. It's your way of joining the squad. 9. Dragon at Wizard Quest, Wisconsin Dells. Imagine being the star of a massive Las Vegas show for years, only to end up abandoned and forgotten. Well, that's the story of Morgana. Longtime followers of this channel might remember her. We actually covered her in this video. In short, Morgana was an incredible animatronic dragon that starred in the show EFF, which ran from 1995 to 2002. She was built by Advanced Animations and was super sophisticated for her time. When we first featured her, we had no idea what happened to her, but it turns out she was rescued and brought to Wizard Quest in Wisconsin Dells. Wizard Quest looks like an amazing place. It's definitely on our bucket list. It's an immersive, tech-filled fantasy experience with themed quests, mythical creatures, and interactive props. In one of the quests, Morgana was lurking in a dark well, half submerged in the water, watching from the shadows. Pretty terrifying, right? But over time, the dragon started to deteriorate. She eventually stopped working and was put in inactive mode until she was finally removed and replaced. As of today, we don't know what happened to her, and we'd love to find out. There's no doubt her life was truly one of a kind. From Vegas showstopper to submechanophobia nightmare. Not many animatronics can say that. Did you ever see Morgana, either in Vegas or at Wizard Quest? Let us know in the comments. 8. Terror Train Shark, Madrid. Would you get on a train that takes you straight into your worst nightmares? Under the streets of Madrid, hidden in the tunnels of the Wax Museum, there's this super weird attraction almost no one knows about. It's called El Tren del Terror. At first glance, it looks like a kiddie ride, but once you're on it, you're trapped in a full-blown underground fever dream. It's technically a dark ride, but honestly, it feels more like a bad acid trip. Imagine this. You see Pennywise, then suddenly the Star Wars Cantina, then Rexy from Jurassic Park, and of course, our boy Bruce from Jaws, which is why we're here. No idea how they got away with the copyright stuff, but it's absolutely wild. What really makes it creepy isn't just the weird mix of characters, it's how they're made. The animatronics look like something dragged out of the underworld. The whole ride is dark and chaotic, full of random jump scares. So sorry, I had to, don't hate me. Right near the start, you get hit with these massive, aggressive animatronic rats. Honestly, do these rats freak you out? Because they terrify me. Total nope. And then, of course, come the spiders. Great! Then, out of nowhere, there's a carnivorous plant next to a triceratops. Why? No clue. Maybe they were best buds back in the Cretaceous. And right after that, bam! Bruce jumps out of the water. Or is he in the water? That's the thing. The lighting is so dark that you can't really tell. And just staring into that black space messes with your head. Oh, and the best part? Behind him, there's a wallpaper of a glowing sunset. Maybe Bruce is just inviting us to watch the sunset with him. Me? I'll pass. Drop a shark emoji in the comments if you'd say yes to Bruce. And tell me, do rats scare you, or is that just me? 7. Shark Attack Adventure Golf in Myrtle Beach. They say this attraction closed down because someone got eaten by a shark. Don't believe me? Come with me to Myrtle Beach. There used to be a mini golf course called Shark Attack Adventure Golf, but the terrifying part wasn't the name, and it wasn't even the awful TripAdvisor reviews or the fact that you had to play mini golf indoors in over 100-degree heat. No. That was the easy part. The real horror was hidden in one of the holes, right beneath the water. Just when you thought you were enjoying a relaxing afternoon, you'd spot a little shack and meet our dear friend, Bob. That's not really his name, but I liked it, so we're going with Bob. Bob would happily talk about his love for animatronics, especially his best friend, Bruce. But suddenly, boom, another shark bursts out of the water, clearly jealous and desperate to prove that he was the true king of submechanophobia. The way the shark launches at you is honestly nightmare fuel. But luckily, Bob's a certified shark whisperer, and with a single look, he could send that underwater imposter swimming back into the depths. Sadly, Bob and his toothy friend couldn't survive the online reviews. The mini-golf was shut down and eventually demolished, taking Bob and Sharky with it. No more shark charming, no more haunted putt-putt. But here at Fastpass Facts, we'll always remember them. He holds a special place on our list. Do you miss Bob? Let us know in the comments. 6. Welsh Dragon. These next two animatronics are our absolute favorites on the list because, We love animatronics, and nothing beats a dragon rising from underwater. Before we jump into it, we've got to thank @Jonathan9995. He gave us all the info for this segment, and he's actually the person who commissioned these dragons. Back in 1992, the Ebbvale Garden Festival of Wales took place. It was part of a national effort to turn an abandoned steelworks into a paradise of gardens, sculptures, and art installations. And for the 1992 edition, the festival brought in 2 incredible animatronic dragons, built by VP Productions. These dragons are absolute gems. They weren't just random fantasy creatures, these were meant to represent the Welsh dragon. Yep, the one from the Welsh flag. They recreated an epic battle. The red dragon facing off against the sleeping white one, which symbolized the invading Saxons. Every 5 minutes, the white dragon would rise from the water in a super creepy way. Definitely earned its spot on this list. The control system was done by RA Gray Systems, and the smoke from the dragon's nose came from a Mi Fog system. They stayed at the festival for 6 months. After that, the white dragon was taken away, and the red one was moved to the entrance of a public swimming pool in Cardiff, sadly no longer animated. It's rumored that the red dragon now lives quietly on a community farm somewhere. Honestly, we would have adopted it too. Wouldn't you? 5. Wallaby Animatronics, Belgium. Alright, we've made it to the top 5. Now things are getting really creepy. And hey, because I'm nice, I'll give the scaredy cats a chance to back out now. What's coming next is intense. As tradition goes, drop a skull emoji in the comments if you're brave enough to keep going. To witness this horror, we have to travel all the way to Belgium, to Wallaby Park. There used to be a dark ride there called Le Palais d'Alibaba. Basically a mix between Disneyland's Pirates of the Caribbean and Efteling's Fata Morgana. And you know what that means. Submerged animatronics, of course. The ride starts off calm. You drift along, seeing a few animatronics here and there. Nothing too wild, just a totally normal dinner scene with a monkey at the table, because why not? Oh, and this random guy hanging from the ceiling, also perfectly normal. But then things take a turn. You reach a scene where a group of figures seems to be performing a very shady ritual. From there, it only gets weirder. You spot some suspicious animatronics preparing what looks like bait, and then, as you float through a dark tunnel, you see it. A massive, scaly green surface. Oh my god. It's a giant snake. This thing is colossal. And the worst part? It's inches from your boat. The snake is furious, thrashing its jaws and spraying water everywhere. This scene is extra unsettling because you can see it's just destroyed another boat. Suddenly, the snake lunges at you. And right after that, you come across a guy who's, how do I put this? Let's just say he's taking an eternal nap inside the snake's belly. Finally, you manage to escape, only to be greeted by one final horror. It looks like the head of a kraken, but really, who knows? Over time, the snake's movements became slower and slower until eventually it stopped moving altogether. The ride was shut down in 2001. But then Wallaby did something truly bizarre. They repurposed the entire ride as a Halloween walkthrough attraction. They slapped on a forced horror overlay, painted everything red to look like, well, you know, and called it spooky. Even the animatronics, now completely motionless, were rebranded as zombies. And our snake friend, she was left standing there, totally static, covered in red paint, and posed as if attacking a zombie. Honestly, a pretty undignified end for such a legendary animatronic. Would you want your favorite ride to go out like that? Because I sure wouldn't. 4. A hippopotamus and crocodile. Safari World, Bangkok. And of course, a Jungle Cruise-style ride had to make it onto this list. Now you might be thinking, wait, didn't they already cover this ride? And you're right, this is River Safari, and it's become a bit of a legend in the submechanophobia community. Mainly because of that shark. You know the one, the great white shark lurking in the jungle like it's lost its way from the ocean. Every time we see it, we ask ourselves, why is there a shark here? Did he take a wrong turn at the reef? But today we're not here for the shark, because honestly, there's a whole other group of animatronics that we think are even more terrifying. As you exit a cave, the boat approaches a murky pond, and that's when you see it. A massive silhouette rising from the water. It's a giant hippopotamus lunging out of the water to attack. And yes, you should be scared. Hippos are actually the deadliest large animal for humans. They're hyper-territorial and kill over 500 people every year. So if you ever see a hippo in the water, real or animatronic, run. Or you might end up in the next FNAF lore update. But wait, Right across from the hippo, there's a whole family of crocodile props, just lying in wait. They're huge, soaked, and their mouths are wide open. And the creepiest part, you can actually see part of their mouths underwater, just sitting there, perfectly still. That visual alone is enough to trigger full-on submechanophobia. Honestly, we think this whole scene is way more disturbing than the great white. So tell us, are you Team Hippo or Team Shark? 3. Viking Ride. Violent. Alright, we've made it to the top 3, and this one was suggested by Sarah Kicken. And yeah, we're kinda cheating here because technically it's not an animatronic, but oh my gosh, you have to see this. The ride is called Viking, and it's located in Vigeland in Turkey. At first glance, it looks like it's your typical log flume water ride. Simple, fun, nothing out of the ordinary. But then comes the twist, or better said, the giant, horrifying twist. This ride combines megalophobia and submechanophobia in the worst, or best way possible. As you descend down the final drop, you're face to face with a massive sea monster waiting at the bottom, ready to swallow you whole. And the worst part, you can see it before you drop. You know it's down there. You know you're going straight into its mouth. There's no escape. Once inside, it's just a tunnel with some red lights, nothing too wild. But the psychological horror of seeing that submerged beast from above, yeah, chills. Just imagine if it actually moved like the animatronics from Men in Black. It would be pure nightmare fuel. So what do you think? Is it a worthy top 3 spot? 2. Rafting through prehistoric times. Friset Park. Imagine Jungle Cruise, but with dinosaurs. That's exactly what rafting through prehistoric times is, and it's a full-on nightmareness for anyone with submechanophobia. This ride features one of the most disturbing animatronics we've ever covered, but we'll get to that in a second. The experience is a slow boat ride through a prehistoric jungle where you can spot some animatronic dinos and a few cavemen who clearly didn't get the memo that this isn't their time period. But hey, there they are anyways. The ride is pretty chill until you hit your first submechanophobia nightmare. Out of nowhere, a crocodile rises from the water, completely rotten, covered in algae and rust, with these super uncanny movements. It just keeps opening and closing its jaws in a way that's weirdly robotic and uncomfortable. The state of that animatronic alone is unsettling, but that's nothing compared to what's next. Off in the distance, you see a massive silhouette. As you get closer, you realize it's the tail of a brontosaurus skimming the water. And then, boom, you're face to face with this giant animatronic. Honestly, it's pretty impressive. But here's where things get creepy. When you look closely, you'll notice its entire mouth looks rotted. This animatronic is designed to simulate drinking water, but over time, that constant exposure has wrecked its mouth. Watching it dunk its face and open its jaw is genuinely disturbing. I don't know if it's the way it moves or the way it looks, but it gives off major horror vibes. To be fair, the design and mechanics are awesome, but that mouth, hard no. In an older video, you can actually see that the mouth used to look much cleaner, but yeah, water damage does its thing, and now it's nightmare fuel. That's why this beast ranks at number 2 on our list. And now, let's head to number 1. 1. Hydra Sea Monster. Abandoned Theme Park, Miropolis, France. Okay, what's scarier than a submerged animatronic? A submerged and abandoned one, right? No, I've got something worse for you. A giant, multi-headed, partially submerged abandoned animatronic. Yeah, just... no. This was the Hydra from the now-defunct French theme park, Miropolis. We've actually talked about this place in another video. Link in the description if you want to dive deeper. The park was super ambitious for its time, opened in 1987, shut down in 1991, and slowly fell apart over the years, including this wild attraction, Voyages sous la mer. It was inspired by the Legend of Wise, a mythical underwater city from Breton mythology. Inside this ride, there was a massive sea hydra animatronic with multiple heads, sitting in an aquatic scene, hidden inside a building covered in rocks and plants. Visitors would ride in Omnimover-style gondolas that slowly descended, and suddenly, you were right in the middle of this underwater nightmare. The animatronic was huge, like really huge. And to make things worse, there was this giant half-submerged human head statue just floating there, staring at you. Not even kidding. For anyone with submechanophobia, this whole setup, giant creatures, murky water, creepy statues, this is probably the most triggering thing we've ever shown on the channel. Multiple heads, jerky movements, that huge body drifting in the water, and you don't even know how deep it goes. It's just all kinds of wrong. And the worst part, when the park shut down in '91, everything was left behind. Later on, the whole thing got demolished, but there were rumors that this ride and the animatronics were buried underground. Some sources say that's not true, but who really knows? Do you think it's still down there? Because honestly, if it is, that's nightmare fuel. And that's why this Hydra takes the #1 spot. It checks every single box to be one of the most disturbing animatronics for anyone with submechanophobia.
Some dinosaurs went extinct. Others ended up here. This is the craziest, funniest thing we're gonna see on the list. It's a super bizarre boat ride in Dam Sen Park, Vietnam. The ride has everything. Psychotic dinosaurs, just take a look at this lunatic raving. Killer jellyfish. Literally, watch how they nearly blow these poor clueless people's heads off. The whole thing is bonkers, especially because the animatronics are so close and, yeah, pretty wild in design. You're in a boat, and there are these super weird dinosaur animatronics, all just millimeters from the water and from your boat. Some have mechanical issues, others look like they've been abusing the mushrooms growing right next to them. Right at the start, you see La Trucha, a totally unhinged dinosaur with eyes like a possessed machine. It moves as crazy as a trout, hence the name. Disclaimer, that name isn't official, I made it up. That gives you an idea of what's coming because it gets even wilder. If you have automatonophobia, yeah, I really wouldn't recommend this. In just 2 minutes, you've already got 3 animatronics going full attack mode on you. Then, for some reason, our little family thought, hey, let's have a picnic with the dinosaurs. You've got ducks chilling with frogs and dinos. Good thing we weren't invited to that reunion. Right after that comes the best part, or maybe the worst, depends how brave you are. You see this T-Rex type just hanging out, and then, boom, something possesses it. It goes full beast mode, biting like crazy. And the craziest part, it's right next to your boat. You can literally touch it. Someone even handed it a pamphlet, and it ate it. This ride is a straight-up safety hazard, but like, hilarious and terrifying at the same time. And if you think I'm exaggerating, wait for it. After a tunnel, you see another dino with a long crocodile jaw, and it's so close to the boat, you literally have to duck. Like I said, if animatronics freak you out, this one's probably not for you. Then comes the most terrifying scene, and don't judge me, I don't know why it scared me so much. You see these brontosaurus types off in the distance. They move weird and have glowing eyes. They're huge, super menacing, like they're in full attack mode. And as if that wasn't enough, they've got a possessed Triceratops minion hanging around to make things even more intimidating. If you listen closely, the minion is actually warning you about something. Listen. If you didn't catch it, it's because you don't speak animatronic. But basically it's saying, heads up, they're going to try to blow your head off. And as expected, right after that, a tiki-looking thing just launches at you. I honestly don't know what that is. The ride keeps going with dinos attacking you. Yeah, like this totally bonkers pteranodon just swoops in out of nowhere. And then, to wrap it up, we reach the drop. You see something coming, the plants start shaking, but honestly, it kind of looks like they're dancing at a concert. And there's this tiny monkey just vibing in sync with the plant. We drop and boom, we're face to face with what looks like decapitated, impaled dinosaur heads. I know they're not that, but seriously, who thought that design was a good idea? Quoting the angry video game nerd here.
What were they thinking?
And finally, one last attack from the Yeti. But it's not really an attack. He's just waving us off. Or maybe waving a flag for someone to come rescue him from that nightmare ship. Honestly, the ride looks incredible. Solid 10 out of 10 for being so weird, wild, and totally original. And yeah, we already know the comments are coming. Fastpass facts, they're not even in the water. You're right. But they're surrounded by water and we're in a boat, literally brushing past them. So they're on the list. End of story.
Imagine going shopping with your family for a living room set, checking out furniture, and suddenly you see a pond. And boom, out of nowhere, this nightmare jumps out to attack you. Well, this super specific scenario can happen at Hefner Furniture and Appliance in Missouri. This isn't your typical Pottery Barn You're welcome for the free ad. No. This is a furniture store with a very peculiar twist. It's also a roadside attraction, with exhibits ranging from retired race cars and speedboats to airplanes, plus hanging decor like vintage bicycles and boats. They even have a 1950s themed cafe with free popcorn. And by the way, don't give popcorn to ducks. It's bad for us. But the highlight and why we're here is Shivers the Shark. From a distance, you can see a wooden ship. And right there, a wooden bridge, a calm pond. And suddenly, out of nowhere, Shivers bursts from the depths in a terrifying way. The shark itself is pretty simple, but the size is huge. And what makes it so unsettling is that you're absolutely not expecting something like that when you're shopping for your bedroom set. Shivers is rarely mentioned in the submechanophobia community and definitely deserves more recognition. So leave him a message and I'll pass it along. Maybe it'll put him in a good mood and get me a discount on my new living room.
Okay, so without a doubt, this is like definitely the scariest job you could ever have if you've got submechanophobia. Wait, what the heck is that, you're probably thinking, right? Alright, meet the super famous Moby Dick. This absolutely massive prop was built for the 1956 film Moby Dick starring Gregory Peck. It was made at Elstree Studios, and after they finished filming in 1955, they actually donated it to the London Zoo, and they put it in this super tiny pond right next to where people walk. And I mean, the size of this whale, it's insane. The only footage we've got is this old clip where they're cleaning it. Like, imagine having that job. You're brushing the teeth of a fake whale the size of a small house. The pond is like so shallow and it's right there by the edge. It's just, yeah, it's creepy. Now, technically, it didn't have any mechanical parts, no motors or anything, but I don't care, it still belongs on the list. I mean, personally, I think the Moby Dick from Pleasure Island still wins for the scariest whale animatronic ever, but like, what do you think? Let me know, yeah?
This, in my opinion, is one of the scariest animatronics on the list. Meet Daquila, the viral crocodile from the Philippines. Daquila isn't just any crocodile. This is a full-body animatronic, 22 feet long. It runs on hydropneumatic tech, compressed air, and needs like about 14 people to operate its movements. It was designed by Tawong Lipad Creative Studio for the series Lolong. Daquila is inspired by a real-life crocodile, Lolong, the largest ever captured and kept in captivity. Sadly, Lolong passed away back in 2013. Now, the show isn't about Lolong's real story. Nah, it uses Daquila more like a guardian of nature. And this animatronic, it became a total sensation in the Philippines. The production rolled it through the streets like it was a real captured crocodile, and people were stunned by the sheer size. Images went viral online. Just look at the size. And the way it sits there, half submerged. It's wild. Scariest part? In tests, they put this thing in a swimming pool, and I'm telling you, not even for $1 million would I swim with it. With all due respect, of course.
What's more terrifying than a Spinosaurus animatronic? Okay, wait, before I tell you, go watch our video Jurassic Park Animatronics Part 4. It's in the description and there's a QR code too. Yeah? Now I'll tell you. A Spinosaurus animatronic floating in the water, like toward you. But, what's even more terrifying than that? 2 giant Spinosauruses swimming in the river, like literally centimeters from your boat. Gulp. That's exactly what people experienced on the Chao Phraya River. It was this promo thing for Jurassic Park Rebirth and Universal. Yeah, they had 2 massive floating animatronics built, just casually gliding through the river right next to tourist boats. I mean, imagine you're just there, relaxing, chilling, and boom, you see that. Pretty sure I'd just, faint on the spot. And hey, the design? Honestly impressive. I mean, yeah, okay, they're basic, just tail movement and all, but seeing them half submerged like that, it's enough to make your feathers stand on end. I love floating on lakes, but now, every time I'm out there, I'm just gonna be thinking about those giant Spinosauruses creeping up behind me, ready for duck dinner.
There's nothing like having a physical creature on set. Gerardo Olivares, director of The Lighthouse of the Whales, understood that perfectly. He brought in David Marty's team, best known for Pan's Labyrinth, to create the main orca animatronic. Marty teamed up with DDT Studio, led by Raul Romanillos, and they built a hyper-realistic orca animatronic. It runs on pneumatic cylinders and servo motors, obviously, for the expressions. And yep, it's remote controlled, just like certain ducks I happen to know. The animatronic opens its mouth, the blowhole works and sprays water, it moves its tongue. It does everything a real orca does. The craftsmanship is impressive, and the design is obviously water resistant. As beautiful as orcas are, being in the water with that machine must be a pretty intimidating experience.
Once, this was one of the most elegant houses on the English coast. 5 rocks. A villa built on the cliff. Spacious halls. High ceilings. Windows facing the sea. This is Rumpus Mansion, a haunted attraction inside a real 19th century mansion at Blackgang Chine on the Isle of Wight. It is an incredible attraction, packed with animatronic creatures. It's like someone mixed Mystic Manor from Hong Kong Disneyland with Monster Mansion from Six Flags. This attraction opened in 1993 as part of the park's 150th anniversary. And, fun fact, this is actually the oldest theme park in the UK. Since the attraction is full of creatures you activate with buttons, if you like, and you leave me loads of comments saying Rumpus, I'll make a more detailed video all about the park and this attraction. But the reason we're here is in this garden. During the walkthrough, we found a fountain with this super cool gremlin-style design and a kind of fish in the center. And in the water, you can see 2 mischievous gremlins hanging out, pop up, dive, like they're plotting something. What's really sus? They look so similar to that Australian animatronic, the Billabong Bunyip. These gremlins could be his 2 long-lost brothers, honestly. But to me, they're not scary at all. They're kind of silly and cute. I think what makes submechanophobia actually creepy is more about the size of the animatronic and the body of water it's in. You know, I totally adopt these gremlins. Like, look, I live with Scrumpy Lee. Nothing could be more annoying than him.
Okay, don't roast me, please. This, let me be clear, is not an animatronic, but it works like one. The only difference is that its servos and pneumatics are humans, and it's one of the biggest puppets in the world, The Giant Diver by Royale Deluxe. This French company is famous for massive outdoor shows with colossal marionettes, and one of those shows is the Deep Sea Diver. This is insane how it works. You need 30 people called the Lilliputians who use pulleys and ropes and jump and sink to move the puppet. If Luce and Sauco have to sink to move us, and sometimes it's hard, I can't even imagine 30 people moving this perfectly. This diver appears in some of the most impressive and also terrifying acts. In Sea Odyssey, this marionette emerges from the River Mersey, rising from the water. Seeing something that huge come out of the water, even if you don't have submechanophobia, will probably give it to you. This human-powered animatronic symbolizes so much mystery and the connection between humans and the ocean. And now that I think about it, this diver looks a lot like the giant French animatronics from La Machine as well. So, a shout out to all our French ducks, because we know plenty of you are out there.
Bunyip alert! Yes! We just found another bunyip. And you could say this video has actually uncovered 3 bunyips, if we count the ones from Rumpus Mansion. Anyway, this next creature comes from a beloved family park called Rainbow Valley in Prince Edward Island, Canada. The park was opened by the Davison family in 1969. 36 years later, it closed abruptly. One of the most loved parts of the park was Rainbow the Bunyip. Not the official name, but come on, I need one, right? It was a bunyip that popped up at set intervals, showing its head, body and tail. Super simple, fiberglass, easy to maintain mechanics, all crafted by the Davison family. This creature has been pretty elusive. There wasn't much footage, but thanks to Patrick Halbeck and other amazing fans of the park, we managed to get a lot. When the park closed, rumours swirled that Rainbow had met the same fate as the Billabong Bunyip, rotting away at the bottom. But nope, Rainbow is safe and sound in Davison family storage. We even found a video of him in his cozy little retirement home. And now I need to know, what's your favourite bunyip? For me, it'll always be Bertha.
And we close the list with a creature from one of my favorite franchises, Alien. This time I'm bringing you the aquatic facehugger. These tiny little nightmares have been haunting everyone since the first Alien movie came out, and the concept? Horrible. If you didn't know, a facehugger jumps onto your face, clamps on, and incubates an alien inside you. After a while, it lets go, but the damage is done. A brand new alien burst out of your tummy, and, well, rest in peace. For the new movie Alien Romulus, director Fede Alvarez brought in a ton of animatronics. We already covered them in another video if you want to know more. And one of them was this swimming facehugger that does the scariest thing. It launches at you. In Test by Weta Workshop, it's remote controlled and tugged by invisible cables. Watching it swish its tail underwater is already unsettling, but then seeing it shoot forward and almost nail the puppeteer? I mean, no thank you. The Weta team said, because puppeteers would cause ripples in the water, we created a speed-controlled, winch-operated facehugger on a submerged track so that it could reveal itself at just the right moment. Our engineering team even devised a side-to-side motion from the base of the tail to the winch. The result? A terrifying creature that slowly came out of the water and accelerated into a final, leaping attack. I truly never want to be near a facehugger, even if we do share a species. Not the xenomorph species, the animatronic species. Big Yabby. This is the ultimate submechanophobia nightmare. We all know the famous Bert the Bunyip, but I bet you don't know his lobster cousin. Meet Big Yabby. He's a distant cousin of the Bunyip, and he lives in Dartmoor, Australia. This mechanical beast is coin-operated, and when you put in $1 Australian, he comes out to scare you with his terrifying roar. But the scariest part is how awkward he is. After he comes out, he just stays there, totally still, in this super uncomfortable silence. Awkward. This giant crustacean is super basic, almost prehistoric, but we still don't want to get on Bunyip's bad side. We don't want him going full Venom mode on us. So there you go, Bunyip, we did it. We showed everyone your cousin. The origin of life, Happy Farm. If your biggest fear is animatronics, especially underwater ones, then I really do not recommend going to Hangzhou, China. There's a small train ride in a park called The Origin of Life, Happy Farm. At first glance, it looks super calm and cute, but oh my god. Suddenly, you see a small track over the water, and in the distance, you spot 3 half-submerged dinos. And by the time you think about getting off the ride, it's too late. You realize you're about to pass just a few centimeters away from them. It's wild how close they are to the guests, and the worst part, they spray water out of their nostrils. These 3 dinosaurs have a really strange design, but they're nothing compared to our next contender, Colorado Canyon rafting, Window of the World, Shenzhen. You know what Quasimodo means, right? It basically means half-formed or half-made, and it's the perfect name for this thing living under the water. This little monster lives, where else? In China. On the Colorado Canyon rafting ride at a park called Window of the World in Shenzhen. Huge thanks to CB Feet for being brave enough to get on this ride, and even worse, to do it alone at night. This guy is a legend. The ring is a boat ride, and we see half-submerged elephants, these cursed-looking skulls, and even Mount Rushmore for some random reason. Which makes me ask, guys, are you okay? Did you really need to make it this creepy and this bad at geography at the same time? And of course, we meet our friend Quasi. He jumps out of the water to scare us, but honestly, what scares me the most is that someone approved that design. This is the most deformed, weird hippo I've ever seen in my life. And I promise you, on this channel we've covered hundreds of these animals.
Oh, it doesn't look good.
It's hopeless, absolutely hopeless.
But maybe poor Quasi just wants to be friendly, and he's begging us to get him out of there and take him to Disney's Jungle Cruise. Now we're going to Canada for something super bizarre. The hot air fantasy. I'm about to start a war in the comments by asking, are you in favor of shows with real animals? We're honestly not. And if seeing one of those shows today already feels weird and kind of cruel, now imagine a show with animatronics playing music while real seals do tricks. It's the most freaking bizarre and unethical thing I've seen this month. Let me introduce you to the Hot Air Fantasy at the now closed Marineland, Canada. This was a live show that was super controversial because it mixed dolphins and seals with animatronics on stage. I have no idea who thought this was a good idea. The animatronics were created by Advanced Animations, and you could see robot animals in a hot air balloon, a bird choir, and a penguin just a few meters away from the tank where the real seals and dolphins were. The host would ask the animals to do tricks, while every few moments, new hot air balloons arrived with different animatronic animals. There was also a part of the show where an animatronic bear appeared on the main stage while a real seal did tricks right next to it. Something honestly very dangerous and stressful for the animal. The show didn't last very long for what I think are pretty obvious reasons. I can't even imagine the maintenance those animatronics needed with all that humidity. Marineland was involved in tons of scandals because of many accusations of animal abuse and lack of regulation. The park closed in 2024. But the sad part is that many of its animals are still there, like some belugas, waiting to be moved somewhere else. And at the time we're making this video, their future is still up in the air. So please, say no to animal shows. Brer Rabbit's Burrow. This ride has been abandoned for 10 years, and we already covered it in this video. If you want the full story, we really recommend watching that one. But today, we have an update. Recently, urban explorer JC Explorers went back inside the ride to see what condition the animatronics were in, and he found out that not only are they still there, slowly falling apart, but the most infamous one, the bathtub rabbit, still had water inside the tub. Can you imagine how that smells? People said the ride already stank when it was open, so I don't even want to think about it now. And even worse, what would happen if you accidentally took a sip of that water? I don't even want that image in my brain. In the new footage, we can see the train totally abandoned, several of the rabbit animatronics covered in mold, and of course, our two infamous rabbits, Poop Rabbit and the decrepit bunny taking a shower in the tub. Like I said, the water is still there, but now it's darker and browner than ever. It's honestly terrifying. Perfect material for an analog horror tape. So tell me, for $1 million, would you drink a full glass of that water? Crossing Jurassic boat ride. China doesn't just want to be the next world power. Apparently, it also wants to be the country with the scariest submechanophobia animatronics. Now we're going to Changzhou, to China Dinosaur Park, where we find the Crossing Jurassic boat ride. Basically their own version of the Jurassic Park, Jurassic World rides from Universal Studios. And of course, they had to include our dear friend, the Parasaurolophus. But for some reason, they made him 1,000 times more terrifying. I don't know if it's because of his jerky movements, or because he's way closer to the boat, or maybe because he's bigger, or maybe it's the fact that you can clearly see all the mechanisms. But this version feels way scarier to us. What do you think? Which one scares you more or triggers your submechanophobia harder? Six Flags Lost Media, the animatronic crocodiles. Do you like Lost Media? If you do, check out this list we're leaving here. We're obsessed with it. That's why we're going back to these crocodiles we already talked about from Six Flags over Texas. Recently, some lost media footage of the crocodiles actually working was found, and it is honestly terrifying. In the video, you can see the crocodile shooting out of the water with a ton of force, going from fully submerged to a full-on frontal attack. Right now, the crocodiles are still there, but they don't move anymore. Six Flags should really bring them back, because that movement was brutal. Hopefully more footage of them appears in the future. Wildwood Boardwalk. Speaking of lost things, now we're going to New Jersey, to the Wildwood Boardwalk. Here we find a classic flume ride called Zoom Flume. At first glance, there's nothing special about it, but what most people don't know is that a giant, super elusive sea serpent used to live here. And I say elusive because it's almost impossible to find good footage of it. I don't know if the people filming were still freaking out after the drop or what, but in every video I've found, for some reason they either miss the serpent or film it really badly. Luckily, I did find a few shots of this serpent. and it looks fantastic. The sad part is that it's no longer there. It was removed because it was in terrible shape and falling apart from rust. Fans of this park have been asking for it to be restored, and that would be amazing. But so far, there's no news about that, and the serpent remains lost and forgotten. Osaka Kansai Expo 2025. For this segment, we're kind of cheating, because this show isn't really animatronics. But it's so cool that we had to include it. What you're seeing here is the Vietnam Pavilion at the Osaka Expo 2025. Vietnam created a huge water stage where, suddenly, we see a pair of dragons rising from the water and then sinking back in. They dance on the surface, splashing the water in a really unsettling way. These are water puppets. That's why we said we're cheating a bit. But honestly, I don't think I had ever seen a full water puppet show before. Had you? But the dragons are not the main reason we're here. After the dragons, a fisherman appears, obviously trying to catch something big, and then she shows up, the mother goddess. I don't want to be disrespectful at all, but the puppet is a little terrifying, and the way she moves and rises from the water makes the whole scene super uncanny. The figure moves her fans and floats over the water, spinning and gliding around. After a bunch of spins and poses, she waves goodbye, and the show ends. The show itself is amazing, and the music is beautiful, but if you have submechanophobia, this is absolute nightmare fuel. Knockin' behind the scenes. Disney has banned this footage. That's not true, but now I've got your attention. What you're seeing here is the Nookin from the old Maelstrom ride at Epcot, and you're probably thinking, come on, Walt, you're recycling, you already covered this. And yeah, I did. If you want the full story, go watch that video. But this time, I found something nobody ever shows. Underwater test footage of the Nookin. It's super disturbing because you can see the Nookin half finished, rising and sinking in the water in a really bizarre way. This behind the scenes clip is really rare, and I found it completely by accident while I was browsing YouTube. By the way, if you have videos or candidates for future lists, send them to my email, waltanimatronic@gmail.com. Let's keep going with the list. Time Capsule Coat Bridge. Nobody had been able to find real footage of these animatronics. But before we start this segment, we have to say thank you to Sid for suggesting them. What you're seeing here are the animatronics from the Time Capsule Water Park in Coatbridge, Scotland. This park opened in the 90s, and its main theme was prehistoric, with dinosaur animatronics and everything. Obviously, for anyone with submechanophobia, this was a total nightmare setup. The most iconic and terrifying animatronic was the sea serpent, which was in one of the shallow pools and sprayed water. Here you can see it in action. There was also another legendary animatronic, a T-Rex, guarding the pools. It moved around randomly and watched over the slides. Over time, the park closed for renovations, and when it reopened, all the dinosaurs and the prehistoric theming were gone. That's why it was so hard to find any video of these animatronics. Or at least, that's what everyone thought, because I finally found footage of both dinosaurs. Here you can see the two dinos in the background of this interview. Here's the T-Rex guarding the slide, and in this other shot you can see roughly how it used to move. Seeing these animatronics in that liminal, empty water park space is really bizarre. It honestly feels more like a level from an analog horror video game. So tell me, would you get in these pools? Pennywise showed up in the middle of a lake in Madrid. Who on earth thought this was a good idea? This abomination was created by HBO Max for the promo campaign of Welcome to Derry. They made a giant Pennywise statue and put it right in the middle of a lake in Madrid without warning anyone. They just filled the park with red balloons. Imagine going out for a peaceful walk and suddenly you see this insane clown half submerged in the water. I would start running immediately. And if that wasn't enough, this Pennywise was later moved to Parque Warner in Madrid. It really seems like Warner wants everyone to float. By the way, shout out to all our Spanish ducks. Voyage to the center of the earth. Anyone who's been on this attraction is probably traumatized for life. This themed slide is super terrifying and incredible at the same time. In my opinion, this is the ride where you feel the most exposed. Not just because of how close the animatronics are, but because you're riding alone in a tiny inflatable tube. The ride is called Voyage to the Center of the Earth, and it's at Waterworld, a water park near Denver, Colorado. This ride is mega scary. First of all, you're in complete darkness, speeding through caves with big drops. And right after you come out of a tunnel, you bump into a giant elasmosaurus that passes right next to your little tube. How exposed and defenseless you feel there in the water is honestly super traumatic. After that, you go past several dinosaur animatronics until you finally face a huge T-Rex. It's a really amazing ride. I saw a comment that said it's wild that not even Volcano Bay or any Disney water park has a slide like this. Waterworld really gave the theme park giants a lesson with this one, don't you think? Dinosauria Park in Ernzen, Germany. This image pretty much explains why people have submechanophobia. Where on earth and who on earth thought this nightmare display was a good idea? We're going all the way to Germany. Big shout out to all our German ducks. We know there are a lot of you. At Dinosauria Park in Ernzen, you can find this terrifying scene with huge, half-submerged props. You can see giant megalodons, turtles, and other prehistoric reptiles sticking out of the water. What makes this so horrible is seeing these props so large, lifeless, and still, just sitting in rancid pond water. They don't belong there, and something about it fills me with this weird sense of dread. Whoever designed this display probably owes German kids years of therapy to get over this wild love letter to submechanophobia. Balloon Boy. We like to say we inspired the scene from the FNAF 2 movie. Okay, tiny white lie. But it is funny that they used a shot with an animatronic underwater. Maybe the little submechanophobia community really did inspire them. If you don't know what I'm talking about, in December 2025, the FNAF 2 movie came out, and one of the scenes everyone keeps talking about is the Balloon Boy scene. In that scene, Mike falls into the water, and we see the Balloon Boy animatronic start chasing him. Then suddenly, we see him completely underwater, with those giant eyes just staring at him. This animatronic was built by Jim Henson's Creature Shop, and seeing a full-on submechanophobia moment in the movie was amazing. If you haven't seen the movie yet, what are you waiting for? And tell me in the comments, which FNAF animatronic is your favorite? Happy Valley Snake animatronic. Imagine you're watching a show, and out of nowhere, this huge water serpent jumps out and spits water at you. Well, that can actually happen if you visit Happy Valley in China. Seriously, what is going on with China and underwater animatronics? They're becoming the champions of submechanophobia. This is from the Maya show, and during the show, a massive snake comes out of the water to attack the audience. The scary part is how close this animatronic gets to the guests and the performers. Watching it spray water and seeing droplets dripping down its body is honestly terrifying. Luckily, the Mayan warriors are there to protect the crowd and send the serpent back into the depths. But the trauma? Yeah, that stays with you. Lituo dinosaurs. This submechanophobia nightmare is a plesiosaur made by Lituo Animatronics. This image has been shared in the submechanophobia community for years, but nobody could ever find actual footage of this animatronic until now. We finally found a video of it. The quality is terrible, but here it is. It turns out this dino was used in a park in, guess where? Of course, China, the current champions of submechanophobia. The footage speaks for itself, and honestly, the low quality makes this animatronic look even more unsettling, don't you think? Giant squid! This image has been floating around forums and subreddits for a long time. Nobody really knew what it was. It looked like a giant squid animatronic. It also showed up in a New Zealand activity book, but no one knew where it actually came from until now. We managed to track it down, and it turns out that back in the 2000s, there was a show on Animal Planet called Animal Face Off. This show was one of my favorites when I was a kid. They would put two animals face to face to see who would win in a fight. And they didn't just guess, they did all kinds of tests. In the episode Giant Squid versus Sperm Whale, which is where this image comes from, the team built a giant squid and tested it in a pool and out at sea. They even built a sperm whale to show how strong its attack and bite would be. This show was amazing, and I have no idea where to watch it officially now, but a lot of episodes are on YouTube thanks to fans. Shows like that were a huge inspiration for the kind of content we make today. Do you remember watching this? Submerged crocodile at Pirates Adventure Fun Fair. This next attraction is honestly incredible. Even the facade alone is spectacular, full of props and animatronics. It's a 10 out of 10. This is Pirates Adventure at Fun Fair in Germany, and it's a walkthrough through a house full of pirate-themed animatronics and sets. The place is super well done, with hundreds of little details everywhere. But at the end of the walkthrough, you realize the exit is closed. In front of you, there's a wall of water and a small bridge. Below the bridge, there's a little pond with murky water that's gently moving. Then suddenly, from the depths, an animatronic crocodile shoots out of the water. The surprise, the lighting, and that tiny claustrophobic room create a really weird feeling. In a good, spooky way. This attraction honestly looks amazing. The Crater Lake Monster. Imagine you have an amazing idea for a movie. You hire stop-motion artists, but then you run out of budget and your film ends up as a B movie, kind of half-finished. Well, that's the Crater Lake Monster from 1977. It's a creature feature, and this submechanophobia image has been floating around online for a while. It comes from this movie. The cool thing is that the monster was made with stop motion, but for the close-up shots, they built an animatronic head, and that's where these terrifying images come from. The monster looks like a mix between the Loch Ness Monster and Godzilla. The full movie is on YouTube if you ever feel like watching a half-finished B movie with a stop-motion lake monster. Rainbow Falls Golf Octopus. You guys have asked for this one so many times, so we're going to Myrtle Beach, to a true classic of classics. Rainbow Falls Mini Golf. This mini golf course has two super unsettling submechanophobia props. The first one is this shark with a very don't mess with me face, like he's on some kind of psychedelic trip. The fact that he's just sitting there, totally still in that dark water, makes him honestly terrifying. And right behind him, his arch nemesis, Paul the Octopus. This is a giant red octopus, and you can see his tentacles coming out of the water. Some of them even wrap around the railings. Legend says that every night, these two props come to life and fight each other until they're exhausted. So don't go there at night, or they might drag you down into the depths with them. Troll Watermouth Castle. Behind this door lives one of the worst animatronics in the world. And believe it or not, we've never talked about it. We have talked about its brother, the crocodile at Watermouth Castle, near Ilfracombe in Devon. This whole castle is full of animatronics, and if you want a full video about it, let us know in the comments. This troll is hiding behind a tiny door, and when you open it, boom, a light turns on, and you see this troll-looking thing that looks like it's melting. And as if that wasn't enough, it lives surrounded by water. What's the concept or story behind this animatronic? Why is it there? Honestly, I have no idea, and nobody else seems to know either. What I do know is that whoever came up with this setting is completely, gloriously twisted. Old Pro Golf, Ocean City's bizarre props. Mewing rocks, cannibals with half their brains out, long yellow Simpson hands coming out of the water. What on earth are we looking at? No, you didn't accidentally take anything weird. You're looking at the mini golf courses of Ocean City, Maryland. Specifically, Old Pro Golf. Shout out to all our Duck Squad from Maryland. At first, it might look like a normal, chill mini golf, but oh my god, this place is amazing and incredibly bizarre. You can see dragons, snakes, all kinds of random creatures. But the truly terrifying part is this Aztec-style temple. From a distance, you see a huge pyramid structure with water pouring down. But when you look at the pond in front of it, you notice these giant yellow hands rising out of the dark water. They're long, stretched out, and look totally wrong. Luckily, the hands are completely still, but imagine if they moved and suddenly came out of the water toward you. On the sides, you can also see those famous Easter Island heads watching everything. This is one of the most submechanophobia heavy scenes in the whole course. But the cool thing is that Old Pro Golf has several different courses with different themes, and we'll see more of them later. And hey, if you have footage or suggestions of something you want us to cover, send me an email at waltanimatronic@gmail.com. Mount Atlanticus Mini Golf, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Since we're already in Myrtle Beach, we have to visit one of the highest rated mini golfs in the area, Mount Atlanticus. This course has a full mythology theme, with waterfalls and mythical creatures like a minotaur. But it also feels like the designers are huge fans of submechanophobia and sea serpents, because they didn't just add one of these creatures, they added 3. The first one is in a lake, just sitting there quietly, watching everyone around it. It looks pretty uncanny, to be honest. The second one is sneakier, hidden inside a waterfall. The way the water moves and you suddenly notice that creepy head inside it, yeah, that gives me chills. And the third one, the worst of all, is in the main pond. It's similar to the first serpent, but this time you can see more body parts sticking out of the water, which makes it look huge. These 3 props together are the perfect submechanophobia trifecta. Shipwreck Golf, Panama City Beach, Florida. These props were abandoned. And today, they're still there, slowly rotting away. They're from Shipwreck Golf in Panama City Beach, Florida. It's kind of ironic that it was called Shipwreck, because that's exactly how it ended up. This mini golf had one of the scariest and biggest sea serpent props ever. You could see its huge body half submerged in the water, with a very weird design. And if that wasn't enough, in another part of the course, they had another sea serpent prop in a different pose, this time with just the neck and head sticking out of the surface. One of the most remembered props was this shark, too. Over time, the mini golf lost visitors and eventually closed. Now it's abandoned. The shark looks terrifying, the sea serpents are in horrible shape, and everything is surrounded by dark, stagnant water. There's nothing more unsettling than half-sunken props and dead water. Jurassic Golf Course, Ocean City. Imagine you go to play mini golf, and suddenly you see a half-submerged dinosaur spraying red water that looks like blood. Well, that can actually happen at one of the Old Pro Golf courses. Remember I told you we were coming back here? This one is dinosaur-themed, with volcanoes and everything. But the true star of the nightmare is this semi-submerged dinosaur that looks like it's jumping straight out to attack you. The scariest part is its huge open mouth, pouring water like a waterfall. And sometimes they even add red dye to the water to make it look like blood. As if it wasn't creepy enough already. So tell me, do you think it looks scarier with the red dye or without it? Romford, UK, Moby Dick Mini Golf. This is probably the scariest thing you're going to see today, I promise. Now we're heading to the UK, specifically Romford. Shout out to all my UK ducks. Hiding in this town is a mini golf course with something truly terrifying. A giant Moby Dick whale as one of the holes. The course is called Moby Golf. It has 18 holes and it's part of Golf Kingdom. Over the years, the whale has had different paint jobs, but in my opinion, the absolute worst version is when it's painted white, just like the original Moby Dick. The sculpture is massive. A lot of players love taking photos with this giant sea creature. But let me ask you, would you take a picture with it? Jurassic Putt Mini Golf! And now we're heading to North Carolina. Shout out to all my North Carolina Ducks! In the Outer Banks, you'll find Jurassic Putt Mini Golf. At first, everything looks pretty normal. Fiberglass dinosaur statues, some of them a little uncanny, like this one that looks half buried, as if it's either coming out of the ground or being buried alive. My guess is that it used to be part of a water feature, because that's exactly what it looks like. But this mini golf has something way more unsettling. Inside a pond with a waterfall, there's a huge sea serpent. Actually, it's split into two parts, or maybe it's better to say it's two intimidating sea serpents. They're made of fiberglass with this weird cardboard-like texture that somehow makes them even creepier. And the waterfall doesn't help at all. It creates tons of bubbles, so the dirty water is always moving, never calm, never still. I named them Brutus and Ferdinand, obviously. Brutus looks like he's really into mewing. Just look at that jawline. These two serpents honestly gave me chills. Next, 21st Street Mini Golf. This is probably the smallest golf course on the list. Also in Ocean City, you'll find one of the newest mini golf courses, Nick's 21st Street Mini Golf. It's a small 18-hole course, and it also has a little rope course. The theme, like so many mini golfs, is Jurassic. Why do mini golf courses always have dinosaurs? I'm not complaining, but it's kind of funny at this point. And of course, like many of these places, they love submechanophobia creatures. Here we have a huge mosasaurus, in a pose like it just jumped out of the water to attack. The figure is massive and honestly really well sculpted. In the video, you can't fully feel how scary it is, but the photos speak for themselves. So tell me, terrifying or not that bad? Shark Attack Adventure Golf in Myrtle Beach. They say this attraction closed down because someone got eaten by a shark. Don't believe me? Come with me to Myrtle Beach. There used to be a mini golf course called Shark Attack Adventure Golf, but the terrifying part wasn't the name. It wasn't even the awful TripAdvisor reviews, or the fact that you had to play mini golf indoors in over 100-degree heat. No, that was the easy part. The real horror was hidden in one of the holes, right beneath the water. Just when you thought you were enjoying a relaxing afternoon, you'd spot a little shack and meet our dear friend Bob. That's not really his name, but I liked it, so we're going with Bob. Bob would happily talk about his love for animatronics, especially his best friend Bruce. But suddenly, boom! Another shark bursts out of the water, clearly jealous and desperate to prove he was the true king of submechanophobia. The way this shark launches at you is honestly nightmare fuel. But luckily, Bob's a certified shark whisperer, and with a single look, he could send that underwater imposter swimming back into the depths. Sadly, Bob and his toothy friend couldn't survive the online reviews. The mini golf was shut down and eventually demolished, taking Bob and Sharky with it. No more shark charming, no more haunted putt-putt. The Loch Ness Center. This is one of the most iconic images in the submechanophobia community. And for a lot of people, it's the moment their fear of these things began. This isn't an animatronic, but it is one of the most terrifying figures ever created. And the worst part is that over time, it only got creepier and creepier. Sadly, since 2021, nobody really knows what happened to it. This statue was located at the Loch Ness Center, and until now, the community never had real video footage of it. But we finally found some of this elusive monster. The figure stood in the middle of a small body of water. It was pretty big, and its face was absolutely horrifying. Today, that pond is completely empty and overgrown. Some people say the statue was removed. Others think it's still there, hidden under all the plants. But if there's something we've learned in the world of submechanophobia, it's that cases like Moby Dick at Pleasure Island or the Excalibur dragon show us that it's very possible this thing is still there, abandoned under the surface. What do you think? Big Tuna! Hula Hut! This clip looks like an abandoned, half-submerged animatronic, but what are we really looking at? This is Big Tuna. That's not its real name, but it's a great one. You can find Big Tuna at a themed bar in Austin, Texas called Hula Hut. Shout out to all my Texas Ducks! This animatronic is absolutely massive, but it's not abandoned. In this video, we can see it working. It moves a little and sprays water from time to time. The design really reminds me of Bert the Bunyip. Do you think Big Tuna is a distant cousin of Bert? Saint-Brevin-les-Pins, the ocean serpent. What you're about to see is not for the faint of heart. This is honestly one of the most impressive and most terrifying sculptures I've ever seen. Huge thank you to Hugo Laviolette for the suggestion from France. Shout out to all our French ducks! This is the Serpent of the Ocean, a giant sculpture of a sea serpent skeleton made by artist Huang Yangping. It was installed right on the shore in Saint-Brevin-les-Pins. The crazy part is how the tide and the waves interact with it. Sometimes the sculpture is almost fully visible, and other times the water covers parts of it, leaving it half submerged. Imagine walking there with no context, looking out at the water, and suddenly seeing this massive skeleton coming out of the sea. You'd probably have a mini heart attack. The sculpture is about 130 meters long. That's around 425 feet of pure nightmare fuel. And yes, I know what you're thinking. Well, this isn't an animatronic. But I'll say it again. Submechanophobia is the fear of any human-made object that's submerged or half-submerged in water. So in this channel, sculptures totally count. And our next stop is another perfect example of that. Support, Lorenzo Quinn. Did you know some scientists think the city of Venice could be mostly underwater by the year 2100? It's because of many things, including global warming and rising sea levels. And you're probably thinking, Walt, what does that have to do with submechanophobia? Well, in 2017, a pair of giant hands suddenly appeared, coming out of the water and holding up a building on the canals of Venice. At first sight, it looks absolutely terrifying. But it was actually part of a climate change awareness piece by artist Lorenzo Quinn. The artwork is called Support, and it shows how the melting glaciers and rising seas can have horrible consequences over time. The sculpture was moved on huge ferries and installed so it looked like these giant hands were holding up a hotel from the water. Even when you know the full context, the sculpture is still really creepy. Support was removed later that year, but the message behind it is even scarier than the sculpture itself, don't you think? Beast of War. This is one of the scariest modern movies ever made, if you have thalassophobia or submechanophobia. We're talking about Beast of War, a movie that feels like Jaws, but set during World War II. The best part? Most of the shark scenes were done with practical effects, created by an Australian special effects team called Formations Effects. For the movie, they built 3 different sharks, each with different abilities for specific shots. In the behind-the-scenes footage, you can see what is honestly one of the most terrifying animatronic scenes I've ever watched. The sheer size of the shark, the murky water, and people actually touching and working around this giant machine in the water. Yeah, no thanks. You can watch the movie on Shudder, and it is seriously intense. Jaws test footage, never before seen clips. What you're watching here is never before seen test footage of the shark from the Jaws ride, recently shared by the channel Buzz431. And we found out about it thanks to our subscriber, Liam J. This footage is really rare, because for the first time, we can see how the sharks actually worked with all their inner mechanisms exposed. And honestly, it looks incredibly creepy. The video shows 2 of the main sharks completely open, without skin, and you can see all the metal, pistons, and systems that made them move. These animatronics were huge and super complex. On top of that, the channel also has a bunch of exclusive shots from inside the ride, camera angles and views of the animatronics that most people never got to see. If you're a fan of the Jaws ride, you're going to love this channel. It's an amazing tribute and a real time machine to the history of this classic attraction. The link is in the description if you want to check it out. Ferrovia Dino Magic Beto Carrero World! Our next stop is a request we've gotten a lot from our Brazilian ducks, especially from our subscriber Maria Eduarda. Thank you so much for the recommendation. If you want to send us fan art or suggestions, email me at waltanimatronic@gmail.com. So, this is a small train ride called Ferrovia Dino Magic, and it's in the biggest theme park in Latin America, Beto Carrero World in Brazil. At first, everything seems normal. A nice, cute little train ride passing by different animal scenes. But then, you reach this giant snake structure, and it instantly activates your megalophobia. And if that wasn't enough, the train goes right into the snake's mouth. From that point on, things get pretty scary. You start seeing huge props, and some of them are very close to the water, like these crocodiles. The ride continues, and for the finale, you enter a super dark cave where you can hear tons of dinosaurs roaring while it's raining inside. In the video, you can see they use a system to make it look like real rain, and the animatronics look wet or damp with lots of mist in the air. The mix of dirty water, moving animatronics, loud dinosaur sounds, and darkness makes this whole scene feel really disturbing, in the best submechanophobia way possible. Rainforest Dark Ride, River Adventure. Okay, on this channel, we've already talked a lot about Rainforest Cafe, from its history to its abandoned animatronics. We've shown their famous crocodiles, the hippos, all that good stuff. But there's something you've been asking for hundreds of times. Please talk about the Dark Ride? So, this is the perfect moment. This is River Adventure, the only Rainforest Cafe dark ride in the world, and it's located in Galveston, Texas. The ride is your classic boat ride, but here you sit in a 6-person raft and float through, of course, the rainforest. The ride is pretty basic in terms of sets and animatronics, but what makes it special is that it's inside a restaurant. It costs about $9 to ride, and you might be thinking, okay, but why is this in a submechanophobia list if all the animals are outside the water? Well, in this ride, the only animals actually in the water are these very simple crocodiles. The part that's really a bit creepy is the ending. Right near the end of the ride, you enter a temple and see a pool with red bubbles. Then suddenly, a statue lights up and starts to fill with water. The statue is holding 2 torches that turn on, and the pool bubbling in front of you makes the whole scene feel weirdly intense, especially if you suffer from submechanophobia. Did you already know this ride existed? Have you ever ridden River Adventure? Feng Wu Lu Ling. To finish this list, we have this colossal machine from the king of submechanophobia countries, China. This is the Phoenix from the show Feng Wu Lu Ling, created by artist Xiao Di and his team. This show takes place in the middle of a lake with thousands of lights, boats full of dancers and actors, and huge water screens. Imagine Phantasmic, but like 80 times bigger. The wildest part is that you watch the whole thing from a boat, sailing past scene after scene. But the best moment is the climax, when the Phoenix appears floating in the middle of the lake. It lifts its wings and starts shooting mist everywhere, and with the help of the projections, it looks absolutely insane. Something I've learned while making these submechanophobia videos is that China isn't just becoming a new world power in many ways. In technology and entertainment, they're leaving the rest of the world behind. This is Steven Schussler, an advertising salesman who is about to sell everything he owns to venture into a completely new concept, something that had never been seen before. He used his own home to create a massive rainforest-themed restaurant, complete with waterfalls, rock formations, and animatronic crocodiles. And all of this to show it to potential investors, and to see if anyone else out there recognized the potential that this new concept, named Eatertainment, had. This was the first step that would lead to these animatronics being abandoned. After a few years and a $400,000 investment, Schussler was finally ready to show the project to investors, and a gambling magnate named Lyle Berman took a chance on the concept and invested in the project, creating one of the most successful restaurant chains of the 90s. The Rainforest Cafe opened its doors on February 3rd, 1994, and within a week, the wait for a table was as long as 3 hours. The concept was unique. When you entered this restaurant, you left the real world behind to immerse yourself in the rainforest, full of trees, volcanoes, rocks, live animals, and of course, what made it so incredible for many people? Animatronic animals. These animatronics were manufactured by Russell's Creative, and we could find all types of animals among them. Gorillas, elephants, leopards, vipers, crocodiles, and giraffes were just a few of these animatronic creatures. Of course, people were fascinated with the environment, and the success of Rainforest Cafe was the beginning. We all know the restaurant was a huge success, and so it began to expand its horizons. First, nationally, opening restaurants all over the United States. You could even find 2 rainforest cafes at the Walt Disney World Resort. And then internationally, opening its first international location in England. And they continued that way until they looked over to Asia and decided that that was their next target. So, Rainforest Cafe opened in 1998 at Festival Walk, a shopping center in Kowloon Tong, Hong Kong. At the time, Festival Walk was the largest and most modern shopping mall in Hong Kong. But unfortunately, in 1998, Hong Kong was going through a severe financial crisis. So why did they think opening this type of restaurant during this time was a good idea? Who knows, but it was predicted from the beginning that it would probably not last long. Still, Rainforest Cafe opened with all its live animals, 300 staff members, and animatronics. Sadly, the predictions were not wrong, and in 2003, the restaurant closed its doors forever. Many of the decorations were destroyed, but it was not the end for these particular animatronics and props. This is where our story gets really creepy and sad. After the closure of the Rainforest Cafe and Festival Walk, many of the animatronics and props, like the emblematic Atlas statue that can be found in most of these restaurants, were bought by a man. He purchased these because he wanted to open a hotel on the east side of Hong Kong and wanted to have these animatronics and props as part of the decoration. The idea for this place was to create a completely private resort on a private island so that people could go and rest, being able to get away from the chaos and noise of the city entirely. So he rented an area in the secluded Tai Shaiwan Bay and set out to renovate the buildings, built a pool and a bar, and installed the animatronics and props he had brought from the Rainforest Cafe to get the resort together and open. Everything was ready, the resort was well put together, and a name had been chosen. The resort would be called Club Captain Bear. But apparently there was a curse attached to the animatronics because this project failed dramatically. That, or the fact that there was no access for cars, so there was no easy way for people to get to the resort. After all, it was on a private island. Still, private boats were set up to transport guests, and the place operated momentarily. But after 2 unsuccessful years, the owner closed the site and left it to rot as it was, animatronics and all. Nowadays, the resort looks like a post-apocalyptic theme park. The dock where the boats used to arrive is partially destroyed and sinking. The buildings are in awful condition, battered and surrounded by broken glass. They are also on the brink of collapsing due to several tree roots claiming them. And this is just a glimpse of the destruction in this place. Upon entering the resort, you can see the Atlas statue is not even holding itself anymore, much less the whole world. It's in complete decay, with its paint worn and lying on the ground. It is without a doubt a somber sight. Even more if you think that this statue used to be the center of attention and admiration for guests during its heyday, and to think that it would end up completely abandoned on a deserted island. Inside one of the buildings, you can see a Rainforest Cafe menu display in terrible conditions. Here's a picture that shows how it used to look before it was abandoned. As for the animatronics, there are so many rotting and broken animals throughout the property. On one of the balconies overlooking the jungle, we can find a full-body and life-sized animatronic elephant surrounded by greenery. This animatronic was not in such a terrible state, but as time passed, it deteriorated so much that its trunk is now completely detached and has all its mechanisms exposed. But it is one of the lucky ones because just on the outskirts of the main building, you can see the destroyed head of another elephant. There are also several gorilla animatronics. Some still have their cosmetics, while others are in terrible state. They look like something out of a nightmare. There's one completely split in half, and there are many pieces of it and the other animatronics scattered throughout the resort. You can also find the remains of a python animatronic and a giant giraffe prop outside, right next to the Atlas statue. Seeing these animatronics and props abandoned this way is sad and unfortunate. This all ended up this way because of bad decisions and human mistakes. From the opening of this type of restaurant in a mega complex in the middle of a financial crisis, to the ingenuity of creating a resort in the middle of nowhere that was very hard to reach. The lesson that we can take away from all this is that everything that goes up has to come down. And we as a species must understand that nothing is eternal, and we're only guests on this planet.